Colosseo is farming on the Cassidy. How does Sparky just kill 2 in the back? That is how you make a statement.
Kept that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
We just can't get enough of Bobby.
There's the pin. Nice Reinhardt, yeah!
Zen not going to try and play that anymore. That is a sick shot.
Oh my god! That is clean from Mirren. Now there's no winner higher, Sugar-Free with a stick. Kai dead. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. They want overtime, and they get it! This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it!
OWCS Stage 3 groups. This is our 5th and therefore final day. 3 more slots up for grabs to get to the main event per region. And I'm not going to do this alone. No, I once more bringing in my best friends in the whole wild world. It is, of course, Jack and Rose. We're official besties. After you did actually unfriend me yesterday, that did happen. I just want to, you know, it hurt.
What?
I unfriended you for the Jazzy Lucio, like you were just like, you don't like Jazzy Lucio, so I was like, I don't know. I think like on air I was like, okay, friendship ended with Zoe, and then you brought up the what was it again?
Junkertown favorite.
Yes. I was like, Junkertown's a great map, and then we bonded again, and so yeah, we're so back. We're so back.
We're so back. Jack was just here for
It's an awful map. The Junkertown is not a good map. There's a reason why it's not picked. It's still not good even after rework. I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's better escort maps. Dorado exists.
Let me lift the spirits and the mood for you here, Jack. We don't have to talk about Junkertown. We can talk about drops though, because they are up for grabs. All you have to do is link your Batnet account to Twitch or YouTube, and with just a few hours watched, you can get yourself these beautiful sprays and things and stuff. Love all of those.
Love that. Love that. You know what I love actually about the show open is Matt going, yeah, Reinhardt, yeah. That's my favorite
also
part about the show.
favorite. Yeah.
Matt had
so
some
much
banger lines yesterday. All I gotta point out is like, Matt is prophetic sometimes.
He is so much deeper than people would expect him to be. Like, Matt's one-liners, no. Like, you can put a lot of them on a shirt. There's a lot of quotables.
Yeah.
Also, of course, our co-streamers have plenty of quotables. So make sure to follow all of them as well, as they will cover all the action this weekend. And I'm pretty sure we have got some people, some friends joining us on co-streams as well for the main event next week. So lots of fun to be had with all your favorites. And you, of course, can also apply to be a co-streamer. So don't forget about that. For now, though, let's take a look at our schedule to know exactly where we currently stand. We're more than halfway through our season. This is what happened thus far. We did have, of course, the DreamHack Major in Dallas. It was the first OWCS Major, and what fun it was. The crowd was amazing. It was really, really exciting to see all the teams back in action, back on stage, and we can do that again at DreamHack in Stockholm at the end of the year. But first, we need to determine, of course, which teams will make it there. So we still have Stage 3 and Stage 4 to play it all out. Tickets are available right now for purchase, so make sure to grab yours now and join us in Sweden. Apropos, we have Johnny touring us all through his homeland.
I cannot wait for that tour.
Please.
That is going to go crazy. Johnny's like, yeah, this building's pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm not sure what it says anymore because I've forgotten Swedish. And yeah, this guy.
Honestly, he's an American now. Like, he completely abandoned his Swedish roots. So maybe we might all know more about Sweden than he does at that point. So there is that. We definitely all know about Overwatch though. So this is where we bond. This is where we connect. So let's take a look at the group standings currently for EMEA, as we still have some slots up for grabs to get to the main event. Group B, for example, is where one of those slots is. One of the teams wants to join ENS to advance to the main event. It's going to be either Oh Yeah or Wasp X Oh No.
Yeah, that's the most insane matchup of all time. Oh Yeah versus Oh No.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
This is peak Overwatch.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
No, fantastic stuff about to transpire on the servers. Let's dig in. Let's dig deeper. Let's talk about the teams. Oh yeah, of course, always been a crowd favorite as their peak OTP shenanigans. Of course, when Kaya left the team at the beginning of this season, people were worried, you know, we won't see Junkrat anymore. But Necra, trust, they just hired another junk specialist, Gergmeister. He's been showcasing that junk last week.
Phrasing Zoe, phrasing Zoe on that one. But you know, if we take a look at the rest of the roster, we do have Isaac that can play the Diva and the Ramatra, and so even if you aren't going to see Chasm on the Wrecking Ball, there is a lot of actual backbone to this roster that I think is going to make it exciting outside of just the OTPs that we have here. You can get a chance to see a little bit of like Ken on the Ashe. Ken's been so good on those hit scan heroes, and then Cool Boy in Saipe. I know we're kind of missing Hot Babe. I was really looking forward to that one, Jaws, but we got Saipe, which is also great. So.
Rest in peace. They broke up for good.
They broke up.
Maybe they'll be back together
Sometimes
soon.
it be like that. They might be back eventually. We'll find out very soon, I'm sure. Now, of course, Jack, this is a rematch, though. The two teams actually faced off in their opening match. And took down Wasp 3-0. What do we know about the squad of Wasp X? Oh, no.
Yeah, positivity wins apparently. Oh yeah, and then oh no. What's sad to me, honestly, about this team is that Sophie's on the bench. Sophie, prolific Junkrat one trick. I was going to say Junkrat one. Yeah, I got it out. It's still early. It's 9 a.m. A Scooby-Doo looking ass over here. Yeah, I mean, this series was a 3-0 in the opening match. Being in a group with Ents too, Ents kind of got through. So fighting for second place here. Meta Boys ended up going down to oh no, so they had a bit more of a revival in their game against Meta Boys. But Wasp, oh no, I mean, yeah, they're going against the Gurk, which I have severe fears of, and I think they should as well. It's gonna be an upward tilt battle. I think it's probably going to be a repeat if I had to put it down to it. The matches were kind of close in the opening games, but not anything to kind of write home about. Yeah, maybe you bring out Sophie, just go for the 1v1 on the Junkrats, but yeah, it's all...
And make it honorable in the most dishonest way possible.
Exactly.
I'd love that for all of us. Well, let's see if that's what they have in store for us or not. Either way, it's going to be a good match, and one of the teams will advance to the main event. Let's find out who. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yes. Oh yeah. Versus. Oh no. I'm not using the Wasp part. It's just oh no to me now. Nepal, our first map here, Rose, picked by Wasp coming in.
Okay. I'm trying to think about ways that potentially oh no can limit the amount of Junkrat potential on all of these maps, and I feel like Nepal is one of those that maybe fits the bill. I saw a lot of on like Lijiang Tower, so that's been really nice to just kind of see how that fits into their build house. But if I see on Nepal, I feel like a couple less avenues that you could potentially play the Junkrat, which is why we are actually not going to see. I was gonna say maybe like. I don't know where I was going with that one. For some reason, I thought Gerkmeister wasn't in the roster, but don't worry about it.
Don't worry. The Gurk is omnipresent.
I was thinking of Chasm, and we're gonna see the Wrecking Ball anyway because Ostrix, I think, is also like a OTP ball.
Yeah, I'm down again. Just OTP teams in EU, like handshake emoji. Good times. Honestly, I'm here for it. So yeah, I mean, it is shades of Clockwork Vendetta. I mean, that was a ridiculous roster back in the day. Like, the Tor player turning out to be one of the most cracked Widowmaker players in EU for a short amount of time was a little ridiculous. The ball should have a fairly decent time against the Junkrat as long as you avoid the traps. And I mean, Arye's front line here being Ken in Isaac. The Queen is going to get run over a lot of the time, and being able to go in as Queen is nice when you've got a team kind of rallying around you, but who do you really jump on in Wasp's comp? Like, you jump on maybe the Ashe, but that's about it. Everybody else is pretty slippery. Wasp do end up capping the point first, though.
They do, and so they're going to get a little bit of an upper hand when it comes down to playing a little bit more defensively with this Wrecking Ball, so you have a little bit less time to actually, you need to set up for a lot of these things, so they're coming in pretty fast here. Isaac has switched over to the Diva to match a little bit more of that dive presence. I think the Junker Queen, unfortunately, just got flattened the first time that it made an appearance. So you've got the Isaac on the Diva, one of his best heroes, and I think this works out much better to deal with this Ashe as well as the Wrecking Ball.
It's a really good map too, actually, for the ball if you're playing against something a little bit unorthodox like the junk. There's a few like choke points you can spam as the junk, but ideally you do end up capping first. Well, Ostrich is just going to go in. He does get eliminated eventually there by the Gurk.
Just say,
Tire available. And now what all good Junkrat players do, just rib it close to the enemy team. Maybe try and find the Trace here of all people. 10-second tire, lasts for eternity, especially if you're a support player. Beautiful Suzu by KDM. Wow. Unbelievable reaction times on that one. Cool Boy flattened by KDM. And Ostrix do end up jumping on the point. Still controlling as well. Oh yeah, couldn't actually gain control despite them finding a very good initial pick. Ultimate's available from Wasp though. They can just jump over the wall and use that rush. And it's exactly what they're going to do. But Gurk still kill it. Someone's got to shut down the Junkrat eventually, and Wasp are going to be in control for quite some time, especially after they deploy the beats. LP does end up getting 4 there with a sound barrier, and Ken goes down yet again, straight back from spawn and straight back. And unfortunately for they are stuck in this small room.
They are stuck. At least there's no Wrecking Ball mines anymore since those just got deployed. And now that you have the sound barrier as well, it can help to push Aya out of that small room. But all the while, Ono's composition is so good at being able to stall the point. If it wasn't the Wrecking Ball before, it's going to be the Bob that just got thrown out there by QRXU. Whoa, how'd you say that before?
Yeah. It's not Raksu, the old Hanzo player. Cracksu. Close enough.
Cracked. Got it. Excellent.
Got it.
Easy enough.
99% now for Wasp. I mean, look, did invest a whole bunch of ults there. I'm not entirely sure how the Trace started this self-destruct. It looked like they were behind cover at that point. Ostrich trying to find an angle, a vector of attack. Just going, oh, whoa, that was close. Trusting the ball players to know exactly where to grapple, though. All good. Gurk in a little bit of trouble, does get slammed, but good matrix there by Isaac. Making sure the ball can't follow up, and it doesn't matter, though, because Cassidy's already found 2. Cracksu kills Coolboy and Ken. No Barbie, unfortunately, in this server. As Wasp, oh no, take that first round. 100 to 26. Probably the worst map there for Junkrat, it must be said, Rose, but off to a flying start already.
I would have actually almost assumed, though, that this would be the best one on Nepal for the Junkrat. I take a look at the open territory here on Village, and this doesn't necessarily feel like the easiest terrain for Junkrat to work around either. So if I were to look at the 3 stages of Nepal, I would have said, oh, Gurkmeister would have had a much better time in Sanctum, and that would be the one point that should really look at trying to grab, but before looking at the rest of the points in Nepal. So now that that's slipped through their fingers, I'm a little bit worried about how potent this Junkrat can actually be. Maybe Isaac starting on the D.Va, though, is going to be a better look. They did lose that first point so early, which allowed the Wrecking Ball a lot of time to ramp up, and so maybe with the D.Va, this will be better.
Yeah, again, Junk definitely excels when you do control a point. Unfortunately, Hev taking down the Gurk. Ostrix is going to have a little bit of a tough time actually controlling this high ground here, especially as D.Va can just kind of fly around and matrix the rest of the team to get up. Goes in for another slap. Ken in a little bit of trouble. Desperately needs healing. Real fast. Ostrix going pretty low, though. The offenders were flying on in to heal the Casti up. Ostrix finds that little mini on the outskirts of the map, and Gurk gets some revenge on Hev. And that will be the point over to first. And now, this is where the Junkrat excels right here. Good luck capping this point.
Yeah, now you can just put the Junkrat on high ground, even if it's going to be above the point. It makes it a little bit better for them to just spam those mind stroke like that.
Ball players, I have some choice words for ball players in my ranked games, but I mean, watching some of the ball tech, honestly, is kind of insane. So for
I was just going to call out like the concussive mine, though, right? Like that's already stalled out so much because you saw Gurkmeister completely eliminate LP while he was moving in, and so like the Wrecking Ball sitting up there isn't helpful. I
mean, this is bad news for they lost Mech. LP and the rest of the gang managed to kill Mech. What seemed quite easily. Coolboy down, though, to Hev. Wasp do manage to cap as well. Look at this peel coming through onto Ken. Unfortunately, no matrix there to save the Cassidy. Although at least the BAP survives yet another day. Seth does manage to get out of there, but they have lost a point. And Isaac with the remake. They might want to go a little bit early here, knowing that even though Gurkmeister is down, they're going to have a little bit of space. But, I mean, the ball's going to be back in just a moment. Those mines can be deployed on the point just to be a bit more of a dissuasive tactic.
don't hate the idea, but as you look at the wrecking ball mines heading into the choke point, it's actually something that's going to be really difficult for Alya to actually try to bypass here.
Good window as well. Look at that.
That is one way to do
Headshots
that.
from Ken. Oh, okay, Ken. Jeez. Calm down. All right, first map of the day. Ken's kind of on fire right now. 3 ultimates, 2 from yeah. Really nicely placed window there, Rose. Of course, Ostrix was kind of off to the sideline, so they were able to get an angle on the wrecking ball as well. So if the ball did want to kind of rush through the point, it was just an easy fan the hammer kill.
Yes, it's a good response to have against something like the Kitsune Rush, because usually you see that laid down, and it's like, okay, well now the mobility, we don't have that, but the amplification matrix is one way that you can actually push them back so they can't take use of that ultimate.
Ooh, Suzu. Luckily, ELP does manage to get the kill onto the tire, or that would have been a delicious highlight, a delicious 3K for Gurkmeister. Lamp deploy to try and save the Junkrat. Isaac as well, bathing the Junk in the matrix as they do put themselves on point for the time being. Those mines used already, as the sound barriers do end up coming out for both sides. Callboy running straight into a mine, so all that overhealth just disappearing almost instantly. Ostrix doesn't end up getting booped away, but a quick Suzu will actually save the Wrecking Ball's life. And a self-destruct, in fact, a sloppy fight at the very best of times with these Wrecking Ball comps. It's kind of breaking down to this Bob kind of destroying yeah, on the point, as Callboy does end up dying. Yeah. Even though they got the cab, that Bob was a little bit too much for them to deal with. And statically kind of holding down the point and getting a little bit of capture percentage too. They do end up flipping.
Yeah, but I think this is going to go right back over to yeah. We actually ended up seeing Hev throw out the pulse bomb that was able to at least get the DMEC there onto Isaac, but he's going to be back, and take a look at that. It's flipped over before Oh No can actually start to set up for another re-engage.
Oh, Ken's on such a good spot. Nice little boot though. A little bit isolated, does receive the lamp to keep themselves up, and now the window has been deployed on the point. Gurk is just firing random left clicks through the window, hoping to tag somebody, and tag somebody he does. KDM going down to a stray left click there. As yeah, claim control very quickly, like you said, after that pulse bomb kill. And they're going to take us to a 3rd round on Nepal. Yeah, look, Junkrat did get changed, Rose. Did get changed recently, but...
That's true.
Junkrat players... they don't care. They just fire through window, they get random kills, it's all good. All predicted, all calculated.
Yeah, I mean, just to cue people in on the small change that ended up happening to the frag launcher, the projectile size is going to be reduced. And then after like the second ricochet that it does, like if it bounces and the projectile also preserves a little bit more velocity on the ricochet, so they kind of fire a little bit faster, but maybe it is a little bit harder to actually land the shots if they are getting spammed so far away. Regardless though, if you were a Junkrat player, you probably were playing with a lot more precision than your average Joe, so I feel like it's not going to affect Gurkmeister all that much, and maybe some of the other Junkrat OTPs that we do have in this lobby. But as we head over to Shrine now, this will be interesting to see if Gurkmeister actually looks anybody in the face. Yeah, I think he's just at the bottom of the stairs.
1 HP after receiving a couple of directs there from the Junk. Does end up scurrying back all the way to that mega health pack room. Get another pretty decent point with the Junkrat, you gotta say.
Yeah, I think it also helps if the target in front of you is as giant as Wrecking Ball. I think that'll certainly help to alleviate some of the pain points you might feel with the changes to Junkrat.
Good headshots when it cracks you already. Those dynamites are going to do a whole lot of damage too. They've already got to be eaten by Isaac, otherwise you're just going to get chunked out, and then the ball is just going to kind of roll through you. Hev with a nice double kill. As they come out rather large, the Gurk is trying to chase the Wrecking Ball away. Those mines, and the traps as well have felled by the trap. Honestly, sometimes, especially when they're on the point like this, it can be pretty hard to see when you're moving so fast in these comps. Yeah. Tracer, Wrecking Ball, anybody like that. When you're looking around so quickly, sometimes the traps are almost invisible to you, so you can't really blame the Tracer for running into that one.
Well, especially if the floor is also kind of like a darker color, like the floor of the point is red, and then you also have like the red petals. I feel like that obstructs some people's vision too on just the outline of the actual trap. Or at least it would for me, to be honest with you, but here comes the tire. You could definitely see this one coming.
Tire ended up getting a bit of damage there on Ostrix. Ostrix was on the high ground, like on the roof, ready to slam 5 when they did exit the door. Gurkmeister with a heads-up play, though, just hitting that pretty early, just hoping for the team to follow up on the kill. And follow up they did.
Oh my god.
And again, looking real good on this Casti right now. They're just kind of throwing everything at the... We're just going to destroy the Wrecking Ball as well with the flash grenade. Just stopping the momentum of the Wrecking Ball.
Good for that. It's good for the Tracer. It's also good for the Kiriko, just any type of hinder grenade, just for the mobility. Also, one way that you can also chunk people out. There's also so much damage on the team, right? If you're going to be hitting all of these frag nades, but you're also going to hit the headshots, people are getting deleted.
Nice soundbite there from Coolboy, saving Ken's life. That Bob and everybody from WASP was trying to run through that window to try and annihilate them. Or Ken whiffing a couple of shots. KDM ends up helping Colosseo take down Ken with the dynamite damage. A self-destruct, and it's only Ostrix now kind of chilling, vibing near the point. There's a 3v1. 3v2 now as Heb does rejoin this a little bit of a wild battle right now. I mean, Ostrix is still in, of course, on the Wrecking Ball. They're just trying to pressure out the Steven mech, and they actually managed to get it to a dynamite from downtown from Colosseo does manage to eliminate it. Got two summons there, that mech and the lamp. So now WASP will end up controlling the point, just trying to chase and find some extra picks as retreat.
This is going to be a really good spot for OWCS as well. Now that they have that point control, one way that they can help to kind of be... Oh! What?
Well,
okay, they're going to go fast on that one.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate. I have kind of overstayed his welcome there. It's going to have to come back from spawn, and all the while, you've got this Junkrat tire from Gurkmeister that might be able to keep this
it
open.
Instantly got a shot, though. It's only at 35 HP. KDM, picks that one up pretty easily with the kunais, which the neutral damage without the headshot got buffed recently. 70% on board. Ostrix is behind. Oh, yeah, just peppering them with the left click. And now he's even got the mines, too. Hits the slam, does get a hit marker. Gets immediately flashbang, but shakes it off pretty quickly.
A lot more ultimates coming up, though, for OWCS as well. The Kitsune Rush from KDM can also be thrown into this next fight, as it's going to be the last one. And so, they're going to be trying to work up to this Amp Matrix and sound barrier of their own, hopefully from Coolboy.
Oh, good flashbang, actually. Stops the momentum there of the slam coming in, but they still manage to annihilate Ken. The mine separating Aryeh's backline from helping the Cassidy. And now OT approaches for WASP. Oh, no. A slam on the Diva mech, there is the ejection, and I think this might just be it, especially with this rush on the point. Bob's going to join the fight as well. It's a 5 as well as a 6-on-1 there as Gurkmeister can't quite get back to the point in time, and that is WASP. Oh no, taking that first map.
Okay. I mean, I think this is still one of the maps that I would look at. Maybe Junkrat is just not as potent. I still personally believe that, looking at the rest of the map pool. However, you got to give a lot of credit where credit is due. The Wrecking Ball played really well into the composition. I think this team has also figured out a lot of how to look at this team and how to approach it from that past bout that they had at the beginning of the group stage. And so I think that's coming through evidently. The Wrecking Ball's been great so far.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at kind of the control maps in the pool, you're like, okay, Nepal is not too bad for us. Like, I wouldn't really want to go to somewhere like Busan.
I want to go to, like, Lijiang either.
Yeah, I think Lijiang might be, probably worse, a little bit worse than Nepal. Maybe a little bit better because you have control center. But yeah, it's against the Wrecking Ball too, you're like, where are you going to go? I think it's kind of pick your poison. I think the pool was probably one of the better maps. Busan, you're like, okay, we go to Mecha Base, we kind of destroy, right? Because we got these really small choke points that people have to funnel through for the junk, and you get some sick tire kills. But yeah, Nepal and WASP after a good start. Their series previously was a 3-1 versus a 3-0 versus Aryeh, as they did end up going to Lijiang Tower, and it was Aryeh taking that 2-1. So maybe that was the pivot that they really needed, going to Nepal instead. I think it's worth pointing out too how much work Colosseo was doing on the Ashe as well. Even though Ken's Casti looked really clean, I mean, the Ashe just, especially with the Wrecking Ball too, Ashe gains a lot of space because everybody's trying to, like, okay, we need to stop the Wrecking Ball from rolling through an entire team and destroying her. So you're like, okay, well, like, I can just kind of sit here and shoot people. Like, that's the aim of the game with the Ashe.
Well, the Susans were also super clutch from KDM. Like, not even just the rushes, because I think that helped to also close the distance on a lot of these team fights for them. But the Suzus, we saw that clutch one for KDM even just to save themselves from that Riptire. But also, when you know that you're getting focus fire to something like the Wrecking Ball, those were coming in really big.
Yeah, really nice stuff from the Kyrie. It's pretty hard sometimes to Suzu. Oh, here's the remake kill. Like, you're like, oh, okay, the try got a kill. Okay, cool.
You
Like, you didn't even
walked
plan that.
right into
It was
that
the
one.
Tracer, blinks in, instantly dies, straight buried under the snow. Like, what? Yeah, Hev getting a little bit unlucky this game, I think. Running into the trap a couple of times as well, like we were discussing previously. Yeah, a little rough on the Tracer there. Like I said, you're moving too quickly as Tracer. Sometimes
It's
you can't
brain
predict
lag.
where things are happening. It's fine.
Listen,
It's
we
fine.
all
Yeah,
have
I
it at the
did-
beginning of the
I
day.
think
Like
it's brain
I
lag.
had
I
it
think
just
it's just
starting into
unlucky.
the first map, so don't worry. I think we're chalking it up to some brain lag. Hev's gonna be just fine.
Well, there's some viewer predictions on your screen as well. Most people thinking, oh yeah, we're going to win. 79 to 21%. Honestly, makes sense. Like, as a value bet there, maybe you feel like, you know,
History could
the
repeat
3-0
itself.
in the last series. So, feeling pretty confident in that one. But Wasp.0 fans, hey, coming up big. All good. We're going to the second map in just a moment. Oh yeah, is going to be picking that one. In the last series, they went to a Blizzard World and Junkertown. They were the other maps that they ended up playing, so we'll see if they end up going there as well again. Although it was a pretty close game on Blizzard World, 5-4 was the scoreline in the end, as oh yeah, didn't end up taking it by the skin of their teeth, mind you.
I feel like any of those maps would be really good for the Wrecking Ball in particular, but now that it is up to to actually pick a map, I think that's where we can start to kind of figure out, like, okay, maybe now we look at some maps and maybe we limit the Wrecking Ball's potential, and we'll start to get a look at that in just a couple of moments. But the map overall felt really close, despite the fact that actually had more damage dealt and more healing done. I think that's pretty significant when you take a look at the overall stats.
Yeah, that is not a lot of healing on the side of Wasp.0, but that does make sense when you're playing with the Wrecking Ball, because the ball is like going to the Mega Pack, the minis, like picking up packs around the map, so you're not getting as much healing from the support.
And also taking the most damage, like, overall, too.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. I think Ostrig's pretty used to that in solo queue and just tournaments and whatnot. King's Row is going to be a map here for It's their pick as we go to a hybrid.
All right, King's Row makes a lot of sense. I think that the Wrecking Ball, once again, like, gets a little bit limited on this map. You can still play it on the first point. If you want to do generic Wrecking Ball things, you can... You can actually, like, swing off of Mondado, or you can swing around the hotel, like, back at point. There's actually some pretty good rollout spots here, but I think this is also just letting Gurkmeister do Gurkmeister things. Isaac gets to play the Diva a little bit more. And so as we take a look at their attack composition, is actually going to go out with the Ana and the Baptiste. Kind of interesting to see that in juxtaposition versus the Ana from KDM and then the Alari from Ilpi.
Ooh. Yeah, don't mind this at all on the defense. Just hold that high ground and just rain death from above with the Alari. Although summoned down, the pylon's dead. Ev once again succumbing to the Gurk. Very unfortunate. It's like probably enemy number one for the Junkrat player is killing this Tracer.
It definitely has the most potential to just one-clip you, right? Like, it's not entirely like a one-clip anymore, but it's still a huge threat to you, especially if you can't look behind you while you're spamming things in a place that you can't see.
One day, we'll get a character that can look 360 degrees, eyes in the back of their head on those sides.
I think I would get motion sick. I don't know about anything
You don't want
else,
to play
but I might.
Overwatch in like a 360 cam view?
I actually think that would be really lit. Like, if you were to put yourself in one of those AI or virtual reality simulator things, I think that would actually be kind of fun.
I think it'd be wicked.
But not like
VR headsets on everybody, so they're playing their character properly, and then look at the ball players and how they are just spinning around in real life.
Yeah, I'd really put them into like a gymnastics apparatus.
Yeah, exactly. They're just flying around. Well, Hev is dead again. Unfortunately, on the Tracer, it's going to be a tough point to collapse in on here for Wasp.0 with the Wrecking Ball. They actually nanoed the ball of all things too. They can't really find an avenue to actually get in. It was just Isaac just standing there firing micro missiles in the whole time. Bob deployed as well by Ken, so that's going to provide a lot of cover and fire. And yeah, Wasp.0's comp, and like you were mentioning at the very top of this map, Rose, pretty tough to actually get going, get popping on the King's Row. And even KDF just taking fight into their own hands. Everybody's fighting something, Rose. Give them another fight to fight against, so they almost have a guaranteed loss.
Some are fighting against other players. Some of them are fighting their own demons. You know, LP, unfortunately, I think lost the battle on that one. I was playing with the Alari on that first point, but has switched instance to the Brigida and now over to the Zenyatta. So maybe not feeling ultra comfortable in how they actually want to try to approach some of these team fights, because now that you have the Zenyatta, it kind of speaks to me like, okay, well, you have the Orbs of Discord. That's a great way to just make sure that you can sort of help out maybe with some of these Widow shots that are coming through, and you also, more importantly, have those Orbs of Harmony to actually help heal up like your Tracer.
Oh boy.
Oh, that poor
You
Tracer.
can see why they wanted to go to King's Row.
Yep.
It's been rough.
This is
Yeah.
rough.
It's all good though.
Oh man.
We have Widowmaker on last on King's Row. It's a
Okay,
very,
bet.
very fast time back as well. 5 minutes. Oh yeah. And at the moment, it's just Hev just trying to stay alive on the Tracer has been mission number 1, which is, or challenge 1, impossible right now. Ostrix also going down. They're just continuing to roll through. They got 3 ults as well. If they just get a big tire, even onto like the Zen or the Arda, this is going to be a very fast map. Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's see what's gonna happen here. Alya could close it out. Nano boost onto the Diva. Just gonna go sit and spawn.
Okay, Hev comes up with a kill. There you go. Pulse bomb onto Coolboy. Nano boost on the Diva. Should be able to double kill the supports here as well. Yeah, absolutely no chance for KDM to stay alive, especially with LP going down super early. Oh, that was lucky. Isaac almost ended up going into the drink. Hits the self-destruct, goes for the remake. Pele moving back ever so slightly there, but they'd end up retouching. And Ostrix and the rest of the gang can regroup too. You can see everybody coming back from the spawn. Double support up coming up with this tire. I'm not sure you're going to be able to survive this one. In fact, they were trying to nade it too. It's going to be able to get this one off. No! Actually takes it down with just the basic Widow shot, as well as killing the BAP. 3 and a bit minutes to go here, and the Widowmaker pop in. I'm telling you, this is all you need, is just a Widowmaker pop off on 3rd on King's Row. And history will repeat itself once again.
There's actually a lot of ultimates in that last fight too, and now you're just looking at the Bob from Ken, which can still make a dent in this defense. If you can get it into a corner, you can sort of flush out where the backline is going to sit, then maybe you press them out into the open so the Junkrat can clean it up, but you're going to be delayed just a little bit. There's still 3 minutes and 15 seconds that you have to chew through, but the sites will help out at least somewhat. Oh no, though, with this Transcendence too, I feel like this should just be an oh no defense victory for this next team fight until Alya start to get their ults online again. Or if
Till
Junkrat
Gergmeister
things
hits
happen.
the epic bomber where he double satchels in the sky and then
Right.
one-shots the Zen out of nowhere. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Never count out Junkrat players though. Nice sleep on the Diva. Might be a good kill there. No, they can't end up body blocking. Little thrusters out of the spawn doors. Ken's mech does end up going down to LP here. Ken in a lot of trouble. Has to navigate through this minefield right now, this hedge maze of sorts. And with this D-mech onto Isaac, this is going to be a big problem. They're going to be stalled out for a long time here. If they can kill the baby Diva too, this is going to be an even bigger stagger.
Yeah, Isaac is trying. Like, it's so difficult though because everybody is sort of hiding. So Isaac is struggling to actually find any damage, while the rest of the team is also stalling. Maybe he stalls for enough time for Isaac to actually get back into mech, but
Wait, what happened to him?
did he just like blink into the abyss?
Okay, I need a replay on that one.
Someone
just off the
find
map.
it.
Unfortunate.
Oh man.
Yes. Find another word for unfortunate. I'll use that one.
Oh no.
Transcendence being utilized there by LP. And it still ends up going down though. And Gergmeister from downtown, alley-oop, left click into Satchel, into kill on the Zen. Self-destruct to get the remake as Hev come back from spawn, instantly exploded into a million pieces. I think, thank goodness, Overwatch is a Peggy 12, because if it was a Peggy 18, then it would be, there was blood and viscera everywhere. Gergmeister with a double kill on the supports as well with the tire, and that is, oh yeah, capping last. And what was kind of a circus of a push there, like a little bit of a fiesta. Love it though. Love to see it. Wrecking Ball versus the Junkrat players. It's a true battle of the ages, a battle of the titans, if you will.
Oh my gosh, it's like they're slapping each other with explosive pool noodles.
Yeah. Explosive pool noodle.
I don't know. It's
That's
like,
the
well, Zoe's laughing, but I'm just thinking about, like, you know how you have like the wet noodle, like wet pool noodle fights, but this one is like
But
they're
they're
explosive
explosive noodles?
pool noodles, because sometimes it doesn't look like they're doing anything, but when they do something, It's pretty explosive.
Wait, is that where oh, yeah.
I told you.
Hev just jumps off the map. Yeah, he just strafes off the map. And you could see them panic too. They panic blinked. And
oh, this
unfortunately,
poor
it just
player is
pushed them
having
even
a
lower
day.
down into this.
We've all been there. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I've heard rent's pretty cheap down there, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, you know, it
Cheaper in
probably would
California,
be.
I'll tell you that.
I feel. Are there like actual sewer people?
What, down in the streets of Kings Row? I'm not sure. Is that in the law? Is that official?
No, not like. I meant like real life.
Are there sewer?
Maybe I've watched too much Futurama, actually.
Oh, right, you're Futurama. Okay, yeah.
I think I've watched too much Futurama. But I'm like
what
now
are you saying? It's like it's later for you than it is for me. By the way, it's 9:30 a.m. for me.
I am still in Hawaii time.
Oh.
You guys have to, and I'm also like, I can't do these.
Rose has lost it, everybody. Rose has lost it officially.
Can't do these team player names. There's too many letters for a dyslexic person.
That's facts. Factual. Don't get me to spell it.
All right,
Craxu with the Widowmaker. So they're going Widow in the May now to try and wall off Isaac, I suppose. Isaac's just got to be careful with that.
I think you wall off the Gurkmeister, actually. You spot whichever window that Junkrat is hitting in, and
I mean,
you
to
just
be fair,
wall it off.
The May has merits here on this point, especially. Considering the comp of all, yeah, Junk doesn't want to be in the point, neither does Hanzo. It's really just Isaac who can hold down this point, and the May can kind of chill here for quite some time, pun intended. Ilpi does end up going down to Gurkmeister, who's just been playing in Hotel for most of this round so far.
Has to drop down though, because otherwise, yeah, you're not going to be able to actually get a sightline on anybody. But there's actually a couple of other things I feel like you're walling off here too. Maybe you do actually isolate somebody. But what if you can get the wall actually behind someone that Ostrix is trying to push? Not a bad idea to like get them to slam into a May wall.
God, Gurk is just so good at Junk. KDM dead. Unfortunate. Actually, forced a block there from Hev.
That's really big too, because now you're delayed a little bit on the Kitsune Rush progress. If Aya can actually kind of like, yeah, keep doing that. Just keep doing that. Sharker's even better on the defense. Like,
yeah, definitely. Like, this is where the Junkrat really does excel. If we go back to like 2016 when we had, some of you in chat are going to be like, you serious? But we had the defenders and attacking heroes as little categories rather than tank support and DPS.
Yes.
Nice headshot by Craxu. However, the Tire is going to eliminate Ostrix pretty quickly there, and with the nano boost, it should be, regardless of that pick, it should be a pretty free win for Arye's defense so far.
Honestly, at this point, Isaac, throw the Diva Bomb at spawn.
Oh, Isaac does. Oh, that's the wall I was talking about. If you don't have those thrusters, it's pretty deadly. Can they get the remake? Yes. Don't get a kill this time, unfortunately, but they did manage to get the remake in. Sound barrier to push them forward. No fear of that remake either coming through from the Divas, so this Blizzard's going to be pretty free to use if they get the Diva out of mech. Once again, Craxu coming up big with a kill on to Coolboy. Widowmaker headshot's doing a whole lot of work right now, and with these mines too, it should be a pretty free victory. Don't even need that Blizzard either. And the Gurk is down. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Oh, not down just yet, at least. Still in Hotel, throwing bombers. And there it is, 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go now as they do end up capping the points. A little bit of a struggle there, but it was Isaac really getting desuited really early on. That cost them big time. Of course, Coolboy getting headshot by the Widowmaker.
Still a pretty good amount of time bank, though. Like, I look at 3 minutes and 40 seconds, it's a huge win. And that should be enough time for Ono to get a couple more ultimates online. As you called out, they still have the Blizzard in their pocket, too. So, Hev is free to throw this, as long as the Diva hasn't turned its attention to wherever Hev is looking. Honestly, though, Hev has had a bad day. I actually wouldn't be too surprised if this Blizzard gets eaten and by kind of like an accident.
I mean, it's pretty accident. Like, I would like to say a lot of the Junkrat kills are accidental, but honestly, the way some of the Junkrat players play, it's just so cerebral. I don't know what's going up on there, up in those minds of the Junkrat players.
That is geometry.
Some of them are just unbelievably good at hitting the rebound shots.
It's like geometry and physics. They are like doctorates of Junkrat.
Yeah, seriously. Seriously. Go to the University of Aquamarine.
No one can hide. Speaking of which, there's a tire.
Yeah, Ty's available. Oh, I see the double satchel out. Those mines are doing a whole lot of work again, especially in these streets phase. The mines are so effective. If you're a support and you're anywhere close to being pushed up, you just get separated from your entire team. Ty insta-killing the Widowmaker. Rest in peace, but the Nano has been deployed, so again, once more, yeah, invest quite a lot of ults into these engagements to try and get it popping. And it's hard to really peel away from this D.Va too. Even with D.Va getting nerfed like ever so slightly, it's still, when the D.Va's nanoed, you are guaranteed dead.
You are so, yeah, you are actually toast. Like, there's also so many squishy heroes that are on Ono's roster. Like, you go after the Lucio Kiriko with that Swift Step or Suzu. Yikes. We do have the Kitsune Rush coming out from Ono, so at least it's gonna help to push this card forward a little bit, but not before KDM can't even take advantage of that.
Oh, bomb spawn on the ground. It's all good though. Gurk's got all the explosive power you need. A couple of left clicks in that small corridor there, and the Widowmaker, who's dancing and jumping around the Tracer, ends up succumbing to the Gurk. All right, oh yeah, in a good stead right now. And again, this is what you talked about earlier, Rose, and about this Streets phase is really tough for the Wrecking Ball, and you can see exactly why. Getting any kind of value here is really rough. Sound Barrier and Blizzard available, however.
That'll help. I think the Sound Barrier would be great for just an aggressive push if they need it, but you've got another tire. How do you hide yourself from this?
Oh, they're going to use that Blizzard. They aren't pushing the payload right now. They're just more than content to trying to find a team kill. Cool Boy ends up going down again. It's real rough for the Ana out here, even with those lamps. Gurkmai's is using that tire. Oh, straight on top of LP. Dies the D.Va or the Junkrat. They didn't really have a choice in the matter, unfortunately. And because this fight is like very extended too, oh yeah, and they're a good spot. Like, they can come back pretty quickly. Gurkmeister does end up going down pretty late, but if this remake can come through from Isaac, they should be in a good spot. A little bit of remake damage there onto Ostrix, but because of those overshields coming through from the Wrecking Ball, they should be good. And still, these nanos are just so much value onto Isaac. And OT approaching as well. Should be a double kill for the D.Va. Although we're saying that, nope, there it is, all good. Pilot D.Va does the job.
They left the point.
Yeah, gonna hold as they tie the series up.
They left the point. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Not cool for, oh no, though. There's an easy joke there, but I won't make it.
It's right there.
It's right there. It's
too early. It's
too early.
It's too early. It was right
there. A 3-1 in the series. Oh yeah, looking pretty strong. On a map that definitely favors them. That doesn't favor the ball. I mean, now we're going to go to a map that definitely does favor Wrecking Ball, I'd imagine. I'm a little bit disappointed, honestly. We don't see the Chasm in as well, because then we get the Wrecking Ball off. But there's still opportunity for that.
I think like if we get to the final map in the series, I think we could see Wrecking Ball versus Wrecking Ball, and then Junkrat versus Junkrat. That would be the map of the ages.
Yeah, I'll be down. I want to see. I do want to see a tour player make it all the way as well. A tour player in OWCS main event would make my day. Would make my year. So any tour one tricks out there?
Didn't we see Apheek play Torb?
Yeah, there's been a couple of Torbs here and there, but no, I'm talking about like hard one trick. Like I'm only gonna pick this. You guys know I'm gonna pick this. It'll be quite fun. Here's a couple of little replays here. Mainly from Gurkmeister, I'd imagine. But Ostrix doing as much as they could on the Wrecking Ball. Again, very hard to get the ball working, especially on second. And with a ridiculous time back going into third, I mean, oh yeah, just set themselves up for quite an easy round number 2.
Looking good so far. I feel like when we ended up seeing a bunch of the hero swaps coming out from Oh no, it was definitely like a what do we do, right? The Widowmaker was working until it just wasn't anymore on the offense. So he stopped laughing at me.
So yeah,
I'm just like
you're not wrong.
I think there was a very specific point, like on point 2 for their attack, that it did stop working, and then we ended up seeing Craxio actually switch back over to like the Cassidy, and they just kept throwing heroes at a wall just to see what would stick. And it didn't really feel like they did have a very good plan having to play King's Row with and outside of their comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, the Widow doesn't work at all on second, unless you find like a big opening pick, and then you can kind of hold these back stairs that's like behind us right now. A lot of the time too, I mean, the big key to success for was just nanoing Isaac and then just sending them in. Just run at them with the Nano Diva. The backline is going to not get protected at all because we're running Wrecking Ball. We don't have a Diva of our own, so like Matrix. We don't have even a Sigma, you know, or like a Rissa, or like something to stop that damage coming through. Here's some stats as well from the last game. Again, pretty similar. Like, obviously you're going to look at a lot of damage from almost 50k. Might as well round that up to 50k flat. Shooting the Wrecking Ball a lot of the time, I'd imagine. Those stats are going to be pretty high with the damage taken. But yeah, just kind of walking away with this map pretty easily. Not really much Wasp could do, but here are the maps that Wasp could go to. Flashpoint Push or Escort. Where do you think you'd want to go to if you were Wasp right now?
I think you go to Escort. I think you go to Escort because you want to make sure that you get Circuit Royale out of the pool as quickly as possible so that doesn't get picked for you. I could totally see them like going to Junkertown once again, maybe even going to Dorado. Maybe they think that they have a little bit of a better shot this time around. So I think I would pick Escort personally. Just make sure that you have like your best shot at picking a Wrecking Ball map. Because New Junk City, Survasa, they both stand out to me as like pretty equal playing field for if you wanted to bring the Wrecking Ball, and then similarly, you'll make it work, I think, on any of the push maps over there.
Yeah, I think their comp can work on any of the push, yeah. I don't want... Ideally, we don't go to... Well, maybe Dorado would be a good pick. We wouldn't go to Circuit.
Dorado would probably be my
I think, honestly,
there.
any of these maps, apart from, like, Circuit Royale, would be pretty decent. Maybe Shambali Monastery kind of... You want to rush on that point, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh, we are going to Circuit. Okay, well, I said everything but Circuit, maybe, but we're going to Circuit. All right.
Okay.
You can do the ball tech where you go over the high ground. If you come out of spawn and then look right, you know, the famous the famous Albert rulebook throwing incident with the May wall and the Sim TP. That little high ground
I remember.
there. Yeah,
oh, man.
Jump over there as Wrecking Ball, Echo,
You
Genji,
could.
like, yeah, Junkrat, like, you can get over that high ground, so might be the avenue of attack here. Ostrich,
It's like they do have a May. They have a May player on the roster.
Exactly, right?
You know what? This actually does kind of make a lot of sense. Like, even if you, like, Wrecking Ball stuff aside, Graxu on the Widowmaker was pretty great on King's Row, especially on the defense. Remember how much time actually had in order to make it through that third point? It was like 5 minutes and 40 seconds or something crazy. And they whittled that time bank down to, like, what, 2 minutes? I feel like a lot of that was based on Krax's ability on the Widowmaker, just being able to get those like quick picks. And there's a lot better sightlines for this Widowmaker here where you can see the Junkrat, you know where it's going to be. It's a little bit more out in the open, so maybe you can click ahead on that, maybe you get the Ana down, just any of those like smaller heroes, right?
Right.
So I think this works for them. I really think it can work. While it does maybe limit the options for some of the rest of the team, like maybe the Wrecking Ball is not as great. Widowmaker's great. Kraxu has been, well, cracked.
Kind of cracked, yeah. Good
Kinda
skin
cracked
game
it.
as well. Overwatch
True.
2 Widow default, but it is the Guangzhou Charge away skin with the gold gun.
The best
Big
colors.
fan of that one. I sometimes want to say, you know, if you've been playing the game for a long time, I'm sure, you know, a lot of the audience can relate, but you know, you kind of talk about things in game, you just say a lot of words, and then anybody who's never played the game before is like, what did you
talking
say?
about?
Like, I just said like 15 words and none of them made any sense individually. That's why I feel like talking about skins sometimes. Well, Wasp's Wrecking Ball is going to have an even harder of a time here against the Sigma. But they are still running the May here, so the big idea would be just isolating. Oh my! What was that nade from KDM? Okay. Okay. I didn't respect your game. I was not familiar with your game, KDM. That nade into the slam of the Wrecking Ball. A little El Clasico. Me just waffling as they make the biggest play in Wrecking Ball Honor history there. My God.
That is insane. It was never about the Widowmaker at all. It was all about the Ana. Ana is a sniper, I guess, in her own right. She can't headshot, but
She's a sniper. She shoots with her rifle.
damn, she is so good. Like the utility, the nades, everything. Yeah, I credit his where credit is due.
No touch either. Yeah, look at that wall from Hev just walling off that high ground. making sure Isaac can't jump on it. Close to that Flux too already. But what an unbelievable nade. They just got to keep doing that. Do that 5 or 6 more times and you're golden. Speaking of which, yeah, another massive nade. Hit Gerg. Here's Seth as well in the skies.
Wait, Isaac couldn't even use the gravitic flux there. Oh. I think he got killed before anybody actually got slammed down.
Yep. I think they just slowed him down, just especially if the Sigma's using Flux that close to the ground too. Hev just holds left so the Sigma can't be tricky and then go up in the skies. Really good cancellation there at the ultimate as Isaac does end up switching over, was Queen there for a split second to use the shout, and then back to the Diva. Do they know?
Ostrix doing his best Christmas ornament impression.
Do they know? They know now.
Oh, certainly know now.
Craxu, the carry for this team right now, especially on this Widowmaker, on this point. Taya. Gonna stall out for the May block. Oh, they're gonna stall out for the May block. Oh no, LP ends up getting the kill. And a Nano on the Widowmaker. Sure, why not at this point? Straight over the top. Lands a body shot. Unfortunately, so close to the head, but a little dodge there from Ken gets out of the way of Craxu. They're on a tear right now, although with these sights, Ken's gonna have a good angle of attack, but against the wall plus the mines, Ken's got absolutely nothing in this fight with these sights right now. Eventually, he ends up killing Craxu, but this Blizzard is gonna help secure the point for Wasp. Who'd have thought? Wrecking Ball, Ana, May on Circuit Royale? Still wonder.
Never in my wildest dreams.
And 45 seconds, right?
It's the two of those things together that blows my mind. You go Widow, May, Wrecking Ball on a Lucio. 4 minutes and 45 seconds for third point, and that is crazy. That is so much time. They don't really have any ultimates. They do have the LP sound barrier, but outside of that, I don't even think they need ults. I think there's just like the raw firepower of the team has been plenty. Look, they're still killing people.
Craxu's hard carrying on the Widowmaker right now. Fortunately though, even those Wrecking Ball over shields there, you still succumb to Ken's Tracer. Quickly dealt with though by Craxu once more. And now this is, I wouldn't say this is one of the better points for the Wrecking Ball, but you can be rather frustrating to play against, especially with these high grounds.
They just knock people out of there. If you play by poolside or the windows, then...
Oh, what a nade from KDM.
Set
Beautiful
them up.
stuff.
KDM to knock them down.
No one can hide from my sight.
All right, size advantage. Ken's got a pulse bomb coming up. You've really got to just target the Widowmaker here, it feels like. Craxu is doing so much for the team. Isaac and Teed has to regain some health before they can end up peaking, but they are perma-stalling right now. Using that Matrix to kind of dip in and out of that doorway, but I think the payload is past it to the point where you can't do that any longer. Ken getting antied, hits the recall, can still be in this fight though. Pulse bomb lands at the feet, and now Ken's in trouble, yeah. A little bit too aggressive there, and they nano the window again, sure. I mean, honestly, at this point, why not? Tyre ends up getting used there. Sound barrier comes out from LP. They survive that onslaught of damage from the Gurk. And now, yeah, just forced into the spawn. Of course, normally you see a little bit of a Sigma action here, but Isaac now obviously on the Diva, just trying to stall out for as long as possible. They are using that rush, but another good day from KDM, just assists in demeching the Diva. And now the spawn has been walled off as well. 0.37 meters to go, and that'll be it. Wasp, oh no, with 2.5 minutes in the time and complete Circuit Royale. Off the back of that Widowmaker. A lot of those nades too. KDM putting up large numbers, especially on that first attack with the nade slam.
This completion felt like an inevitability. Like all those things that you said, on top of the fact that we just saw some great slams coming through from Ostrix and LP too. Like the sound barriers were really nice. Just even if I just felt like you didn't need them because the damage was coming through so thick and fast. It was nice to just know, like, hey, we got our insurance policy. Like it's all good. Everybody had their hand in the mix though, and with actually picking up those kills. Have two on the May, fantastic, loved it. No notes.
It worked really well, to be fair. Yeah, looked super good.
He's not playing Tracer. He's probably very happy.
Yeah, they were like hard focusing the tank, which in that comp, honestly, you kind of got to do.
Yeah.
took down Isaac when he was using that flux. Isaac's slow, so he can get up to the sky. Pretty easy to kind of focus down after that. And then Isaac's like, well, I have to switch. Like, I have to go Diva or something, stopping this Wrecking Ball getting away with murder. Even the Mei right clicks too. The ball really wants to kind of follow up on damage or set up for a kill, and then everybody else follows up with damage. And Mei and Widowmaker are two very good characters to do that with. If you land a body shot with the Mei, body shot with the, or a headshot with the Mei, or a body shot with the Widow, like, you can follow that up super fast with the ball and guarantee yourselves kills. And this is, oh yeah, taking more of a conventional approach here, apart from Gurkmeister on the junk, of course. But it's quite greedy, especially against what we've seen Ostrix doing in the last couple of maps on the Wrecking Ball.
Well, Ostrix almost got deleted. I saw that health bar dissipate super fast. You get accretioned, and then you just have the rest of the team focus fire. You're kind of delivering back the same medicine that Oh No was dealing to you. 6P was probably so angry just after all of that focus fire. And in some cases too, I feel like you can almost, you can't ignore the Wrecking Ball, but I think you can leave it alone. And in some cases, just kind of leave it for the last little bit. If you see that Orb of Discord on it though, yeah, take it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the biggest hindrance there, apart from the rocks. With a Wild Gurk just lands a left click on the main from a little mile away. I mean, that's the Discord on the ball, hit the Storm Arrows, you're pretty dead. And, even just hitting some of the left clicks from the Junkrat too, to be fair. Nice try. They get a kill on the Widow? Not quite. Cracksuit is out of there, use the grapple to get away.
Yeah, like Ostrix can get trapped or get rocked. Either of those things are going to slow down the movement considerably, and then you have all the focus fire in the world with all of that increased damage. There is going to be a nano onto Ostrix. I feel like it was a little too late though, given that checkpoint was already given over.
Good.
Ooh, big lamp though to save the Zenyatta.
Really nice lamp there, yeah. And now Gurkmeister on the flank, high in the sky, a little bomber from the skies, and the KDM is dead. Ostrix eventually takes down the Zenyatta. I think it's pretty greedy, but it's working out for them. LP gets rocked too, and now they just have to deal with this Wrecking Ball. He's just going to stall for eternity, or at least try to. 4.5 minutes and 5 ultimates as well. We'll see if Ostrix can get much with the mines, because as soon as those mines hit, you just use Trans. I mean, what else are you using the Transcendence against? I guess the beat to kind of match it, or you trance the Blizzard.
Blizzard, I was gonna think.
With the amount of damage that can come through, it's probably not advised.
I think it's enough to outpace it. Yeah, I think you just use it, right? I think, like, especially to shore up the second point, not a bad time to just throw the Transcendence in there and use it.
Well, there's the Flux, sound barrier. Okay, good trade. Sights have been used as well, of course, and here comes the Blizzard. It's ticking down the, it's ticking down the Sigma, but very quickly it becomes unfrozen. Of course, that tank passive coming into its full effect there. As Hev does end up blocking the rock with the block. He might end up winning this 1v1. Oh, not quite. Wow. Isaac still comes out on top of that 1v1 somehow. The rest of the team are more than happy just sitting on this high ground. And now Hev switching to Tracer to try and get this final touch. As he cracks his 1 HP. Countering
Could you imagine if the melee damage scaled with how big your character is? So like
Mauga
Tracer,
would do, like one-shot Tracer.
Mauga, Doomfist probably.
Yeah.
Like the most
Very
melee
OP,
damage, and then Ana and Zenyatta, like little slaps. That's it.
Good shot by Ken. Yeah, I think that'd be quite OP, personally.
That'd be really funny. That's a free April Fool's idea.
I was going to say, luckily that hero designer role at Blizzard got closed, thankfully, Rose.
Oh man, that was my application.
Yeah, that was, yeah. Your application was give bigger heroes more melee damage, and they instantly declined.
That's honestly, it makes sense. It's a really bad idea. They shouldn't actually take it. But speaking of Zenyatta's, Ilby has switched to Zenyatta also, so switching off of the Lucio. Gonna match that a little bit better for what Saipe has. Also, again, Orb of Transcendence doesn't have her Ostrix. Definitely helps out with some of those flanks.
Or the Gurk. Oh, doesn't end up getting ignited either. KDM needs some serious heals. Alright, Ken finally put in their place as Ostrix boosts him out from the high ground. Here comes the nano boost. They're just going to disengage completely, hoping that Slam doesn't find anything. No, you see that instantly put the Discord on him, and now they have to just turn, tail, and run.
Where did those dragons go?
They went on the point. Slam mines.
now there's
Window
mines there.
used. Ostrix. Yeah, he's going to be able to stall, just jumping over the orbs. The orbs are kind of dominating Ostrix as they were fired under the payload. But they did end up forcing trance. Oh, good eat, 180'd.
Hev is down 2, so that's just going to be another player out of the picture. And I think we're going to see a completion pretty shortly here.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Only 3 minutes to go. It's all falling apart for Wasp, unfortunately. Hev has switched over to the Sombra. Maybe getting a manual hack here onto Isaac, forcing the Transcendence there. Oh my word, still. Doing so much damage on the high ground. No shot, he kills the Kiriko with the Baby Diva. Got the Orb of Harmony too, so Isaac's staying alive a lot longer than he should have done. It takes out LP on the Zen.
I actually thought that maybe Isaac was going to get back in mech there. Unfortunately didn't, so the push is stopped for now, but not before Hev falls right into a trap and gets killed by Gurkmeister again. I swear! Gurkmeister is like out for like vengeance today or something. Poor Hev has been on the receiving end of a trap at a couple of mines every single map of this game
Just
so
talk
far.
smack about him in solo queue, that's probably what it was. All right, self-destruct on the point. Gurkmeister comes up with, yet another kill. It's all good though. Hev is back, all boy down. Still finding something in this fight. Ostrix is going to be able to swing around here, but against the Junkrat and the Discord Orb, little to no chance, unfortunately. Craxu on the Tracer, dies to the trap. Double trap kill. That's a rare one. Gurkmeister taking down Ostrix and Craxu with a trap. My word. 1 minute and 45. A little bit slower there than Wasp. Getting a brief pause, potentially wondering how Gurkmeister got the trap there, but you can, if it's been deployed, you can deploy another one, so, you know, instantly kind of killing back to back. Not sure. Like, a legend on the Junkrat at the moment, and they both teams managed to finish the Circuit Royale, so we're going to extra rounds.
It's just Blizzard World all over again, except it's not a hybrid map, but you get my point.
Yeah.
It's, you know, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued because I actually couldn't tell you how this map is going to go, because it feels like it has a firm handle on things, but then when Craxu is actually able to play the Widowmaker, there's just so much snowball potential if Craxu gets a pick on the attack, and then you just kind of keep cycling through with those quick sniper shots.
Yeah. Just getting word, Ostrix didn't end up DCing, so they are going to just rejoin the lobby in just a moment. Luckily, it was the end of the round too, so...
I was going to say, if it had to happen, it's great that it was at the end of the...
No ult charge was lost. We're all good. We're going to extra rounds now. Elimination match, of course, worth keeping in mind. This group is the fight for second place, as ENCE did end up qualifying with a 6-0 map scoreline on a 2-0 series scoreline. A little rematch here between and Wasp. Oh no. 3-3. There you go. 1 minute 45 versus 2:29 on the clock. On the attack once again.
The scoreline is already better for Oh No in this match, though, because the last time that they faced each other, it was a 3-0 for so the fact that Wasp Oh No has already gotten a point on the board for a map is really, really big, especially because it was Nepal of all maps. And now that when you take a look kind of at the rest of the map pool, and the fact that we're going into extra rounds here with Wasp having a time pick advantage, I think they should be feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see any big swaps.
Hev is on Echo, actually. That's a big one. That's new. I like it, actually. I really like it. If you're expecting to come back out on the Sigma, then you have an actionable way to get behind the shield and maybe even just, again, focus fire down the tank. That was something that I felt like Wasp was struggling to do on the actual defense. On the attack, as you pointed out, like, all eyes were on Isaac. It was, you had to, like, make sure that this tank was out of the picture, and the Echo is definitely one way to do that, a little bit faster with the focus beam.
Yeah, let's have a little look then. See if Ken's going to swap up here. Of course, we mentioned yesterday, Hunter actually pretty decent against the Echo now. You can one-shot the Echo after that 25 HP nerf, so you're feeling pretty confident against it, if you are Ken. Actually landing the shots on the Echo sometimes quite difficult, and dodging the Widowmaker too, but it's all good. The Gurks here to follow up on that trade.
still smooth sailing so far here for yeah. Because it's not too bad to like lose a player right now. You have the respawn advantage, but you got to deal with. Actually, the backline is so low.
These mines. These mines. Oh, Ev and Craxu once again. The DPS for Wasp. Oh no. Kind of making sure it's tough for yeah to peek around these corners.
Isaac's gonna switch. The Sigma not working. Maybe a little too frustrated with something
This feels
like
better.
the Echo. It does feel better because Isaac now actually has a way to contest the Echo up there. And similarly with the Wrecking Ball as well, you can just chase it down with the boosters.
Pretty early lap,
that.
actually. Coming through from yeah. Looked like Cool Boy was kind of chilling, but they still managed to kill Ostrix. Oh, the ricochet shots. Oh, ricochet shot actually headshot there. See if I don't think there's going to be any follow-up, no, but they are going to cap point, more importantly. 10 seconds to go, however. Yeah. Transcendence and Window approaching. Ideally, Kirkmeister gets a tire and they can get up to this point with a little bit more ease, because you best believe Ostrix is going to be perma-slamming the backline now as Isaac has to hold this corner quite aggressively. A Transcendence on the point from LP. Ostrix going pretty low. Has to find the ball. No! Ostrix is on the point alone with the Transcendence. Oh, dearie me. And yeah, Cool Boy used the window and Kirkmeister with an aerial shot on Hev. Oh, it's all falling apart for Wasp. Oh, no.
Oh boy. Yeah, like you have to send the Transcendence in there because Ostrix can perma-stall the point, but then the Zenyatta is vulnerable once you get out of the Transcendence. No one is there to actually back up the Zenyatta, and so this could just be a point capture here and starting to quickly move into third. You still have the Transcendence from Saipe, which is one of the reasons why I think this, and then also the tire. You can't just transcend through that, and yeah, there's so many places to hide for this. You have to contest point.
Taking the gazebo route. He's half HP right now. Oh, ends up getting the cloned Diva mech. It's going to be really quick. Have only needs a couple of shots here with the pistol to get a remech. There it is. Nano boost deployed onto Ostrix. Good lamp though. Good reaction times there from Cool Boy, keeping the Hanzo alive. Mines deployed on the point, but it should be an easy cleanup here for Saipe. Look at him bouncing around with the Transcendence, and that should be the point 2. 0.49 meters, and the Wrecking Ball focused out with the Discord Orb applied. And oh yeah, with 5 points on Circuit Royale. Saipe with a nice kick onto Hev as he tried to assassinate him.
Oh, and it just keeps going from here. Already eliminating the sight lines that Craxu has as Isaac gets his micro missiles from so far away, it felt like. And Hev is immediately going to switch back over to the Tracer. You've got to get some fast heroes on the board right now because everything is starting to fall apart so quickly. We're already rounding the final corner here for this payload, and you still have this Diva from Isaac that can just hold that window with the mech.
Yeah, no real ultra speak up as well from Wasp.
No, like
Got a
maybe
remech
the LP
available.
Transcendence, but
You are chilling.
For what?
You're waiting for like a one shot hit from Craxu. Trace it in. All good though, and there is the remake. At least they forced the Diva to use that, and they almost managed to finish off Isaac 2 in Pilot Diva form. They must have been like sub 20 HP, but there's the kill. KDM down to Saipe. And a window is going to be hard now for Wasp to deal with. Not sure Ostrix is going to stay around for much longer, although taking an alternate route is going to be the name of the game. Gokmeister perma spamming this backline as well, playing a little bit more defensive than you'd normally see. And here come the kills, but look at that payload though. Such an awkward position for this fight to end. 5 points on the board for yeah, as Wasp eventually managed to wipe them from the points. But a tough one to actually get done. 2.5 minutes. This is going to be a little bit of a miracle, I think, unless, I mean, Craxu just finds an extra 5 kills with the Widowmaker.
yeah, the part where the payload is stuck is so difficult because this is where the Junkrat can really thrive. You can sit around one of those corners, lying and waiting for whoever is actually going to start walking through that choke point when you actually get to that final like little golden box, if we even get there. So yeah, it definitely feels like an uphill battle. Even though Waspo No is coming into this one with that increased time bank, it's still only 45 seconds. Gonna get some ultimates online though, but when you look at the actual point presence that you can have, you can't really just leave the Wrecking Ball to sit on point. because it needs the health packs, it needs the mobility to really find that value. So I think it's going to be a little bit tough. Maybe it's going to be Hev's job as like kind of like the pseudo DPS tank, I guess, for the team. But IR coming out of this one with the Ramatra, the Junkrat, the Mei. They want to finish this one fast, Jaws. They're really looking for a lot of team fights here.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to want to fight on spawn doors. Honestly, mad respect as well. Chengdu Hunter's skin for Gurk.
Escort the payload.
Oh, they know, yeah. Yep, there you go. They see the Ramatra staff just peeking around the corner. How do
they're not
they
gonna change.
tackle this one? Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if they didn't. The wall is still pretty good here. You can wall people off in that room, like if someone does end up peeking their head a little bit too far out. But just getting this payload past this initial choke is going to be very tough. Cracksu even taking a random icicle there. Nice nade.
Oh, I mean, you just have the Junkrat that can continuously spam in the doors, and how do you actually bully them out of there, right? The Immortality field is down, so Sleipe doesn't have that in the kit anymore to throw out.
Nice wall, though.
Yeah, that's one way to do it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Was the kind of the game plan there. Just wall off Isaac as they want to touch. Isaac pushes out, they wall, and they just focus them down. But still, a lot of time kind of burn. 1 minute and 25, and they're going to get an easy recontest. Close to the Blizzard, too. Ken did a lot of damage in the last fight.
Yeah, Ken did a ton. Aya's actually going to switch things up, too, though, so they can get back to point a little bit faster with Isaac switching back over to the D.Va.
Oh,
that was
what?
Okay,
Come on.
I would back up now, I think, if I were. Oh, no.
That is like,
Oh,
I
so
can't.
funny.
Just, I can envision the eye roll coming through, getting killed by that. I can envision it. Like,
Oh my god. Again, it's the doctorate of the House of Junkrat. Like, I don't know. It's so
disgusting
funny.
stuff. Always.
Actually so
Whenever you
funny.
see junk players, just the wacky and wildest angles and the random kills, just galore. Create highlight
Oh,
reels
so
in
good.
themselves. A lot of ultimates though from Wasp. Got the sights to start them off with. So
Not really that impactful on this part, though.
what is that? Crazy walking up to Ken pretty much. They do end up getting the kill too. It was pretty good stead. They force Isaac out of mech. That kill on the Mei who just lobbed in the Blizzard into the front line. They should be able to get this first point pretty easily now.
Yeah. This is where the going starts to get tough, though, because it is overtime. They get a good amount of cleanup, though, so it's going to have to be a full reset here for Aya as they come back out of spawn. But I look at this and I go, okay, well, so who sits on cart, right? Because now you can't get off of it because the overtime is activated. It can't always be Ostrix because Ostrix needs to go and actually, like, do things. It's got the mines activated that you can go lay down maybe even in the back line.
Wow.
And, like, yeah, that, like... Now who do you sit there? I was gonna say
Yeah.
Widowmaker.
I think Cracksu was Sonicked as well, so easily seen. Gurkmeister's tires doing a lot. Oh, the Ajax! Oh, Ilp saw the tire come and hit Q anyway, and that's gonna be that. Oh yeah, with the W. What a better way to find a dub there. Hitting the Ajax. Gurkmeister putting up highlight reels once again. Ilp, head in hand. Not sure how it happened. We do, because we've got first-person POV of it. Beautiful stuff, captured in 4K quality. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, with match point after a beautiful circuit.
Yeah, so it was a beautiful circuit. It was starting to look a little grim for them, and then we ended up seeing how they progressed through that third point, and everything felt like super smooth. Unfortunately, the Circuit Royale pick from Oh No, and not quite working out for them.
It looked kind
And
of
now where do they go?
It looked good on their offense, but yeah, unfortunate there. I mean, look, you end up going around to random Junkrat spam, and then you end up going down to Gurkmeister's tire. What more can be said? Got to be scared of the Gurk.
If it ain't one, then it is the other.
Exactly. Oh yeah, one map away, sorry, from taking the series and find themselves in second place in this group, making it to the main event in the EMEA region, joining Ent out of Group B. Going on to our potential final map, Push and Flashpoint remain as we jump into some highlights from that last map.
Oh, the slam, the purple. Oh, so good. So I like just getting a chance to see that replay again where KDM got just like the absolute fattest anti-nade and then followed up with a couple of shots to just like add a couple to the highlight reel. I gotta shout out KDM for a second because even though these maps haven't gone the way of Oh No, I felt like KDM on the Ana gave them so much firepower. So good. So cool.
Yeah, it's hard to be the highlight sometimes on the when you're losing, but KDM, yeah, it came up big with the nanos and the nades more often than not.
Yeah.
That was a really nice kill, really nice 180. Yeah, a whole lot of silliness in this map, but I wouldn't have Overwatch any other way. I'm sure the audience wouldn't either.
I love EMEA for this. I love EMEA for this. Yeah, I just like, I feel like whenever we've looked at the tier 2 regions in like contenders era, I feel like this is where we ended up seeing so many just unique looks and why we get a chance to see Reinhardt play, for example, because everybody gets so good and has such high mastery of one, maybe two heroes, but they still get a chance to showcase that. And we're still getting a chance to see high-level Overwatch at this level for the Overwatch Champions Series with Junkrat OTPs, Wrecking Ball like OTPs. It's great.
That was the hardest hard to go.
Shout out to Ostrix.
Like, just WM1 at the May, like, who's not even a meter away from you. Yeah, good stuff from so far. Yeah, we'll see a little bit of Reinhardt a bit later. Of course, the SRP check versus Super Shy. We are third match of today in EMEA. But now it is Wasp's choice. Going to Circuit Royale was not, unfortunately, successful for them, although it did look good on their first attack. But now we go to either a flashpoint or a push game type. We'll have to wait and see before we find that out. We can just toss the break and yeah, we'll go from there. We'll give their players a little couple of minutes and to recover from that Ajax, and we'll take a couple of minutes as well. Don't go anywhere. Map number 4 coming up soon. Suravasa is the map. We're about to get into our 4th map of this series between Oh Yeah and Oh No, or Wasp Oh No, whichever way you want to take that one. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Suravasa was the pick of Wasp here after they lost circuit in quite an unbelievable fashion, honestly. A Gurkmeister tire hitting Ilp a little bit late.
Is that unbelievable or is that believable? Like,
it's planned.
I think that was calculated.
Calculated. Fully calculated.
Yeah,
Understood.
Totally. Scripted.
Never underestimate Junkrat tire. Does more damage than you think from what like insane ranges, and yeah, it lasts for
That's
about
true.
2 years before it detonates. We'll see if Wasp will know. Serves a little bit better. And I am forever. See
Hey, I did find some prettier pigeons for you. You have to admit they're out there.
Yeah.
They're out there. Just maybe not in these games. We'll get the devs to reskin it for you. Maybe that'll make it better.
Just give me the little Lego brick bastion pigeon, Ganymede. Just give me those everywhere.
Oh, that'd be cute, actually. Yeah, hype. I like it.
Birds are not real. So true. Wasp will know. Running out with Ostrix, of course, on the board. But I really like this May pick, actually. We seem to have rocking the May for quite some time now in this series, and
it's been good.
I think against the Diva especially, it could be quite tough. If you don't have those thrusters, you're so easy to kind of focus down.
Yep, get the slow and then easier pickings for the rest of the team. Krax is on the Tracer though, so I've absolutely decided to just kind of give it up for the time being, as it is going to be Oh No that ends up getting the flashpoint first.
Nice headshot though from Ken. Hard to dislodge this high ground control too. With the amount of damage, it's going to be up to Ostrix to stop Ken getting away with just devastating things in the backline or in your backline, I should say. KDM hitting the Suzu to get out of there, but it will be a very quick flip coming through from Oh Yeah. Wasp only getting 32%.
All right, 32% is not bad, especially when you're kind of running the Wrecking Ball composition. You do want to try to get control of these points first, and then it's so much easier to stall out for time and actually extend a lot of these fights because of the stall presence that you have. But now that Oh Yeah are in control, we've already got mech for Isaac, actually. That's crazy, actually. Unless he's de-mech'd right now? No, he's just gonna have the bomb activated.
Yeah, it did a lot of damage in that last fight. I mean, a lot of the cleanups too.
Surprised.
With the spam damage from Gurk and Ken.
True.
Oh, they found the trap. Ev has been, the keen senses there have been trained over the last couple of maps. Ev has been foiled by the trapper quite a number of times, mostly on the Tracer. Wow, don't normally see a May up there. Nice little boop helping May get to the high ground, but unfortunately, Isaac once again receiving that nano boost. A big key to their success over the last couple of maps. If it's not been Kragsu just taking names and numbers with the headshots on the other side of things, it's been Isaac on the Diva receiving the nano. Kragsu still putting in big numbers though, killing Gurk. OT for Oh Yeah, as they are now jumping back onto the point. Isaac just being so aggressive on the Diva is unable to help the rest of his squad with that Matrix, and they actually forego this capture point as Wasp end up capping.
Well, it's going to be the Bob from Oh Yeah that's going to try to bully everybody off and at least forces out the May wall here, but Ostrix, Ilp, they both fall off of the point. Oh my god.
Cool Boy was standing still as well. Well, Kraxu's found a double kill with the pulse bomb. Can do it with the Widow, can do it with the Tracer too. You can see why Team Schmungus picked up Kraxu. Last stage. But Cyper, all good. Window on the high ground, selfishly using that one. And with a 1 HP on the ball, can they survive? Yes, of course they can, as Ostrix runs away to that mega health pack, and it's actually Wasp looking like they're going to take this first point, unless Oh Yeah can get back in time. Although there's wave respawns on Isaac and Cyper, it's going to be pretty tough, like you said. And it looks like, yep, they're not getting it. Not against the May, no way.
Yeah, if it wasn't going to be like the ball knocking them back, then it was definitely going to be a May wall that was going to block their entry point. So May as well get the jump on it. Oh No is actually going to make it to the point first, though, as we take a look at Temple as our next one. Ruins, whatever. I'm thinking of like Legends.
There's a lot of point names, bro.
No, you were like Legends of the Hidden Temple. That's what I was thinking of, actually. This is what that gives me the vibes. Great game show, by the way. Anyway, no ults on the board here for Oh Yeah as we look at this one. KDM is off the board.
KDM fell off the map.
Yeah.
I think.
So you don't need ults. Just.
Oh. It's Ah, dearie me. I saw KDM use the Suzu there after they got anti, but I'm pretty sure KDM just walked off the map, just held S. Was like, my bad, guys. You got wall climb too. What happened? Maybe a bit weird, tricky geometry. Not sure.
I don't know. Well, no.
Rest in peace.
I feel like the death floor on this map is really high. Like you are off the map.
Let's not
for,
give
like,
me excuses, Rose.
Okay.
Come on now.
All right.
There's the
Fair.
slam on the high ground. Easy kill onto Cypher. They follow up with a kill onto Ken. Not sure. Oh, these double boops from Ostrix. You know you're against a good ball player when they can those double boops really consistently. Nano boost onto the Ash, though, is going to be a formidable foe. Nice headshot from, onto LP, and Ostrix getting stuck in Gurk's trap. That's a team wipe.
Well, Wasp are in a bit of a pickle, aren't they? How did they get back into this one?
Say they're in a little bit of a gherkin.
They're in a little bit of a Gurk pickle. Hey, you picked up what I was putting down. I'm so
Okay.
proud of you.
Gurkmeister.
The Gurk.
Well, they got Blizzard at least. Who did they lock down here? Look how far. Oh, yeah, playing away. Like, they
And
know.
tires first.
Uh-oh. Ah, the infinite stall tire. Here we go. Waiting for the call. Hasn't taken any damage just yet. Oh, a lot of damage on Ostrix to get the kill. And they do. Nice damage onto the Wrecking Ball, and now the ball out of the picture, meaning Hev is going to be after one to touch. They do manage to get the D-back on Isaac, but I think it's going to be point over to as both supports are now down for Wasp. But yeah, they didn't even get a chance to use the Blizzard, unfortunately.
No Blizzard, no problem actually, because now they can maybe use it for this next point instead. As we take a look at where the next flashpoint's gonna go, I do wonder if it's gonna be kind of one of the smaller points, or if we are going over to Palace and like that doesn't really work out for you, but kind of looks like we're heading over to Gardens. So, that's gonna be a little bit harder, I think, to use the Blizzard, but not impossible.
Yeah, it's not impossible. The point's still pretty enclosed. Although because his comp is just sitting all the way at the back, you're gonna have to just speed boost it
Run
with the
at them.
Yeah, exactly. Speed boost in with the May might be the name of the game here.
Okay, I dig it.
Permanent looking at Ostrix. That window is going to be quite frustrating to deal with. It does end up going away. As Ono used that sound barrier to try and cap this point. No kills initially as LP just ends up falling over to Isaac. That sound barrier, you ideally obviously would have used that to push into the back line, but they were unable to get past all that damage. The overhealth just disappeared. Just didn't have any effect really for Wasp.
Yeah, the Amp Matrix was just like so good there on that corner, and that completely denied that entry route that you were talking about, where you can't push in with the sound barrier, you can't push in to get the Blizzard back there either. And so now Wasp, they gotta go back to the drawing board for this one. And now, I have even more ultimates to use here when you look at the Nano onto Isaac again.
Well, there's the dive once again, using that rush. Spinning around, isolating Cool Boy. Slam comes in. Nade to save them for half a second or so. KDM's there with the follow-up. And there is the flip that you wanted. Mines available too. Mines and Pulse Bomb. It's backlining. You have to be really careful pushing up into this one, because getting a slam and mines in that small enclosed space, like, good luck. Some of those mines are going to stick to the wall, so when you get slammed up, those mines are just going to hit you before you even get even touch the ground again.
Don't have a Zenyatta with Transcendence to play pinball in, so you do have to just kind of take those on the chin. Gurkmeister's in another tire. Let's see what it's got. Show us what you got.
Straight over the top. Oh, the schmovement from the tire here. Oh, straight for the Lucio. No!
Oh, my
KDM
God, after
using
the
the Suzu too early. Oh, rest in peace. Yeah, really tough to judge when the Wrecking Ball is going to get that one off, sadly. And there goes the backline. Isaac following up. That'll be the flip from Arya. Unless Ono want to just kind of stay in this one, but no, they've got time. They've only got 55%, so you're thinking they can come back. Not a problem. Still got the mines.
Definitely, yeah.
And the pulse bomb, of course.
Yeah, the pulse bomb's good. I think LP too. Like, if you work maybe with your Wrecking Ball to get some of the healing out, maybe you get the sound barrier up too.
Nice kill into side there. That lamp got instantly deleted. As soon as it was deployed, the mines just finished it off really quick. That's a quick team fight there from Wasp. They lose LP. Shouldn't matter. There's the flip. That might just be point as well. Look at Cool Boy is having just such a tough time. You will is the honor, of course. You've already got 1 day, 1 sleep dart, right? But having a really rough go at it, especially with Saipe dead. You are just a sitting duck for this ball. And there's the point. Waspo no on Flashpoint point as well.
Yeah. We still haven't come up with a good name for that, have we?
Yeah, I mean, they're on map point, I suppose. I think that would probably be not
okay.
because it's not match
like
point. It will be map point, I suppose.
Map point.
Makes the most sense to me.
Too many.
Well, yeah, I've got a lot of ults here. They've got the Bob. At least the Bob can be quite a nuisance for the Wrecking Ball.
The Bob is good, but you do have LP Sound Barrier coming up soon. And the fact that Wasp have made it to the point first, they can actually play with this Mei from the defensive position, so like wall somebody off. Bob first.
Mei is super good here. Yeah, Bob then beats, like you were saying. Nil Naden to front line though. Crash's pulse bomb, I think potentially got cancelled. I saw the little icon light up, and here's go, Meister with the nano. Any kills? Throwing those bombs into the back line.
Yeah.
KDM just explodes into a million pieces. They find a complete team kill, only losing Isaac too.
I feel like the Kitsune rush for the Junkrat sometimes is like one of those like airplane tarmac light strips, where it's like, please shoot here.
It really is, yeah. I mean, you just kind of spam in their general direction. Same with window in a way. Obviously, you don't want to pick the window, but you just fire it
Yeah, but it's like
through
you
the
see
window.
the window, you're like,
kill.
oh, okay, you know, side eye it a little bit, throw the things in there. Yeah, absolutely.
I know where to shoot.
Yes.
Well, mine's on the high ground just to kind of dissuade Saipe staying up there. Lamb comes in clutch, but once again, kind of taken out quite easily. Of course, Callboy's not really got an angle to heal the bat on the high ground. They've used this tire too. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Good sleep. That's how you deal with a Wrecking Ball. Sleep into the tire, into the nade, easy as you like. 70% for, oh yeah, but the flip still goes through to Wasp. They're still skirmishing on this point. It's where they can actually secure kills.
Yeah, like that was a ton of ultimates to come through. Very messy. Hive does have the Blizzard though, so you could use that. Just try to time it versus the defense matrix here from the D.Va. And Ozric's got to pick two. Maybe you don't even need the Blizzard, but you do have it. Just like keep control of the point.
Oh, Blizzard's going to get deployed on the point. I'm sure it's going to... Oh, he caught two people. Where's the follow-up? You got to follow up? There it is. All right, KDM with a couple of headshots from downtown. Make that a third, actually. As that cool boy ends up succumbing to the Kiriko. Good Blizzard. I'm surprised. It looked like that potentially wouldn't have caught them, or at least they might have been able to get out, but unfortunately for them, they didn't end up going down. They are going to get a touch, however.
They are with a nano as well. So Ningano went to Isaac, and Isaac after the squishies, and maybe we actually do get a chance to see a 2-2 here.
They're going to nano Goat Meister again.
Oh my god.
You won't.
So funny. Do it, do it, do it, do it.
Oh, Saipe's already dead. No nano on the D.Va. Yeah, you have to. Get the additional health, the additional sustainability, although unfortunately, you are still looking at Hev, who's just left-clicking you to death pretty much. There goes Isaac. I mean, Wasp will know, we've got Sound Barrier too. They're going to come back. They're going to find the map as well. Oh, yeah. I taken to a map number 5. Completely opposite of what happened in their first series. It was a 3-0. Pretty close. I mean, like we mentioned before, Blizzard was the 5-4 affair, but going to a map number 5. The Wrecking Ball versus the Junkrat. Hey, we're going all the way here in EMEA. We had 2 map 5s yesterday as well, kind of carrying on that streak.
I am here for it. I'm so here for it. And we got Reinhardt gameplay later.
Yeah. I'm
so excited. Wow, we going to about 5. Interesting, Jaws. I want to know your thoughts about where you think we're going from here, because it is going to be Aya's choice, and it's push.
Honestly, anywhere at this point, I don't know. Probably not New Queen Street. Runasapi, if I had to make a guess.
I'm okay with more Runasapi, even if just because it's a gorgeous map.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you can play a lot more things on Runasapi compared to New Queen Street and Colosseo, so yeah, Runasapi is probably my guess.
All right,
obviously,
I'm strapping in for
will be
Runasapi.
picking. Yeah, there you go. Lock it in. Lock it in, guys. Here's some highlights for you from that last one. Yeah, very chaotic energy from from this game so far. Really living up to kind of EU as a region, EMEA.
Love it. I feel like we're looking at one player's perspective, and then there's a bunch of other little 1v1 and 2v2s happening.
7 fights happening at once.
Yeah. And then it's like, wow, how did Craxu get a 2k pulse bomb? That's crazy. Or like, where did those mines go? Well, 2 people are dead now because of that, so the fight's over. Absolutely wild. It's been really, really fun to watch these two teams go at it. Makes it a little bit more chaotic to follow, but so many different hero choices already between the two teams. We had two completely different backline choices from both of them, with the Kiriko Lucio there for Oh No, and then you also had the Ana Baptiste for Oh Yeah. Maybe a little bit more diveable when you just look at how they operate together. I kind of feel like maybe it was a bit exploited by the Wrecking Ball and the Mei.
Now's the time, I think, to bring in Chasm.
I think you're right.
I think it's time, to be
I mean,
honest.
Isaac's been doing a great job, but I think give the people what they want, which is the Wrecking Ball versus Wrecking Ball. More chaos.
Yeah, I mean, the stars don't mean much here. Let's be real. Let's be real. A lot of damage, a lot of healing. Like, you know, it's pretty chaotic with the ball, with the junk. Like, a lot of healing thrown out, a lot of damage, etc. So, yeah, no. They take that with a little pinch of salt, because look at the damage for Wasp compared to, oh yeah, he did 45k versus Wasp's 34. And Wasp still ended up coming out with a map, so yeah, there you go. All the way to our map number 5 here after that win on Suravasa, and a little bit KDA as well. Yeah, so yeah, stats don't mean everything. There you go, stats heads out there. I'm sorry, sometimes if it's a little bit too chaotic, then it's hard to tell what's really gone on.
A lot of deaths
more like,
with very little damage. People exploded.
Exactly. And more like, I'd say, if you look at, you know, Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon, you could extrapolate maybe a little bit more from the stats, but in this series, not so much, it feels like. All right, Push is our next game mode. Like I mentioned, it's Olye's pick, so where are we going to go? Not entirely sure, but I've got a feeling it's going to be Runasapi. Yeah, good looking map, and also, I think, a lot more opportunities to basically play whatever you want. The other two maps are a little bit more enclosed, so we haven't seen New Queen Street in, God, it feels like forever. But I think a lot of players preferring Runasapi, a little bit more open to...
It's fun to play.
Yeah,
it's very fun to play. Yeah.
Although they did fix the Colosseo bridge stall recently. I don't know if anybody saw on the match notes. You can't stall on the bridge anymore, thankfully. They lowered the hitbox of the bot to the point where you can't perma-stall, which is nice, because that made Colosseo one of the worst maps, was getting it to the bridge and then the tank just sits on high ground and you can't do anything. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see if it's... Oh, well, speaking of which, it's not Runasapi. It's, it is going to be Colosseo.
We suck at these predictions today.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what to do. We've gotten every single one wrong. It's fine. It's all good. Colosseo, not complaining, yeah. It's all good. I like it.
Yeah, against the Wrecking Ball too, I mean, hey. Wrecking Ball's, I will say, maybe you have the advantage playing the Diva here, but anything could happen in this series. I don't think there's going to be any substitutions, unfortunately, either. So, yeah, not bringing in the Chasm. Well, yeah, as we load it on in.
Chasm later, I hope.
Yeah, I hope so. Map number 5 between Wasp and Arya. Winner here goes through to the main event next week. Loser goes home and has to fight their way once again through that open bracket in stage number 4.
Still a lot of points on the line, though, to finish out the stage number 3. Definitely make sure you're racking up those points so you can earn your ticket to DreamHack Stockholm. We're definitely going to see everybody still put their best foot forward, because that's coming up pretty quick, actually. I can't believe it. It's only in a couple of months that we're going to be going to DreamHack.
Yeah, it feels... I reckon that time is going to, like, disappear. Like, DreamHack's a little bit farther away, but I think it's going to creep up on us like most events do, which is nice. I don't mind. I can't wait to go to DreamHack. It's going to be a good time. Get your tickets now. They're on sale. There's my plug for the match.
I love it.
All right.
All right. So we got the Diva here from Isaac into the Wrecking Ball once again. Hev is going to be sticking on the Mei with Cracksu picking up the Tracer. But I love that Cool Boy and Saipe have actually switched to the Lucio and the Kiriko for this one. I kind of wonder how that last map would have gone if they had a little bit more mobility instead of like the Ana and the Baptiste. So...
Slam. That was a really nice slam. Unfortunate timing there from Saipe using that Suzu super early. And that slam came in just after it expired, and Cool Boy just annihilated by the kunais from KDM.
Still going to be a little bit of progress here from Wasp as Anya gets set back up. Isaac got demeched though, so this is actually gonna, if Isaac can't get back in, like this is gonna be a pretty big amount of meterage that Wasp are gonna be able to start grabbing. No ultimates online just yet. Saipe actually gonna potentially be up to the Kitsune Rush first, and Isaac switching off the Diva to go over to the Winston. That is very interesting. Maybe thinking that there isn't a whole lot of projectile that like you can actually eat with a Diva, and the bubbles would be a bit more effective to section off somebody from healing or something.
Nice Suzu there. How long can Saipe stay alive? Ostrix is doing so much work in the backline, a lot of the time focusing out Coolboy. Yeah, there you go. Lucio down once again. There's been a Blizzard and a Rush deployed on the point, so Ostrix cooldowns, they're going to be off pretty quickly, but Gerkmeister, yeah, like you mentioned in the previous map, Rose, you see that Rush popping? Well, I'm just going to fire straight into it because everybody's trying to make full use of it. So Gerkmeister ends up picking up a couple of kills, and yeah, get the bot moving in their favor now. Winston picked by Isaac, by the way, switching away from the Diva.
Yeah, and already, like, when that happened, I think, like, only was able to keep about 15% of that ultimate charge. So he's already put in a ton of work in that last fight to have his primal rage up pretty quick.
Oh, just following Ostrix with the tire. I mean, that looks ridiculous. Up and over. Everybody look at this. Yeah, nice disengage there from the wrecking, from the tire.
Oh, Craxu actually picks up Gerkmeister while he was getting ready for that detonation.
These follow-ups too. Coolboy is not having a good day on the Lucio. The peel is just not there for him at all. My word, Wasp, no, just running away with this game. They've got 52 meters, though. They haven't got checkpoint just yet. Should be able to make some decent space. Should be able to get it
before there is a recontest from yeah either. See, yeah, look, like Gerkmeister's already set up. Yeah, you still have the primal rage from Isaac too, and the sound barrier is going to be really nice as well to make sure that you can actually get the defensive up. But you know, they don't even actually get to the point where they can actually make some more progress before Aya come back with reinforcements. And Kadia is dead. I don't know where that happened.
Yeah, Saipet just picks up a kill with a kunais. See, yeah, now just taking control of the ball. They're looking at this wall right now. They know there's a ball behind it. There you go. Ostrix end up going down, once again resetting. But I mean, with the Wasp comp, like with most comps on these maps as well, they're very quick to get back to the fight. So I can't imagine yeah going to get too much meterage. They probably won't even get it under this bridge either. So Ostrix is going to be able to roll out. Plus they're closing in on 5 ults. They've got this sound barrier to match Coolboys.
Yeah, I could see a world where Aya actually uses the sound barrier aggressively just to actually try to get the lead in meterage. Isaac's gonna use the primal rage first though.
Right, they're closing in actually. 45 meters to go, slowly but surely. Wasp don't want to engage here without using a couple of ultimates. There you go, beat to beat. And rush for rush. Also from actually not quite finding too much there apart from that trap. And these mines deployed, it makes it difficult for yeah to actually use their rush, but even just kind of move it. Now Blizzard has been deployed. Nice Suzu timing there from Saipe. Stops people getting frozen up, and ILP, in fact, all Lucio's having a rough go of it. Right now is yeah pick up a couple, and they should be able to get lead off of this. Nice couple of left clicks there from Gerkmeister. Ascends to height, and that should be it. Yeah, Craxu going down, almost a team kill. His health switches over to the Echo now, as yeah take the lead.
Take the lead, maybe not the checkpoint though. Yeah, I was gonna say like Ostrix is still in the wrecking ball, so should be able to get back for the actual contest if they want to, but I think they're just gonna give it up. Yeah, Ostrix doesn't actually want to go in and contest.
Can go manage to defend himself, it looks like it, yeah, all good. Just lobbing grenades into the back line. Truly a master rat. I like the new titles as well, like a legendary rat. I've seen a couple of Junkrat one tricks that have the legendary rat title. Pretty exceptional, honestly. Checkpoint secured by Arya as well. Extending that lead past the checkpoint is always quite important too. They're going to be able to round this corner as well, unless Wasp can actually do something about it. Kennen, a small little 1v1, has the recall. Didn't want to be too aggressive and actually utilize it. Just saved it for another day.
This is smart though. You know, Aya actually just backing up so they can regroup and come back in this one. Isaac has the primal rage again, so a really good way to kind of engage in this fight after going after something like the backline. Cassidy's also very exposed.
Nice Primal Rage from Isaac. Just buying some space here. You can see that bot slowly moving back. Suzu used. Isaac has to get out of there. Oh, the pulse bomb from Ken. A little bit of AoE damage there as that rush. And those bombs, look how fast Gurkmeister is firing. That is ridiculous. Team kill for yeah, they're going to extend their lead even further now. Almost up to 100 meters. It rounds that final corner.
Oh my goodness. This is just where the lead starts to become almost a little bit difficult to overcome. Like, these fights are so back and forth that you're only gaining just a little bit of meterage at a time. The recontests are coming in very quickly. Still 3 minutes and 20 seconds, but now that if Ono wins this one fight, they still have to win, what, like 3 more to get the lead themselves.
So many small fights. There's 2v2 right now. Gurkmeister versus the Tracer. Can he get the shot? Oh, still gets it. How?
Incredible.
How? All right, Gurkmeister and Hev end up trading. Ken's going to die. There's no recall there. 89 meters on the board for yeah. They got Tire. They're going to have poles. They got beat. They can just beat for beat.
Deadeye's not super effective here.
No, I mean,
Like, that's going to be...
Deadeye is basically useless against their comp. I mean, I guess you can zone with it, sure, but everybody's so mobile. Nice initial damage there onto Ostrix hit again. I mean, a lot of the time, Gurkmeister's just been targeting Ostrix. Like, if I get a full detonation of the tire, like max damage, and then we just follow that up, like, we
Yeah,
kill that
full
ball
clip.
pretty quick.
Yeah. Like, Ken has been right there to make sure that the tire damage actually does stick. So really nice to just have that follow-up from them. Isaac's gonna have another Primal Rage again, too. 2 minutes now left in this map. Ono is gonna be in control of the bot for now, but with just the Lucio sound barrier to their name, we have to pay attention to this pulse bomb from Ken to see if it's just gonna chew through any of that.
Good stick. Walks away. It just walks away.
rolls.
All right, sweet. Yeah, all good. Deadeye. I said it was a little bit useless, a good zoning tool, but still managed to come up with a kill. Okay, best ultimate in the game. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go now. Zarya still control the lead as KDM still putting up big numbers on the Kiriko. The neutral damage for Kiriko is still really nice. Like, it got a buff. Like, the headshot multiplier went down from 2.5 to 2, but the base damage of the kunai is doing a lot more than they used to. No longer tickling the opponent, they actually do a sizable amount of damage.
Yeah, it's a good change. Definitely see a lot of high-level Kirikos take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, good. Well, I think it's good for the, like, low-level players, to be honest, and, like, everybody that's not, like, a pro, too, because you're just doing more, like, consistent damage rather than just, like, doing nothing.
You
like,
feel more effective. Yeah.
Just in the neutral. Karaksu. Kind of wish he had the high noon at this point. Joining the fight a little bit late here, and unfortunately too late to be effective by the looks of it. As your backlines are already dead. You're on the high ground too. Oh, hitting the aerials? Oh, not quite. He's gonna die too. Yeah, the bot is in control of yeah right now, and with that fight win, it's gonna be close to impossible to get back into this one if you're Wasp. Even LP. Okay, they're going on a break now, yeah. So no more Kiriko.
They have had
no
a
more
bad
Lucio.
time with
Kind of
Isaac.
Sick and tired of dying to Gurkmeister as well, these random bombs.
Yeah, but Isaac too has just been such a pain. 20 seconds left, and Wasp have a lot of work cut out for them here.
Good pulse from Ken, just fades away too. Cool guys definitely don't look at explosions. Nade and Primal Rage used. At least Heb's coming up with kills. Cool Boy down, but this Primal Rage might be the monkey in the side that Wasp don't want or don't need. Yeah, Karaksu dead. OT in session now. Ty comes out from Gurkmeister. The fight is broken down to the point where it is just desperation o'clock as Ostrix scurries away to the Mega Health Bag, but I'm not sure it's even available, to be honest. Isaac's fighting at 13 HP as yeah, might just be able to round this one out and see themselves in the main event. LP falls to Gurkmeister's melee. And 89 meters versus 55, and unfortunately, the road will end here for Wasp. Ostrix from Karaksu couldn't quite get it done as yeah will finish the series pretty damn strong with a 3-2. Continue their run in that Group B and join ENTS in the main event next week.
Maybe we get a chance to see ENT versus yeah? That would be fun. Maybe, or maybe they end up on different sides of the bracket. I don't know.
We'll have to wait and see how the bracket
That'll be fun. I want the
rolling
rematch.
through, but Zoe,
We love a good
welcome
rematch.
back.
Thank you. Blessed be my life, actually, because we expect stuff to get weird when takes to the stage. So shout out to Wasp for understanding the brief, because they made it even weirder, and I absolutely am in love with it. Like to see all the comp and Junkrat in its full glory. Quite frankly, Circuit Royale was like almost offensive how well the offense comp actually worked from Oh No. So yeah, let's roll it back. Let's talk about what we got to see. Love the commitment to the ball. Is that just OTPing, or is that just... Yeah, that's it, right?
OWCS is just OTP ball player, which is, fair enough. I mean, you got Gurk on the other side as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it works, it works. I mean, ball is pretty viable, I'd say, at this moment in time. I wouldn't say he's one of the worst tanks, but D.Va's just a little bit better. Winston's a little bit better. I wouldn't say he's up there in terms of like S tier picks, but ball's still pretty damn good, especially in these kind of games where you're expecting it to go a little bit wacky and wild. Ball can kind of take over. That's where ball excels in teams, or like in situations where it's the fights are going to break down in about half a second as soon as one thing happens, like. I
mean, I was molding here, all right? I don't understand how this offensive composition from Oh No actually, like how? Why does this work? Someone please?
Well,
anyone? Just
big nade, big damage. There you go.
Yes.
Big nades, big damage.
My expert opinion.
I mean, that will do. Didn't work so well on the defense, unfortunately, but oh, what a sight to behold it was on the offense.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit silly.
A little bit silly. But that's what you want.
That's what you
want
expect.
when is playing, right?
Exactly,
We're here
right?
for the silly games.
Exactly. You're expecting this kind of thing. You're expecting Gurkmeister to just pop off as well with the Junkrat and the Riptires and stuff. Like, it was a fun game. Like, it wasn't like Crazy Raccoons fight Falcons kind of tier 1, like S tier, some of the best teams in the world. But seeing Wrecking Ball, seeing Junkrat, you've got to have a little bit of silliness in your
I like how scrappy we went here. I like a good brawl, I like a good skirmish. I feel like that was delivered here as well.
Absolutely. I think we ended up getting some really good scrappy fights, maybe a little bit more chaotic than what we are used to for something like Overwatch, but I do not think I would have it any other way, especially with the Hangzhou Spark skin on the Junkrat.
Yeah, that's really what
feels even better.
Sells it.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, rip the backlines, of course. If you're going up against people like Gurkmeister or, the balls on the other side, like, I think the real MVPs are, of course, the backlines who have to deal with all of that. Gurkmeister made their life a living hell. What a fantastic performance from that team, though. They played it close. I do love how close of a match it was. Again, this was a rematch. First time around, Wasp did not have the answers. This time around, they brought it, though. So all the more excited I am for OWCS to prove again that they are the better team. And that also means that they are the one to move on to the main event alongside ENCE.
Yeah. So, by the way, there's 74,000 damage from the Junkrat this series. I mean, we did play 5 maps, to be fair, so it averages out, like, over 10k per map, but still...
That's a lot of damage.
That's still a lot of damage, yeah.
Isn't that like 15k?
I'm not going to do maps on broadcast. Ain't no way.
What did you say, 75,000?
75,000 in
over.
5.
Yeah, it's 15k. I'm so good.
15K,
I'm so
okay.
good, sorry.
Yeah, 15k damage per map, like
15K
that's
damage per
just
map.
ridiculous. like, the spam is unreal from the Gurk's very good at
crazy.
Like, it is crazy seeing
Who's the better junk? Kaya?
Yeah. Oh, Kaya or Gurk? I don't know. Kaya got that 5k Riptire in stage 1, so probably Kaya. Sorry, Gurk.
I think Kaya has the better frag reel, but I do think that, like, the numbers that Gurk just put up in this match, pretty phenomenal. I don't know. They should both hold hands in duo queue and the unlocked
duo
ladder.
queue? Who's going to play junk? You have to flip a coin? That would suck.
No, it's like the unlimited heroes.
Oh,
Yeah.
that.
And then you have 2
Back in olden
Junkrats.
days.
Yeah.
I love that
doing
for
that
all
again.
of us. I mean, I know Kaya's sitting on the bench. Kaya transitioned to the analyst role, so he was probably just like Mr. Miyagiing it, being like, yep, I taught him everything he knows.
Exactly. 100%.
Fair.
I told him
Probably
that
know
back
how it
shot.
went down. I'm not entirely sure. No, I haven't confirmed. I have voices in my head who tell me the Gurkmeister is actually joining us for a quick chat. So let's bring Gurkmeister in,
Yay.
at least via voice. Gurkmeister, congrats on the dub. You did it again against the same team. This time it was a lot closer. So before I want to ask anything else, I need to know from you, which stars have to align for you to actually ever switch off of that Junkrat?
I mean, well, if I go against like Diva, Echo, Tracer, I'm just not gonna have a good time, so I would probably swap toward them.
That was not convincing, so you're probably gonna still play.
I mean, I'll probably stay young for a bit, but I might swap like after a while.
Please don't. No, we respect the junk. We want the junk.
like
It's
it.
all we want. Phrasing. Anyway.
Is there any other big pocket pick that you'd swap to? Like anything else you really enjoy playing apart from the junk?
I mean, I like playing Hanzo, but I haven't played him in a while, so I'm pretty washed. So I just stick to young.
Hanzo's pretty good.
Yeah, Hanzo's
Well.
pretty good right now.
I'm washed though, so
You're a-
But-
I'm lucky.
Well, I had a question because I feel like there's a lot of players out there that look at a player like you that is so good at Junkrat and they go, I want to be just like Gurkmeister. So if you could give some advice to anybody watching that wants to OTP Junkrat any of their ranked games, what would you give them?
I feel like you gotta have like an iron mental to play only Junkrats every single game on every single map. So try to get a good mental. That's the first step.
That's right. It's all about
That's
the
great
mental.
advice.
It's all about great gameplay as well, and that you and the squad delivered. So congratulations once again for moving on to the main event.
Thank
We
you.
can't wait to see you guys go at it again. For now, get some rest, and we see you again next week. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
And that was the Gurkmeister, everyone's favorite Junkrat. At least now, he should be just that. Absolute phenomenal performance from him and the squad. Let's take a look at our updated standing for this very group. As we do now, of course, have the second team advancing. That also means that we have 2 more spots to fill in the EMEA region, as 8 teams overall will be moving on to the main event. That's 2 per group. Ensign, oh yeah, they did it. Again, just really love that we have a oh yeah and oh no match
Yeah.
at the very end there.
Hopefully they're in the same
Couldn't have scripted it any
group
better.
again next stage.
Yep.
We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Yeah, good,
Well,
good times in that group.
We'll tell the script
pretty
writers.
competitive group. If this was a 3-0, it wouldn't be that competitive at all. But, you know, a map number 5, you would take that. You would take that. EU has been very surprising over the last couple of days.
You know what? I'm just gonna credit the 2 of you. You're the duo who gives us the map 5 bangers, so it's all you. Let's hope for another one. We're heading into a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna take a look at Gaming Gladiators and a 1-man army. welcome back, friends. Zoe here, joined by which side are you? Yeah, actually, Rose and Jack. It's difficult, you know, directions, numbers, letters. It's just all an uphill battle for me. But I am joined by Rose and Jack for yet another decider match in our EMEA region. Let's take a look at Group C to see where we are currently standing. Twisted Minds has already qualified. They had a phenomenal stage. That's exactly what we wanted to see from that squad from the very beginning of OWCS, and now they are delivering. And now the decider match will be played out between the Gaming Gladiators and a one-man army. So let's dig in, starting with the Gaming Gladiators. Necro, this roster formerly known as Team Peps, they've suffered a very tough loss actually against Twisted Minds in the winners match. This team is just peak. The talent is there. For me?
It absolutely is. Yeah, no, it is though, right? Because Team Peps, they actually had such a glow up between the first and the second stage of OWCS. And a lot of that was just on the back of this team actually having time to work together. So now that this is going to be their third stage of competition with a lot of the same pieces, I feel like we are going to see Gaming Gladiators at the top. At the very least though, I think they are the favorites in this matchup. Exodio, such a bright talent. We have been able to see him most notably being able to play the Cassidy, but also stepping up on the Ashe, the Tracer, and just showing us a lot of different heroes in the pool.
Yeah, but this revamped one-man army squad, I mean, Jack, they had a glow up as well heading into this very stage, coming off of a really clean victory against AQ just yesterday. And they were so much fun to watch. Top Dragon's Echo, anyone? That was chef's kiss.
Yeah, Top Dragon is so sick. Like, this team, I got big expectations with this team. I really want them to make it through, honestly, to see Top Dragon in the main event, but Gaming Gladiators, they've been together for quite some time now, obviously under the Peps banner, and this is a tough match. And this group has just been 3-0s as well, like, it's been ridiculous. So I'm hoping this one, once again, goes to map number 5 or even to map number 4, like, please, it's got to, surely.
Blessing, the Chakra blessing.
I mean, maybe. Like, maybe Top Dragon just popped off yesterday. I mean, we did see OWCS end up going down quite quickly to the team. Like, Top Dragon just kind of ran all over them on the Echo. It's going to be a harder fight, of course, against Gaming Gladiators, but I got faith. If he puts out the same level of like power and performance and just dominance in the server, like, this game is going to be very close.
Yeah, I feel like also a one-man army really showed us some more depth yesterday. Theomatic on the tank position showed us a lot of different looks, so I am very excited to see what they have in store for us today. That said, we're ready for the action, so Jack, Rose, please take it away.
Let's go. One-man army versus Gaming Gladiators for a spot in the main event. Group C was dominated by Twisted Minds with a 2-0 and a 6-0, so they didn't drop a single map in this group, similarly to Group A's Space Station and Group B's Ent. Samoa is our first map. That was picked by a Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, a really, like so mentioned, a really devastating loss, actually, to Twisted Minds in that winners match. It wasn't really close at all. Twisted Minds just dominated. And we'll see if they can kind of bounce back from that. It's going to be a hard loss, but that was the other day, you know. You wake up, different day, new day, different players in the server. It's all good. You start crack-a-lacking on this one. Exactly, as well. Yeah, that's actually worth keeping in mind, too. A different patch as well. Thematic, obviously, normally on the Winston. Not too surprised to see Tread just kind of stick on this Diva as well. We'll see how Exodio matches up against Top Dragon, because we saw how dominant Top Dragon was yesterday on the Echo, but Exodio is a crack shot on the Ashe.
Yeah, but we're actually not even going to see Top Dragon try the Echo. It's just going to be straight to the Tracer. We did see so many good looks from Top Dragon on the Tracer, though, as well. But I think it just makes a lot of sense. If you expect Exodio to be on a hit scan like the Ashe here, it's going to be so much tougher to run something like the Echo, as well as it just not being as good on this map.
Good nade onto Exodio there. From Alpha. Good sleep, too. Are they going to just go in again? Yeah, I mean, Dynamite. Oh, no. Eaton. Cap from One-Man Army coming through. See if Gaming Gladiators can touch. No, looks like Tread's out of there. However, might be worth it, though, as Exodio does find a kill on the enemy Ashe. And now FD God is quite on his lonesome right now. Is going to have to receive a nade there to keep themselves alive. And Exodio just chasing Top Dragon, just scoring an easy headshot on the Tracer. As Gaming Gladiators, just in a blink of an eye there, managed to find a reflip.
Gaming Gladiators don't have any ultimates yet, neither do One Man Army, so it's kind of just be fighting in the neutral. And take a look as well at the back line here of Gaming Gladiators is that Ana and the Alari. What do you think of Alari on this map, Jack?
I actually think Alari's really good on this map. It's where Exodio is right now, you can hard off angle on the Alari, and it's very tough to kind of deal with. Although against the dive, it's probably not worth holding like super off angle, but being able to kind of poke at anybody like touching the point and poke at someone like Alpha who's in a position, in a very powerful position on the high ground, could be quite frustrating to deal with. Trent has received the nano as they try and push into the back line now. There is a cap coming through from Gaming Gladiators as well, and with Dongan dead, only one support left. That being Alpha applies the damage to Theomatic, but he's nowhere near that Primal Rage, so easily focused out by Tread there. Kills are still coming through from Gaming Gladiators too with that Pulse Bomb kill onto Arvo. Nico was able to claim that one. A very back and forth map so far. Just both teams just keep capping against each other. 33 to now 40 in building.
Now, One Man Army had snuck away a little bit of capture progress in that last fight while all of that fight was happening. So really pretty even, as you said. But now coming back into this one, we're already going to see a cap contest come through as Top Dragon's going to try to force the issue. Oh, doesn't get the pulse bomb off.
No help at all there from Dongan or Alpha. All right, reset, go again. Lost 2. Gaming Gladiators with a clean fight as well. Needed no ults. So looking real strong, especially kind of rounding this map out as well. You're thinking 70% while you're in control, plus you have 3 ults like this, you're in a very good spot. We'll see if FD Gold can make any good use of this Cap Sun.
That would be good. The Bob, too, actually could force out a couple of people so that maybe the Captive Sun is a bit easier.
Oh, Exodio. Oh, he's going to get caught out completely. Nice jump on there from Theomatic. Top Dragon forced to use that recall. Nico as well, though, to be fair. And there's the Bob on the staircase. Praying quite literally bouncer right now as FD God right-clicking the Diva. Tread is out of there. Still no ults burned. And they actually burn a one-man army's Bob, so they can spring back into this fight. 96% for Gaming Gladiators, close to rounding this one first round out.
Yeah, and you have Nano as well as a Pulse Bomb now. Exodio gets taken out, though, before it can actually use the Bob.
Yeah, you want to reset here if you're Gaming Gladiators. See if the Theomatic can pick up anything else. No, just the turret. Oh, actually just got to pop the Primal Rage. Okay.
Wow.
Maybe thought they were getting a little bit too low there, didn't want to die. So pop in Primal, because I'm not sure you're going to be able to get too much, because you're so close to Gaming Gladiators spawn. In fact, you're getting slept too. One-man army, luckily, to the rescue there. Dongan, oh, the nano as he jumps away. It's all good, though. They end up burning the Bob and the Pulse Bomb from Gaming Gladiators, but still with 3 ultimates, one-man armor extending this fight. Rather a scrappy one, it must be said. As FD God used the Captive Sun, does get a connection, but where's the follow-up? I hear the sun starts ticking down. A couple of explosions there, but Dongan just walks away from that one scot-free. Explosion happened, but because the rally was going off, all of that overhealth and armor just absorbed the Captive Sun. Theomatic dead too, so one-man army now going to struggle to keep this fight alive as Top Dragon ends up going down to Nico. Almost a kill onto FD God. Didn't even have that outburst to get away as Gaming Gladiators are going to come back in with Tread on the Doomfist. And they're going to round this first stage out 100 to 99. Like an extended, almost 3-minute fight there at the very end.
That one was really tough. Like, you had so many ultimates. I feel like a one-man army was almost overstepping. Like, they were just going a little bit too close to the Gaming Gladiator spawn, but then I thought about it too after you were like, well, the Primal Rage, you have to use it. The Nano came in clutch. It's just like, I don't know where else you were going to use those ultimates. Exodio, though, and Top Dragon, we have to keep an eye out for how the two of them are going to be dueling up against each other. Because on the one hand, Exodio, like, you really want to make sure that that Ash damage is going to be able to help secure some type of pick onto Theomatic's Winston. But you also have to deal with Top Dragon, who's just been an absolute nuisance on this Tracer. I feel like sometimes it's like Top Dragon is on Exodio, especially with the follow-up of something like the anti-nade from Alpha. It's so easy to take out, but then on the flip side of things too, Exodio's been getting some really good snipes across the map. It'll be fun to watch them two duke it out.
Nice dynamite, hits Dongan. Force the recall from Top Dragon.
Now see?
Yeah, Top Dragon a little bit more neutered now, you can see, on this Tracer. Not nearly as effective as he was yesterday against Alcazia, and Theomatic dead as well is Yeah, that is not a good start from One Man Army. It's tough too, because Top Dragon dealing with Tread on the D.Va, who's also been kind of a standout over the last couple of stages. Tread coming up big in EU over the last couple of months. And he said in an interview as well, where he's like, I'm just going to be the best tank in EU. Like, that's going to be that. I have no fear of any other tank. Like, I will be the best, no matter how long it takes.
Really showing up in that role too, for sure. Like, I think Gaming Gladiators, especially looking at that last stage, like Tread has been such a good backbone, and just somebody that can also be a really strong leader for the team. So we're already going to see a bunch of ultimates online too here for Gaming Gladiators to keep firm control of this point, get a chance to cycle and see Tread maybe in the spotlight once again with something like the Nano Boost from Yoham, winning his next fight.
Yeah, Nano Boost from Alpha. You can see how far they're playing away as well. Not even playing up to this small choke, and that's exactly why. Nano Boost on the D.Va, straight to the back line. Good nade though from Alpha, hit the floor before Tread could eat it, so that Nano D.Va not fully affecting the back line at all. So that Brig was able to keep Alpha alive. However, Gaming Gladiators, they still got 4 ultimates, and they do control the point still. One Man Army, their ability to actually stick themselves on this point has just been non-existent. Eventually, they end up popping the rally after FD God uses Sound Barrier. Exodio still ends up getting taken down by the Primal Rage, but you can stall out this point for so long. Eventually, Tread's going to get taken care of. Curious if he's going to use the self-destruct. Nope, deciding to go again. Of course, getting 85% to One Man's Army's 0 right now is going to be good. Heads up play there from Tread, not overextending with an ultimate.
Yeah, super smart, because now you actually have the opportunity to maybe even try to like tank the Bob damage, and then you still have the self-destruct to be able to get back into the mech after you've burned through so much of your HP, and you already are in last fight territory. So you got a bit of an ultimate advantage heading into this next one, as the Bob's gonna be thrown out from Exodial first.
Oh, instantly slept. But Bob has tank passive now as well, worth keeping in mind.
Yeah.
So Weeks wakes up from sleep pretty quickly. And this is Gaming Gladiators just running over One Man Army. Bob's not even touching the point right now, unfortunately. Still doing a little bit of damage to Alpha there. Or Yoham even, sorry. But Gaming Gladiators with the point cap, and you can see Top Dragon is just getting chased all the way back to spawn. Oh, there's no door there. Oh, it's on the other side of the little pillar. Rest in peace, Top Dragon. 97%. Good boot from FT God. Sends the Amatic sky high. A bit of additional damage there before he is able to deploy the bubble. I mean, Top Dragon's the only one with an ult from One Man Army in the NA to actually get back to the point in time. And there's the Nano. Oh, though, no space to work with whatsoever. This D.Va has been an absolute menace for One Man Army to deal with. And that should be a map here for Gaming Gladiators. Alpha, not really sure what to do. Yep, I think it's just go for a quick maybe sleep on the D.Va. There was nothing in that fight that Alpha could do, unfortunately. And Gaming Gladiators starting the map off strong, or the series off strong, with a 2-0. And yeah, Top Dragon, no echo. Even on the Tracer, looked a little bit muted. Real rough stuff going up against Tread. It was just permanently piling on that pressure.
The D.Va is so speedy. Like, I think like that's one of the big things for, especially from Tread, is that he's so good at being able to maneuver between the different responsibilities that the D.Va is supposed to have. Whether it's peel, Exodial doesn't always get taken down even when being focus fired, and then you're just chasing after the Tracer so that like he's kept busy. It's great. I think Tread has really been just such a perfect person to slot into this roster, and why even we saw Team Peps have such a good shot at making it to the OWCS main event at DreamHack Dallas. Like, that was big. They were so close.
Yeah, they really were, yeah. So close to making it. And of course, that Stockholm slot, they want to be able to get there. The points, especially in EU, a little bit more competitive near the top end. So, you know, you're not having to deal with the Toronto Defiant, which are guaranteed to make it because they got so many. I think they're like 750 or something silly. And it was worth keeping in mind too, Gaming Gladiators, in the Faceit League, they actually went down to Hypnos the other day in a Map 5 series, like a very uncharacteristic loss for the team. In a matchup, you'd expect Gaming Gladiators to kind of win. So you'd be you're in two minds in that regard. Like, maybe they're feeling a little bit down, maybe they're not at the power level you kind of expect them to be, even after the Twisted Minds game as well. Like, maybe this team isn't where a lot of people think they are right now, but after this first map, at the very least, it looks like they're so back.
Yeah, no, I think they've always been favored. I just think that Twisted Minds, it just speaks to how good they are as a team rather than maybe Gaming Gladiators getting a bit of a misstep. So I don't know. I at least that's what I like to think, is that they just needed to get that one out of the way. It's like going up against an Ent or a space station in your lineup.
Yeah, it's worth keeping in mind. I will say as well, Nico is Naga. I remember he's had some trouble with his battle tag recently.
Yeah.
I've seen a few tweets from Naga. Yeah, he's not had a good time. His battle tag keeps getting changed.
Very strange.
For whatever reason. Gaming Gladiators there with, my goodness, only 8 deaths? Wow. Okay. I thought it was a little bit more than that. I thought it was a little bit more competitive, to be honest, but 8 to 27 is absurd. All right.
That is a lot. That is a lot. I think that number specifically is coming from downtown. Felt like yeah. I don't know. Didn't have a whole lot of say in that one in particular.
Yeah, it felt like it was a lot closer than that.
Yeah.
All good though. We go on to our next map. Probably going to be a hybrid or an escort, as is tradition. Not normally do we see a flashpoint or a pushed.
That's
picked.
true.
And there we go. It's going to be an escort map. It's going to be Dorado.
Great echo map. Great echo map. Love it. Ship it. Let's see Top Dragon on that echo. Also, just dive, I guess.
Yeah, just dive in general. I think both teams like kind of playing close to, if not playing the meta right now. It's a bit up in the air when it comes to DPS. I think Echo's still really strong, even after the 25 HP nerf. But Ashe, Echo, Tracer, like those are the picks you're looking at if you're a DPS player right now. See if one-man army, how they do on their attack, because Game of Gladiators with Exodio on the Widow.
I like that pick too, actually.
That's a rare FD God trading card right there.
That is, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, if you're gonna run the Ana, I think the Zen does make sense, right? Maybe
yeah,
like...
I'd rather see a Brig. If that is a greedy backline against a dive.
That's true.
That's like we don't respect your dive on Dorado at all. Like we don't care about your Winston. Like Top Dragon, nah, it doesn't matter. Like that is a very greedy pick from FD God. I mean, we'll see if it ends up working out, but historically, at least for now, Zen pretty weak on these style of maps.
Yeah, you're still putting a ton of eggs into the Exodio basket, though. Right? You're kind of hoping that, like, that's going to be your saving grace, but, like, Exodio is also very jumpable. So, yeah, I'm gonna hold judgment until we need to pass it.
Yo! Oh, that was close. Exodio almost taking their head off of Arvo. Yeah, and this is where the Zen's gonna kind of struggle if they let go of this high ground. Good kill onto Thematic though.
Theo in the face. You know what? Maybe it's
honestly, if you do hit the sleep on the Winston, then you can fully charge right click and you just destroy the Winston. You discord quick and then fully charge right click and then bam, the Winston's insta dead. So there is opportunities here, but it is still a greedy pick.
Well, there's been very little progress here for a one-man army, so maybe you get a chance to see that wombo combo again. No ultimates just yet, though. Top Dragon might be the first one to at least get the pulse bomb up online. That could be one way that you kind of send it after the Ana and the Zen with the Winston.
Yeah, this is where the Zen is gonna get a little bit greedy. Oh, he lost Nano!
Oh, no!
Rough. Trying to Nano the Zen there, stop the pulse bomb from killing him. Lost Nano completely, backline dead, flattened in fact. On Gaming Gladiator's side, it's one-man army. They should, I mean, they're close to capping here. If they 3x, FD God's not playing Lucio, so the support lineup is going to be really late in this fight, and they're going to be able to get a good position to the last moment. You can see there, only 3 meters to go. FD God has got Transcendence, and Exodio hasn't really got a good sightline, although he has activated sights, and there is a Nano Ashe. Arvo easily taking care of Treads, does receive a headshot, but doesn't matter. Coach gun to the face, onto Naga, FD God using the Transcendence. Yeah, FD God's definitely going to switch after this. No way you use Trans like that. And there it is. There is the point.
At this point, too, I think like it made a lot of sense maybe for the first point. Yeah, you can call it greedy. It did, you know, it got a little bit of time off the bank there, but it does go back to the very, like, classic Brig pick. Tread's also going to switch over to the Winston, maybe thinking that's going to fare a bit better against the thematic Winston. You also have a little bit better of a chance to maybe dive after somebody like Abo and just kind of section them off from the rest of the team. I like it, but it's going to be basically a full mirror except for Abo and Exodial picking the Ashe and Widowmaker respectively.
Made by Alpha there. Didn't manage to capitalize on it, sadly. Exodial in a little bit of pressure. You can see the Winston's kind of trading bubbles as the Primal Rage has been ripped. Can Yoham get away? Does land the sleep on Thematic, so that Primal Rage timer being burnt away, and I think Yoham should be able to survive here, especially with FD God on the other side, although saying that, Yoham, oh, doesn't quite get the mini. FD God, you can see him trying to bash off of high ground to give a pack quickly to Yoham, but Thematic with a very nice juggle. Looked like Yoham was going to survive that. And even Top Dragon killing Naga as well. This is a very, very fast push through second. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and there's not going to be a touch at all.
That is so rough, because now you've got 4 minutes entering into this third point, and you still have ultimates to spare here, and you're still getting kills! Thematic being able to take out FD God there and get away with his life. I mean, you're feeding over even more healing over to Alpha. You're gonna have a nano. You've got the rally as well for if you want to take like a close quarters, a high ground engagement. It is not looking good here for Gaming Gladiators. They're gonna have to try to dig something into the sand, and it's gonna be up the back of this UOPM Nano, but there's so many answers here.
Nano is so early.
That is really, yeah.
You're not gonna get anything done with that at all. I mean, FD God is still going pretty low. No way FD God just randomly dies like that. He's gonna get healed up eventually, yeah, and Thematic ends up going down. So yeah, that Nano was very early on Thematic. Maybe saw kind of an opening there as people were transitioning to the high ground, but...
Yeah, it would have worked out better if you actually do end up getting like the picks there. Maybe you just kind of are thinking, oh, well, we have so much time in the bank. Like, risky play, but if it works, then we're at like a significant advantage. Whereas now you do get a chance to actually reset. Thematic's gonna have the Primal Rage, Top Dragon's gonna have the Pulse Bomb, but you did give a little bit of time for Gaming Gladiators to actually start to stabilize.
I think, yeah, like I said, Thematic as well with a Primal. They've got Rally, so they can survive a dive. Pulse Bomb from Top Dragon goes wide. Exodial anti receives some overhealth, and that anti does end up wearing off eventually. FD God is just going to spam stun on Thematic as much as humanly possible, but now is actually stuck on this low ground. A good little sleep there from height to low as Yoham puts Thematic to rest for a brief moment, but still getting a decent juggle here and splitting off this front line. An 8 onto Thematic doesn't manage to get away as Exodial continues to control and dominate from this high ground, and Top Dragon has no business sticking around. 2 minutes to go for one-man army.
Alright, that's a lot of ultimates that they had to use though, and like still a good amount of progress, but you're back to square zero where you have to kind of figure out like how are you going to actually break this high ground control the Gaming Gladiators have when now the onus is on them. They've got 4 ultimates to throw at this one. As long as they don't throw everything in the kitchen sink at this next fight, like that's going to be another minute off the clock here. Almost another nano though, so at least like maybe Thematic can get something done.
Yeah, his dynamics are definitely helping the Arna's getting a boost, so that's kind of nice. Yoham very aware of the Tracer behind him. Making sure they heal up. Oh, good stick onto Top Dragon. Naga just playing a little bit more defensive there, you saw. Was like hiding behind Yoham or like in the backline, making sure Top Dragon didn't find an avenue to get in. Assuming that they thought Top Dragon had the Pulse Bomb. And then Nico actually just gets the stick, or Naga, sorry, gets the stick. All right, one-man army. They got one more fight here. 1 minute to go. They got the payload pretty far as well, pretty uncontested under the bridge, but it's been hard for them to get the retouch.
And Gaming Gladiators didn't need anything in that last fight. It was just based off the one stick that Naga did get with the Pulse Bomb. So they still have everything, plus the rally is now also going to be coming online. This should be a Gaming Gladiators win. Like, unless it gets extended, I mean, yeah, okay.
Top Dragon have recall too.
Yeah.
Ping differential potentially there as Naga takes down Top Dragon, but there's just a clip. 30 seconds, okay, reset. Any staggers here are bad. Game of Gladiators, look like they want to go a little bit earlier, maybe. I mean, Tread he's got Primal Rage. Like, Tread can go in with Nano and then hit Primal if they really want to, but it looks like they're going to play a little bit more defensive, making sure their backline doesn't get crunched on. And they've got Bob as well, too. Good little coach gun. Top Dragon gets revenge. FD got dead. Rally pop too. FD got taken out with the pulse bomb. Rally down. Thematic was like 20 HP there as well. Support looking real good from One Man Army. And they're a player up. FD God switches to Zen again.
Oh my god, touch the card!
They got a touch though. Well, they were so good.
Did.
Then we'll see 9. Trent gets nanoed as they was slept. That's Bob on the high ground. It's pretty devastating for the defensive game in Gladiators, but it's all good. Exodio comes up clutch with a kill onto Chop Dragon. And with this high ground control too, it should be pretty damn easy. I mean, Avo's on height, sure, but yeah, Thematic is going to go down as well. There you go. Defense from Gaming Gladiators. Really well played. There was a big time back too from One Man Army going into that 3rd point. It was tough for Thematic to make anything stick, and then Top Dragon kind of battling Naga in the 1v1, got stuck, and then Naga hit the one clip. Really impressive defense.
Super good. Yeah, super good. And they had so much patience that they could execute too with all those ults. I feel like oftentimes as you play like teams in this situation, especially when you do lose the rally so early, you start to hit the panic button and you go, oh no, well now our Brig is dead, we don't have rally anymore, so I guess we're gonna also hit Q on everything else. But they just kind of backed up and they waited for FD God to respawn and then go ahead and retake that defense with everything else that they still had. So yeah, that was super well executed. Maybe we don't see the Zenyatta again. I'm gonna... Yeah. I think it would work better on the attack at least, but...
Yeah, I don't think the... Yeah, I think the Zen's better on the defense, especially with the high ground. I don't think FT God's going to play it, surely not. I mean, the Lari's okay. Still don't think it's great. I still think Brig's better here, but we'll see if they want to be, again, a little bit greedy. Especially with if you're going to run Naga Pharah, you definitely want the Brig to throw some packs in the air.
Naga could run Pharah, yeah. Like it is a hero that is definitely in Naga's wheelhouse, but
yeah,
at the very least, on One Man Army, the defense here for them is going to be what we have come to expect in this matchup so far. Exodial is going to pop out in the Widowmaker, maybe see if he can get actually a quick pick there. Trunking down the Winston actually a fair bit to at least mobilize him somewhere else. But,
yep.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a dirty kill on the Tracer if Exodio got that one. Ooh, does like the Tracer though. Top Dragon. Hip hopping away. We'll see how long Exodio's going to stay on this pick.
He's sticking to it. Like, FD God came out of spawn with the Alari as well, and Naga is on the Pharah. They are starting to build up ultimate percentage.
They've been also unhindered in their approach on this high ground.
Oh, yeah, Naga's
taking an off angle is kind of nasty too.
It's pretty nice. I mean, look at this. They're already broken out this defensive dive stronghold. You've already pushed Avo back really, really far. Donghun and Alpha have followed. So, yeah, I mean, like, it's just Thematic right now. They can try to hold the front line, where everybody else on the back line has had to back up. There's too much threat from this Widowmaker right now for them to actually stick on this high ground.
Yeah, it feels like it. I mean, Avo hasn't really done much at all right now. Exodio takes down Alpha with a clean headshot. This is slowly and surely One Man Army kind of bleeding out here. Like, okay, force a recall on Top Dragon. You can now move up a little bit. Arvo trying to get an angle on Exodio. Takes him out. Okay, but where's the trade? Using their coach gun to get over the high ground. Almost takes down Naga as well. In fact, that Dynamite's going to do enough damage to kill Johan and FD God too. Okay, I'm assuming the pylon wasn't anywhere to be seen. Dynamite double kill for Arvo. I said it wasn't doing much, and then he just popped off, so...
He heard you.
That if you're a One Man Army fan.
That's true. It's going to help stabilize the defense and also give some time for Thematic to just keep holding this position. You have the Primal Rage as well, so it's something that you can utilize to buy some time for your backline to show back up. But it's still kind of like the inevitable push of this payload underneath the archway.
All right, threat dealt with. Exodio takes down Arvo, but a nano boost on Thematic. Just right-clicking FD God from quite a ways away. So there's the outburst to get around the corner. It's going to get booped away from his pylon as well, and nowhere near that spawn door, just held above it. You are not entering that. I'm going to make sure of it. Don't. Oh, Exodial. Nice attempt there. That would have been a ridiculous shot on the Tracer, but not to be. All right, good defense from Man Army. They, I thought they would give up a little bit too much space, but they're going to be able to reclaim it as well. As Theomatic once again takes this high ground.
Exodial switched over to the Ashe in the last couple of fights, so we are going to see that maybe contend a little bit better. But Naga has yet to let loose this Fair Barrage, and I wonder if this is going to be kind of the big thing that's able to separate them as the Nano gets applied as well.
That's what you want. Nano Barrage straight on top of Alpha. Dongan deployed the rally, but unfortunately Alpha couldn't quite cower behind it. That's the opening that you needed. Nano Barrage is a thing to be feared, and especially at the hands of Naga. 37 seconds to go for Gaming Gladiators. One Man Army. They're going to get a touch. Top Dragon's also behind the team right now.
I will say that fight was very expensive. That was like Captive Sun plus the Primal plus the Nano Barrage. And for what, right? You've got 19 seconds left, and it's going to be against this Bob too.
And Naga's out of the fight completely. That Bob just dominated Naga, so he's a non-factor right now. That nade was beautiful too from Alpha. Yoram Trella dead, FD got to follow as well. That's going to be it. They can't even get the touch.
Nope.
One Man Army, you're going to full hold Gaming Gladiators on Dorado. That looked like, wow, that was, I felt like they were firmly in control, that being Gaming Gladiators. They pushed back. One Man Army so much. They like took the high ground away from them. Arvo didn't really have any space, and then slowly but surely you kind of look at the time bank and you're like, okay, Gaming Gladiators haven't done anything. They're getting there. Like, they're taking the space, but they're not using it. They ended up using the Nano Barrage. They took out Alpha, but then there was an easy touch because the bot just, or the payload, sorry, not the bot, didn't end up moving that far under that little bridge because it kind of regressed and they were jostling for more. There was no go button there for Gaming Gladiators apart from that Nano Barrage.
And that took so long to actually build up to. So once that was out of the tank, you had very little time left. You couldn't build up to anything else. And I felt like after a while, if you notice that the Pharah is only doing so much as to create space, and it's like, well, but where's the follow-up, right? You're still doing enough damage that you actually get the barrage online, but there's so much Winston bubble, there's too much shielding, you're not actually getting like these really big picks. And it's not just the Pharah, right? I can look at the Widowmaker, maybe think the same thing. And I think it goes back to something that you had said earlier on with the FD God Zenyatta pick. Felt kind of greedy without actually being able to get the greed.
Well, like, the thing is too, even if you play Brick there, if you're FD God, I don't think it would have mattered. Like, the Alari is there to put additional damage down on the, especially like the Winston. Like, if they haven't got bubble, you're destroying the bubble, you're shooting the Winston like permanently, you're there to do the damage. So it's not like their comp had less like aggressive tools to play with, or like less damage because they had a Brig. Like, they had an Alari, they just didn't make use of the space they had in the high ground and then like push from that and like force the issue. Like, maybe the Sem would have been better. I don't know. It was just a whole lot of like kind of sitting and waiting around and then picks happening. Well, there you go. I mean, One Man Army, it's not going to be a 3-0. We can guarantee you that, ladies and gentlemen. Here are some of the stats from that last game as well. Again, pretty close, I think. Even though
map 5, map 5, map.
Full held. I mean, hey, it's on there. It's on the cards, Rose. It'll be a Gaming Gladiators chance to pick.
Yeah, if they keep going back and forth like this, then I'm here for it. Jaws, you ready? Strap in. 3 map 5s today?
3 map 5s?
3 map 5s.
Too much. I mean, maybe SRP check versus Super Shy. Anything's possible.
I think we could see it. Yeah, stats aren't really telling us a whole lot again. It's like very even, despite the fact that we ended up getting like as far as we did through the 3rd point here. But I think it just kind of also speaks to like we're in for a good one today. I'm really excited, really excited to see if we can keep this going.
Where do you think we're gonna go if you're at Gaming Gladiators now? Got to push Flashpoint and hybrids. Probably gonna be a hybrid map. Just historically, people are saving the Flashpoints and pushes for last.
Yeah, I think if we go hybrid, maybe we go something like Blizzard World. I feel like Dive. Oh well. Oh, for Gaming Gladiators, ooh, maybe not. Maybe King's Row.
King's Row? Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see what. I'm curious what FT God's going to play. Also, Lucio got a buff, and FT God's not play Lucio. Like, come on.
No.
Runasapi,
Oh,
okay. So
whoa.
not even
I
going
didn't
to
think about
a hybrid here. Going to a push map. Runasapi, chosen by Gaming Gladiators. Okay. That was the map. They played that already in their group. That was against Twisted Minds. They ended up losing that one. Decently close in meterage. I mean, 52 to 89 there. We'll see if they can kind of bounce back on that one. That was their choice as well, of course, after they lost the second map against Twisted Mind. So it's the second time they picked it in the groups.
Runasapi is interesting, though. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see if there is something that gets to come out here. Maybe we see a bit more of the Tracer play. I think that Top Dragon's been looking really, really good on that. Especially versus something like the Ashe. I was a little surprised to see Top Dragon opt into that rather than trying to go for the Echo. But Exodial is such a good marksman. I do feel like maybe it's like, all right, I don't even want to test the waters on that one. I'm just going to go the Tracer.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Season 12 is out now, by the way. New Reaper Mythic, new Battle Pass, new game mode,
So
and new
good.
hero you can play in Ranked right now. Let's have a look at what Season 12 has to offer.
Hello, Terrence. I am Juno. It is nice to meet you. My new life on Earth has been so exciting. We have much to discuss. I have seen pictures, but Earth is so much more beautiful in person.
Watch and learn.
Oh, the sand here reminds me of home. It looks like it is made of gold.
Line and sinker.
There are some people I have been advised to avoid. Mother said all dogs were cute. Perhaps she was mistaken?
I will reap your soul.
I am having trouble keeping track of everyone I meet. They keep changing their appearance. All right. That one is Mercy. That one is Diva. I'm so bad with names. I was worried that keeping up would be hard. But it looks like I am not the only one starting from zero. Brushing up on one's skills is always a good idea.
Always more to learn.
As the Terrans say, it is party time! My adventure has just begun! Wait, what was that?
Welcome back. Yeah, we just jumped into that trailer real quick. Just resetting the lobby, making sure everything's all good as we jump into Push as our third map of this series. Going to Runasapi. A lot more long-range hit scan here. Can imagine Exodio is going to be playing the Ashe or the Cassidy. Not seeing Top Dragon on the Echo just yet. More close quarters maps, I'd imagine. Not sure we're going to bring it out here. Trace is very powerful here as well, even after that small nerf.
Yeah. Tracer's been very good for a lot of our teams, so I think Top Dragon picking up the Tracer, and similarly Naga knowing that he has proficiency on the Tracer as well. We can expect to see both of those picks come out, but I'm really interested to see where the tanks go for this one. You know, when we see Thematic, the Winston has been a little bit more in his wheelhouse, but the Diva for Tread. Dive. I like Dive. We like that.
Yeah, it's going to be more dive, that is for sure. I think we're going to roll the dice and see what FT God wants to play, though. Again, Lucio makes the most sense here, but even after the, you know, Lucio got buffs, does more damage than Genji Shuriken, so you know you can pick that up. Yeah, it was a bit of an odd map on Dorado. Very, very good defense from Gaming Gladiators on that third point, but they just couldn't cap first. It felt like a little bit of indecisiveness, not wanting to actually press the go button as a team, even though they were claiming a lot of space. You don't really have that opportunity at all on push. You can't just be waiting around, not doing much. Like, you have to go at some point. That push bot's not going to move itself.
I feel like maybe that actually is a little bit better for Gaming Gladiators then. They don't have so much time to think. And sometimes if you think too hard, then you get like the brain short circuit. Just go, just shoot. Press W, easy.
Press W, go in.
Simplify.
Go fast. We have to go fast. That is what the game mode is all about. Going quickly. Yeah, I've really enjoyed playing Runasapi over the last few weeks. When it got launched? What, the start of last season or something? I feel like Runasapi, I've not played it that much, but when I do jump in, it's definitely one of the better.
Right,
yeah, especially with Clash now. It's definitely one of the better push maps in my opinion. It's a lot more variants in terms of what you can play there. So yeah, we'll see. Have to see what FD God and the rest of Gaming Gladiators are playing. I can imagine Tread just sticking on the Diva too. It's been a very good hero for him.
Has been very good, but I think also if maybe looking back at what happened in Dorado on their attack push, Tread also opted to play a little bit more of the Winston. So I think we could end up seeing the Winston here as well, or dare I say okay, I was like, dare I say the Orisa? What?
Well, Orisa did get a buff. The energy traveling does more damage, but that does not tip the scales. FT God is on Lucio. Okay, here it is.
Yeah, you have to.
There's Lara here. I'd go crazy. Dongan though on the door.
I'm surprised.
Brig.
Yeah, like I'm a little surprised at the Brig. I feel like whenever you're playing push or control or I guess Flashpoint as well, like I always feel like you have to have the Lucio speed. But with the dive, maybe they're just feeling a little bit better about being able to also put the Brig with somebody like Avo on the Ashe on an off angle.
It feels, yeah, it's just two different speeds. I mean, it's clear One-Man Army don't really like to play Lucio at all. It's just, they're more of a Brig team, which is completely fine. Also, the packs too, pretty useful when you are getting dove. And then against the dive, if you manage to get the nade off, it's very hard to kill the Brig and Ana. Gaming Gladiators comp, they're a little bit easier to pick apart because the Lucio doesn't have as much survivability in those close
really
quarters
engagements. Really just about
engagements.
kiting then, you know?
Very unfortunate early loss there at Top Dragon. Yeah, Exodio is also going to kill Arvo. Gaming Gladiator is now just sort of pressing the issue. Should be able to get these picks as well. No one's pushing the bot right now though, so someone's going to need to get on that ASAP.
Don't worry, that's what the boosters are for. Diva's there.
Yeah, true.
Tread's
Get
got
back.
it. Everything is back.
I mean, look at how much healing the backline has already done for Man Army. They've got Nano and Rally pretty much, like 10% away.
Yeah.
We'll see if Gaming Gladiators want to go really quick though. It will catch One Man Army off guard if they do deploy the Nano early.
I mean, FD God is also almost going to have a sound barrier too. Like, I wouldn't be super surprised to see FD God throw that into this next fight if we do see the rally committed by Donghoon.
Taking a little bit slowly, just playing on this corner for the time being. It's going to give One Man Army enough time to build up towards that.
Wow.
Again, Naga comes out with a pulse kill on Top Dragon. Man, after yesterday, really seeing Top Dragon's place, and I think he's an amazing player, but Naga is just beating him to the punch right now. All right, flat screen deployed from Dongan. Does get the initial bash, but the bomb coming in, knocking up Dongan, and the dynamite damage on top of that. I mean, that just might be, oh, maybe not checkpoint. They're pretty far away. Theomatic and Top Dragon can get back. Although I say that, Theomatic's on the wrong side of the map.
Oh, wait. I actually got stolen. Bot got stolen.
Goodbye.
Just dead. Yeah, like, it got stolen. Like, Top Dragon has taken the bot. But I think after, like, Theomatic has gone down, it's really kind of stalling out for Gaming Gladiators just to kind of take back the bot regardless. I don't know. This is going very well for Gaming Gladiators. They also still have the sound barrier, so barrier advantage for them is going to be huge in this next fight.
Yeah. I mean, Top Dragon hit the pulse on FD God. Challenge. almost impossible against the Lucio, but you never know. There's the Sand Barrier, and there is Arvo's swift death. Same with the Bob, who I think probably got launched off the edge of the map there by the looks of it. Top Dragon can't even, like, didn't even pop the recall there as well. FD God just cleaning it up on the Lucio. Yeah, that Sand Barrier advantage rose just too strong. One-man army just, they're getting, it's like zip, launch hero made out of zip ties. It's not working.
Oh, there's no stability there, and like even on this next attack push, I worry what they're going to be able to do with something like this pulse bomb. Okay, well, wait, I can't even pick up Avo there. That's crazy.
What a shot! Good stuff there from Arvo. That looked like a surefire kill from Naga. Didn't even have time to fit the
Donghoon
recall.
actually helped out with that. I think. I just see Donghoon right there. Do you see like a whip shot maybe?
Oh, don't
Either way.
dead. Just blame it on the mouse, Top Dragon. That's what I do. Nano boost on Trez, Anti on Trez was pretty nice there, but they have got Nano for him. Nano boost on Thematic. Oh, the shortest hop in the history of Winston hops. There's the Nano boost. Actually, give it to Exodio of all people. I mean, sure, why not? It's going to do the damage, and that flat screen has been deployed. Can Donghoon get back to the rest of the team? They're kind of split right now with Thematic using that Primal Rage. Exodio needs to be cleared out of this small room on the right-hand side. Looks like Top Dragon's going to try and do that, but with the Bob, it's going to be tough now to get past the rest of the team, plus the extra firepower that it provides. So close to this, passing this checkpoint again. Once more, FD God waiting for the final few moments to use that beat. A good sleep onto Top Dragon as well. Oh my word, this is going from bad to worse as Gaming Gladiators. They are making this look easy. This is not the one-man army that we saw yesterday, or even a moment ago, to be fair, as well. Top Dragon's even jumping over to Echo now to try and get some impact in these fights.
Oh, this is the first time we're seeing Top Dragon play the Echo in this matchup, but maybe this is where we will start to see that difference. This is kind of where Top Dragon was able to show up in yesterday's match, and that's why we are kind of thinking, like, what is happening with a one-man army? Maybe this is exactly what we were hoping for, to see them get back into this one, but it's already not looking great. Huge lead here for Gaming Gladiators, and only 4 minutes left for them to try to tie this up.
100 meters. 103 meters to 0.
Yeah, like that is huge.
All right, what can Top Dragon really do? I mean, so I don't want to say it, but he was kind of feeding on the Tracer. Like, it's been a really tough game for him thus far. Good anti in the backline. Exodio, receiving some stickies, but doesn't end up going down. There's the beam. Okay. That's what you need. Oh, he looked at it. What? Oh, he looked at the pulse. There was the bus behind him. Naga's going to be able to clean up, I think. Yeah, and Exodio getting the Nano once more. These trade fights, they are more than okay from Gaming Gladiators. Like, they are happy these ultimates have been getting used. They're happy these trades are happening. Like, you're only going to get a couple of meters with one-man army pushing the bot now. They're going to be able to regroup pretty quick because they got Lucio.
Yeah. And like they can keep playing from this advantage that they have with the meteors. They don't need more. They just want to stop a one-man army from getting anything. So yeah, I think you're totally fine to come back into this one. Even if you don't have any ultimates, I think it's fine. Like Exodio still might even be able to get the Bob in this next fight after you guys been farming up these sound barriers so fast. Even if you take another loss here, not the end of the world if you're Gaming Gladiators.
Wow, good nade. Hey, that's a nice nade. Double Diva on the field. A Top Dragon duping here is going to be able to die with Thematic pretty easily. She's going to try and juggle Yoham away up into the skies. Wait for them to come back down. There's the kill. All right. We're slowly turning this now. Checkpoint. I said it wasn't too much of an issue in the previous fight, but yeah, Gaming Gladiators getting run over by Top Dragon's Echo. This is the swap that we needed clearly from One Man Army. That duplication working wonders. Did yesterday and continues to do so.
Oh, he's so low. Okay, he's fine now. Yoham is doing a great job of making sure the Top Dragon can actually be up in the skies. But I think you still look at like, okay, duplicates now off the board. Rally could be helpful here in these next couple of moments, but Gaming Gladiators are going to be able to approach this with 4 or 5 ultimates. Bob first.
This aggression is absurd from Exodio. Sound Barrier comes in as well. Rally has been deployed. Look at that. Nice little corner they've tucked themselves into as well. So this dive, especially with the sound barrier, it's not really going to be that useful. Dongan does manage to bash away. Needs some serious help though, but good Matrix usage from Tread. Just bathing Alpha in the Matrix, so none of the shots were connecting with Dongan. Team kill comes in. There's still 20 meters separating both squads right now. And with only 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, one-man army still in a position where they could, they have to win a few fights, not just one, to see themselves through this map.
Yeah, like it is starting to get much closer, but Gaming Gladiators, they still have ult economy. Alpha with the Nano though could actually start to match that. You could throw it over the Theomatic, even Top Dragon actually. You could get another duplicate online. That would be big. That would be pretty big.
They're gonna go first. Theomatic getting a nice right click there. On Yoham is gonna get healed up. Nico hitting the, or Naga hitting the pulse bomb on the wall. Ends up missing Top Dragon by a fraction of a hair there, as they eventually start pushing this bot around near that checkpoint. Bob's gonna be a good way to start the fight off. Not in the best position in the world. In fact, on top of that, actually ends up getting slept. What is FD God doing?
Oh boy.
Where was he going?
No idea. Back to spawn, I guess, because now that's a huge opening for a one-man army to take advantage of. Exodial's dead. Top Dragon has a duplicate.
Okay, duplicate available. Johan's got Nano. Tread gets Nano to half HP though, because he was already pretty low, and they're going to be able to focus this one out. Overtime's in session. That golden line is like 1 meter away. One-man army have still got this duplicate in action too. Arvo cannot die here, and there it is. One-man army come back. 103 meter deficit. 103 meters. And they come back. One-man army with a dub to keep themselves in. Top Dragon, all my boy needed to do was switch to the Echo. That was it. That was the secret sauce we were after.
Yeah, where was that? Where was that? Like 2 maps ago. This could have been a 3-0, I think.
Caught slacking. All good. We're back. Top Dragon picks Echo. 103 meter. Advantage there for Gaming Gladiators. That honestly felt like Dorado. It really did. Although they didn't even cap a point.
In reverse?
Yeah, but reversed, exactly. They had a good defense on point 2. They had a good push here. They let it slip away from them again.
Wow. I worry though too when you look at just how that map went and you look at the rest of the map pool. Just force the Echo. Wait, we even saw actually that happening yesterday, where the Echo was just getting used even on maps maybe where it looked like Echo wouldn't be as easy to operate, and you're still using it and finding value from it. Like a cheese.
Nasty.
It was so nasty, and that's not the first time that that's happened either. So maybe that was sort of part of the last couple of straws where Top Dragon just goes, okay, maybe Tracer, not it for me. Can't deal with Naga, can't deal with Exodial, can't deal with this Diva from Tread either. So I'm just gonna get out of their range completely. Go Echo. No more. Well, okay, maybe that was.
That was just unfortunate. Yeah, no shit.
Otherwise, no more problems. Yeah.
Yeah, Naga has 100% been diffing Top Dragon on the Tracer. 100%. As soon as the Echo switches, so much of a different story. This is where it really started turning around too. Really good presence of mind as well. Saw a couple of times where Gaming Gladiators were stepping off the point to try and chase these kills, but you're in a position where Top Dragon was duping a Diva, and then you just dive in with the Monkey, and what do you do against that? It is extremely difficult. Tread had some really standout plays in the Diva. It always kind of has been. Look at this. Where is my guy going? That was crazy. I mean, I'm not sure what was going on there. I was thinking maybe FTGold got booed and he was just carrying the momentum to get back to the rest of his team by going on the... I don't know. I don't know what was happening there. It was kind of funny though. And yeah, an unbelievable turnaround. We'll see if Top Dragon just continues to play this Echo. Gaming Gladiators, they're going to get their map pick yet again, and we've got Hybrid still, and we've got Flashpoint as well to pick here. So King's Row was the map yesterday where Top Dragon was just absolutely just beast mode on the Echo. So I can't imagine Gaming Gladiators are going to want to go there because it's a very strong Echo map, but we'll see. because they do want to just continue playing the dive. And I wonder if that prompts Tread to swap as well. Swap from the D.Va to
I think you have to.
Winston, maybe.
Because, like, think about that, right? The defense matrix, great. Great at being able to, like, eat pulse spawns, eat pistols. But as soon as it comes down to the focusing beam, what do? Like, you can't eat that as much as you might want to. You just get farmed. And so the D.Va ends up becoming just this giant ult battery that gets melted. And then you are not in the fight anymore. So I think you're right. And we've seen Tread be able to go over to the Winston before. Like, we already saw this even happen in Dorado, and it's not like Tread is a stranger to having to make those differences.
Yeah, we'll see what he wants to end up playing. We'll see where we go as well. I'm still flabbergasted, I'm going to be honest with you. At a 100-meter deficit, that's like we lose in solo queue mentality. Like, we've lost, guys. We've got no meters. We're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll see if one-man army can close this one out and make it to the main event right after this. All right, welcome back. Runasapi was one-man armies map after that 103-meter deficit was turned around. Unbelievable stuff. Suravasa has been picked now by Gaming Gladiators. Trying to mix it up a little bit here. We go to Flashpoint. Not seeing a hybrid. Okay, I see your game. Just waiting for map number 5. I feel it. Maybe we do get another map number 5, Rose. It's been kind of the tale of EU over the last couple. Group C, of course, only one spot remaining. Winner here goes through to the main event, with Twisted Minds already making it with a perfect record. Let's see what we roll out with. 2 pitches that time.
3, actually.
Oh, there's 3 in the back. There's 1 in the back.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of these days. One of these days.
What is the maximum pigeon cam shot? Like,
Maximum
how many pigeons?
The overhead of the map, but they're all like single pixels. There you go. This view right here, right?
Or enlarged just for you.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Okay, yes. Top Dragon starting on the Echo.
Excellent.
Love to see it. Continue this dominance, my guy. We'll see if Tread ends up switching off. We kind of discussed it in the just before we went to the break, Rose, if Tread was going to switch to Monkey instead. Because the Echo can be quite vulnerable to that focusing beam, although still extremely good in her own right.
For the Ashe.
Good spot.
That's good for the Ashe though. So like, and just far. Okay, just burst down the Echo also works. True.
That's what you need to do over and over again. Good first cap from Gaming Gladiators there.
Maybe they just needed the break to figure out how to actually work through the Echo. Sometimes you just gotta be like, okay, relax guys, like no worries. We're just gonna keep focused, it's all good. FD got back on the Lucio, thriving, moisturized, totally unbothered by that last map. Absolutely fine.
Yeah, you cannot get boomed by that, otherwise the series will just, the series will haunt you for a long time.
Fall apart around you.
Exactly, right? I mean,
yeah.
If you're a team that, and there has been teams in the past, like Overwatch League teams, like kind of weak mentals, and you kind of break down after a loss like that, and then you just see the team's kind of coordination just kind of disintegrate. It's what does really separate the good teams from the great teams. I mean, that fortitude within a game, within a series. Nano boost onto Tread. Straight to the back line, does get slipped pretty early on, so Nano boost doesn't get too much value. Thematic receives a very late nano, and look at that, Tread out of the fight, or at least trying to get out of there. Good coach gun though, and a Bob deploy 2. Rally popped from Dongan on the point, just trying to stall out for as long as possible. Of course, overtime is here, but unfortunately Dongan separated from the rest of the squad. And that'll be the first point over to Gaming Gladiators.
Very quick fashion as well, like just no say in this one from a one-man army. That was after utilizing the rally as well as the nano to try to keep themselves in this. FD God once again going to have the sound barrier advantage heading into this next point, which could just mean that Gaming Gladiators can get the first cap outright and then, you know, do what they can. The only problem is that the sound barrier, to contend with something like the duplicate and the extra HP pool of the Primal Rage, it might be a little bit difficult. You also have the Bob that you can throw out for just an extra bit of damage. So we'll see how if the sound barrier advantage actually does result in this advantage here for Gaming Gladiators contending with those 3 ultimates.
Oh, there's the dupe. On to the D.Va. Trying to body block the D.Va almost there. Even the Bob deployed. Okay, that's a lot of ultimates. Good disengage from Gaming Gladiators. No, they've lost that. Don't want to give Top Dragon a free kill with the self-destruct either.
They regroup for a second though, because they can come back into this one really quickly. Now that they've also gotten 2 high-value ultimates out of the Women Army Bank, there's the sound barrier.
Early beat from FD God. They still managed to guarantee a kill on Arvo. Primal Rage from Thematic. He finds one. Oh, FD God woke him up pretty early there. They actually get naded too. FD God needs to keep him alive. Good boop on Thematic. Straight into the drink. Mid-leap too. No chance to recover from that one.
Excellent stuff. So it is going to be 50% though to a one-man army. Now that they get a chance to kind of look back at this next fight, they can look at the nano boost and maybe even get the rally up. Raid Boss Brigida could be on the menu here, but for Gaming Gladiators, they have the rally, they have the nano as well. And you're also looking at the fact that Naga's got another pulse bomb. Naga's been so clean with it too. That could just be
very consistent. Probably wait for Dogger to use the rally unless you want to go early, maybe.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, could. Or Alpha even, maybe.
Yeah, you don't really want to go for anything crazy. You want to be a little bit reactionary when you have that point. FD got the target there from Thematic for a brief moment before he turns his attention towards Tread. There's the first kill. Nico with a pulse onto Alpha as well. This fight's going bad to worse from one-man army. Both support ultimates utilizing that fight too. You heard Dongan really late using that rally, thinking they could turn that one, but that's a team kill from Gaming Gladiators, and they've still got Bob, and they've got B2. This is, yeah, okay, Gaming Gladiators. Do not get a reverse sweep challenge on Flashpoint. Don't want to see that again. But maybe one-man army, that's their secret power, right? They can
Their second half.
By these miracle comebacks, yeah.
Yeah. Their second half team, don't worry. But no, that's another flashpoint there for Gaming Gladiators. A really another fantastic point and just a couple of good fights strung together. They still have the Bob and another sound barrier. Like this is in the pain point here for One Man Army is the fact that FD God has been able to have this sound barrier online after like both of the support ultimates have been expended. This is his second time here. So it could be another good fight win for Gaming Gladiators.
They forced the recall on Naga pretty early. But would you want to go in with the Beak and use the Bob first? Little boop away. Just stop the Bob from getting a good angle, however. But Theomatic, what a nade! What a nade! There's the point. Still got the tank up as well, so no chance for Momo to come back into this fight.
Just go back to spawn. Now you just like have
jump off the map, jump off the map.
Oh man.
They can stagger Dongan too if they really want to. Doesn't look like they're gonna, but Dongan kills the backline. Dongan actually just kills the backline there. That is insane. That is crazy that happens. How does Dongan kill the backline with Alpha dead?
Tactical. Yeah, just I don't know, rally healing, chalk it up to some sort of like brigade voodoo magic, I guess.
Don't know what happened. One man army, they end up capping. After Top Dragon used the duplicate. They've got the sound barrier still rose, but Alpha's got the nano, and Dongan's almost got that rally thanks to those 2 kills a little bit earlier on. Nano boost onto Tread, straight to the backline. Nano's going to get deployed onto Arvo of all people. Now they're looking towards Top Dragon, trying to eliminate him from the fight, and they do so successfully. A self-destruct from Tread to try and get the remake, but Dongan's still coming up with kills. Kill onto Tread is good, and the Bob is actually going to stop FD God from actually capping, and his Exodial ends up going down. That Bob from Arvo did so much work in stalling this fight out, and One Man Army can still hit the touch. Naga is going to be able to attempt the flip, but I think there's just too much firepower on the side of One Man Army. Yeah, there is way too much. And they're going to be able to regroup his 5-2 with the Primal Rage in tow.
And then you're just kind of waiting for Top Dragon to get some type of frag as well. You push them out with this Primal Rage to just into those sight lines of Avo and Top Dragon. But yeah, like Gaming Gladiators have nothing for this next fight. They just have to contest with this Primal Rage.
Yeah, I heard the sleep going a little bit wide there. Theomatic, where is he? He's in the skybox. Oh, he's behind you guys. Quick leap in, bubble down, stop the healing coming through onto Tread. Here it's the D-Mech. He gets it. Overtime now from One Man Army. Truly a team that plays from behind. It's got to be said, Gaming Gladiators probably sweating bullets right now. 99% to 67. They just need these final few kills. And that should be the point. There it is. Oh, Exodial still picks up 2 frags, but it does not matter. One Man Army. They're coming back.
They are so back. Oh my god. FD God never really had a chance to use a sound barrier in that last fight. So now when you take a look at where the pacing is, okay, Gaming Gladiators, they do have double support ultimates, right? Yoham is going to have the nano boost as well. But Dongho is almost at another rally. This player is farming, absolutely farming rallies right now. And that's going to be on top of the fact that Alpha also has a nano boost. This is going to be a pretty heavy ult investment fight if both teams feel like they're going to be able to carve out an advantage from it. That's 4 ults basically for One Man Army and 4 for Gaming Gladiators.
Nano boost into the backline. D-God still, yeah, like you mentioned, refusing to use that sound barrier. They're getting it over again with this copy too. I mean, FD Gods might just go down. Well, Yoham did. Use sound barrier challenge completed. Only hit 3 though. Yoham's dead. And that Bob is going to kind of demolish the point too. Exodial also deployed theirs. And there's the point. One Man Army come up clutch. FD God's sound barrier getting next to no value in that fight. Unable to win it.
Yeah, that's so rough. I mean, like, it's like you saw it as an option to try to keep Yoham alive, but as soon as Yoham went down there, it just nullifies so much of the value that sound barrier could have had, and now you could have had it to contest with the rally, and so it's the rally advantage for One Man Army after they've already had the point capture. So 40% on the board as they come back in.
Good rally, even better bash there from Dongan. Yeah, this D.Va with the nano is getting no value whatsoever. Finally, they've kind of timed, well, they end up getting a Top Dragon, but they're treading for Exodial. They've kind of timed these nanos now with Dongan's rally, and it's working out stupendously. now Thematic just juggling Yoham away. And that's 75%. This is looking like final fight. Can he connect to the Tracer? No, there's a mega health back there, so Naga gets away with that one.
But you can still play so far forward. Like, especially if the Thematic can soak up even a bit more damage, Alpha might be able to get another nano boost online, or even just like, oh, they're just not even gonna try for this.
There's no touch.
Oh my god, they might get
Oh dear.
Are they gonna get reverse swept?
This is a mental breaking situation right here, if you're gaming Gladiators. Over the last 2 maps, you've had a good defense on Dorado, then you get held on first. You got a 103-meter lead, and then you blew it. You are now 2-0 up on Flashpoint, and now One Man Army are also at 2 points.
Yeah. This self-destruct better be the biggest thing to keep Gaming Gladiators in this. And Exodeal can't go down here. Like, you cannot. You cannot. Get set up on the backside of this point and just let her rip.
Give Man's nano boost. There it is, deployed into the front line. Yoham misses the sleep. Thematic is going to go in again. It's free real estate for the Winston. Good sleep, though, eventually gets it. And there it is. Thematic ends up going down, but Top Dragon still takes out Yoham. Decent dive. No duplication that time either. Only wanted to use the nano boost. One Man Army did end up capping in amongst the brawl, but it should be a free cap here from Gaming Gladiators. Without Top Dragon, without Thematic, One Man Army have no business in this fight.
Yeah, and you just go back away, wait for the duplicate to be ready. You've got the Bob as well. But we're once again in a situation where Gaming Gladiators, they do have 5 ultimates here. Control the point now, but oh, look at the pulse bomb went wide.
Bob has joined the fray. There's the sound barrier. Coach gone from Arvo in a couple of seconds. A duplication onto the Lucio. That's a whole lot of healing. Not a whole lot of damage. Well, I guess there's more damage than last match, I suppose. Sound barrier for free. Does get Coach gunned away. Is there going to be an engage here? There's 2 support ultimates used from One Man Army there. That beat, that copy beat, and the rally. But where are the kills? Top Dragon's already dead. Eventually, Thematic's going to clean on up. 70% for Gaming Gladiators as One Man Army find that flip crucially there. They might get another fight as well. If Gaming Gladiators do manage to win this one, they One Man Army might get another chance as Top Dragon jumps over to May as a final resort here.
Wow. Okay. I mean, like, you are going to be fighting in a bit more close quarters. Maybe you're just like, okay, the Echo is overstayed. It's welcome at this point. Gonna switch over to something that you can get a little bit more to, like, maybe shut off, like, Exodeal's sights. Oh, forcing out the ice block already, though, as Top Dragon is alone on point.
That was aggro. Oh, Naga's just going to wait for the passive healing coming in. Thematic's going to go early, too. Tread went pretty low. Anti-nade lands on the Winston, has to get away. Nano boost available from Alpha, so if the Thematic wants to go back in, he can. Luckily, they don't need it. Still burning time off the time bank. 40 HP, and Alpha stays alive somehow. Exodeal couldn't land that final shot. You can see, oh, sleep dodged out of the way. Good stuff from Exodeal, but there's the nano boost straight into the backline. Coach gun, is it enough? No, the bubble is in the way. And here comes OT, the mental breaker of a game. Gaming Gladiators are going to go down, potentially. Tread picks up the kill on Thematic, pulse bomb on the floor, but Naga goes and falls. There is going to be a remake available here from Tread, and a nano boost from Yoham in 5% or so. FD got so close to beat as well. Self-destruct, but no, it's not going to happen. One Man Army popped the rally. Oh my, mental breaker. One Man Army reverse sweep on Flashpoint and take this series. We'll see you in the main event as Gaming Gladiators are eliminated.
That is insane. Like, Gaming Gladiators, this is the Team Peps that got so close to being able to make it into the DreamHack Dallas main event for the Overwatch Champions Series. We were all thinking that they could potentially get there after all of these roster retools, and now a one-man army reverse
comeback
these maps
after comeback after comeback. What is more devastating than that?
What is happening? What is happening? I mean, I'm thrilled, honestly, because I have thoroughly enjoyed One Man Army's performance thus far at this stage. It's been very explosive. Love the changes they're making, the little micro changes throughout those series. And today, again, I mean, we started to worry right early on. It's like, okay, why is Top Dragon not playing Echo? Like, the one win condition yesterday, they didn't go for it. He switches over to the Echo, and everything is as it should be. Of course, this is not, you know, this is not just I don't know, man. It's not like Gaming Gladiators played particularly bad, although I do feel like the few victories that we saw early on from a one-man army, it felt a little like Gaming Gladiators were dropping the ball. Like, I don't want to say they were throwing it in some points, but it felt throw-esque, throw-adjacent.
Throw-adjacent is a legendary comment. This was just ridiculous. God. Honestly, ignore control, don't care. Just give me the highlights of maps 2, 3, and 4, because it is unbelievable. I just can't put it into words. You have a good defense on Dorado. Then you get full held. 103 meters push to 0 on Runasapi. Then you get reversed in OT, mind you, as well.
Yeah, I mean,
then
that was
2 points up on Flashpoint, and then you go reverse switch on Flashpoint. Like,
yeah.
So you see where the throw adjacency is coming from here. Like, it's odd. Let's go with that word. It is odd.
And Naga looked good too. Naga looked fantastic. Real good against Top Dragon. Like, actually just throwing him in the locker kind of deal. Like, beating him on the Tracer over and over and over again. I think Naga was definitely the standout here today for Gaming Gladiators. I think Tread had a good game as well on the Diva. But Naga, I think, showed up in a big way. But yeah, this was the big turnaround here. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. They get checkpoint and whew.
I was like not even panicking during this map because I'm like, oh yeah, no problem, right? Like, surely they could lose another fight here. It's fine because they had a 103-meter lead. But then all of a sudden when Top Dragon switches over to the Echo, it's like, okay, that's it. Like, we're putting the big boy pants on. Like, we actually have to make sure that we can win this match. And it was really the Echo that could do that. Even Top Dragon going over to the Echo when we started out on Suravasa, that it was like, yeah, we're getting serious and this is going to be your downfall.
Yeah,
I couldn't find a way to the Echo.
Yeah, with that firepower, I mean, the same issue the opponents faced yesterday, right? Like, how to deal with that Echo. Evo putting in the work as well, so there was just so much pressure on that backline. Shred was just pulled in every single direction. At that point, you don't know anymore. Am I diving in? Am I appealing for my backline? Like, where do I even go to make the most impact for my
Look
team?
at the ults.
So this was just incredible.
Look at Johan with FD God's ult.
Yeah, there's
1%
right
from Nano,
there.
2% from Beat.
It's so unlucky. That is so unlucky.
Can't believe it. I'm losing my mind.
Insanity. Evo getting player of the match. Definitely also a different maker. Of course, we're talking a lot of about Top Dragon, the newer addition to the team, but Evo is holding it down as well here on the front line.
Must feel really good for Evo too, because I think Evo was a part of Team Peps at one point, and so
revenge?
you know,
Sorry?
like get a little bit of revenge up in here. Yeah, like did play with Team Peps for Flash Ops at least in 2023, and then I think was also a part of the team for some of the maybe earlier stages. So yeah, it's very interesting to see just how far this player has come, but has been on a one-man army for a little bit now, and just really been such a really great part of the team.
I love that we try to turn everything into a revenge story. Like, no matter how they parted ways with their teams, like, oh, it's revenge time.
It doesn't matter. They want revenge.
Yeah.
Listen, we love a good storyline. We love a good storyline. I believe we have an interview ready. Not yet. So we will waffle until that is the case. Yeah, your curse/blessings remain untouched. Best of 5 bangers, or rather the map 5 bangers, keep on coming.
This was close enough to a map from 5. It might as well have been.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
This is perfect.
Very close. So
bangers
back
to be
and
banging.
forth. Like,
that's where we're at. And we're here for it. And we have one more as well. So EMEA not quite done just yet. One more match to decide which Ace team will make it through to the main event. SRP Check will take on
Super
where am I
Shy?
going? Super Shy. I was just reading Shy. Super Shy. So that's going to be hopefully a very good match as well. So far, we've been very blessed. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we are currently standing in Group C, I believe, is what we just finished out.
Yep.
Gaming Gladiators unfortunately falling, so that means they are out, and a one-man army advancing alongside Twisted Minds. I don't think too many people had a one-man army really on their radar heading into this stage, but there certainly should be now.
Yeah, definitely. I think the team, especially with the addition of Dongan and Top Dragon, I think his team is, hidden OP potential here. Yeah, I think a lot of people expected Game and Gladiators Twisted Minds to kind of make it. That's just kind of been the rule for a lot of the top teams in EU, but it's nice to see some upsets. Main event's going to be a little bit spicy, methinks.
Yeah. I think like also when we got a chance to actually have the winners interview yesterday with a one-man army, remember they were saying, okay, we actually haven't had a whole lot of time to scrim together, right? Everybody has been dealing with a lot of IRL stuff, and so when you actually get a chance to put the team together, it's like, yes, we are clicking now, and maybe this is like, okay, still getting a couple of kinks out of the system with maybe some of the close calls that we had in some of these maps, but at the end of the day, like a win is a win, no matter how you get there.
That's right.
So
they're keeping it exciting for us.
Yeah,
we're here for those close matches for sure. We're heading into a quick break and then hope for yet another banger coming our way. It's our peak check going up against Super Shy. Who's going to advance to the main event? We'll find out after this.
3, 2, 1, on me.
Last one.
Push it. Diva. Kiro. Kill blade. I can touch. Don't worry. Diva. Baby. Dead. I'm good. Lucio.
Let's go!
Let's go, guys. Let's work.
Welcome back, friends. This is day 5 of our OWCS Stage 3 group stage. We are so close to finding out which 8 teams from the EMEA region will advance. There we go. I got there eventually. It is I, joined by my besties, Jack and Rose, and we are ready for another banger, I think. Let's take a look at Group D, the last group to sort it out amongst themselves. Of course, Virtus Pro has already advanced, so we're now waiting to see whether it's going to be SR Peak Check or Super Shy joining them in the main event. Just this was like 3 days from now. It's coming up soon.
It's close.
Fast
It's really
approaching.
soon.
It's very fast approaching.
It's really soon.
Yeah, if it's in your calendar, then it's basically here, right?
Might as well be tomorrow. Yeah?
Exactly. It's like Christmas. We're always ready for it. Now, Necra, looking at SR Peak Check, you essentially grew up watching these players roaming the wilds of contenders, or I rather feel like you've watched them growing up. Many things have changed since, except from Cloudy, he still plays Reinhardt.
That is so true, though. I mean, this roster is so special because just like we always look at for EMEA contenders teams, it's just full of identity. And one of those players is Cloudy, just known for that Reinhardt play. I think you could also consider him a part of like the just legacy of OTPs that have been built in the EMEA region. But you also have so many other fantastic pieces that you get to round this out with. Ghost91 that we know from the ENCE days. So kind of like coming out to round out the roster is very exciting alongside Gain, a household name, and of course Cronus and Vi. Very exciting.
Yeah, speaking of exciting things, on the side of Super Shy, they looked really good yesterday whenever they managed to play the rush/brawl, whatever you want to call it, Hitori on that Maga. I think that was a great look for them. Are we going to get that rush mirror today, Jack?
I don't know, because like Hardy is going to be playing the Rhine.
Hardy?
Do you play the Maga into the Rhine? I mean, potentially yes. Do you play the round tonight? Absolutely. I think the idea probably from Super Shy is if we do end up having to pick maps, we just go to maps that the Rhine isn't good. We just go to dive maps. Like, we'll just pick Dorado, we'll pick maps like that where we know they can't just run the Rhine cheese. I don't want to call it cheese, but Rhine, not the best tank hero right now, sadly, although Cloudy makes it work regardless because the guy's got like 20k hours in that character or something silly. I mean,
he is Reinhardt at this point. Like they merged.
Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Super Shy also came off a super hot win yesterday, like you were saying. So it was a reverse sweep. Hitori, she dominated on the Winston and then on the Mauga too.
Yeah, I did really like the rush look from them, the Maga. Like that was just, in my opinion, their best look. Let's see, audience clearly in favor of Super Shy. Let's see if SR Peak Check can make something happen today and advance to the main event. We'll find out after this series. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. So yes, Super Shy versus SR Peak Check. God, one of my favorite names, I think, of the new OWCS format system, in all honesty. People are still calling it SR as well. Like, that has not left the vernacular. And it won't for a long time, I'd imagine, until people come in and go, what's SR mean? People in chat right now, first-time gaffs. What is SR?
Well,
well, little Timmy, sit down and I'll tell you a long, historied, like a long time ago when the rank system was all big numbers. Or small numbers if you were back in the very start of season 1 episode 1, season 1 Overwatch 1.
Or small numbers if you're also low ranked on.
Or if you're or if you like tragically low ranked, like
tragic.
sub 500 SR, yeah.
Anyway,
all right, Super Shy.
Players. Let's go.
Super Shy and SRPJ. Names are flipped there. They'll be flipped around in just a moment, but. Cloudy, of course, are running the Rhine, and yeah, no surprise here. Like so was saying, a little bit of rush coming through from Super Shy. And with the May, this is going to be the big challenge for Cloudy. He can do it in solo queue. Can he do it in an elimination game, or a decider game, I should say?
Well, the rush is really important as well because you're looking at this static backline. Like Ghost 91, you are almost always going to expect to run the Baptiste. So the Ramatra plus Lucio is one great way. You can just push them over, run them over. Fi is going to be picking up the Mei as well, so it is going to be a little bit of like the rush versus rush with the Reinhardt and the Ramatra being the differences in between the two. Alongside this Symmetra, actually, so if we can actually see this Sim set up, then this is definitely a way that Cloudy can play a little silly with it and actually get around this Mei.
Cloudy sits in a corner, hopes he doesn't die to the Ram. Valiant attempt. Look at how much healing Ghost is doing right now, but not enough. Not enough. Nice little boop there onto the Mei. And behind the shield, Cloudy goes in for the pin. Nice bit of cleave damage as well from Cloudy, being kept alive. Ghost is doing the most amount of work possible right now. Healing up Cloudy from sub 100 HP, who is permanently at that point. Sobek, happily for Zoe, using the Jazzy Lucio skin, and there is the kill onto Fi. Super Shy still control the point, however. Sobek is being a bit of a menace on the Lucio right now, permanently contesting. Ghost filches Zoro eventually, but still they are contesting. There's no stopping Sobek, just continuing his dominance on the point, eventually shut down by the turret. And there's a 66% start for Super Shy.
It's the vibes with the Jazzy Lucio skin. It keeps you so calm, cool, and collected that you can just talk for hours. That is just the secret ticket right there. So we can be a hater all she wants, but I think that is the best skin in the game. We got SR Peak Check finally making a dent though into some of the progress on this point. Cloudy does have a big Earth Shatter ready to go. You just gotta leave it behind this Ramatra shield. That's gonna be the biggest problem. It's a Maywall too.
Vortex already used. Fi with some good damage there onto Pack and onto Zoro. Some of those right clicks scoring just half health chunks and then a fire strike. There's a lot of like one hit combos in a way, right? The Sim and then the Mei just right clicks. If they end up comboing you out, it could be almost instant death. Good fight from SR Peak Check, only using that Shatter.
Yeah, and the Shatter actually didn't even feel like it got very much, but it was enough that you kind of scatter the forces and allow Fi and Danit to start cleaning things up. And so Super Shy, they do go back. Hitori with the self-elimination there does mean that like she can come back into this one. The Annihilation 2 is going to be so nice to have for this next fight.
Good Blizzard. Charge though.
Good wall.
Getting Cloudy out of danger. Same with that wall. Yep. Wall of Blizzard being utilized by SR Peak Check to hold down this point. And hold it, they do. Looks like Tori, she's probably... Oh, she doesn't... Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, Kronos has sound barrier already. Gonna try and boop away the bat, though. See you later.
Well, last chance here, though, for Super Shy to get back into this one. They didn't use the Annihilation, so Hitori does have that for a bit more survivability and also just hopefully some firepower heading into this next one. But the fact that Kronos still has a sound barrier to let loose is a huge deal. And they're walking into an amplification
Sobek is dead, surely. Good shots from Fi from downtown there. Lamp deployed, 1 HP there from Ghost, like it received the sound barrier from Kronos. Hitori, she ends up going down, even using that Annihilation. It's really rough too. You're walking into that window, even you're folding your arms, it's still too much damage. And SR Peak Check, they're gonna claim round 1.
Yeah, hey, you can't count the Reinhardt out. I'm just saying to all of the viewers at home, you can't count the Reinhardt out.
Yeah. It's kind of a roll of the dice with the control maps. Although Nepal, to be fair, has 2 really good Rhine maps, right? You got Village, and then you got Shrine, and then unfortunately you get Sanctum, which is probably the worst Rhine map out of all of them. I guess it depends. If you end up winning the first fight, you can hold like super close, but if you end up losing it, you get just spammed.
Yeah, because you have the Mei and you have the Symmetra on the team, like you're opting to use that through Danit, like you actually have a pretty easy time to actually just warp behind the enemy team. And so maybe it's not so bad after all. Looks like we did have a quick disconnect there, so Potanova's coming back into the lobby, no problem. But yeah, I'm not too pressed about it. Like, especially if you're a Rhine OTP, you have a ton of experience making it work on maps that maybe you don't expect it to. I choose to believe.
Can't imagine Super Shy going to change too much about that comp.
2, 1. Round 2.
Cloudy? Little
Nope,
shout.
just a shout.
Yeah, it's just a shout. A little shout, a little charge. Obviously, yeah, SR peak check around the same kind of thing. Same Super Shy. See how well they handle this first fight. TP, straight to the back, straight on top of the bookcase. Oh, Ghost already dead. To the fire of Zoro. Nice lamp in this corner. There's almost no chance of you actually getting that and killing it. Cloudy is super low too. Really nice heads-up play from SR Peak Check. Teleporting on top of that little bookcase so the teleporter doesn't get instantly blown up and you can drop onto people, but the dynamite killing Ghost that early on, you're looking for at least a couple of kills from Cloudy with one swing, otherwise that fight is done.
And Zoro was so ready for it, right? Because you saw the teleporter come through and it was an insta, I'm gonna dynamite and make sure that everybody is gonna be very, very hurt, very in pain. What happened? Sobek just got sniped.
Don't know, but Cronus is dead as well. All good. We
Doesn't
traded.
matter, I guess. Ooh,
traded.
we wiped. We wiped, actually. Yeah.
Late kill? Nice, not bad. Not bad at all.
That's just even more progress there for Super Shy, even without having to use ultimates either. Like, Sobek has gotten picked off early enough that gonna be trailing a little bit in terms of the actual ultimate charge up to the sound barrier, but Cronus is also in the same boat because CSR Peak has lost so many fights, so it's not too big of a deal. Hitori having this Annihilation ready for the next time SR Peak come in though is huge. Like,
or if Hitori just rips it now, yeah. I mean, they're all in this small enclave. Like, hey, go for it. Yeah, there you go. Hitori picks up 2.
Who's next?
SR Peak with the reset. They got a lot of also. I mean, you got a window to start off the fight to kind of scatter Super Shy, then create space with it, and then just Blizzard / Shatter. A lot of options to how to tackle this fight, but it looks like Super Shy might want to go early. Yeah, they're going to Blizzard hard. Blizzard Cloud equal them Hardy then. Both fine players. Good proactive play from Super Shy, stopping SR Peak setting up.
Well, they know Cronus didn't have sound barrier. Like, if Sobek doesn't, Cronus surely doesn't, right? So just use the May Blizzard so early. Do it again, actually. Look at this.
Oh, no. What a wall. Stop that fire strike from actually connecting. Podanova might end up surviving. Cronus using that sound barrier to push forward. They are going to be able to touch as well. What a team wipe from SR Peak Check. A little bit too aggressive there from Super Shy. Using the window at the spawn doors. Respect, but didn't end up working out for them. And they didn't manage to burn SR Peak Check's Blizzard or Wall either, which is kind of unfortunate. However, you do save your sound barrier.
Yeah, but the sound barrier could actually just get negated by this wall. Like, what if you block up that Lucio's area of effect so you don't deliver the sound barrier? I don't know. It's just gonna be a little rough, I think. But SR Peak Check, they're gonna hold pretty close. Kind of expecting the Ramatra's gonna have to pivot away.
Little rotation here from Super Shy. They're gonna re-rotate down onto this small choke point. Nice wall on Hitori. She does manage to stay alive. And the sound barrier in hand, Sobek is just escorting the team around the side. And, well, SRPJ can do the same thing, right? Just rotate Cloudy, but it looks like they're Super Shy going on the long detour around to the SR Peak Check mega health back room. Eventually these walls are going to come back up. As you can see, Danad is a little bit stuck right now. Needs some desperate help. Manages to get away. And that's a lot of damage on the shield as well. Hitori going pretty low. There's the wall. Pretty defensive one. Mind you, and the Blizzard should at least result in 1 kill. There it is. Zoro caught. However, OT is going to get triggered here as Super Shy find the cat mid-fight. Podanova down, however, does probably mean SR Peak Check take this one, unless there's insane amount of boops coming through from the Lucio, but quite unlikely. That's the second one, in fact. Escrolos almost met his maker.
By cleaning up the rest of it. You still have the Amplification Matrix 2 as well as this Shatter. So SR Peak Check that they really wanted to could try to play a little far forward, but we saw how that went for Super Shy. Don't know if you really want to play as risky with it, but it is, knowing especially that it's the last fight. They're gonna actually let Super Shy walk in here. They don't want to hold up close. They know that they
got window as well. What a shield from Hitori! Blocks it with the Ram shield. That's something you don't see every day. Fire strike through the window though. Incinerates Bob. SR Peak Check with 10% to go now. got control of the point. Super Shy was contesting it for a brief moment, but they end up backing off, grouping as 5. Cloudy with no shatter in hand. No, he's a little bit more vulnerable now as Satori makes her move. Pushing into the front line, the ping comes in and Cloudy misses. I thought that was going to connect. I think Cloudy thought so the same. Oh no! Sobek finds the boop. Cloudy off the map. And oh, Sobek finds another 2! What? What did I just see? Sobek with 3 boop kills in that fight. And that's going to be round for Super Shy. Hey, Jazzy Lucio on top.
It's the tunes, it's the vibes. We're gonna convert Zoe into a believer. I like make it my life's mission to make Zoe enjoy the skin. That is crazy though. Like to know that I think that's how that round is going to finish is absolutely wild. Like I think that especially if you are dealing with the blizzard from Pac, Fi gets a chance to actually blizzard to the blizzard as well. Danid was so close to another photon barrier that if that fight extends, then SR Peak Check are actually in like a really good position to win out that fight and just win out the map. But we're going to Village, so let's talk about some really good Reinhardt maps. This could totally be one, especially if you're able to get control of the map first. And then you also have the Maywall and the Symmetra as well. You could set it up for success here. But Jaws, I'm still reeling after that last fight.
Yeah. We'll get some replays, don't worry. Whoa. Pac insta-dead.
Well,
that was a Lucio damage, fire strike, right click from May, just everything.
Yeah.
Very small choke. I said before, like, it is pretty scary, like the amount of one-shot potential you have.
Yeah.
With the powerful right clicks from the Sim and the May.
It's true.
All right, and Pac is switching over to Pharah. Don't mind this whatsoever. Who touches the Pharah here is only Ghost. Only Ghost.
That's if Ghost even has an angle. But yeah, you're so busy trying to kill up Cloudy with taking all of his focus fire.
A Cloudy charge there. Oh, that wall. A little too far forward there, or too close to the corner even from Fi. Couldn't lock themselves into the side of the points. There goes Pac. Pac just stopped. Pac just killed themselves with the rocket. Pac was like, I've got this kill, guys. Don't worry, Ghost is going to die. And then Pac just kills, just shoots the wall instead and ends up eliminating themselves. Unfortunately.
Yeah, see? Ghost doesn't have to do the job if Pac's gonna do it for him.
True. Facts.
Well, a little bit of progress here for SR Peak Check. Super Shy currently in control of the point, but this teleporter is gonna move SR Peak Check fast, and Hitori is exposed again.
Oh yeah, good luck. No way you're surviving that. Window into the charge. It's like Korean contenders back in 2019. SR Peak Check holding down the fort. Good TP usage there from Danit.
Reinhardt, Earthshatter, vibing, ready to go. Cronus is going to have a sound barrier too, so that could be a big deal as well, because Sobek is a little bit late to the punch on this one. But can they get the sound barrier up maybe in time for even something like this barrage? That's what I worry about here. Pac's very close to that.
Well, they're going to use Bob first, trying a little bit of space. Pac looking for somebody. Decent Bob positioning too, it's actually near the point. Sound barrier comes through as Cloudy just swinging on Hitori. But did Sobek just die with... Was that an AJ from Sobek or not?
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. There's the Blizzard as well from SR Peak Check. I mean, Super Shy without any support ultimates. They're going to be... not going to be too happy about that fight, but it's all good. Zora's on the field, you're chilling. And Pac doing so much damage too. Two ultimates available for Super Shy for this next fight. And here is the AJ Cloudy. Oh. So it just explodes in a puff of molten lava. I love it. Oh. That mythic weapon skin goes kind of crazy. 80% on the board for SR Peak Check. Yeah, that is... not exactly where Danny wanted to put that teleporter, and they go straight into a barrage and an annihilation. Not sure you needed 2 ults there, but my god, did it look cool.
It also makes a statement, you know, just be like, hey, don't mess with us. But it doesn't leave them with very little to actually go into this next fight with. Knowing that SR Peak Checker is also going to have an amplification matrix and the photon barrier is a really easy way to start splitting up these fights, and you can just cut off Hitori from the rest of the supports and Zoro as well.
Good little boot there. I thought Ghost was going to get caught out. Wall available from Daned. It's a really powerful tool in this comp. We'll see if he wants to deploy it. Beautiful land from Podanova, though, keeping the front line alive. Hattori lives to fight another day. However, they are fighting against this window still. SRP Check are in full control right now. That Dynamite's doing a lot of damage, and here comes the wall. Daned's already dead, though. They're slightly just swinging through. There's a lot of AoE damage coming through right now from the Rhine, but it is just too much to bear. It's a back and forth map. Kind of classically so with these May Sim comps who end up capping the point, and the team that had capped before, they have to recontest. But now you look at what you're running into if you're SRP Check Rose. Window, Bob, Barrage, good luck, have fun. Maybe the sound barrier saves them, but it's looking highly unlikely as they take high ground.
Yeah, especially because it's not up yet. Like, you're just going to be taking so much damage. Oh, Cloud is just in, though. Absolutely rushes over to the point, hoping maybe that you get a chance to set up these big turrets, and that could be useful.
A devious flank from Fi, burning the block pretty early. There's the beat. Bob deployed, same with the window on the point. A cheeky teleporter from Daned, but will he survive? These damage-reduced rockets are just a pain to deal with, and everybody is so low. Barrage available from Pack. He sets himself up in the corner. There's the barrage. He hits the ground. Ellie's clouded down, and the annihilation to follow up. Hattori's going to finish this one out pretty strong, as no one from SRP Check can touch any longer, and Super Shy are going to take map 1.
What a fun map that we had, though. Very back and forth for both of these teams. We had the Reinhardt have its way in that very first round, but as we started to progress through the series, it did feel like, okay, well, how do you hit the Pharah, right? Village definitely just full Pharah all the way, and even when we were looking at Sanctum, there was just so much going on, and too little time to actually get this Reinhardt and teleporter set up. I felt like they were kind of just continuing to bash their head against this wall of, well, May.
Yeah.
But also just like the Ramatra.
Yeah, the Ram pretty good against Rhine. You can shield, you can then turn into Giant Ram, and then you can just wail on the Rhine while they sit there and hold shield. It's, yeah, as soon as that character kind of got announced, or like, oh, here's what Ram does, etc., it's like, he's pretty good against Rhine. Rhine can't do anything. He cannot swing his hammer and also hold shield, while Ram could just sit there in front of you just wailing on you. It's, yeah, it's pretty rough for Cloudy out there for the time being. Nepal, when they faced against EXO, it was a 2-0 on Nepal. Suravasa and Runasapi is the other maps they did end up winning, so I imagine we're going to see them. This comp, obviously, very map dependent, although it can work. It's kind of London Spitfire-esque, right? TPing, and you have May, you've got Ryan. It's like how these comps are supposed to be played in 2024, 2023, in like Overwatch, like new Overwatch. This is how this comp is supposed to be played, and so it's very map.
We have literally seen this though on Gibraltar, like just to the point where you're saying, like,
sure, yeah.
Well, it is map dependent. We have literally seen Space Station play this map on Gibraltar.
Yeah,
like, so it's possible.
It is possible, but it sucks on Gibraltar. Like, it's not good. So will we see that? Well, Gibraltar's not in the pool, but like, will we see like non-Rhine maps being picked by SRP Check? Probably not. And this is going to be the big problem. They're on the back foot, so they get to choose. But as soon as Super Shy end up picking, they're going to go to things like Dorado, which kind of leads me to think, if you are SRP Check right now, you want to take the game mode that has the least friendly Rhine maps. So like, push in general, you can definitely play Rhine on like all those maps. That's fine, like TPs and stuff like that. With Suravasa, or sorry, Flashpoint, you can play it on Suravasa, you can play it on New Junk City. So I would imagine you're probably going to a hybrid or escort here. And if you're going to go hybrid, that would make the most sense, because then you take away, or yeah, if you want to pick a hybrid, no, I was thinking escort. If you're going to go escort, you want to pick a map that's not like Dorado, for example, right? You want to just pick a map that's pretty linear, you can just use the Rhine, you can TP around and stuff, and then you take away that opportunity for Super Shy to pick something like Dorado. So that is where I'm kind of thinking right now. We're going to go to Circuit, however, it's going to be the escort map. So it will be an escort, but Circuit, not conventionally a Rhine map, but we've seen Rhine teams use this map pretty effectively with the May, just crossing that massive amounts of distance. And I wonder if that's going to prompt Super Shy to run the Ram again. I don't think they're going to run Sigma, because you're just going to get run over. So
yeah, I do think it has to be a Ramatra angle, but that's why I'm a little confused, because we do see teams pick Ramatra quite a bit on this map in order to at least do like a close spawn hold on their defensive side. And then just you can kind of go from there. So I don't know. I'm not sure. Better than Dorado.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the main thing, right? It's like, it's better than Dorado. It's better than a map that Hattori can play like Winston or something. So we're going to go to Escort. We're going to go to Circuit. It's pretty nice. Look, you come out the spawn. You go to that little room with the little mini in it. You TP up to the high ground.
Ooh.
Push around on the bridge. Then you hold the corner. Wait for TP. Then you TP past the big like long thing, and then you TP on the back line, and then you wait, you chill if you're getting kited, and you're all good. There you go. There's the game plan for SR Peak Check. I'm not sure if they're actually gonna do that, but that's what I have in my head at the very least. Let's quickly hop over to a new short featuring Juno before we get into this next map.
Flight, we're wondering why you haven't fired primary boosters yet. All systems appear optimal.
I just need a minute. It is so hard to say goodbye to the only home I've ever known.
I understand, but the colony isn't safe anymore, and our window of opportunity is closing. So let's get you on your way to your new home.
Next stop, Earth. Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1. Control?
Our sensors indicate an external issue.
External?
Follow protocols and you'll be fine, but you have to hurry.
Careful. I'm going to find a way to save you. All of you. I think I see the problem.
Copy that. Don't panic. You're okay.
I am definitely not okay. Why did I think I could do this?
Juno, I believe in you. You've trained for this kind of thing your whole life. You have all the tools you need.
Okay. All right. I have all the tools I need. Control. Problem solved.
Hear that? We're all so proud of you. I want you to live a long, happy life on Earth, sweetheart. Always remember, I love you.
I love you too, Mom. Okay, Earth. Here I come.
Attention, unknown craft. Halt your approach and identify yourself.
It is too late to halt. I'm coming in very hot. Who is this?
This is Overwatch. I am tracking your trajectory and will have someone meet you. For my records, Where did you come from?
I am from Mars, and my name is Juno.
Welcome back. Yeah, we just had to quickly change the servers, and we should be good to go. SR Peak Check versus Super Shy. The last match here in the EMEA. One more team could make it through to the main event next week. Will it be Super Shy? Will it be SR Peak Check? A lot of the chatters, I believe, were voting for Super Shy to win this game. I think it was like 77% or something. It was pretty high. But SR Peak Check, they did end up going down. They do get to choose their map, and they're going to Circuit Royale.
Circle Royale, we can expect to see a little bit more of the Reinhardt here, probably more of the Ramatra from Super Shy, but I'm really interested to see if I might end up thinking about picking up one of his pocket Widowmaker picks. Very good on the hit scan heroes, has been playing a lot of the Mei in order to make sure that this roster can get rounded out in terms of this rush, but I kind of feel like if maybe you're seeing the Ramatra shield or the Mei wall is not too big of threats, you can potentially bring out that Widowmaker on the attack and just see if you can actually get something to work with it. Otherwise though, honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe it's a little broke because SR Peak Check didn't win the first map, but still, like, you might just be your bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, there's always an opportunity to do so on Widow on this map. We will see.
I get not starting out on it, honestly. I do understand that. And I'm like, you know, if it starts to, the plan starts to falter, then you do have the Widowmaker you could fall back on if you want.
Yeah, if you're feeling like you can get a nice pick first. See with the TP, my prophecy is coming true, but it also makes the most sense. With this kind of comp, oh yeah, Zoro caught out completely, way too far forward. The TP is just such a good tool to wrap around the enemy team, like a bun does to a sandwich, you know?
Like a hot dog bun?
Yeah, like a sandwich, like the bun wraps around the sandwich contents. That's what I'm saying. The TP
No, it doesn't.
wraps around the enemy.
Well, I guess it depends on if you don't cut the bun all the way through.
Yeah, in this instance, I'm not cutting the bun all the way through.
Okay, all right, good. I like it. Good talk. Like a pita bread. Pita pocket.
Potted luckily there, saving Hattori. Wall comes up. Cloudy, unhindered, unwavering in his attempt to play Ryan on every map possible. Nice ping kill onto Pack. These windows are going to come up really fast too, but Zoro's still putting in some decent damage from afar. It's pretty low, receives a couple of those healing orbs from his Baptiste. And even a window deployed too. Cloudy's got to be careful. They actually have to use the sound barrier to finish this fight, but the bomb is on the point. Oh no, the turret! Pottenova didn't kill it in time, and Danet's turret does the rest. I mean, SR Peak Check can play all the way up there. They've not got to worry about Pottenova's healing now.
Nope. You don't have to worry about the bomb either, because that's been thrown out. It's expired. Oh, the higher strike.
Good wall. Annihilation's going to come out as well, but Hattori's not going to survive long. She ends up getting slain by Cloudy. Nice wall uses there from Pack, lifting up the Ram so no one, or like Cloudy couldn't instantly kill him. That was Pottenova going down to, that was a MVP play from Daned's turret there.
That's so funny. Yeah, I mean, that did open up the fight a lot. Hattori using the Annihilation there, though. If she's not switching, I kind of would have liked to see that actually being held for this next fight. You could have gone for the overkill with the Annihilation in the Blizzard. You do have the sound barrier, though, which is going to be nice to have. It's just the barrier advantage, especially knowing that Fire does actually have the Blizzard as well. But yeah, you don't have the Annihilation for this next fight, so you're going to have to play around your sound barrier a little bit better.
Blizzard relevant for Fire too. Was looking for a cheeky little angle. Sound barrier. Early usage from Sobek as they throw in that Blizzard, separating SR Peak Check, but they've all managed to group up in this small room. Fire right now, the only one isolated from the team, but happy just to do so. Has got a utility to use if they really need it. Blizzard thrown out into the backline now of Super Shy. Tori's all on her lonesome. Ends up getting taken out. Again, the Blizzard's doing so much work, splitting the team, but it looked like SR Peak Check there. A little bit more experience with it. That should be at 0.2 as well. SR Peak Check making this one a little bit of a speed run.
It's going to be a good amount of time now, over 5 minutes into this this next point. So it feels pretty good. Okay, sorry, a little less than 5 minutes. Think about like the good old days. Got a lot of time there, but no, it's with our Shatter in tow as well as the sound barrier. Already teleporting up to the high ground too and splitting up Tori.
What a shatter. Can they get someone off the map? Yo, see you later. Is that a double kill? Oh, Cloudy gets 2. He pins Pono off and Sobek went with him. I mean, that is unbelievable from Cloudy.
Oh, actually goated. This is why watching the OTPs are so fun, because they get to do silly things like this, and for our benefit as the viewers is great.
Cloudy's already back too. That wall, basically a giant Rhine shield, going to help that payload get around this final corner here. It's Hardy, the menace in the front line on this Rhine. Annihilation has been popped. Will end up fading away as Cloudy holds the shield so it doesn't tick anybody down. So therefore doesn't extend. An aggressive window usage here, but Hattori's already through window, but Fi and Chronos end up just peeking around it. Pretty easy couple of kills there. And Cloudy lands yet another pin kill.
Oh, I'm laughing. I'm only laughing because it's like you could use those names interchangeably. I think people will always understand what you mean. Is big Reinhardt player do well.
Yeah.
Like, good Reinhardt player is fun.
I haven't casted Cloudy in a long time. Shatter available from Cloudy now on the high ground. Oh, easy as that. Sobek down, and that should be point. That Blizzard 2 is just going to be the final nail in the coffin. A nice little lamb to keep them alive, but it's only the Ashe that remains. And SR peak check. Defy the meta on Circuit Royale. 3 minutes in the time bank.
Oh my goodness. Just Reinhardt's doing Reinhardt things. Just like fantastic. Look at this again. You get the Earth Shatter. The Immortality Field does come out in time to be able to save everybody, but look at this. Like, Lucio goes off into the distance. Whee! I like that.
That would have been a triple too if there was no coach from Zoro.
Exactly. That's what I was looking at. I was like, oh, is this going to be like 3 players? Like, that would have been crazy. But yeah, the coach gun was perfect. That's so funny, though. I want more of that, please. You know they're not going to make the same mistake twice. They're never going to take a fight by the water.
Surely they don't make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, never.
We'll see. All right, Super Shy's offense now. 3-minute time back is pretty impressive. It's going to be the same thing here. That I don't think there's going to be any changes on either side. I mean, maybe if you really wanted to be greedy here from Super Shy, you could run something like an Ana, but I think it's too risky. Not enough healing either. Like, you need that AoE healing because of how AoE these comps are.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think it's working. Like, they found their groove, right? But now that we actually see the side swapped, the Symmetra maybe not as easy to actually use to finagle some of these attacks.
Stop the payload.
You're gonna see the Ramatra once again though here for Hitori as they come out of spawn, Zaro as well in the Ashe, so we're just running back the same types of comps. Already forcing up. Yeah, I was gonna say the ice block is crazy early.
Hello, Danit. You're in our spawn. Zoro's wondering why Danit is all the way back there. Really early holder or an attempted hold. Always worth a try. Team kill though, coming through from Super Shy.
Gotta try it at first. And you could have, like, you just have to do it because it guarantees you 2 extra chances here for this first phase. Like, you get a chance to come around this corner, and probably if the fight gets taken quickly, then you get a chance right at the end. But you can see, like, Reinhardt already kind of take this close corner, and the teleporter helps out too. The cheeky fire strike angle.
Yeah, just making sure Super Shy aren't overextending their boundaries or anything, and just kind of checking them on the high ground. You see Zoro once again has to coach gun away from that TP, so Danik clearing that height pretty effectively. Tori clearing Cloudy though is not a good sign for SRP checks push.
Yep, that is another one out of the way, and because of how late that is, I actually don't know if they're going to be able to get another recontest. You see the wave respawns coming through. Maybe with a teleporter, they can just, you know, bounce themselves down onto the point. There you go.
Oh, this window's good as well from 5. That Blizzard straight on top. See if Hitori can clean up here. Should be able to. Yeah, it was a really aggressive window there from Ghost. Not too far back, so it's the Ram. You just kind of walk through it. Same with everybody else. They got the speed. There's no real space to actually utilize it.
Or the Mei walls it off, and then it's yeah, absolutely useless. But there you go. A very quick .8 capture here for Super Shy. They're still holding on to the Annihilation. They got a window of their own now, too. And the sound barrier. Cronus still needs to get that online. So, like, if the Annihilation just comes out now, I mean, you know, go for it, right? Hitori's been really good at popping these early and just punching through things.
Fi holding that block for as long as possible to make sure they don't get eliminated by the Bob. That wall's pretty good. It's going to separate the team, and Dan is going to make full use of that. B comes in from Sobek, hits both himself and Hitori, who's being kept alive somehow. That lamp doing Lord's work there. Podonova throwing that in that small room. But eventually, as it kind of breaks down, Fi just sniping people from afar. And this is a really good holding point too for SRP check. They're going to be able to juggle these corners. Cloudy's got the Earth Shatter as well. Anything is possible here.
Oh, another one. Just don't fight over behind the wall, please. Or actually, maybe for the viewer experience. But yeah, just going for the Earth Shatter here. Like, especially if Hitori is going to walk forward, you can use this a little bit reactively.
Oh, there's the window used. Yeah, already. Good wall by Pack. Stops the window getting immediate value. I've spotted a couple of people. Yeah, they spotted Zoro on the staircase. Should be able to get a double kill here. Yeah, Kronos picks up Sobek as well. It looks like they were trying to find a small angle to try and pick someone off, but, you know, very aggressive.
Another couple of minutes stalled off the clock here as you look at the next fight too, with the amplification matrix on the return here from Podonova. The Blizzard, I think, could also be pretty big here depending on where you actually want to take this fight. Out in the open too, with all these Mei walls, you can make yourself a nice little arena.
That was a very early lamp coming through and goes under a lot of pressure by Sobek.
Dead.
And he's already dead too. Yeah, it's a lost fight from SRP check. Cloudy's not going to use Shatter here. Dana's not going to use Wall. Just wait to be cleaned up, still some more time. There's the team kill. Still got a lot to use. And again, not a bad point at all for the Reinhardt and the Mei and everything else. Like, you can hold up pretty close. You got to be careful though, because right now, I mean, Super Shy, they're kind of at their full strength, especially when it comes to these DPS odds. They throw that Blizzard in the choke point. Good luck getting through. It looks like they're actually just going to TP behind this little gazebo here and try and find a different avenue of attack.
Smart.
Shadow lands, only hits one. Hitori pretty low. Oh, what a wall by Fi. Stops that lamp actually connecting with Hitori, so that invulnerability cannot be utilized. The good stuff.
Super good. I mean, the reaction time has just been absolutely great. Like, the Fi has been such a fantastic
They did not see Podonova hiding in the corner. Super secret agent Podonova.
Oh, look, it's good. Baptiste is like the medic secret agent for Overwatch. You know?
Stealth. Somber invisibility.
The moon boots are not quiet, though, unfortunately.
Oh, Blizzard thrown in. That's a very far toss there by Pack. Can they actually secure a freeze? No, it doesn't look like it. Even that TP used by SRP check to get out of there. Here comes the Annihilation. Soundbite from Kronos too. They're on a good angle here. They can't get taken out too quickly. However, they need this sound barrier in, but Cloudy's already down despite that wall being used. 5-person beat. Super Shy. They're going to survive this Blizzard. I think at least Hitori, yeah, spot the Annihilation. Maybe thought they were going to go down. So ends up just ripping that, find 3 kills. SRP check. They burn the wall, they burn the Blizzard. They've only got the sound barrier left, but Super Shy equally a rather expensive affair in that last fight.
But they had to. They were running out of time. And so now they only have the 2 minutes to enter into third. And if they got stopped again, it's just going to be really difficult to pick up the pace and try to get this payload to match that. But that's kind of what Super Shy are playing for right now, is just anything. They got to finish the map. They only have the amplification matrix right now.
Pit. Oh, nice block. Just to the final frame there. Zoro with an unbelievable angle with the window. That should be a dynamite kill onto Danid, yeah. I mean, SRP check, as soon as they use their TP, they can't regroup and relocate somewhere to stop Zoro and Podonova getting away with murder there. So they end up just falling over to the Ash on the high ground using the window.
All right, so window now expended, leaves the Bob here for Zaro to push over, and that might just be enough point presence to actually get this over the line. But they only have a minute, so very little room for error, as this is going to be their last attempt to do this cleanly as a full team of 5.
Yeah, a minute versus 3. Gotta be careful
Already
if you're
rough.
Zoro. However, that Bob is gonna prove quite the thorn in the side for SR Peak Check. They're responding to it with a sound barrier, but LH Cloudy is well, his overhealth's already disappeared. The Bob is doing a crazy amount of damage right now, and just a suppression as well. Good triple tap onto Fi's back. Pack picks up 1 kill, puts the Blizzard on the point. Cloudy down, and there goes the payload. SR Peak Check now just bundling, just jumping onto the point, just delaying as much time as humanly possible. I think that's going to be about it. 1 minute versus 3:37. As Super Shy, they get that 3rd point.
The fact that they finished is great. They actually do have an opportunity to win this out and go to match point already in the series. But that's only a minute to work with. We've seen a ton of teams, though, on Circuit specifically this stage, just take that minute and turn it into so much. So I don't even want to be like, okay, SR Peak Check, you got this. Like 3.5 minutes, all good. Because we've seen teams, even with that time bank advantage, not be able to convert it over in the same way as when you know your backs are against the wall and you're like heavy breathing, trying to make sure that you got all that adrenaline pumping through you to carry you through that 1 minute.
Who's popping champers in the pool then?
The pigeons, actually.
Pigeons?
Yeah, the pigeons and the floaty.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, we, speaking of which, Rose, we have seen some insane pushes on circuit. We saw one yesterday with a minute to go, reach
Exactly.
3rd pretty much. So anything is possible with a minute on circuit is what I've learned over the last couple of days. Oh, yes. This is...
silly strat.
This
Okay,
strat
this is
here,
silly.
it always reminds me of the 2023 Korean World Cup team when they full held a team in the qualifiers. And it's like, come on. Like, they're just full holding teams when they were doing the OPAC qualifiers. It was just ridiculous.
One would say this is a peak check. This is an SR peak check right here.
Yeah, right.
It really only happens with those teams that do have like a significant gap between them in terms of skill level. So here you go. They do get at a spawn though, not to worry. But not.
Cloudy is down. I really like that. A TP from Pack and then switches over to May to throw icicles. Just no one died here. Pack is dead, unfortunately. All good. You are pretty close to spawn, so not too much of an issue. But still, 30 seconds birth from SR Peak Check. They're going to get 3 fights. All spawning together pretty much. For the last 3 spawners coming in, with Kronos being the important one, the Lucio.
Still, there's enough time off the clock where you do get a chance to come in one more time, and maybe the Earth Shadow from Cloudy could be enough. Cloudy's still been able to hit those, especially with like 5 pulling up a wall or something to block the Immortality Field as we saw a turn ago. So let's see if Cloudy can get it done. Gonna be the first one to do an ultimate in this game.
Really heads up play there by Zoro, just waiting for that Daned TP to come in. That's what happened last time around. Cloudy 3% away from the Shadow. Misses the fire strike, but it's all good. Can kind of play on this corner now as overtime is here. Fire strike lands, there's the pin, hits nothing, hits the block, that's about it. Shadow lands, does connect, but where's the follow-up? Annihilation rip from Hattori. As quick as Cloudy got his ultimate online, Hattori was right there with him. And Hattori kills 3 with the Annihilation. She's going to be able to win the fight for the team as Super Shy find the team kill as they continue their march towards first.
Oh, okay. Ghost UC Amplification Matrix is actually going to use this opportunity to go play something different. It's going to be the Life Weaver that comes out until he goes back to spawn and thinks better of it and is going to go for the Baptiste instead. Maybe helping to just reposition somebody really fast and then come back out and go for the Baptiste. This is it. Like, Super Shy could start to run away with things here. Knowing that you got 2 pretty high value ultimates out of SR Peak Check, this Blizzard from Fi's got to be huge. So big
Zoro didn't get beat. Zoro didn't get beat. Oh, and Fi. I think Fi, did Fi get frozen out of his ult there? Not entirely 100%, but that will be round. I think one of the mates got frozen out of their ultimate. Or the other side of things, Pack, potentially. Probably Pack there, because I think Fi used
Pack did. Yeah,
yeah,
Fi
one
threw
of them,
it out and then...
Yeah, Pack, I think, got frozen out of ultimate. I think I heard the voice line get interrupted. Super Shy with a halt Just after first, only 8 meters after first, which is a little bit unfortunate. 3 minutes and 37 seconds for SR Peak Check.
That should be enough time.
It should be enough.
It really should be
almost
enough
a
time.
full time bank for SR Peak Check there. So even with like, oh, we lose the first fight, we've got a lot of they use ults. Yeah, exactly. They use ults in the fight. We don't. We win the next because we got more ults. Like ult advantage kind of snowball there. Very doable to just get it after first. I mean, look at that, how close that box of victory is, and a really awkward place to defend as well. If you are super shy.
Yeah, you get realistically 3 good contests in. You can use the close strat again, then you get the first quarter of the big boutique, and then you can go ahead and do a little bit of a recontest again at that first checkpoint. But they're actually even choosing not to go for the close hold, like as we would sometimes see underneath that building, and Cloudy's going to use this opportunity to push the advantage, use those fire strikes to actually push them back. It's a lot of space to have to give up here, knowing that you have 3.5 minutes to contend with.
Oh, they're pinning in. Oh, good coach gun. Subs Cloudy getting an immediate ping kill. They flip the map. Dana taking a lot of damage from this Lucio here. Booped into the front line too. Hattori trying to swing at fists, but doesn't manage to land the connection onto Dana, but the Dynamite's doing a lot of work too. Goes Hattori traded. Zoro in such a dominant position. There is 3 minutes, of course, for SR Peak Check, but this fight isn't exactly clean for the team. They did lose Hattori, so it looks like, yeah, Sobek's just going to speed on back, and they're going to have to play a little bit more cautiously, bringing themselves towards this first point, giving up space for SR Peak Check.
Uh-oh. Well, Zoro's down. Now you really have to give up even more space because you don't want to take this fight 5v4. You're starting to work up to ultimates as well, so Potanova being able to hit the amplification matrix first is such a big deal. If you can keep buying some time off the clock, especially around this first corner, knowing that Ash can have the sight lines there, then I think this is good shape. Hattori's going to take a bit of damage, so to try to get Potanova up to this one as fast as possible, but Hattori can't get too low. Almost got isolated there.
Hattori's 1 HP as well. Both windows coming out. Zoro immediately going down, and Dana again with another flank TP. Just microwaving the backline. I mean, I'm not sure how long Hattori is going to be able to survive here. Probably a couple of seconds at the very most, with 2 minutes pretty much to go for SR Peak Check. Super shy.
This is not looking good.
They've got 2 ults. They've got 2 of the biggest ults that they require to win these fights, but it is not looking good whatsoever. Payload's going to halt here for a brief moment as SR Peak Check are just going to regroup. But they got 4 ults of their own. It's going to be a miracle for Super Shy to come back into this one.
Well, they know that Super Shy have to walk up to them, so they can set a little bit farther back.
Oh. Blizzard from Pack. The
she has the Annihilation.
Annihilation, yeah. I mean, they still got it. And Cloudy and Dana do end up going down. There's still another fight here. Hattori hitting the T-pose real quick. As SR Peak Check go for another regroup. 1 more fight. 3 big ults. The beats here are going to be just crucial to keeping both teams alive.
Especially through the Annihilation. And you also have Bob, just an extra presence here from Super Shy. Yeah, they have to.
They're just going to flip the script on them completely. Cloudy, I'm surprised didn't go for the shadow. There it is. Does land. Hattori ends up going down, but a wall comes in. Super clutch. Annihilation. It's going to rip and tear, but the sound barrier from SR Peak Check is going to be a later one from them, and Hattori just gets run over. Even with the Bob on the car, I'm not sure how much they're going to be able to withstand now. Daned just picking up Sobek, Zoro dead, and there it is. SR Peak Check tie the series up on their map pick of Circuit Royale.
But that was very close. Like, even with the 3.5 minutes, it came down to the wire with that one final team fight. And so still some expert positioning with something like the teleporter to give SR Peak Check the upper hand. But I think that was really close, and we do have a series. This could be another map 5. Another map 5, another one.
We've got guaranteed 4 maps at the very least. So.
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff.
Now it's Super Shy's turn to choose, of course, as we move on to the next one. So Escort's out of the pool, so we're not going to go see something like a Dorado. Hybrid, of course, push and Flashpoint. I mean, a lot of the times that, It's the Mei versus Maze. A lot of these walls are coming in so clutch, either blocking the shatters, saving people from going down from shatter, even like stopping the annihilation, also doing a lot of work. The Maze have such a large responsibility in this series so far. I think this is one of a lot of people's favorites, I'd imagine. Cloudy taking a couple with him. Even exploded mid-air. You see that? Boom. Awesome
So
stuff
funny.
to see.
Oh, it's so good. But yeah, the Mei is so delicate in this balance because you only have that one wall for X number of cooldown and for so many different abilities that you would want to have it prepared for. Yeah, I like amp matrix, blocking the immortality field AoE, maybe even blocking off some of the sound barrier. Like, there's so many different uses for it, and you have to watch Fi and Pack deliver on those fronts. I know Potanova just playing Secret Agent over there. Trying not to get
Gold
out.
Knight 007 difficulty.
I love it.
Yeah, good stuff from both Pack and Fi so far on the Maze. Yeah, will Super Shy take us to a dive map? Will they take us to a map that is not good for the Rhine? Because I think a lot of the time, Symmetra covers up a lot of the weaknesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the very end of the day. Here's Pack throwing down. Yeah, there it is. There's the cancel of the Blizzard. Got that in 4K right there. Good stuff. Yeah, and the Mei left-clicking you at the same time. You just get froze so quickly. There was a fraction of a second there too late. And here's another good wall. Bam, straight into it. A lot of responsibility for the Maze. A whole lot of responsibility. But it was Sobek using the beat super early, and then Kronos using the beat on top, and then Hattori's just perma-focused in the front line. Because as soon as you eliminate Hattori too, Cloudy is pretty free. Here are some of the stats from that last game as well. Very close. 1.1 KDA to 0.9 in SRP check. So getting a few less kills there, but still coming out on top with a win on Circuit.
Yeah, the time bank was just such a big deal because if they had any less time, then that looks like a Super Shy win. Really does. Like, it took SRP quite a few tries to actually get through that final little bit of meterage. And so major credit to Super Shy for making it as close as they have. It has been such a phenomenal series to watch both of these teams go at it. And as we take a look at the map pool, this is where we can start to mull a little bit more over what map we might be going to next, knowing that it is Super Shy's pick. You say maybe go to a dive map, and so I kind of think Paraíso feels like the right place to go, and we haven't seen it in a while, at least at EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, Paraíso would be kind of the map to stump the Rhine, but again, Sim does cover up a lot of those problems.
Yeah.
You can just TP around, and there's lots of ways you can get to that high ground with the Symmetra teleport, so yet to be seen. We'll see where Super Shy actually want to go from here. Looks like it's going to be New Junk City. Okay, so again, rush map. So it's going to be the same comps. It's going to be Zoro on the Ash. They're going to have the Maze. They're going to have the Rams from Super Shy. And, well, SRP check. They're going to run Sim. They're going to run Mei. And they're going to run Rhine. Unless they come out with something a little bit more tricky here. But honestly, there's an argument here. You could have Daned swap over to something else, but I think with running the Sim and how you just TP onto the backline, they've had so much practice with it anyway. I'd be shocked to see anything too wildly different.
I think if you change up what that slot is, it just wildly changes the dynamic of how they would also play together as a team. And so if you're already well-oiled with knowing that you have the Symmetra alongside the Mei, then it's like, okay, well, like, you really shouldn't change it up. It's like kind of what I think we saw Fi go far. I might be mixing stuff up. I'm actually thinking maybe of Naga going far in the previous series. Never mind. I'm definitely like. They're all like melding together for me at this
all
point.
I've been awake a little bit
too.
I don't blame.
I've been awake too long. But yeah.
The Bastion from Fi. All right, okay. Yeah, so
you know what? I like
wacky,
it.
But
I see the
Bastion's got a lot of merits against the Ram.
Just neuter the shield completely from the Ramatra, or even the
okay.
Nepal, honestly.
Okay, well, okay. Just a classic Cloudy pin. All right, first fight's done, everybody. Good stuff. Good stuff. Wrap it up.
Oh, good. Ooh, shake it off. Go to the next one. That was a ton of damage, though. I mean, like, the Fire Strike and the pin, Cloudy's already gonna have 60% towards an Earth Shatter for this first fight. It's not very often that I feel like you see the tank ultimate coming up before anything else on the team. Usually you're looking like, oh, you know, the Baptiste, they're doing so much healing, so much damage. It's gonna be the Amp Matrix first, but it's gonna be the Earth Shatter. So, that's really funny. I like the funny things. Bastion, though, if you already have control of the point, you just get to set up shop and not worry about things.
Oh, what a headshot.
Well, now you worry about that.
Oh yeah, and the Dynamite gets the kill onto Danet as well. As long as Sora gets a little bit of time to ramp up the damage on the Ashe and hit good Dynamites, it might be tough for SRP Check because they're on waves of aggression, right? They want to get in there, they want to hit the Bastion turret form, they want to kill somebody, and then they want to reset. And then over and over again. But Zora does a lot more damage, like kind of in the neutral in that regard, just consistent damage. And it looks like Fire's actually going to switch up here. Actually just going to go to May instead. So no more Bastion. She's going to TP, hope for a pin. There's the wall from Pac, stopping that from happening.
The Bastion is so much more difficult to try to reapproach from, so I think it's like, it works once, but now you get sent back to spawn, come back out on the May, it works a lot better. As you said, the neutral.
What a shatter. Another beautiful wall from Pac. Man, he's neutering Cloudy. Somewhat special here. No, Nemesis form, the Annihilation. There's nothing you can do. Danet was at full charge there, almost the entire fight. Sim cannot be underestimated, and Cloudy just face planting into those tires after that blizzard caught him out. They're going to throw in the sound barrier though. SR Peach, I think they can win this one. Pac popping the block, popping the wall. That is one dead May. They still need to clean these kills up. They eventually do it. Bob has been deployed too. We'll see if they can come back with a little bit of revenge. And yet, Podanova and Sobek, they clean up Kronos and Ghost. And that will be Super Shy claiming this first point.
Oh, if I get staggered there also, just like as the last player to fall, you don't get a chance to get the wave respawn either. So you have to wait for Fi to come back up before Kronos can actually go ahead and try to taxi them back. So you are going to see Super Shy beat them to the punch when we head over to Junkyard as our next flashpoint. Sobek having the sound barrier up soon is so critical. You have that as the perfect response to something like this 5 Blizzard. Even with the Danid Photon barrier, hasn't really mattered too much for Sobek to find maximum value with these sound barriers.
Dana going super low. Got the wall too. It's going to be kind of frustrating to play into. Blizzard on the high ground. Cloudy with the pin kill against the wall. Still going to commit to this fight though as Super Shy as they use that sound barrier. No Nemesis form. Hattori peeling back just a little bit with the Fi kill. They might be good for another. Podanova falling to Ghost. Cloudy going super low though. You can now see again springboarding back in is Hattori. Another Nemesis form utilized. Danet charging up fully. They have to kill this Sim. It just does so much work against the tanks, and Danet just unperturbed in that fight. You gotta focus that Sim. As soon as it ramps up to full torque, it's tough to keep Hattori alive, especially when Podo goes down in amongst the chaos. SRP check. They're gonna find the cap.
And now you get the Symmetra to set up all of those turrets, make it a little bit easier to start farming up a lot of that charge too. Fi, actually, we saw him switch over briefly to the Tracer, but does come back on this May. Helps out here a little bit, but the Earth Shatter just gets completely tanked.
Yep, tanked. You even got the Crit Shatter too, here packed directly on the dome.
Right? But like the Blizzard on top of it from Pac stopped him in his tracks, and then you just got Hattori punching him out of the way. And so Super Shy, like just like that, they're able to tank this Earth Shatter, get back control of this point, and just start trying to chip away at some of the differential that's been made here. Annihilation here for Hattori alongside this Amplification Matrix. You can at least match out of Ghosts. Wow, the Amp Matrix so early actually from Podanova.
Yeah, I really like that. It's harder to get a lot of that Matrix value on that point unless you're playing super far back, but then the comp of SRP check wants to run through that anyway, so I like using it really early. In fact, Tori's setting up something sneaky as well. She's below Cloudy right now. Annihilation available. Oh, okay, decides against it in the very end, the final few moments there. Wall comes in, gets destroyed. Fi not being able to isolate somebody. Tori, see if she still wants to go in. Yeah, does it like so. They want to. Annihilation met with a sound barrier, but Danet's already dead. Main damage dealer down now. Is that Annihilation on the high ground? I mean, good luck. Ain't no way you're fighting back this one. Super Shy do end up losing their Lucio, but they're going to get the point. 100 to 58 as SR Peak check now 1 point away from losing this map in a 3-0 fashion on one of the maps they should be extremely strong at using the Brawl. Oh,
But the Ramatra Brawl has just worked out so much better. And yeah, the positioning, they are going to be in front of SR Peak Check, actually making their way over to ball flats.
Oh, what a pin! Bonanova was a little too late there, lagging behind, and LA's Cloudy. Like smelling blood in the water there if you're a shark. I mean, look, you got to go for those. Can they find any more picks though? I mean, Ghost is dead. This fight isn't over. It's getting pretty scrappy with it. Okay, there we go. Eventually they're cleaned up. It should be SR Peak Check claiming this point.
That is SR Peak Check taking it, but like they did on that last flashpoint, they weren't able to actually convert it over to a flashpoint win for themselves. This time around, they're faring a little bit better. They do have the Earth Shatter and Blizzards and just a couple more ultimates in the tank than what Super Shy do have. And I think that they should be in a pretty good spot to try to match this. But Zara has been so sick with it. Like the dynamites and all of those headshots, been really easy to actually take out SR Peak Check from being able to use these ultimates.
Oh, that's a good wall. I think that might prompt to disengage. Yeah, don't want to fight that. Buys a lot of time too. The wall lasts for so long. Now you have to reclaim the position. Cloudy wants you to do that too. What a shatter! Hits Zoro, hits Hattori. Initially that damage was tanked by that lamp, but as soon as that was dealt with, Cloudy can just swing on through. 13 HP, does not care. Probably should maybe a little bit there. TP's Bonanova with a nice little angle on Cloudy. Might be able to secure this fight too. They're still stalling it out. Might be a 90%. It might be a 99% for SR Peak Check. Bonanova can't find an angle to kill SR Peak Check support or a DPS in the front line.
Oh my god, he actually almost died there. Like, you needed the Immortality Field to save yourself, but that bought so much time for the rest of SR Peak Check to actually come back.
There's the Annihilation, but now they have to deal with the sound barrier. Tori just isolated from the front line. Cloudy dancing with death once again. Super low HP, but SR Peak Check end up claiming that point. Oh, we're so back.
You said 99%. I raise you a 100% because of that insane survivability. So SR Peak Check, they finally are able to get a point on the board as we head over to the next flashpoint. They had to use a lot there though, right? Like the Amplification Matrix, the Sound Barrier, both out of the pocket here for SR Peak Check. So the onus is on Super Shy to actually make some magic happen here as we enter into Ducks. But high ground versus the low ground approach.
Stopping Danet from getting ramped is going to be so difficult. Blizzard use super early. Who's caught? Spy, Cloudy, booped away from the lamp. Cloudy's still pretty low. I think they just saved them. Okay, now they descend on the kills. A Dynamite in the back line too. You don't want to go down to those turrets, sorry. There you go. Do a little bit of a clean-up duty there. Nice early push. Nice Blizzard from Pack too. So you could see the idea there from Cloudy. Just hiding behind that big pillar. It's like, surely Snowball won't freeze me here.
No.
But SR Peak Check to end up losing that fight.
Snowball is too friendly for that. So, yeah, SR Peak Check back once again to spawn. Coming back in with their own Blizzard, though. Fi's going to have that ready to go for this next fight. Another Photon Barrier here for Danet, so maybe an easy way to make sure that you're actually going to be able to land this Blizzard. Here's a Photon Burst.
Oh, that Borb is in the middle of the barrier, too. I think that would affect both sides. Does end up falling over, so Danet is full charge right now on the left click as the point almost gets flipped. It's quite scrappy. I mean, Fi is chasing an Ash right now. Zoro can't quite run away. But Fi wondering where the rest of my team are? Well, I guess I can see Pack on the point, but I'm just going to get staggered. This is really bad for SR Peak Check. Super Shy going to make this last fight without the Mei. Fi ends up going down super late. And Super Shy have ults to spare too. Hattori with the Annihilation. They've got Window. It's tank ult versus tank ult here. What's better, the Shadow or the Annihilation?
Well, I see the windows first. I see the window first, and then Hattori can go ahead and hit the Annihilation. Oh, with the Shatter first.
Cloudy is so low. Sound Barrier comes in just in the nick of time, but Cloudy's already dead. Annihilation has been pulled. Super Shy running away with this one. New Junk City is theirs, and theirs alone as they find match point in the series. Super Shy now one more map away from knocking SR Peak Check out of this group and sailing themselves off to the main event next week.
New York City looked like it was just their territory all day, every day. The Matra rush looked so good, and they made pretty quick work of a lot of the pushes that this Reinhardt composition wanted to make. All the walls, I think Pac had the perfect type of reaction time in order to make sure that the walls were blocking the pins or the rushes or the earth shatters or anything. And you're just not finding value anymore if you're going to be running into pretty good reactions like that.
It's looking good so far. Super Shy with a map 5 banger. Reverse sweep as well against EXO yesterday. Worth checking out if you didn't see it. If you weren't available yesterday, worth checking the VODs on the channel, on the YouTube channel. SR Peak Check, of course, both teams obviously beating EXO. EXO had a very disappointing group. Was a very mean group though. Virtus Pro, Super Shy, SR Peak Check, Ex Oblivione.
Yeah.
Tough group to be in for sure. I mean, even Super Shy coming up with the map win against Virtus Pro in their series in the opening match. Very competitive group with now match point for Super Shy, and with this map, if they end up winning the next one, hey, that's a back-to-back win going towards the main event. It would be a disappointing finish, I think, for SR Peak Check and a lot of the fans out there. I know there's a lot of people cheering for Cloudy and this Reinhardt play. It wouldn't be EU without a few Reinhardt players.
It's everybody on this roster. They're just like, they're so easy to support as players. Like whether it is going to be the fanfare of the Reinhardt play, or it's just these players that you have come to know for being around EMEA contenders for a long time. Like you're always going to want to support these players. I think Ghost specifically is also really started to make a name for himself. Even though he was on the ENT's roster, as sort of just had to take a little bit of a backseat to Crimso being in that supportive role. The Baptiste play has been really clean, and I think Ghost has a really bright career ahead of him. So even if it's maybe not this stage, I really do hope that SR Peak Check, well, maybe they can extend their stay here, right? I don't want to get too ahead of things. We still have a couple more maps that we could play out here, but I do hope that they stick together. Like, this is just such a fun team to watch, and I would be really sad if we didn't get a chance to see them in stage 4 too.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, just after this break, we'll see if this is going to be the defining map for Super Shy, or will SR Peak Check take us to another map number 5? Honestly, at this point in EU, it's going to be an map number 5. I got a good feeling about it.
I'm ready.
We'll see you
it.
after this. Super Shy, one more map away from securing themselves a spot in the main event next week, as SR Peak Check have decided we're going to fight it out on Eichenwalde.
Aha, the home advantage for the Reinhardt.
The 5% damage buff, don't tell anybody.
Could you imagine? Like, this is my laundry list of things that I think would be amazing for April Fool's patch.
Oh, okay.
You give a little bit of a... oh, he got scared, guys.
Yeah,
he
like,
actually
wow.
got really scared.
I can't map passives. This is gonna go crazy with the comp community.
This is April Fool's patch. This is my creator. This is my creator mindset, right? You got the home advantage here for certain heroes on their specific maps. You've got the fist damage that scales with
how big
the character is. Yeah.
No. Oh, for an April Fool's, why not? Widow doesn't get one because Paris doesn't exist in the game anymore. Thankfully.
Oh, that's
Will they ever remake Paris? Do you reckon? The only memory I have of Paris being in the game, like one strong memory, is there's a clip of Scott Custer, and it's like a Bastion setup with double shield, and there's he's the Mercy in that comp, and he has the toggle right click on, so he toggle right clicks the Bastion and just leaves and just gets food and gets a coffee and then comes back. He's not dead, and he's just been toggle right clicking the Bastion, just pure AFK game mode. It was, yeah, thank God Paris is not it. That map was that map was painful when it was in ranked. It was in ranked.
It was really pretty though.
It was good. Had that piano as well. Just kind of not the piano, the little concert room or whatever it was in the spawn. Yeah, I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. Probably not
I can see them remaking it though. Clash. That's it. That's the one. It's gonna come back as a Clash map.
But it won't be Paris, because we have Throne of Anubis, you know, and then we have Hanaoka, which is like Hanamura, so it'll be something else, right? I don't know. Here's the bracket group for Group D. Of course, Virtus.pro ended up making it through pretty early on, only dropped one map. But that one map was actually to Supershot, as you can see down there in the bottom left. And then they ended up just 3-0ing SR Peak Check. Supershy looking rather strong, powerful, charismatic right now. As SR Peak Check down and need to find the next two to find themselves in the main event. Did just see a win on New Junk City by Super Shy, and here it is. It is a Ram, May, and Zoro on the Ashe defense yet again. No real surprises. Are we going to see Far in the Bastion? I kind of liked it on New Junk City. I'm like, I can see the vision here, but I think the May is a lot stronger for the team. I wonder if they're just going to roll out again, try and find a pick, own a win, because that's all you need. Just a single pick with the Bastion, and you're good. You can do that in one rotation of cooldowns, right? You can one turret form.
Yeah, I think you could work on an attack. I think where it struggles is the fact that Flashpoint is so fast that if you don't actually get it to work the first time, then it's like, oh no, like we've wasted so much time, it feels like, because we're already down a half of a Flashpoint. But this time around, I don't know, you got the teleporter to get you past this first big open choke point, and then you can set the Bastion up and go.
They already burnt their TP. And there's Hattori stepping up to the plate, filling her with bullets for the time being. And here comes the kills. Yeah, that's going to be the big problem. If you can't get the kill initially with the Bastion there, it becomes so difficult. Like I mentioned before, Zoro's just, the consistent damage from the Ashe is just ridiculous. You can see how much damage Fi got done as well. 18% ult charge, and look at Hattori, already 45% on her ult.
It is a lot. And then Prado Nova as well, 50% towards the amplification matrix. But yeah, Fi is actually going to stick to the Bastion. If it didn't work the first time, at least you have a little bit more time to play around with on the hybrid map. So that was kind of where I was getting at with that one. Yeah, so see if it works again. If it doesn't work the second time, maybe switch.
Oh, Kronos down though to Zoro. Not a good start. Cloudy trying to get back into the house. Please let me in. I'm so low. I'm so weak. Summon's dead though, there's no lamp, but this is going to be an aggressive push. Oh, and Cloudy once again taken to the cleaners. There's a SR Peak Check. Already burnt almost half their time bank gone, pretty much. As they are all grouped together once again, and Fi just not getting damage in. And now, here becomes the real problem. Okay, Fi eventually switching over to the May now. Here becomes the real problem for SR Peak Check. You've lost a couple of fights back to back. The time bank's looking a little meek. And now you've switched and now you're no way near that Blizzard.
Well, at least you have other things, right? You got the photon barrier and the amplification matrix, but I think even the bigger problem is the fact that Cronus doesn't have sound barrier. This is super shy with 5 ultimates to throw at this next fight.
Oh, good boop up with the Bob. Ghost almost ascended to the heaven there as a ghost. That was ridiculous. Surprised it ended up going down, but here comes the sound barrier. Annihilation. Oh, they are just... There is no hope for you, unfortunately. Oh, Sobek! Nice, Kronos. Good boop. Unfortunately, the rest of your team already dead. There's the spawners 5, SR peak check. They haven't got the Lucio, that being super shy. So SR peak check could take advantage of this, and they've got sound barriers, so they could go quick. TP in, sound barrier straight to the backline, maybe hit a big shatter. It's going to be up to Pack here to try and find something with the Blizzard, but Sobek's going to be back in just a moment, and you can already see the Lucio Churros being fired off. There is the Blizzard. Cloudy in trouble, receives a lamp just in the nick of time. Same with Hattori, though, also pretty low. And now they have to try and survive through this sound barrier, but where are the kills? Shatter lands, here comes the pin, Podanova slammed into the wall, and SR peak check. They eventually get it popping here on first point. 60 seconds to go, but it was the sound barrier advantage at the very end of it that made the difference.
And it wasn't a very clean fight either. The fact that you needed a sound barrier advantage for that, and you were also so low on the time, it can be a little bit difficult here to kind of build some confidence for the rest of this map. But I also switched back to the Bastion. I also now feel much less confident. But I guess you just protect the president, the good old pirate ship strats. I guess you could. You're probably not going to do that. Like, you could actually get an off angle with the Bastion. We see a lot of top teams don't actually plant the Bastion on the cart, but...
Yeah, I mean, now you're just playing on high ground, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
Pack was like, where did they go? They just disappeared. But actually on the high ground, as they've swapped sides, little switcheroo. The permanent stall. They do have to win the fight at some point. The window with the Bastion. Also 1,000 DPS. Something ridiculous. Podanova has no business being on this side of the map, unfortunately. This belongs to us. SRP check, yeah, they're winning that fight, especially with the Bastion through the window. No chance for you there. As they wait for the bait to thaw out, and there we go. Orchid have got the payload going again, but with these comms rows, what they're very good at doing is taking a crazy amount of multiple fights, so they've only just breached the first doors, right? And they've only got 2 minutes remaining.
It's not a lot of time. The photon barrier is going to make this really quick, though, as you take this fight early. Oh, the Earth Shatter onto Hattori.
Good shatter, though. Better wall coming through from Pack yet again, saving Hattori's life. That Bob quickly made easy pickings there for 5. Both Baptistes down, and unfortunately for SR Peak Check, they are fighting a 4v3, or there were 3-on-3 there after losing Podo, as they need someone to touch the points. Those mortar strikes, not normally too good for kills, but still finding one on Tesoro. As SR Peak Check still in good stead, as Hattori just once again just tries to survive as long as possible, cowering in the corner.
Well, 1 more minute off the clock. Though as SR Peak Check starts around the final bend of second point, they have 1 minute and 10 seconds left. They don't have anything really outside of the sound barrier, though. It's super shy. They got 4 ultimates to throw at this one. You would think that this could be their fight to win as they pop out of the spawn doors.
Hit the beat. Only a 2-man beat, though. Ooh. Annihilation. Still going to touch the point, mind you. Sound barrier coming in for SR Peak Check. Hits 4, and now the Blizzard on point. Now Cloudy's in trouble. But where's the damage? Where's the follow-up? There's some healing coming in from this high ground as well. Ghost is on such a good spot, super far away from the team. And Hattori and Sobek managed to hold on for the time being, although Hattori's taking a lot of damage. Little Lucio 1v1, and Ghost, oh yeah, I don't think you want to win this fight. See you later. I think Ghost was hoping Hattori didn't have the Nemesis form. Unfortunately for Ghost, she did. 3 meters to go now, and only 19 seconds left for SR Peak Check to get back to this point.
And still nothing left in the tank here. Maybe Dana gets the photon barrier, but Fi actually thinking about switching over to a Pharah as a last-ditch effort to see if they can get it over the line. There isn't a really great way to hit the Pharah outside of Zoro's Ash, but you gotta actually get to the point first.
Yeah, they TP'd on top of it. Danad is just on his lonesome on that high ground. Fire has popped over to the Faro, has managed to pick off Zoro. We'll see if this could be the difference maker here as Cloudy narrowly like dicing with death, like almost getting booped off there by Sobek. Fi's now in the mix. Is looking straight towards Poto as the hammer does land on the ground and Pack ends up falling to Cloudy. But Hattori is still alive, but they need to actually get back to the point. Hattori is super low though. They need Podanova to stay alive in this fight. Eventually, Zoro comes back on the sim, gets full charge, and that's all she wrote. SR peak check, not being able to breach those second set of doors on Eichenwalde is super shy. Kind of running rings around Cloudy there, but a lot of the time when you're in that situation, when you're this close to that second point, it's all the spawn advantage from the defenders. If you can just pick quick heroes to come back, it's so hard for the attackers to maintain an aggressive posture, maintain an aggressive stance on the point. And it's a very, very slow bleed out for the team. And that is where SR Peak Check will end their push.
The 2.5 minutes, it felt like that they wasted on the Bastion push. Oh, they're bringing it on the defense.
I do like the Bastion.
Okay, hang on.
Wait a
I like
second.
this. Let him
Hang
cook.
on.
Let him cook.
Okay, so Torbjorn, let me refresh everybody's memories. Received a buff this patch.
That's true.
25 health got converted into 25 armor. Torb mains everywhere, rejoicing. There is one Torb player on NA ladder, pretty high rated. I can't say the name on stream. Something Goblin.
Oh.
Something Goblin 69. Pretty good Torb player. And I would say a lot of Torbs, a lot of Torb players, they're pretty fun to have in your games more often than not. But with the double turret comp, so with the Torb and the Bastion, you're playing this pretty slow. You're waiting for the rotations of Fi's Bastion, but you are going to get absolutely melted in the neutral. If you let Zoro and Pack kind of like weave in around these shields, the Torb's not going to do too strong against this Ashe, and this turret is also not going to stand up to much scrutiny either. But this is what I'm talking about, you know?
Yeah.
Rotating
I'm here for
Bastion shifts, just the turret form. If you can take these fights at any decent pace for yourselves, Super Shy are going to have a tough time.
I'm just remembering the good old Lightbringer days. Any other old heads in the chat remember the Lightbringer days from the avoided and Clockwork Vendetta rosters? I'm just saying the Torb mains stay winning at this point.
Torb is a W hero. One of the funnest DPS in the game.
I miss
argue with anybody with that.
No, I don't. I don't miss it. I don't actually miss Mbani. But I missed Mbani for Torb specifically.
Oh, damn it, on fire right now. Didn't realize this kid didn't have any hair, looking like a J3 out here. Oh, Zoro. Oh, you don't. Come on. The Torb right clicks, they're still as powerful as ever. Pack end up going down to Fi's ultimate. It's been tough for Hattori to really kind of make a statement on these pushes. Again, if you take the fight to your own paces with the Bastion, it's really hard for Hattori to do much on the ramp. Because you end up blowing Nemesis form super early to sustain through that damage, and then you haven't got back to swing through the shield of Cloudy.
Well, one more time. At least these fights are happening quickly. You've got the amplification matrix now too to start opening things up. The turret's also down because Zora's been able to take that out, and it's just going to be an ult fest.
Oh,
Let's throw everything.
Chrono's almost Ajaxing there. Kept pretty passively on that high ground. That Bob was stopping Chronos being a factor in that fight. Point's going to get capped too. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Super Shy with a decent time bank. We'll see if Danit ends up opting for a swap here. I would say Torb not the best on this point.
Yeah.
See if he goes back to
debatable.
anything. Yeah.
I
trust Danit.
Yeah, I trust Danit with this pick 110%. So if you're gonna make it work on the first point, you're also kind of stuck now. You have a chance to set up here. You know, Cloudy's got the Earth Shatter, maybe buys you a little bit of time to actually get this turret set up on the high ground. You can also throw it up into like the nest on the upper right. We're taking a look at Danit's perspective, and there's multiple different ways that you could actually attack this.
Oh, good wall. There's the Annihilation. Beautiful shatter from Cloudy. Stops Hattori in her tracks. Still though, Ghost going down, not good. SRP Jack have to react now. They have to end this fight pretty quickly, but there's the Nemesis form. straight after Annihilation ends up expiring. And Chronostandard and Cloudy will end up going down. Oh, the lonesome turrets. Unfortunately, yeah, it's just going to get rolled over with that payload. And now they can take this high ground. That pick onto Ghost was crucial to the success there for Super Shy.
It really was, because that made sure that there was no healing to be able to keep everybody alive. That Immortality field was also off the table, so you could go in and attack with this big Annihilation, and you're just able to open things up so much. SRP took her back though, but they have realistically 2 more defensive touches here until we are looking at the potential of Super Shy just taking the series. This tussle on high ground though.
He's been headshot too. Fi's so low, he can't get caught out! Fi was alone on the sidelines, on those mini stairs. And Zoro might have just won it for them too. Nice little bob on the lamp, is just gonna stay stationary, just gunning everybody down. And Zoro might have done it. Fi with a ridiculous flank there. It looked like they wanted to hit the nade, hit the Bastion form, just mow down the people on the high ground and then take over the game, but was sniffed out by Zoro so quickly. Pac has got ult, so is Podanova. It's gonna be such a hard recontest.
Too smart for them. You have the, I guess the mortar strikes to help out a little bit, but at least it gets you out of spawn.
Cloudy! Oh, the blizzards! This might just be it, Rose, and I think it is. Super Shy. They thwarted the double turret composition. They're gonna knock SR Peak Check out of Group D and secure themselves a spot in the main event.
At least they went down swinging. SR Peak Check treated us all to such a great show with the Reinhardt, the Torbjorn, and the Bastion at the end of things. I'm sad for SR Peak Check. I am happy for Super Shy, but I also think we got some really entertaining team comps, so we looking across the board at EMEA today.
We did, and Jack, he called it. He asked for that Torp at the beginning of the series.
We got it.
And it's been delivered. Was it the most optimum?
It didn't work that much.
No, but you know,
He was trying
at one
his
point,
best.
he was trying his best, and that's all that matters. Speaking of the best, I mean, quite frankly, Super Shy, they showed up this week. Yesterday, they reverse swept Exoblivione, which was absolute nail biter of a match, and then today they're reigning supreme with that Ram Rush. Also, they're rocking the triple spark skin that just goes hard. So big fan,
yeah,
big
spark
fan.
guns go crazy. Big fan of those. Yeah, it's man, it's been really fun watching SR Peak Check. It's gonna be sad to see them go, but I think this Super Shy squad has a lot of promise. I think, yeah, that Ex-Oblivione game was just crazy. The reverse sweep, and then they're kind of matching up against the Rush here. The Ram is always going to favor over the Reinhardt. I mean, it's just so much of a better hero in that regard, in brawling, and the ultimate too is just so good. And it's cool to see SR Peak Check trying something different with the Bastion as well. A very entertaining game. Today in general for EMEA has been extremely entertaining, from the comps and how close these games are. I mean, the game in Gladiators game is also just absurd. I think that was my highlight of the day. But the Super Shy team, I'm excited to see how far they can go. Double elimination too, so there's a couple of chances to make it big.
Yeah, their composition just worked so well. Obviously, the Ram against the Reinhardt. I mean, you're feasting at that point. Pac did such a good job on that Mei, really splitting them up, rendering most of the composition from SR Peak Check useless, because he would just like block those shatters, block anything essentially. So not much to be done. I think just across the board, I'm super impressed with what we've seen from Super Shy. Again, they made some changes to their roster. They lost a few pieces heading into stage 3. I think they're looking really, really solid right now.
And it's great too because Tori, while she ended up mainly playing the Ramatra for this matchup, we know that she also has a fantastic Winston, and so a lot of flexibility that this roster can actually delve into for when we actually do see them in this main event. So this is definitely not the last that we're going to see of them, and I'm excited to see if they can kind of keep up with the rest of the teams in the main event. We were hoping for this for Super Shy for a while. How could you not love a name like Super Shy, first of all, for the team?
Sure, yeah.
It just reminds me of Danny.
Too.
It just reminds me of Danny singing the song like every single time I hear the name.
Danny living rent-free in all of our minds.
I know.
Always, actually, just as a general thing. Let's take a look at who got the player of the match. Pac, player of the match. Very, very well deserved indeed.
Yeah, I like you picked it up. So like the walls from Pac were so good. Like the Mei play was just exceptional. And that's the big crux to that comp, the Rhine comp, right? You want to get on top of them. If you hit the big shatters, you're going for these crazy pins. You're just getting thwarted over and over again by Pax, Walls. Blizzards were very good too. The efficiency must have been pretty damn high on like the freeze targets. Classic, you know, Maze needs to be good at hitting right clicks, the damage from across the map, and being able to keep up with the enemy Mei too, because you know Fi's going to be playing Mei, you know Dana's going to be playing the Sim. Like, you need to be on top of your game, hitting just consistent damage with the right clicks. But the main thing for me, I think, was the walls and how intelligent you can be with them. There's another one, another perfect example. Stopping Cloudy just mowing people down with the hammer.
The main thing was the walls.
The main thing. I didn't even mean to make that. Wow, look at that.
No, but you did it. I picked it up. It was beautiful. Also beautiful, our bracket. So let's take a look at the Group D bracket to see how that one shaped up, shaped out, shaped.
Yeah, shaped up.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that one.
Shaped out.
Yeah.
What shape are you?
VP, Super Shy. They are the two teams advancing out of Group D, and with that, we have all EMEA teams for our main event. SSG, Hypnos, oh yeah, ENS, Twisted Minds, One Man Army, Super Shy, and Virtus Pro are our EMEA representatives heading into the main event. How closely matched will it be? Well, let's take a look at what obstacles they each have to overcome in our double elimination bracket.
Super Shy.
Yeah, that's a little unlucky, but hey, maybe Twisted Minds, you know, is being flaky again. We don't know. They've had some up and down performances, so there's hope. There's hope. Super Shy performed really, really well.
Yeah, that will be a tough matchup for Super Shy, I think. But yeah, Twisted Minds, they look really clean. I've been really impressed with TVMT actually on the tank. I think the addition of TVMT to the roster has really just propelled Twisted Minds and where they were back in stage 1. The match I'm most looking forward to, I'm just a one-man army fan right now, is the VP versus one-man army game. I think
that one might be really
That'll be good.
Super sick. I'm just a Top Dragon fan, I guess. But that should be a really fun one. Space Station, probably going to go to Space Station. Ents versus Hypnos, probably going to Ents, but still can be sure big. Maybe we should get a couple of upsets there. We've seen some crazier things happening over the last couple of days.
Also sad that Cloudy is not going to make it to the main event, because now we don't get to see the potential Ryan versus Ryan.
Hardy.
You know,
that would have been
there was hope for that. That would have been
Stage 4.
sick.
Group
Stage 4.
stages.
Yeah,
you get ready. We have to have it on stream. It has to happen.
I'm gonna drop some money on that one. If I can make this happen by you know, talking
we'll
to
rig
people.
it. We won't.
We'll rig it if I must. Is what I'm saying. That's right. For now, let's take a look at our best plays of the EMEA region. Day 5, the last day of our group stage. Man, there were so many good games, so many good things to choose from. So, oh yeah, that's right. Ooh. That nade into the ball slam, filthy.
Yep, that is what ball OTP comps are made for right here.
I like it.
Look at this. Boom. The meta honor on the high ground too. Just, yeah, what a sticky spot to be in. That was one of my favorite plays of the day. For sure.
So clean.
Okay. This series was just ridiculous. Like,
this is so funny.
I said it was the mental breaking series. It really was. Like,
that one, yeah.
Ridiculous. Go watch that game. If you've only just joined us and you're maybe looking to just watch NA, go watch this game specifically. One man army versus Gaming Gladiators. My word, the whole series was just absurd.
That was fun.
That one. What a back and forth. That was. Ooh-wee. All right, next play. Let's take a look. Yeah, wouldn't be a best place if Cloudy's Reinhardt isn't featured. Oh yeah, that was so good. A true Reinhardt moment.
Johnny's like, yeah, Reinhardt, let's go. We need to get the map. Where's the map clip? Yeah, Reinhardt. We need that. Damn.
It's going to be on a telestrator next week.
Yeah, well, I wish we had Cloudy in the main event now, because then we can
I love that they died on this hill, though, literally.
Yes,
it's just
great.
Yeah, go down swinging, as Necro said. Literally, Cloudy with a chance of Ryan. Oh, that's actually so smart. Production. On point, chef's kiss. We love to see it. Now, of course, we are done with the EMEA Stage 3 group stage. We will continue at the main event, so make sure to tune in for all the action on Thursday, August 29th. That is soon. Very soon, actually. So, yeah, we see all our EMEA teams that qualified back then. For now, we have to say goodbye to Jack and Rose. Thank you guys so much for bringing us all the action. Biggest takeaway for you, Jack?
The Gaming Gladiators series. Top Dragon, my goat. He does.
All right. What about you, Rose? What stuck with you?
EMEA is just a fun region. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table in the main event, but it's going to be a good one.
It is indeed, and we don't have to wait too long. Also, we're here for more Overwatch, of course, because the NA region also has to finish things up in their group stage. All of that is going to happen after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Too close for dominance.
And you step to your left.
Yeah, bring on.
Too much. Split the difference. Yes.
Hey everyone, my name is Joshi Zhang, and I'm a narrative designer on Overwatch 2.
And I'm Andre Abrahamian, senior hero designer and hero designer for Juno.
We are really, really excited to be giving you a glimpse into some of the things coming in Season 12, New Frontiers. Today, we'll be showing an in-depth look into Clash, our brand new game mode, as well as showing off some never-before-seen concept art for our Season 12 Mythic Cosmetics. But before we dive into that, Andre and I will be chatting about our next new support hero, Juno. Let's get into it.
Juno is the living embodiment of space technology with an otherworldly sense of awe. Our early goals for Juno were to make an agile, versatile support hero that feels very futuristic, as if you're piloting a spaceship. In the beginning of development, we had the idea of Glide Boost, a special type of horizontal flight, to quickly move around the battlefield in a unique way, inspired by how UFOs are depicted moving around the sky. We continuously iterated this fast-controlled movement, which led to the idea of the Hyper Ring, a familiar type of speed ring inspired by racing games, allowing her to speed boost her allies and promote more engaging playstyles. Her weapon changed numerous times throughout development. We explored several types of rapid-fire blasters, volleys of beams, and homing projectiles.
As you may have seen at BlizzCon 2023, the visual design of her weapon started as a two-handed smart SMG, but we wanted something that felt a little more medical, so it evolved into a lightweight supportive tool.
We iterated and combined ideas to form the Meta Blaster weapon with its smart burst fire and Starship-style barrage.
I promise that was not personal.
Along with the Pulsar Torpedo's ability with its channeling lock-on volleys. And of course, you can't have a character from space without actually doing something from space. So we made her ultimate orbital ray.
Welcome to orbit.
We loved the idea of a beam raining down from the sky to empower your team, like they're being energized by a spaceship. And it ended up combining really well with the forward motion playstyle of her kit.
But one might wonder how Juno acquired such abilities, and why she has such a sense of awe and adventure with her quirky personality.
Well, I can tell you. So much like many of us, Juno tends to be a little bit of a mess. She's really high-strung, and she has this baseline level of anxiety all the time. Even though she's excited to be experiencing Earth for the first time, she's overwhelmed by just how much there is that she doesn't know yet. From mistaking soy sauce as a drink, to suffering from the sounds of New York traffic, you'll hear her expressing how often she feels out of her depth in some of her voice lines in game. Even though she's kind of freaking out most of the time, what really makes her a hero to me is that she doesn't let her fear get in the way of doing her job. If she's scared to do it, she'll just do it scared.
We hope you enjoy getting to know Juno better with the launch of Season 12 on August 20th.
Now, we're going to toss it over to Ryan and Constantine to talk about our newest game mode, Clash. Oh my God.
Hello.
Okay, we should go.
Stand it up. It's too high. Okay.
Hello there. Constantine Löffler here, senior level designer on Overwatch.
And I'm Ryan Smith, lead level designer on the Overwatch team. In Season 10, we gave you a preview of Clash, our new core game mode in Overwatch. We received some fantastic feedback through the preview and have been working hard on updates to address a lot of what we heard from your experience testing the mode. Based on community feedback and in-game data that we collected, we focused on addressing match length, steamrolls, and some frustration around the final zones not feeling worth it for the attacking team to push. To improve match times, give players a better chance to contest, and have more breathing room to better position before pushing capture zones, we are making the following adjustments. Capture times and decay rates have been increased on all zones. The capture speeds for when there are 1, 2, or 3 teammates on a zone have also been adjusted. The spawn delays on some points have also been increased, but there's one bigger gameplay update to Clash. In Season 10, if the final zone was captured, the attacking team would win the match, as it's worth 3 points. If they didn't manage to capture it, the defending team was awarded 1 point, and the match continued in the other direction. We've seen a lot of examples where the attacking team feels that pushing that last point isn't quite worth it, and that it's a better strategy to just hang back on the previous capture zone to safely get another point and keep the losing team on their heels. We didn't really like that much. So to solve it, we've split up the final capture zones into 3 segments for the attacking team only. Each segment is worth 1 point. So if your team is pushed off the zone, you keep those points, that's like the best thing about it. You keep them. So the longer your team is capturing the zone, the more points your team gets, which means a higher incentive to push those final zones and get the win. And if you thought that was it for Season 12, you'd be wrong, because we're also launching with a new Clash map.
That's right. Alongside Hanaoka, we're releasing the Throne of Anubis. In this map, we actually go into the pyramid from Temple of Anubis. There are familiar elements in this new map, but in a new context and interpretation. Each capture point has a distinct atmosphere and theme, giving you plenty to explore and discover as you move around the map. Throne of Anubis comes with a healthy amount of cover and a good mix of interior and exterior spaces. You'll find long sidelines, close combat quarters, and both high and low ground throughout the map. We want a dynamic space to enable a variety of strategies and team compositions that give all kinds of heroes opportunities to shine.
It's pretty awesome.
Thanks. Both Hanaoka and Throne of Anubis will be competitive when Season 12 launches. We're stoked to see how players navigate these new, yet familiar settings. Next up, let's talk through some mythic cosmetics we're looking forward to this season.
What's going on? Hello, hello.
Hey, hey.
Have fun.
Yes.
I need a bigger box.
It's better. Hey guys, I'm lead concept artist Morten Skalvik.
And I'm Lauren Sones, game producer.
One of the best things about being a concept artist is pulling ideas from your own imagination and seeing them realized in the world of Overwatch. One of these ideas has been the mythic weapons. These weapons react to your gameplay and highlight cool moments during a match, with 4 levels that unlock different visual effects. The vision for designing these was to imagine the fantasy of a hero discovering a new, powerful magical relic that becomes their new weapon. For our first mythic weapon, Reynard's Bound Demon, we wanted something that looked as badass as possible, making you feel more powerful. So we created a cursed axe with a demon inside. With each swing, it spreads hellfire in its wake, and with each foe slain, the demon hungers for more.
Like mythic skins, mythic weapons have multiple levels of upgrades that can be acquired. You have the base mythic weapon with brand new visual effects. Another level will make your weapon truly reactive to your gameplay. An additional level adds a flourish animation bound to your reload, and we highly encourage you to spam it. And finally, we're adding a level with special kill effects to punctuate each of your kills. With each level, your weapon will get more badass as you tear up the enemy team.
When designing weapon skins, we try and push the limit of what we can and challenge ourselves on how to make these experiential and compelling during gameplay. This includes finding inspiring themes that have a natural, powerful evolution, while matching each unique hero's fantasy. The team has been incredibly happy with how Bound Demon turned out for Reynard this season, and we're stoked to give you a sneak peek at the upcoming mythic weapon for Season 12. Ana's mythic weapon is inspired by the Egyptian god Ra, the god of sun. We can't wait to show you more about it and how the weapon plays on the duality and balance of light and dark. Keep your eyes peeled for more on Ana's mythic weapon close to mid-season.
With multiple mythic cosmetics to choose from, you'll now have the option to use your mythic prisms earned through the premium battle pass to fully unlock either a mythic hero skin or a mythic weapon skin per season. Our Season 12 mythic skin is Anubis Reaper, inspired by the Egyptian god of death. We felt this was a good fit for Reaper because of his death-defying background. One of the main reasons we're excited for Anubis Reaper is the sense of leveling up and evolving the skin as you progress through the premium battle pass.
The upgrades offer a more linear progression where the mythic skin gets cooler as you level it up, while also preserving the skin's customization. For example, at level 1, Anubis Reaper has his base form, the jackal head and a black color scheme. And then for level 2, you see the skin progress with additional armor and an option of a red color scheme. When you reach level 3, it has an alternative jackal mask and a third armor. Then at level 4, it has the undead mummy faceplate, ambient VFX, and the white color scheme. I remember me and a couple of other people on the team had a meeting on who should get the mythic skin. And we all just instantly agreed it needed to be Reaper. It was supposed to be like a 30-minute meeting, but it ended up being just like 5. There's a lot of things that we need to factor into when you choose a hero for the mythic skin. But for Reaper, the Egyptian god of death, we just all instantly knew it needed to be Reaper. We hope you enjoyed the skin, and we can't wait to hear what you think about it.
Before we leave you, there are a few more things to share ahead of the Season 12 launch on August 20th. In an upcoming Director's Take, we'll discuss the rank reset and introduce a new competitive reward system called Drives. We will also share more information on upcoming changes to maps and game modes, Flashpoint and Push. Keep an eye out for the blog, and as always, please continue to share your thoughts with us, and we look forward to the next developer update. See you in game.
Broadway. Broadway.
Broadway. Morton, can you do Broadway?
Those were so good.
All right. Well, there's one bigger gameplay update to Clash. There is one bigger gameplay update for Clash.
You'll find long sidelines, close quarters, learning to use hands. That's what you wanted, no?
If she's scared to do it, she'll just do it scared. If you're wondering, I'm horrified right now. I'm terrified.
The premium
Spawn delays on points. Damn it. All been increased. Damn it.
In an upcoming Director's Take tomorrow.
Damn it.
To seeing you in the next
No, that's gonna finish it up.
We look forward to seeing you in the next developer update and see you in game.
Sodial is farming on the Cassidy. How does Sparky just kill 2 in the back? That is how you make a statement. Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Ronnie.
There's the mid. Nice run hard, yeah.
Zen not gonna try and play that anymore. That is a sick shot.
Oh my god. That is clean from Mirren. Now there's no with a higher sugar free with a stick. Kai dead. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. They want overtime and they get it. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Welcome back, loves. We're getting ready to finish off the stage 3 group stage in our NA region, and 3 more games to play, 3 more teams that get to qualify for the main event next week. So let's talk to our experts. Matt, Jake, you back for more. Quite frankly, the EMEA region has been popping off. It's been so entertaining. Do you feel like NA can be on par with that? Will we see the same level?
So
entertainment, at least.
Okay, so I was gonna say, what are we judging it by? Entertainment,
Entertainment, not gameplay. Like, it's not.
EMEA has always been incredibly entertaining. Overwatch, it's always been, EMEA and Chinese, 3 a.m. Chinese Overwatch has always been 2 of the more entertaining things. NA plays a little bit safer, but it'll still be good.
Jake is dying inside. For you should just say that. It's like, I only like good Overwatch.
No. It's fair. I mean, the EMEA games today were really good. We saw some crazy, clutch gameplay, some unique strategies. But I do think, honestly, for every region right now, there is a lot of openness in the meta. And that means that teams get to innovate. They get to show, what they prefer to play, because different strategies are quite close in strength. There's not one obvious strategy that everybody's playing. And I think that speaks to that the game's in a really healthy place right now strategically.
Indeed, and whether the games are good or ours, it doesn't matter because you get your drops anyway. All you have to do is, of course, connecting your Battle.net account with your streaming platform, be that Twitch or YouTube, and you can earn some rewards by hours watched. The same goes also if you are watching and supporting our co-streamers, so you will also be receiving drops via that. Just open all of them, also say hi to them because we love them, and we wish them well.
Yeah, don't just lurk. Just say something.
Participate. That's right. Show some love. Are you guys lurkers in chat, or are you like, hey, it's me, Jake?
I'll usually say hi if I'm in somebody's stream. Find something to chat about. It's fun to Twitch, right?
I usually try and ruin Custa's stream. I just spam in all caps, and I just link YouTube videos all the time.
Don't you get banned for that?
No, I'm a mod, so I don't.
Okay,
so Matt can abuse freely without fear of punishment. That's perfect.
Yeah, America. Anyway, let's take a look at our schedule so far in 2024 as we're wrapping up our group stage 3. We're more than halfway through, guys. Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah,
it's crazy that we're halfway through. It feels like yesterday we were at DreamHack. Jake and I were at EWC. That feels like a day ago, and then now all of a sudden we're kind of marching towards Stockholm.
I for one couldn't be more excited for Stockholm, and I think that's in the end, right, where we're at a spot where teams are starting to think about that big tournament at the end of the year, about their opportunity for a lot of these squads to play on maybe the biggest stage of their career. Maybe this can be an appearance for a lot of young upcoming players who maybe fans of the scene don't recognize, but there's just a lot of really strong players that have risen up through the ranks to compete at this level. We saw some huge upsets. We saw really historic moments for the scene, I think, in the last group stage.
Indeed, it's been a very exciting first year of OWCS, and if you want to come and join us for the grand finals, you just saw the tickets, the URL for the tickets right there somewhere below us. So I hope you memorized it, typed it off, took a screenshot. I don't know, but I hope you join us in Stockholm. It's going to be so much fun. Speaking of fun, standings. I love looking at standings. Personal hobby of mine, alongside walks on the beach. Here are the standings for the NA region in our group stage 3. I don't feel like there were too many big surprises. Of course, we still have to figure out which 3 teams from group B, C, and D are also qualifying alongside Energy Shock, Fluffy, Dreamland, and Nightmare, who have already qualified alongside Timeless Ethereal. There we go, got there eventually. And of course, Toronto Defiant. And we're starting things off in Group B. The decider match will be played out between TSM and ASU Sun Devils. So yeah, let's chat about those rosters, starting with the TSM side of the things. 5 former Wisp players. We got some former OWL players in there as well, with Renko, of course, from San Francisco, Shock and King from the Titans. I'd say there's plenty of familiar faces on this roster. Also, quick caveat here, Icy and Rocket, they just won something and they're busy, so they're not going to be joining us for at least the first map. Will that be an issue for this team?
I don't think so, honestly. I mean, as good as Rocket and Icy are, I think King and Rhino can super easily step into this squad and fill those shoes, and I don't think it's going to hurt them too much, honestly. I think it's rare for teams at this level to have a bench where you're like, oh, these guys are just as good as the starters, and that's kind of how I see King. I mean, maybe hero specialties a little different, but I think this is still a very strong team that I would expect to be the favorite today. I think ASU Sun Devils definitely going to be punching up in this matchup.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, right? I mean, the last time these teams played, it was a 3-0 for TSM. Yesterday, right, we had Timeless Ethereal. They got 3-0'd by Avidity, and then they come back and 3-0 them to end the day. But I don't see that kind of turning with this match. I think even, with TSM's roster, maybe some of the things going on there, I still think they're a strong enough team. They should be able to get through the ASU Sun Devils.
Yeah, and I mean, on this roster here, there's a lot of familiar names as well. If you're following contenders, a bunch of former Shikigami players are in the mix here. Overall, it's not, they haven't had the easiest time in the groups. Let's put it like that.
No, I mean, they've struggled to get this far, but I think, this would be, to be fair, just be a huge upset. I think with the experience level on TSM and TSM being a team, getting a lot of support, to even be in this match is already an accomplishment for ASU Sun Devils, as we see more and more collegiate programs in Overwatch really building respectable rosters that can compete, that can make it to the next level. But I do think this is going to be the toughest test yet, right? Facing a TSM squad who, I think their ambitions, it's fair to say, extend far beyond this match. I think for them not winning this match would be a huge failure, and for ASU Sun Devils, this is sort of like, you have maybe a little bit more freedom in terms of mentally, like you're not as, this isn't as much, there's not much pressure on you for ASU.
That's right. Also ASU, as a non-American, fact check here, Jake would probably know that ASU is considered a party college. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, but it's a big state school. So while some people party, it's a huge school. There's tons of people. So you got your gamers, you got your students. I mean, any massive school is going to have many. I
think
schools.
Arizona is the party school. Just
the state.
In the state, yeah.
State of the US.
Not deep into the expertise of party colleges, but I'm pretty sure, with a degree of certainty, that Arizona.
It's up there.
Yeah, they're partying there.
It's hot. That's what I can say about Arizona. It is hot. Seriously,
it is hot. They party, and we're ready for all of that as well. Let's see if the games can match that kind of vibe. So, guys, please take it away.
We're going to see what kind of party we get here, right?
Can ASU bring the heat from their home state into the server and make it happen? TSM going to start with Busan, a map that I think puts a little bit of pressure on the hit scan duel, but it's a place that Chopper's going to be extremely comfortable. Curious to see what tanks Rhino plays. I mean, I think of him as a very flexible player, maybe a little bit more biased towards the main tanks, but I know he's got a decent ball. I mean, we could see that come out on Sanctuary. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, that would be quite interesting to see kind of the Wrecking Ball. We saw some of it for EMEA.
Yeah.
And also, just to give context for some of the people who maybe didn't see the series between these two teams last week, it was like a drubbing. Like, Lijiang Tower 2-0, 137 meters to 4 on Runasapi, and then a full hold on Shambali. So there's not much partying going on the ASU side of things, but you think you can build from there, right? And TSM, you talked about like getting out of groups, like would be like, I know obviously terrible for them if they're not able to do so.
Yeah.
I think this team needs to get like top 4. Like it might be crazy to kind of say, but like
with a name like TSM behind them, I agree.
Yeah, with like the brand of TSM behind them, with the caliber of players they have, like the aspirations for the team needs to be higher, I think, than just kind of get out of groups and be top 8 NA. It feels like they have to put together a pretty good performance. So they do end up playing the Wrecking Ball here at the start. I kind of like this.
Yeah, versus the Winston Sombra Tracer. Rhino's gonna have to be careful not to get caught out. Good thing for him though is not too much damage. Even though the Sombra hack can come out, there's just not so much burst damage to follow up on the ball. The dives are gonna come in very aggressively, I think, onto Renko, Lep, and Chopper. Here we see the Winston diving in. Great counter peel by Rhino. King peels off a Sombra on the flank, and this should just be an easy cleanup fight for TSM. Nice patience, frankly, from Rhino, right? We see so many Wrecking Balls, go in, you think of the hero as like forcing dives, but in this matchup, Rhino knows he doesn't really have to do anything. He can kind of let the fight come to him, boop that Winston out of the bubble, and although it's not doing the most damage, it's really impacting the game quite significantly when that dive comes in. The Winston just can't connect to the backliner.
Yeah, that's exactly what TSM was doing there, right? Like, Lep, Renko, and Chopper just kind of playing together, almost like baiting the dive in, right? Like, okay, like if you're gonna play this Winston Sombra Tracer, you have to execute this so well with like the Brigana backline and just kind of baiting them into doing so. And once they went in, got aggressive, that's when the slam came in from Rhino, trying to get a hack here, not gonna get it onto Chopper. And you see Aurora already hit with that bio grenade as well, gonna get quite low on the tank.
Yeah, the trades are coming in this time, a more contested fight. It's just King and Rhino trying to clean up, but Rhino has so much HP, really no way to finish off this Wrecking Ball. Easy dual victory onto the Tracer. And that is a better dive, but I think Renko is wise there to be aggressive with the nade, right? We see a lot of Anas, I'm just gonna nade myself, just try to live. But in the end, for TSM, you're kind of happy to trade down players. You're kind of happy if you hit a big nade on some of these divers, if there's no cleanse available, it's an easy cleanup.
Especially if your ball lives, right? Like if you're trading it and your ball and Tracer, like the last 2 left, right? Like even in a 2v3, you feel pretty confident about still continuing to hold on to the point. It'll be ASU diving in yet again. This will be a nano on a Chopper just to kind of keep him up.
Great use of the nano. King double kill pulse bomb. And the rush comes out at the same moment as well. That's painful. That's really one of your strongest tools for this ASU Sun Devil squad, and it's not going to pay off here. TSM, perfect nano. I think that's the advantage of the Wrecking Ball. He doesn't really want the nano. He doesn't really need it. So he can come down defensively onto Chopper, and then that's your dive target. You thought you were going to hack and kill this Ashe, and suddenly she's dynamiting you for pretty much all your HP.
Yeah, and for ASU, it feels kind of tough, right? Because with this combo, you kind of have to commit to the dive. You can't exactly just kind of like play from point and just wait it out, but feels like you're not seeing loads of success going in trying to play aggressively, where now they'll have to get this into overtime. They do have an EMP to work with here potentially. As they do, they will just kind of sit on the point and take it. Okay, so they do end up getting the flip. So kind of like that decision going into the backline wasn't exactly working, but can't give up this much space, it feels like.
The EMP comes out, but it's shut down by Chopper, and maybe an overextension here. Rally peeling back, trying to save this backliner. Renko does drop, but the minefield defensively is so hard for these divers, highly mobile heroes to get in.
I mean, yeah, you have the minefield right on top, right? Panther can't really do much of anything there. Get out of the way. Aurora will fall. Bob on the point as well. TSM just able to kind of hold on to just about everything there for the end. And, even maybe with, not their ideal starting lineup, they kind of cruise through round 1.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you're losing Rocket, who maybe would be the stronger Tracer, but I mean, King is a great player of his own, and he is super comfortable in the Tracer. A lot of teams, I would be worried if they lost 2 of their star players, but TSM, they've got the depth in this roster where I genuinely don't think this is going to negatively affect them much at all. And I mean, that round really shows it, just constantly peeling back, falling back from the dives. If anything, for ASU, I think they're too one-dimensional with that playstyle. Like, as much as you want to dive, you're just full sending it right to the back line, right off the rip. For me, I think you need to be a little bit tricky, maybe apply some point pressure, bring that Ana and Ash forward to touch the point, and then dive. But it was a bit too one note, and now TSM bringing out the Mauga comp, a huge change up for them. ASU Sun Devils gonna match the rush, but with sort of a slower, more controlled variant. Now it's TSM's turn to get aggressive.
Yeah, completely different look here, I think, for ASU, right? They want to slow the pace down. Like, okay, like, we saw what happened in kind of like a dive versus, dive essential kind of mirror, right? With a, Ball versus Winston kind of comp. Now maybe you can play a little bit slower, a little bit more controlled, see if you can win that way. But that is Aurora taking a huge amount of damage here with a big stomp from Rhino. The cardiac overdrive moving on in, right? So he'll stay pretty topped up. I don't know if you can kind of contest this point if you're ASU, especially now without your bat.
Yeah, losing the BAP is so painful here as now ASU Sun Devils trying to scrap something together, play around these Lucio heals, but even Lucio is dropping low. TSM player's not completely healthy, but they're going to stay aggressive. King goes down, Chopper's still in the mix. They're going to try and end this one quick before the BAP gets back, and with so many low players, it's time for Chopper cleaning up on the Genji, and the kills do come through for TSM as they secure that point and the team by victory. That was a little bit too close for comfort, I think, losing the Venture a little bit earlier. And now ASU Sun Devils is going to make a heavy swap, switching to a very poke-oriented comp with this Echo Ash. In theory, these heroes are good, but yeah, I have a hard time imagining them coming out through the chokes, Matt.
I think they're gonna get stopped right here. I think the Echo and the Ash, we've actually seen teams do really nice things with, throughout NA. Been a really successful, damage dealer combo as they get right on top of Panther in the spawn. But I don't know how you kind of like poke your way out, right? There's not really an opportunity to do so. And then even when you get near the choke, it's going to be a big slam that comes in from Rhino, followed up by, Chopper and King on those, really mobile, aggressive damage dealers. So like, I don't know how you kind of like poke through this choke. I think this would work like on a potentially different map, right? Like, not a game mode like Control where these chokes are so difficult to get through. But here it might be quite difficult.
Yeah, TSM gonna set up at the choke point. Rhino, no one really to stop him. Arissa's very far away and not gonna be able to stop this aggression at all. Dive comes in, Shout as well, followed up by the Kitsune Rush. Now Chopper looking for the opportunity to pop this blade. Burrow in onto the Baptiste. He's instantly bursted. No follow-up. Doesn't even want to pull the blade. Looks like he can just clean it up with the shurikens as he dashes around. Easy kills. The flip comes in, which is nice, but it's really only going to slow down the inevitable. Probably bought ASU Sun Devils one last chance, but with the ultimates, I mean, in the end, TSM, that was only their Kitsune Rush, and they still win the team fight. Angelic, close to the beat. That'll be nice, but there's such overwhelming ult pressure from TSM.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal, I imagine, for TSM, right? You have a combo with a cage fight plus a blade, right? We've seen teams use that in the past, and it looks like ASU just trying to figure out which way they want to go here. They got to make a decision. It'll be one player who gets on, touches the point, Anihu over to the Tracer here. So they're trying to put pressure on this Lucio, not going to end up getting the beat off. Don't even think you need the cage fight or the blade at the moment. Looks like TSM kind of pulling away.
Yeah, they're just holding the ults for next round. I think no real need, secure them for insurance if something happens later. ASU do get the flip in the fight, and it's a little bit sloppier than I'd like out of TSM. Chopper is low. Looks like he is going to get healed up, but ASU bought themselves a respectable fight here. TSM going to be happy, I think, that they held on to a few of these ults. Cage fight comes down on the Orisa. She's isolated away from her teammates. The fort gets her out. The blade searching for kills. Chopper finds the connection. One, now the Tracer in his sight. Can't quite clean her up as she's blinking around, but the kills are coming in elsewhere. Everyone contributed. What a Kobe! Holy crap! Out of Anu, that was a monster pull. But it's too little too late here on Busan as TSM run away with it here on map one.
I mean, they end up losing, but that pole spot was probably the most exciting part of that first map. I mean, that was crazy.
I think you couldn't believe it.
You saw it in the air for, it felt like 10 seconds. It was just like all the way up at the top. But man, that is dominating from TSM. Other than that awesome moment at the end from ASU.
Yeah, I like the patience from TSM with their ultimates, right? Saving them. I do think there maybe were some opportunities for them to just, rip some ults and finish the fight a little earlier. A couple flips did come in from ASU, but in the end, TSM kept it in control. When they lost one player, they, maybe reined in the aggression a little bit, slowed the game down, showing their expert experience on this squad where when they're not just running you over and dominating you, and you start to get purchased in the round, they know how to group together. They know how to play out those clutch fight scenarios.
Yeah, and you got to wonder like where ASU decides to go after this. No, the last series we ended up seeing them play Runasapi and then Shambali. Both of those don't end up kind of working out their way. We take a look at some of the highlights here. From map number 1, really like the ball play. It was like, a little bit more kind of like counter dive, I guess you would say, right? Taking advantage when the Winston would leap in, go in with the Tracer, and the Sombra, a big slam would come down. We saw like a defensive use of the Dynamite. I thought the ball was really effective in round 1.
Yeah, and just a hero is so hard to individually target. Rhino, definitely an expert user. That's where the double kill pulse. The boot from the ball to get the cleanup. I mean, that's the chaos that you expect out of a Wrecking Ball. Chopper looking great on the Genji, showing some flexibility where, I mean, this is, I think, what you really want from your hit scan in the modern day of Overwatch is the ability to come out on some unconventional, faster paced heroes. In the past, it was heroes like Tracer and Sombra the hit scan players often brought out, but I think Genji venture with this Maga is just an incredibly explosive comp, very hard to play against, right? I mean, you see that ASU here just constantly on the back foot. Chopper is running through them and looks super comfortable on the Genji. A hero that a lot of players just won't want to bring out in a difficult match.
Hit scan players have had a while now to pick up some of these other heroes.
Yeah. The time has come.
I think the time that is just that is insane. I would love to see this. Where does he even look?
I mean, he's going for this. Like it's just dude. That is so cool. That
is nuts. Hey, you know what? Even in a loss, that's still pretty cool though. But I think hit scan players need to be able to like play. I mean, the same type of thing we talked about in the past, so like off tank and main tank players. Now that line's blurred. Like I feel like across the board, with how many teams we've seen kind of get hurt by not having that flexibility, you kind of need the players to be able to do a little bit more. At least have one or two of the flex, damage dealers, kind of in your wheelhouse. These are the stats for map 1, and I don't think these this
KD
right. Like KD's look not great.
That is not good. That's what you want.
We can see improvement from here though.
Yes, this is a good place to start if you want to have an improvement trend. So, if it's worse next map, it'll be a quick one. That's all I can say.
I think for ASU, pick a map that you can slow the pace down, right? I think like playing the dive, I think TSM was just really good at kind of countering that. I think they had the right idea. I think TSM just kind of comes in and makes a lot of nice kind of like defensive dive plays. I think probably take a map that you can slow it down, like potentially like a circuit, like see how that kind of goes, like maybe play something along those lines.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a circuit. In the end, I think for ASU, I don't think there's going to be like some Achilles heel for TSM. It's not. There's not one comp that they can't play. So rather than trying to put them on the back foot, I think just go to your comfort zone. Like, what are you the most confident in? What do you feel like you guys have the most experience on? Where can you just like, you all know what you want to do, what you all have the same vision of the game. And I mean, Busan is just honestly is a pretty tough map type with 3 very different control points, 3 very different styles, where TSM looks super comfortable, brought out 2 like 180 degree opposite styles, round to round. It's hard to adapt to something like that. Some map types like on Flashpoint, let's say maps like Circuit, it's like what you're gonna get. It's a little bit less chaotic, a little bit less unpredictable, and I think that at least could equalize things a bit for ASU, kind of give them a fighting chance in this series.
They should just go Junkertown. Why not?
That would go crazy. Crazy. It's a Shambali. I like the escort pick though. Like it's like, okay, you want to play Rush, but maybe that you don't want to play Dorado, you don't want to play Circuit. I think I really like the map 2 escort pick. I feel like it's almost a must pick for me in this format.
Yeah, so we saw them play this map exactly in the previous series, but it was their map 3. It was a 1-0 in favor of TSM. So maybe they kind of like saw something in that. Maybe there were like a few fights that they kind of felt like, hey, if we play it a little bit differently, like this can go our way. So to bring it in here, I know for that map number 2, give themselves a chance. I agree with you. I think like you pick like an escort or a hybrid, like if you get that first choice, I think just a lot more value in those, unless you feel like you can like you're amazing at push, right? Thing that always scares me about push is like the first fight just like matters so much that if you lose that, you're in a rough spot.
It's also a tricky one where on push, I think there's a lot of viability of different styles, different strategies, and it's kind of hard to pin down what your opponents are going to bring out. So if you're a one-note team, if you're like, we're always going to play rush, and the other team is like, they know that they're going to come out with some counter comp, then you're going to have to adapt. You're going to be falling behind, puts a lot of pressure on you in the series. And push can also be, I feel like it can be more mentally draining in a long series, right? Especially if you get like a blown out in map 2, and it's like, you go down by 100 meters in the first 2 minutes, and then the rest of the map is like the other team just defending and just kind of like keeping you at bay. It's soul crushing, honestly.
I mean, there is that Game of Gladiators game in EMEA where they're up by like 100 meters and they end up blowing it. I mean,
that's a good
stuff
point.
Like that and push is just, I mean, that is just brutal. If you want to send yourself down to, a good old mental boomage, that's a good way to go about it, where you can end up on the wrong side of a 100-meter push here. Season 12, it's live. Jake, what do you think on it? I know you've been playing a ton. You're gonna play the WoW expansion, but you put it down. You're like, 12 is out. Got a game.
Yeah, I was desperate to play WoW, but I decided to play Overwatch. No, I mean, it's been fun. I'm hoping I can hit champ this season. I think they made it maybe a little bit easier, a little bit more possible. So maybe it's my time to hit champ. That's the dream. That's the goal this season.
Maybe I'll get there as well.
Yeah, maybe this is your time to hit champ, Matt. This is the future.
It's all our time. Just those 2 a.m. Reaper queues.
You're the one queuing Reaper in all my games, Matt.
No, I am not. I am not queuing Reaper in your games. I am not. That is most certainly not happening. But yeah, they did do kind of like that. The rank reset, right? They do that, I think, like twice a year now. So we kind of get that in. Juno's pretty cool. But we got to get the players in the lobby so we can get map number 2 underway. It's taking a little bit, so we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll have the map number 2 right after this.
Juno. My adventure has just begun.
Welcome back. TSM versus ASU underway. I'm Matt. That's Jake. We go by first names here. Jake tried to say Zoe's real name yesterday and basically called her Italian deli meat. And that now I'm surprised she.
Man, we gotta bury this. We gotta bury this story. You know, we gotta forget. I'll forget about it. We're gonna be in the studio in a few days, man. You don't have to be there.
When she swings on you, just use Johnny as a shield.
That's a good call. I'll keep Johnny between us at all times.
Yeah,
I need to sit on the left side of the desk. I can't work.
Very hittable.
Else.
So, yeah, I think you'd be safe, you know, using Johnny as a human shield. Shambali Monastery coming up next. TSM, they kind of dominate map number 1. Excited to see what ASU kind of brings us here in map number 2. A little bit of a different look potentially, and a rematch from their round 1 game.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for him because I do think there's a real option for TSM to just basically repeat mecha base like ASU if they play a more conventional rush comp. I think there's that option to just play the Maga and run them over and dive backline. And that's a comp that when you're playing against just strong individual players that TSM is, fully stocked with, super difficult to play against, right? Genji can pop off and carry, Maga can land a stomp on somebody, get an easy kill, and then the Venture is constantly harassing you. It's just, the pressure is so high against a comp like that, it can be really overwhelming for teams that, maybe are struggling to keep up on the flank, struggling to keep up in those individual duels or in the ult economy.
Yeah, we took a little glimpse there in game before we got that pause. Looked like maybe ASU kind of playing that Orisa-based composition. Again, we saw kind of in round 2 on Busan, but maybe a little bit of a different rendition. Earlier in EMEA, remember how yesterday we were talking about how you got to have the Brig, it's a little bit greedy? There was, I believe it was Gaming Gladiators as well. They played Zen on her instead of the Alari, and they didn't work out. Gotta play Brig.
These teams, they should just know. Just play Brig. It's so good on defense. Although I do think Shambali is kind of that more wide open map. We talked about Mecha Base, how maybe it's hard for Echo and Ash to get the space they need to work. I think Shambali as an escort map, maybe it's a little bit harder. You're not going to suppress Echo at the choke. There's all these buildings she can come over. Same for Ash. You could rush in and dive them, but maybe you're overextending yourself. So I think with Orisa getting a little bit more damage on the Javelin, this could be an interesting comp to me. I think there's, especially if TSM does defend with that Ramatra and try to like push in fast, could overextend themselves, could struggle to run over the Orisa.
Yeah, I'm curious on like where Orisa actually kind of like sits in the meta, right? We've seen so much Winston, we've seen Diva even still after the nerf, Maga, Sigma, and Ramatra. Like Orisa, I mean, just a few months ago, I feel like she was like dominant, right? Like extremely strong. And then obviously a lot of changes kind of go on with the armor and whatnot, and she kind of like falls off a little bit. But interested to see if teams can kind of like make her work in this new, meta we're in.
Yeah, I think Orisa, since she's slowed by her own Fortify, some of that super aggressive playstyle where the Orisa just forts and like speed boosts into your Ana and she just gets owned, that I think has kind of gone by the wayside. But Orisa in a poke composition where her role is more like, I'm going to touch the card and you got to deal with me. She's still incredibly tanky and now does more damage. That energy javelin is a big threat. So if she can kind of post up on the cart and just force the objective and let her teammates poke away and find kills, I do think there's a possibility for this hero to work. The big issue for ASU Sun Devils, if they run a style like this, or a pokey style, is going to be King and Lep. On the Lucio and the Tracer, if there's an Ashe Dynamite or if Rhino finds a big Ravenous Vortex, the follow-up could be just super overwhelming from the Tracer Lucio kind of going over the backline. Looks like we're going to see maybe a more conventional Rush Mirror. ASU Sun Devils going with a very classic comp with the hit scan and the Mei. TSM maybe a more modern variant using the Tracer.
Well, I was gonna say when we were just talking about the Orisa, it's like, okay, well, if she kind of like the role is to take position on the cart and stand there and force action, like it feels like Ramatra maybe even has like more staying power in terms of like shield Nemesis form, being able to block, kind of like rotate those cooldowns. Where it feels like that's kind of the role that he could kind of like fit into. Is looks like it. ASU trying to take some of the high ground here. This is going to be dangerous as well, pushing into this area with Chopper being able to land a big dynamite.
Yeah, it's hard to break. Chopper's getting pushed back, though. Both teams just trading Nemesis forms. No one can really commit. TSM in the end doing a great job holding down this choke. Immortality field forced a little bit better by Renko, and that's all the difference you need. The Mei Wall just wasn't able to really isolate anybody in that team fight, and King's harassment on these off angles is just proving so annoying. Not only the damage he's dealing, but the distraction effect, right? Like your Lucio, your BAP are busy dealing with the Tracer. Means they're not pressuring the front line, and Rhino doing a great job holding that corner and just kind of biding his time and just having the better skill uses in the end. This time ASU's pushing in super aggressive, deep dynamite to the backline, but they're so exposed. Rhino, King attacking this flank. Drone is keeping them up for now, but TSM seems to have reset this decently. ASU window online here could try to break this open, but King is just constantly pestering them. They're not able to regroup and press forward because of this Tracer on the flank. He's looking for more. BAP does not want to look at this Tracer. Luckily, gonna get forced away. And a misplaced window from Renko, so they can't use it. And that might actually be an opening as Chopper Is he caught alone on the flank? I think he's trying to slip out, see if he can get away, or rather, it's King on the Tracer. He's not too worried. But, I mean, the card is just now pushing Mad. I mean, TSM, it essentially cost them nothing, and we have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, they gave up 20 meters. This is devastating here for TSM. They're just trying to get that high ground. I mean, it's such a commitment, especially when ASU kind of is forced to use that drone quite early, right? There's no way you can kind of end up winning that when Renko has that drone able to use, right? It's such an important cooldown, one of the most important ones in the game, the Immortality Field, right? So now the payload will move a little bit further back here with TSM. I mean, you have a lot to work with here. You're probably looking at any who's Blizzard as like a difference maker, right? Like maybe you can kind of like capture the Ramatra inside the Blizzard, but you do have Lep with that sound barrier on the other side of things. So it's not like they won't have anything to keep that Ramatra up.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for a tricky flank, bringing the supports in the Ashe over the off angle. King is ready to disrupt it, though, and they're all looking at King. No one's looking at Chopper, who does trade the Ashe before he goes down. Now, both Ramatras brawling on Cart, but the support position for TSM is just so dominant right here. Very early, very aggressive beat. Blizzard, everything being poured into Renko, but Lep still has the beat. The drone comes down first, Lep beats second, and you have no hope of getting Rhino. He still has that Annihilation, but seems to not quite need it yet in the team fight. Renko dies to Aurora, though, so maybe an opening here without a Baptiste. TSM might like to back off and just fight another day here, but we're coming into final fight territory. That was really the big bank expended from ASU Sun Devils, and they weren't able to get a decisive fight. They were able to start pressuring the cart, but no cleanup, and TSM, it's 4 ults to 1.5 in this team fight, and I think TSM, if they run the clock a little bit down, this could easily be an ultimate team-wide final fight on Car.
Yeah, it'll be Bob. Actually, Bob ends up on the other side of the Mei wall. They try and use the Mei wall to split the Bob off, but he actually ends up on the ASU side of things. It'll be a Bob v Bob showdown there on the card as we're gonna go into overtime. But TSM has a lot of great ultimates to use to. That's gonna be the Lamp Pulse Bomb on Angelic. So you still have Rhino here with this Annihilation to use.
Yeah, he's holding onto it now, doesn't want to overextend into this Ashe and Baptiste playing the Amp Matrix. King, though, is going to be the one to deal with it. Now Chopper as well, and here we go. Rhino pulls the trigger with the Annihilation, swarms in, connects with that Tracer Ashe flank onto the back line, and with the support pushed away, it's an easy cleanup on the payload. TSM are just running through the ASU Sun Devils. It's not just a full hold. I mean, this is a destructive full hold. ASU did not even get around the final corner, did not even really pressure that first capture point, and deja vu for ASU Sun Devils. Another full hold by TSM, a repeat of the last time these teams played. This is going to be mentally a really tough spot to be in for ASU. This is going to be a real test of their fortitude. Can they even come out and make a statement, make a competition in a map where, I mean, I'd say TSM maybe 90-10 to win at this point in the round.
What's your thoughts on the Mei? I feel like with Mei, we've seen a decent amount of play yesterday specifically, but like, I feel like it hasn't really paid off as much as like when we've seen teams kind of run it with having like an Echo in the mix, right? Instead, play like Echo Ashe. It feels like that's been really strong. Where the Mei, I think you're trying to like split teams off. I think probably the Echo is a little bit harder to kind of keep alive if you're going to play the BAP, right? And maybe you feel like you need the BAP because you have a Ramatra, but feels like a little bit more value you're getting out of the Echo in some of these games.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the Mei as a hero. Like, conceptually, I think she does work well with the comp, but I think the bigger trouble is that with Ashe and Mei, you don't have anybody on the flank, right? You really are going to try to fully overload the front line, and a tank like Ramatra, a support like Baptiste are just super happy to, take that 5-man aggression and just tolerate it well and stay alive. And on the flip side, King is constantly harassing your backline. Chopper comes in on the flank on the Ashe, and they're just picking off supports before the fight even really gets going, and that's just the worst case scenario when you're running this Mei comp, when you don't even really get to fight the front line. They're gonna go for a spawn hold here, try to make something happen. Yeah, I think it's a risk. What a great nade by Lep on the top of the wall. Hits the Lucio, almost gets a kill here, but both teams poking, prodding. ASU, though, sitting in the corner, though, I don't like this play. I think they need to make something happen, and BAP already low, has to drone. I mean, look at Lep is like up in their face on Lucio, no respect. The Lucio and the Trace, I mean, this is that flank pressure coming in, right? Baptiste, Ashe have to turn. This is creating so much opportunity for the front line of TSM. The card has not moved yet. Sun Devils maybe have stabilized, but
well, they have to be careful here. The cart's going to start to like move away, so they have to kind of come around this corner somehow and actually challenge this. Aurora gets in position, takes out Lep. So you mentioned Lep playing really aggressive, actually finds that kill J-Man will pick up another, so ASU potentially getting a hold here.
Yeah, it's really well played. There was a moment there they dropped super low. The flank pressure was coming in. I thought it'd be overwhelming, but Z-Panther and Angelic did a great job staying alive, keeping the pressure off. Chopper really wasn't able to find too much damage in that team fight. Maybe missing some dynamite connections there, not able to get the damage past the Ramatra. So TSM with some ultimates, we'll see if they take a different approach. I like the idea of flanking, but whoa, Lep again, super aggro, over aggressive, gets punished quickly. And this corner hold is proving effective. Pulse Bombs just doesn't find too much here, and J-Man wins the duel. So hold on, this spawn hold looking super effective. The Tracer not really working at all in this confined space.
Yeah, I think TSM, I mean, maybe you're not worried at the moment, right? But you lose another fight, you invest some ultimates in there, I think you're going to be a little bit worried, as I know this really close corner hold, playing this right-hand side has worked out here for ASU. They have the Bob to contest as well if need be. This will be an Ant Matrix here from TSM. It's going to be Chopper taking out anywho, but I'm surprised that ASU doesn't maybe kind of respond. I mean, they respond with their own Ant Matrix here, but you kind of need to keep that hold going, it feels like, or at least make TSM expend more ultimates to kind of get that payload moving. It feels like now that they've got it moving, and you're going to have 4 ultimates for this next fight, you feel like you're in a rough spot.
Maybe, I mean, 2.5 minutes there. I think that's above expectations in the end for ASU. Like, you would have loved to get more ults out. That would have put you in a better position. But if you can make this fight like last a long time with the Mei, you can just stagger things out, stall the card. We could be seeing this turn into a final fight if you can delay it enough. TSM, of course, don't want to let that happen. But the aggressive Bob on the flank combined with the push from Aurora, they flip the switch. It looks decent. But Rhino, TSM trying to clutch this one out. Trades look better for the offense here. TSM, I mean, after a fantastic first hold from ASU, they're getting cleaned up on the cart, and they're full committing with the beat as well. Left ready to respond. Both teams have an annihilation. I think ASU needs to reset, needs to slow this down. There's just too many players on the cart, and it's going to be a final contest, and this is where that defense is really going to bite. They just have no room to work with. They have to stop the cart right here.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I think Aurora actually gets hit with a pulse bomb and backs up to get into the immortality field, but then isn't able to contest. They had a blizzard there as well. They had blizzard annihilation. I mean, there's a chance. Hey, that close hold was really good. Yeah, it was just that next fight, getting another fight win. So ASU puts up a pretty strong test here against TSM, but TSM still comes out on top. That's a rough way to lose that one, though.
That is super painful. I mean, that's where TSM's full hold comes into such value, right? Where you can imagine if ASU had just gotten the cart around the bend, even if they don't cap first, if they just really get it to like that last couple meters, that would have been a very different situation where you would have had the flexibility to hold the corner under Ramatra. You wouldn't have had to push in, and you maybe would have found a better mail, a better wall. But it doesn't come to
from up top, like
yeah, exactly. So many more options. And so you got to be kicking yourself. I feel like ASU, there's a clear reason they picked that map. The defense looked really solid. They were well practiced, but then the offense was just a little too lackluster.
Yeah, I mean, hey, with the way they played, they probably beat a lot of other teams, just not TSM, as TSM played pretty well towards the end. Take a look at some of the highlights here from Shambali. I think ASU's like offense, just they were so committed, to moving down this like left-hand side, going up that high ground, and it just took ages to develop.
Yeah, just constantly got harassed. And then, I mean, I think TSM played really smart against that heavy push from the Mei, rather than really trying to stuff the choke where Mei is going to be super effective and going to split you up with the wall. They kind of let the push come in, let it blow off a bit of steam. And then that's when the flanks, the poke, the pressure, Rhino's just kind of holding it down, waiting out these big cooldowns. And then when the Mei runs out of that ice block, the wall expires, the Tracer flank is continuing to pressure you. That's when things kind of go from bad to worse for that ASU offense. I mean, the defense was great. I wonder if TSM maybe would have preferred a greedier choice than something like a Tracer, like maybe an Echo could have flown up in the air and just kind of, or Farah even, just like free firing into that little corner that ASU were holed up in. But against the Tracer, they really managed it well while continuing to hold the front line.
Yeah, I mean, really the ASU defense, I mean, just playing from this corner, I mean, with the amount of pressure that TSM was putting on, it's tremendous. They held it for as long as they did. Just kind of, time and time again, I really feel like I know Angelic and Panther and the supports, right? They just did a tremendous job, kind of like playing, whether it's like they were being, you know, the Tracers on one side, the other teams, you know, the other players on the team just coming from the other side, being able to kind of stay alive throughout all of that. Take a look at some of these stats here from map number 2. See, we're improving. ASU looking much better here at map number 2 in terms of stats.
They tripled their KD. If they do it again, they'll win a map. But you know, now
they triple their KD from 0.6. There's a good chance they would win the next map.
Yes. But you know, and I think honestly, they did have some good looks there, some good comfortable spots. There's a, you know, I can understand why they picked Shambali. However, now I'm a little worried because always it's your first map pick. That's your strongest punch, right? That's where you have full power. You can pick whatever you want. You go to your very best map. That's your biggest opportunity to turn the series around, and they aren't able to get it done. And so now it's like, okay, what's up next? What's the second strongest punch? But I can't help but feel that maybe TSM have kind of gotten over the hump here. And on a lot of maps besides Shambali, it's going to be hard to make that committed May Rush style work.
So the last time they picked Runasapi, but they end up losing that one by like 133 meters. So like maybe somewhere else, right? Do you go to like a flashpoint here? Do you potentially pick like a hybrid, like a, you know, a New Junk City potentially, right? Try and play something along those lines. I think going to Runasapi again would be a little bit odd, but you know, they end up, you know, they end up picking Shambali in that series as well. Ends up in the same kind of fashion as this one, but still pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they've shown they really like this 5-man style with the May and the Ramatra Rush. If you want to continue that, maybe you take us to King's Row. You know, okay, it is just a Runasapi again. Okay. So running it back with confidence. You know, in a way, I like this. It's like if these were your best maps before. If these were your best maps before, maybe they're still your best maps, and like just keep running it on your comfort zone. I'm a little worried though, because honestly, I think King has been running a little rampant in this series. Maybe shouldn't have played Tracer on the offense with everyone just bunkering in the corner. You mean, heck, you could have played like Junkrat there and just spam into that corner and probably just do the most on DPS. But this is a map where the Tracer duel is going to be so impactful. If you're just winning the flank fights on King, even if it's not, you're not necessarily killing the other Tracer, if you're just pushing her out or there's no enemy Tracer to stop you and you're getting on the back line, I mean, this is a map you have to contest that Tracer on the flank. If you let her run amok, it's going to be a tough spot. I don't know about the full, like the May on this map, I have a hard time seeing it work, but maybe they've got something up their sleeves. It's a new map, you know, there's still opportunity, I think, to innovate and find a new way to play.
There's probably also some value in that you've already played TSM on these maps, so you have a good idea of what they're going to do, and maybe, you know, you kind of learn something from that first series and you're able to kind of bring it into this one, keep it a bit closer. But yeah, that Tracer battle here on Runasapi is definitely going to be one to look at. I don't really feel like this is a great opportunity for May. I feel like you're going to have to see something different. Like the streets are a little bit too wide, and there's like lots of like verticality and like different like windows and buses. You can kind of like circumvent some of the walls and whatnot. It wouldn't be, you know, as crazy to kind of ice wall somebody off. Feels like there's a lot of opportunity to counter that.
Yeah, and TSM have shown us so many styles. I'm just kind of excited to see what they bring out here, what they feel like is the strongest choice on Runasapi. I think a lot of teams have been playing like a Winston on a Brig on this map. We've seen Diva dive styles. I would love to see the ball, although I don't think it's very good on this map. I think this is definitely a Winston map.
It's terrible, but
Winston is just so comfortable here. The ranges on the map are kind of like in that sweet spot of like one Winston jump, and there's a lot of structure for Winston to play around and move up across the map. It looks like, well, we got a little, our HUD is wrong. It is in fact TSM on the left, Chopper on Bastion. Will he actually play Bastion? Very unlikely, but both teams look like setting up for a Winston Mirror with Lep on the Lucio though, so prioritizing maybe a little bit more of that mobility and ranged poke. I do think the Brig is just a stronger hero in this matchup.
Yeah.
But Lucio got that. I mean, he got lost 25 HP in the patch, but his gun is 4 more damage per shot. That's like a 20-25% damage buff to Lucio, so his poke kind of hits hard. He charges the beats real quick in this meta.
There were some plays yesterday where like the Lucio's just kind of gunning people down from like across the map.
Yeah,
it's, crazy there. Where like I don't know what they would have to do for Lucio to not be good. Like maybe just take away its speed completely and he'd be terrible, but like there's no way they would ever do that. Like
we're just gonna patch out wall riding. You can't wall ride anymore.
You just can't wall ride. Yeah, like I don't know. Like what do you What do you do? Yeah, take Zoe is screaming, take his skates. That is just, you know, that's just mean. But like, yeah, I don't know what you would have to do. Like, he's so good, like in terms like, you know, displacement with the boop, now like damage. Sometimes like the Lucio healing kind of goes a little bit underrated as well, like in terms of you know, just how much healing you can actually do in like a group scenario. And then speed and sound barrier just so good. Like it feels like he's just the starting point of like almost every composition.
Yeah, I mean, I think back in the day, Lucio, everyone was focused on the aura, which is strong, right? It's like great team utility, speed amping in. I mean, these are powerful skills still today. But I think the skill level has risen to the point where the modern Lucio players are just so good with the gun, right? They're putting down big damage. They're taking 1v1s with the Tracer. They're poking flankers or backliners from a weird angle using the wall ride. And that pressure is very real, right? Lucio just gets like a couple burst fires on you and suddenly you're dynamited by Ashe, you're punched once by Ramontre, and you're falling over. So to be honest, I think the Lucio does have potential. I do like the Brig a little bit more in the dive comp. I think the ability to give a heal to Tracer from long range and just turn that 1v1 on a dime is almost too much to fight against. But if your Lucio is confident enough, if they're just very individually strong on the hero, maybe they can find that, you know, individual damage and pressure that's more impactful. I think we'll probably see Lep go over to the Brig if this game is competitive at all, but we'll have to see. As it looks like we're going to be able to get right into the match and see how it develops here on Runasapi.
Yeah, we see teams like send the Lucio with like a Tracer on like an off angle, right? Like on, you know, almost like another kind of flanker. So for we got these sides swapped. Everybody's all good to go. I actually think probably what happened was ASU maybe wanted blue side and TSM was over there.
Is there a side difference on these maps? I'm not a professional player anymore. There's a few maps like control maps and stuff where there actually was some like very small difference between the sides, but I don't know.
I believe they're uniform in terms of like distance to the point, but potentially, you know, some kind of different like angles.
There's like some one little box on one part of the map.
There's like probably better. Like, you know, one team has like right hand advantage, like coming around a thing.
Yeah. Both Winstons just vying for control. It's kind of, it's a very weak bubble from Aurora. No Winston bubble, could be a go sign as, Rhino jumps right into the back line, pressures out, not able to find any kills. Probably gonna need to fall back from this position as Z-Panther drops super low from the dive, able to be carried by his Brig and kind of reset. And Rhino's just trying to keep that aggression on. Both teams dealing with each other's Winstons as it's a very scrappy initial fight. That nade onto Brig, another opportunity maybe to dive. Dynamite follow up. Everyone's low on ASU Sun Devils, but Brig is doing a great job keeping them healed up.
Yeah, as Chopper will take out the enemy Tracer, so kick things off with a big kill. Puts another shot down there on J-Man in the street as Aurora trying to make it out, but not able to do so. These dynamites, man, at the start from Chopper have been sick.
Yeah, he's been a huge difference maker in this fight. And King, I mean, despite not having the Brig, I think putting himself in maybe a tougher spot in the matchup is just acquitting himself super well. You know, like able to get in there with Rhino, not lose his life. And sometimes it is just that Ashe headshot on the Tracer. You can't fully play around those, right? It's just up to the Ashe to deliver those clutch kills in the moment that usually just blow the game wide open. Rhino getting a lot more damage down. Probably can just get a primal with one jump here. So TSM has a real chance to snowball this advantage and capture the first checkpoint. Sun Devils would love to stop the bleeding here. I think this is really their best chance to hold on to the advantage here on Runasapi. The Nano under Aurora is going to get into the primal though. Is he going to catch anything?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I was like, what are you kind of looking for here? This is going to be sound barrier in response. Rhino actually kind of gets the Nano on the opposite side, and Rhino's going to be able to hold on to this primal now to kind of use in as they go in deeper into the spawn.
Yeah, this should be a big cleanup. Rhino's caught them all. He's behind them. He's not letting anybody escape alive. And Leb charged that beat so incredibly quickly. I think when he dropped the beat, Angelic was only at 75, 80 on the rally. And I mean, that's the power of this Lucio change, right? You might be a little easier to kill, but through that constant spam damage, you're charging beat faster than a lot of support ultimates. I mean, it's an expensive ult, but Lucio just puts down big stats if you have good aim and you're landing those shots consistently. I think this is a big opportunity for ASU Sun Devils, though. They've got to get in, find a solid dive, as Lep caught alone but slips away. Pulse Bomb on a Chopper might be enough, though. ASU Sun Devils would love to win this fight without investing any more ultimates. TSM are very aware of it, though. They're going to maybe be able to escape, and I think ASU Sun Devils maybe a little too cautious, a little too defensive. They don't get any cleanup kills, and TSM is going to be back at full strength to fight this mid, close to some more ultimates of their own. hard to sometimes use this rally aggressively.
Yeah, especially because you don't have the speed boost, right? Like, what are you going to use it for? It's going to be a little bit more defensive. It's going to be bobs from both teams. This is the rally that comes in here from Angelic, just kind of protecting as Rhino goes into the backline. Rhino also hit with a bio, so not going to be able to get any type of healing. So he will fall, and this is pretty good now for ASU. They should be able to gain some progress.
Yeah, definitely going to start progressing the bot, but the power of the Lucio, right? Leb's going to be able to fall back, taxi Rhino, get him back a little bit quicker, and get a couple, maybe 2 fights before the checkpoint goes. We'll see if TSM want to do that aggressive move, or maybe just play to farm that nano for the Rhino win, since he's so far from Primal, maybe a little bit too ambitious to go in without the nano. And I mean, ASU Sun Devils, they're behind, right? They have to make something happen. TSM shouldn't really feel any pressure at this moment. They should be happy to sit on defense as long as the enemies would like to let that happen. And that's letting Lep poke away, charging the sound barrier, those little Cheerios. You know, this is a nice defensive position. ASU Sun Devils are the ones who have to break it open.
Well, both teams kind of like playing for their nano, right? So they end up kind of like building this nano on both sides. But they find Chopper yet again, so doing a nice job here is ASU kind of finding the Ash on the opposite side of things. As Rhino gets quite low. They have to use the nano onto Aurora, though, to be able to get that. You're going to have a nano here for Renko. He's going to drop it on a Rhino as Rhino works in with King.
Oh, big dive out of King. Gets slept, but Rhino's there to drop the bubble, keep Tracer alive. And meanwhile, Aurora's primaling. Yes, it looks like he's going to clean up the supports, but it's not really winning you the team fight. You already lost your own backline. It's more or less just going to be a full reset here of the position. And I think TSM are happy with that, right? Being in the lead, happy to run down the clock. Still going to brawl a little bit here on the car, feeling confident, and Aurora elects to back off. So TSM kind of getting their way on the map, and with a big ultimate advantage here, opportunity to beat aggressively. I mean, ASU Sun Devils have absolutely nothing in the tank. I think they're going to be really worried.
It feels like Aurora needed to hold that position a little bit longer, right? I know, allowing the team to kind of get back more towards the mid-map. Now you're allowing the TSM, both supports here with Chopper, to go on a little bit of a flank. You've already lost your Ash. You've lost, your Ana as well. I mean, this is pretty bad now for ASU. This is going to allow TSM to gain even more progress, and they're going to hold on to the sound barrier on through this. ASU not really close to any type of support ultimate, so TSM in a spot where they're going to go above 100 meters. I mean, they're going to get this spot pretty far.
Yeah, and with the late death on the Winston and the Tracer, there's no one who can even kind of stall the cart before the fight. Lep holds onto the sound barrier, even delayed the kill on the Winston. So just masterfully played by TSM as they expand their advantage here on the map. And this is not an easy fight by any means. Anhu really needs to find this pulse bomb connection, and there's not too many easy targets. It could be the Ash or the Ana, but I mean, Lucio's so evasive, could be really tough. And once again, I mean, ASU, they have to initiate this fight. TSM is kind of happy to run the clock here, farm ultimates, play slow. With the Lucio, the comp kind of favors that style. Brig is the one who wants to get in and force a brawl. Lucio, not conventionally thought of as a poke hero, but does contribute a lot in this type of a slow trade.
Yeah, it's just still more progress here for TSM. This Chopper just kind of looking, maybe he actually kind of thought that Anywho was there, or maybe the supports, but this is a really rough spot for ASU. I mean, they're just kind of
Chopper on the back line. Beat as well aggressively, and they have to do a Chopper, but there's so much pressure from the front line. They can't possibly turn. They can't catch Chopper, who escapes with his life. Sleep onto the Winston is going to get bursted, even if he wanted to Primal, didn't have the opportunity there. And ASU Sun Devils, they just get run over. TSM pushing into the spawn here. Yes, you have all your ultimates for the Sun Devils, but you're so far behind, and you're being choked into the spawn. The nano, the heal's not quite in time. Oh, the backline is evaporating. Pulse bomb from King. This is too much. TSM want to close out the series here and now. They want to finish it with time on the clock here, gunning for that full cap on push. Maybe the Primal will be enough for ASU Sun Devils to stop it, but the cart just keeps rolling. Every inch is just painful for ASU Sun Devils, as they will clean up with spawn advantage, but it just feels so hopeless in this spot, Matt.
They got just kind of like pinched into their spawn, right? Chopper on that opposite side, just putting down so much damage. The players coming through the initial choke for TSM. ASU, I mean, this is an enormous mountain to climb. I mean, 2 minutes, 35 seconds, but they got to basically be perfect from here on out. And TSM, I mean, with how good Rhino has been with this Primal getting to the backline, feels like even with that rally, even if you use it to just get the rally out early, is Panther taking some damage. That's going to be the rally. You're not even going to have to use the Primal to get it out.
It's such a defensive rally and a self-nade, so really there's not much opportunity to get aggressive. Chopper's under a lot of pressure from the Bob. Burning down, no, Chopper! That's a tragic death, gets separated from his supports by the Bob, so ASU Sun Devils finding their way back in the fight. Rhino, though, super happy to trade away from the cart. Getting even one kill here would be great for TSM, but maybe too ambitious without the team to really support him. He's getting booped and focused down. Brig, though, caught alone by the last punch of the Primal, and Rhino escapes. Oh no.
That is crazy that he's able to make it out. You don't really have any supports like now there in his line of sight, but before, didn't really have much of anything. And now you can kind of go again, right? You know that the Brig is dead on the other side. That's a nice nade though there from Panther that leads to taking out Rhino.
But you know, one falls and then another just trade comes in. TSM are keeping the pressure on so aggressively, and ASU Sun Devils gonna make their own swap to the Lucio, taking the mirror. But is it going to change anything? This nano dive, I think, has to be explosive. We need to see a clean team fight victory from ASU Sun Devils. Nade from Renko misses, opportunity for the nano push, and J-Man finds a kill to the Lucio. Okay, this is exactly what you needed for ASU Sun Devils. Maybe do they want to look to be greedy and win this fight without ulting? It's certainly going to be a thought in their mind with this, you know, long push to commence. But TSM, they just keep fighting down one. I mean, that's a huge difference between these teams. TSM is not afraid to continue the brawl. Even down a player, they still fight well. And beautiful peel by Lep maybe is going to be enough to keep them alive. It's going to be close. Beat as well comes in, but ASU Sun Devils, their formation completely split. TSM, if they're able to just get a regroup here, I think they're going to be very happy to have a zero ult fight for potentially the end of the map and the end of the series.
Yeah, it feels like TSM would be much more comfortable in that type of position, right? No ultimates on the board, but it's going to be Panther who finds King. Is King just kind of playing on the bot there? Maybe just kind of gets caught out a little bit as now an opportunity for ASU to get the bot moving deeper into TSM territory. But like you mentioned, TSM, they just don't back down after they lose a player. The fights are still winnable.
Sleep on Tracer.
Oh, you're going to be able to follow this up with Lep, as Auroric took a lot of damage there as well. Was here the bio.
Oh, the chaos is coming to the best of ASU Sun Devils right now. TSM feeling confident. Rhino holding the front line, getting a ton of heals, and it's overtime. You've got to keep this card contested, but King pressuring you from the off angle. Doesn't want to get caught off here. Likely to see a slow fight. Big nade on the Winston should take control of this corner. Rhino has blocked the heals, isolated that Winston. The pulse bomb cleans him up. Now it's Lucio's turn to get in, but it's so desperate. Too little, too late. Rhino wakes up from the sleep, cleans them up with the primal, and it's TSM taking the series 3-0 in a very convincing fashion. Very well played from all the individuals on TSM. A lot of, you know, heroic plays there. As good as ASU Sun Devils were grouped up and, you know, defending themselves, it felt like they were never able to get on the aggressive and really get on the front foot in the series.
Yeah, I mean, not a incredibly surprising result. I think ASU had moments there throughout the series. I think probably some things to work on to kind of like reach the levels that potentially TSM is at, but TSM kind of gave us exactly what we wanted. We wanted to see them come in here, win in dominant fashion, which they did.
Yeah, I do have to say though, I respect the opposition. They brought us again to Shambali Monastery. You know, like they brought us to the maps that they previously lost against them.
Run it back.
Just run it back. Why not? The confidence. No, but I mean, if you already feel like you have a disadvantage anyway, you might as well just play to your own strength rather than trying to, you know, like gameplay it and somehow play 5D Jess or like however many Ds you can put into Jess. Like it's, yeah, I think. I don't think that was a bad move, but no big surprise. TSM, they were the favorite to win this. Let's run it back. It was a quick match. Let's still, however, look at some of the highlights here. Quite frankly, there were some cool moments on both sides. And whose pulse bump here will
that was still the best play. That was the best play of the game. Yeah, might have been. That was one of the sickest pulse bombs I've seen in a long time, actually.
This is gonna live rent-free in my head for many seasons to come.
I mean, the problem though was for ASU, we're like looking for these like little individual moments where people pop off. I mean, that's it's like a crazy play. But from TSM, it's like no one can do one individual super carry because everyone is contributing kills. There aren't 5 players for you to 1v5 because somebody else in your team has already got a kill. And I mean, that's what happens when you see these teams where there's just a huge mismatch in strength. TSM, drastically stronger team. What we saw in this match was, it was a beatdown, it was a drubbing, frankly, not super competitive. And I mean, there were a couple moments where ASU had some strat where they looked well prepared and they executed it well, but there were just as many moments where their plays completely fell flat and TSM just read them like a book. So TSM, clearly a team that really should be the one in the main event here.
They did their best, like, honestly. On Shambali Monastery, like, their defense was really good. That close hold, honestly, it was really, really impressive. I didn't expect them to be able to even hold it for that long, and then in the end, they're getting a little bit unlucky. But yeah, it is what it is. I do think it was, yeah. We probably all expected the rematch to go the way
it was.
It was a yeah.
Losing is learning, Zoe.
Losing is learning, and I hope
well, they didn't learn because they already lost to this team playing the same maps, and then they did it again.
They need to learn more. There's always more learning.
But they lost more, so now they can learn more. That's how I see it. Rhino getting themselves the player of the match honors here with some fantastic tank play.
Yeah, Rhino looked great on the Winston, especially. I think. I mean, the ball was nice to come out, and he showed a lot of flexibility. Ram, Malga, ball all look comfortable, but I think the Winston is where kind of the true test of competition in tanks is how they maneuver on the Winston. It's such a non-linear character. You know, there's so many options about how to play, but constantly I feel Rhino's getting the better of the trades, seeing these windows to connect deep to the backline and finding the individual primal juggles. I mean, more often than not, when Rhino's in the backline, he was just fine in the cleanups. Even this primal, which I thought was getting shut down, I thought it was like, oh, he's done, and maybe he overextended this. He finishes the brig with the last punch after the primal ends, and then manages to escape with his life. And I mean, that's the difference that was felt throughout this series, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, generally, like, he's such a great opportunistic player. Like, he's waiting out those cooldowns. He sees like a bubble from the opposition, which isn't quite ideal, and then he uses that opportunity to jump in and go aggressive. The same when they played against the May, the whole team, they were just very aware of the cooldowns and acted accordingly. So great teamwork on this play for TSM as they are now moving on to the main event alongside Energy Shock. So that concludes our Group B, which means we have 2 more groups to go, 2 more matches to go, in fact, and one of them is going to happen after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
walked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano too. This might just be enough.
Welcome back, one and all. OWCS Stage 3 groups are almost done and dusted. We have 2 more matches to go, and we're back on schedule thanks to a very, very quick victory from TSM. Matt and Jake for joining me for all the action. Also, apparently you're now Lemon Kiwi and Danny.
Oh,
people confuse me.
Here we go.
All the time.
A lot of people say I look like Lemon
yeah.
Kiwi, so it's cool. You know, I appreciate that.
They're with us in spirit, always. That's what I'm taking away from this.
I just have slightly better Korean than Danny.
Just, it's a little better. But you're like, what, a quadlingual? Your Spanish is also really good.
Oh yeah, Matt's very multicultural. That's what people, I mean, when people talk about Matt,
it's
adjectives like cultured, demure. Yeah, that's what it gets thrown around
Mindful.
a lot. That's what I hear. Mindful, very cutesy.
Interplanetary.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the first things I heard about you. It's that and your just bottomless knowledge of Overwatch. And that's on display here as we're looking at our Group C bracket. Walk us through it, Matt. Tell me everything there is to know about the Group C, all the teams, the players, the stories.
All the teams.
All the teams. All the players.
We saw Shikigami play the other day.
Backstories.
So they looked actually pretty good. They'll be playing against the Citrus Nightmare, I believe. They kind of go back and forth between Citrus Nation and Citrus Nightmare. So we'll get to see kind of that match where the Citrus Nightmare, they kind of make it to like the winner finals of this group. But they end up falling to our favorites with the Fluffy Dreamland. So we'll see if they can kind of make it out of this group. Although I think after the performance we saw the other day from Shikigami, I think they might actually even be like the favorites in this one.
I mean, I think it's going to be very competitive because there seems some very different styles from what we've seen from them in the past. Citrus Nightmare has this, like, they love these slow and pokier styles. Zeb looks great on the Orisa and the Sigma. We've seen them play double flex. Whereas Shikigami was, pedal to the metal, Lucio all the time, go into the back line. And so it's going to be interesting to see if Citrus Nightmare can weather that storm and come out on top.
Yeah, they played so aggressive yesterday. That Kiri, Lucio, Sojourn just go on forward at all times. Ryan really impressed on that Tracer as well. So they like that high tempo. And honestly, every single time that the tempo got slowed down, they seem to struggle a little bit. Is that going to be the Achilles heel? Is this the key to victory when going up against Shikigami?
I don't think so. I think they're going to be fine playing this like extremely fast pace. I think this is kind of what everybody wants to do at the moment. I think the thing is like, they get a 3-0 win over Vice yesterday. They kind of beat the doors off them, but like they needed Ryan to play like, insane throughout that day. Like, do you have the same type of performance? If you don't have the same type of performance, what does it look like against, Citrus Nightmare, right?
Citrus Nightmare also coming into this stage. There were some pretty big roster changes, right? I dare say they lost their 2 most important pieces, Lethal as well as Lep. And while they did backfill at least the DPS slots, Lep being gone, that one must have hurt for sure. Lethal being gone, that must have hurt for sure. Looking at their current performance, though, has it been felt? Do you feel like the new pieces have integrated themselves well?
I mean, this is the real test, right? Like, it's beating Shikigami and going to the main event or falling here. I think this is the moment for these players to show if they have what it takes to fill those shoes. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be the decider. That's the question on everyone's mind.
Well, we'll find out after a quick break, actually. No, Matt, hold that thought. Hold it. Hold on to this thought for dear life, because I need a break right now. Okay. And so does production. We'll be heading into this match in just a second, so stick around. We'll be right back.
welcome back. It's Matt Mistrex here with Jake. We got match number 2 here today. Taking a look at the overall map pool. We'll find out what map we're going to start with here for this series. It's Shikigami versus Citrus Nightmare, Jake.
Yeah, and it's a Citrus Nightmare that is going to be showing us new looks, losing some of their most experienced players, but bringing in newcomers who have been effective, right? Who have brought them this far in the tournament, and they're going up against a Shikigami team that I think is confident, and it looks very, very aggressive. So this is always, I think, the most exciting kind of match in Overwatch. 2 very different styles clashing on the field of battle, and seeing who can assert their will over the match.
Yeah, and Shikigami looked great yesterday against Vice. I believe Vice takes a map off of Citrus Nightmare earlier in the tournament, and then Citrus Nightmare falls to Fluffy Dreamland in the winners match 3-1. So this match also was a round 1 where it went to game 5. Actually, no, sorry, it was Shikigami versus Fluffy Dreamland that went to game 5 in the round 1. So Shikigami has played everybody pretty tough. Obviously, they're getting the win against Vice, but feels like they are potentially the favorite coming into this one. It'll be Shikigami running that Winston-based composition we saw them the other day. Citrus Nightmare, they're going to actually run the Queen here.
Yeah, JQ, sort of an unconventional choice on Nepal, but great matchup against the Winston. I think really a huge opportunity for Zeb, but it's going to come down to these individual mechanics. Knife pull. Okay, the Winston doesn't quite get pulled off the high ground, but fighting on the point, I mean, Solo has to be so careful. Zeb on this Queen could really put down a lot of damage if the team fight goes long, if he gets the opportunity to hit a pull. So tough matchup off the rip for Shikigami. Zeb forced to back off though, and the point flip does come in. Shikigami managing this pressure really well.
Yeah, there's a few maps that Queen, like we see some play on, like New Junk City, I think specifically, but really not here on Nepal. This feels like it is definitely something more kind of targeted here towards Shikigami, and what they decide to do is, that's a nice railgun shot there from Amadou there. Not going to end up resulting in a kill, but you see the shout coming in there from Zeb. Just keeps everybody up for Citrus Nightmare a little bit longer, and they take out Solo.
Yeah, Jacob was 1 HP, I think 2 separate times in this team fight, but the heals come in, and the Lucio baits enough attention onto himself where, yeah, the Queen really gets the better of that matchup. I think Shikigami actually played that pretty well for how difficult the matchup is on Winston, and now over to the Ramatra, willing to take that brawl and heads up, force that trade. Now it's going to be Zeb who might struggle to find the window to get aggressive, especially with, no one else on the team being an easy kill. There's no one for Queen to just confidently run over.
Yeah, as you talked a little bit about this, where teams can kind of counter-strat each other a little bit more on control. You definitely see that here, at the start, right? Coming out with that Queen. Now a Ramatra swap here for Shikigami, but just kind of like with that counter comp, right? Citrus Nightmare finds themselves, with almost 40% on the point. Just a really odd positioning here, though. They kind of wrap all the way around. Jacob getting quite low yet again. Does have Sound Barrier to potentially use here, but not going to actually need it, as they just kind of take out Solo on the point.
Yeah, really well played, backing off from Graveyard's Kitsune Rush and able to win that fight without ulting. Honestly, I think Citrus Nightmare should have secured themselves the round with how well they played that fight. They have full bank of 5 ultimates. Shikigami, I mean, they need to play this one fast and aggressive and win it. Or not, I mean, probably not win it, but at least get a lot of ults out, because Citrus Nightmare have everything to work with. Noctis feels like he can't beat until the Sound Barrier comes down. So I think, big pulse. Okay, it is cleanse. Chronic, though, with this overclock, probably you don't want to beat the overclock. So a real opportunity here for the Sojourn to find kills, open the game up.
Yeah, it's going to be Sound Barriers here for both teams, but Neutral also ends up using the Kitsune Rush during that. Ryan's Pulse Pump doesn't really get much of anything, but Zeb on the Queen yet again comes up with 2 kills now thus far in the fight. You do have the Queen ult to use here as well, but Shikigami not going away as Amadou finds 2 from the high ground.
Yeah, it's going to be a scrappy fight. Shikigami hoping to clutch this out, but Zeb does have the Queen ult, and you're fully reliant on the cleanse, right? No beat to defend the team from that. Amadou again, though, another kill from this Sojourn. He's kind of solo carrying, making this team fight possible. It looked just so difficult, but now cleanse being held. Yeah, Zeb doesn't see any opportunity to get in there, and I mean, Amadou just absolutely clutched on this Sojourn. That overclock was huge, found so many picks on the Soj. Just, these are some of the few teams that have really been playing the Sojourn, really been liking that new patch and preferring her, especially with that style. that last team fight to make it possible for Shikigami. Although you got to be so careful. If this cleanse gets forced from Graveyard, Zeb is just going to rip this Queen ult, and it should be an easy team fight.
You do have the Kitsune Rush, so you could like maybe even kind of use the rush into the Kitsune Rush here, but actually Zeb kind of gets pushed out to the side, so they're just going to kind of circumvent this Kitsune Rush that comes in from Graveyard here. But it'll be Citrus Nightmare. They're actually going to be pushed back here, Jake. You're going to get close to like 75 probably % here for Shikigami just off of this, right? Just kind of like buying this time. How do you win another fight if you're Shikigami, right? That's kind of like what you got to be working towards right now. Tap with the Pulse Bomb here. Connection would be huge. Ryan's got one here as well.
Yeah, we'll see what breaks down as Solo has the Annihilation ready to tank through, ready to get aggressive. Here it comes. They're pushing in, seeing if they can overwhelm Citrus Nightmare. Zeb looking for the opportunity to get that Queen ult. He does get it on everyone, but the beat is back. The second beat of the round is there in time. Zeb taking tremendous pressure. Jacob dies. 96 ult and Amadou cleaning up on the Sojourn. Overclocked for 2, looking for a 3rd from this high angle as Citrus Nightmare is forced to contest the point, and it's too little too late. The Queen couldn't find the value in between the Lucio beats, and now it's up to Tap for a last-second touch. I mean, this looks impossible. Beat for 2, yeah, no shot in this team fight. So Shikigami playing this so incredibly well. I think they really had their backs against the wall a couple times in this round, but they just didn't give Zeb any openings to rip the Queen ult.
Dude, and they kind of like get kind of what they want there towards the end, because Tap actually connects with a Pulse Bomb, and they actually have to use the cleanse, I believe, to save Amadou. So they kind of value, obviously, having that Sojourn up, and with how they're playing thus far, obviously, you definitely do value their play. But once the cleanse is gone, that's when Zeb is like, oh my god, we have a free use here of this, the Queen ultimate. And then, but they don't kind of account for Noctis having the sound barrier up at the time, right?
He beat it before the first Queen ult and then had another beat, charged it so quickly. Now, though, on Sanctuary, we'll see if Zeb's Orisa, this is a comfort pick for him. It's been buffed, but the Sigma matchup is a really tough one for Orisa. He can really tolerate her pressure super well. She does get control of this outside Mega, though. That's going to be a nice position if she wants to get aggressive. Shikigami, though, are aware of that threat, playing very conservatively, just holding it down, waiting for the point to unlock.
Well, it's also kind of like brutal, especially the like Orisa Sigma matchup, like in this area, specifically on this map, right? Because the Sigma can just kind of control that space and just poke and poke and poke. And like we talked about in the last series, it's a little bit harder for the Orisa to just kind of like get in the mix now. You see right there. I mean, that's a perfect example of how difficult it is, right? As Zeb has to use like all the cooldowns to kind of get in, and even then Sigma can just kind of like back up, especially playing with a Lucio. So at the start, it'll be Shikigami getting in control of the point. Pretty difficult to kind of play that Orisa. That's why you see Zeb now switching over and matching that Sigma.
Yeah, he's gonna have to, maybe the tank trade can be more even now, right, on the mirror match comp, but still far from easy, right? You've got to retake, you've got to pressure the point, and that's gonna mean you're gonna need to get control of this flank where Ryan is just constantly pestering you. Shikigami
Graveyard already has amp.
Trade forever here, right? They're super psyched to just run the clock down, and you've got to be worried about this amp matrix. You can't overextend into that.
Yeah, I wonder if they kind of have any idea for Citrus Nightmare that he has his ability available, is that they're going to push right in. It's going to be an amp matrix in the corner. They're going to get away, so they do a nice job kind of getting away from this amp matrix, like avoiding a lot of that damage. But Ryan, kind of continuing that stellar play from yesterday, ends up taking out Tap on the other side of the map. Pulse Bomb there from right, doesn't connect with much of anything, but man, this is Shikigami in complete control.
Great Flux, beautiful, catches both supports. They drone to stay alive, but that leaves Sigma all alone on point with no resources. Fantastically played by Solo, right? Fluxing those supports and knows, okay, I'm not even worried about those kills. I'm going to finish the Sig while my team deals with the supports. I mean, the full court press from Shikigami really looks overwhelming here on the second map. Now that they have the comp advantage, frankly, they're running away with this. Tracer's winning the fights on the flank. Amadou finding the picks on the Sojourn. Big ultimate swing for Citrus Nightmare. I mean, this is their biggest chance to retake in the round, but I'm somehow worried for them, right? Like, those overclocks can come out, and you might have a lot of ults, but all bets are off. It can be very chaotic. Oh, Amadou maybe over-ambitious, trying to play an off-angle flank with OC. Too risky, and it does not pay off, as that's going to mean Citrus Nightmare get this point with only one ultimate. Shikigami taking a risk that just does not pay off here with 91% of the cap, and they're even delaying the back.
I'd have liked to see them kind of like play a little bit more at like a distance, right? And then maybe kind of have the Tracer try and keep the point contested as some of these ultimates kind of get forced out of Citrus Nightmare. But yeah, I think they just try and play really close up. Maybe see if they can get like a pick early on with the Sojourn or something like that. And then play from there. It definitely does not work out though. Citrus Nightmare comes in, kind of dominates them there with Chronic's Overclock. So we'll see how Shikigami now decides to approach this, taking the point back. They do end up with double support ult.
Yeah, OC responded, but double support ult forced, and Shikigami are gonna be happy to kite back. Noctis holding onto that sound barrier, gonna be ready to deal with Zeb's kinetic grass here as they overwhelm, pop the beat, diving in. Lucio's far from the team. Flux does come out. Looks like onto Solo, gonna be saved. But now the Amp Matrix, maybe that's enough to overwhelm as Jacob once again fighting on the flank, dropping super low, ends up dying once more on this Lucio flank. Taps being dealt with by the Batiste, and with this pressure being heavily limited, Citrus Nightmare not able to contest the point. Tap is trying to get on the back line, but the flip's coming in, and the clock's gonna start to run down on Citrus Nightmare as 95% ticking up. Someone has to get to this cap.
Yeah, it feels like a brutal scenario here. You see Ryan working there. No, with Noctis, they're able to take out neutral, but the fact that Citrus Nightmare, you end up kind of like layering both those support ultimates when just the overclock came out from the other side. It seemed like once that Shikigami saw that happen, they kind of smelt the blood in the water there. As it'll be Shikigami taking map number 1 here against Citrus Nightmare 2-0.
And honestly, this is, for me, it's kind of worrisome for Citrus Nightmare, right? You went up to a big advantage in round 1 due to like basically a counter strat, rolling out on the queen on mid and getting a big edge from that. And then you kind of get come back on in an unfortunate fashion in round 1 based on really impressive individual play from Amadou. And then in the second round, it's this Lucio Tracer 2v2 on the flank that just keeps going the way of Shikigami. I mean, Jacob got caught off time and time again, dying first on the flank, and you just can't let that happen, especially when you're the team in control of point. They were the ones, pushing very, very deep into the flank, and Noctis and Ryan responded incredibly well, constantly punishing the Lucio for that over-aggression. And yeah, a couple mistakes here from Citrus Nightmare. Shikigami looking confident, Amadou Sojourn looking super impressive, and yeah, looking great for Shikigami.
Well, you kind of think about this map and you're like, yeah, it was pretty close. But then if you kind of like eliminate basically the kind of counter strat at the start, right? That really, I think, kind of threw Shikigami for a loop there, with having the queen come out on Nepal, which is something we don't see. If you kind of take that out of the equation, Shikigami really kind of take control after that, right? Which I think definitely kind of leads you to kind of worry about Citrus Nightmare for the rest of the series. As you see here, just some of the highlights is Solo. This is, I think, when the Rampage comes down, is you see that they kind of just, the Pulse Bomb comes down, then it gets cleansed, and Zeb kind of goes in with that Queen ultimate, but they don't account for Noctis's sound barrier, and they kind of run on into it. Is Jacob just very close to his, and here at the start, just difficult keeping this Orisa up.
Yeah, the push and pull by Shikigami looking so comfortable. The flank fights just so much more secure and safe, not dropping any players while fighting out those flanks. I mean, this is a map type that really, I think, especially Sanctuary, puts a lot of pressure on your team, because typically we see those Lucios and Tracers splitting up. We see them playing the off angle by the Mega, and then the BAP, Hitscan, and Sig playing together. And again, this was a bit ambitious for Amadou. I think
that was silly.
That was too much. That was too much. They almost threw it away, but it didn't matter. I mean, the retake came in, and they immediately, Citrus Nightmare double ults into an OC, where I honestly wasn't the most threatening overclock. He wasn't really in a strong position, and they just double support ult right away. And I think as soon as they've done it, they know. They're like, oh crap, we got to get kills with this. Shikigami falls back, and I mean, their read of the game looks a lot cleaner on Shikigami. The push and the pull is just, they're constantly finding the pickoffs. Those trades are not looking good for Citrus Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, when they kind of use the overclock, they don't even have like control of that bridge, right? It's not like they kind of have, Solo pushed all the way up, right? And kind of like forcing you back and like weak, like it just kind of pops the overclock on their side of the stairs. And it's because they got double support ult that just kind of happens in response. And then Shikigami just kind of like moves into the corners and is like, okay, yeah, we're just going to hold on to our support ults, and we're just going to, wait for you guys to either kind of commit all in or just kind of sit there, let yours just run out, and then we'll end up taking that next fight. So Shikigami takes map number 1, I would say fairly convincing. For Citrus Nightmare, I'm not sure where you go here. Like, you saw some success with the Queen, but I feel like the success with the Queen was mostly because it was the Queen with the Winston on the other side. It wasn't necessarily like you know, you were playing Queen at such a high level, where I feel like if you said, okay, we're going to do like New Junk City and we're going to play Queen, they're just going to play like Ramatra, they're going to play like Amaga or something on the other side, and it's really not going to get a ton of value.
Yeah, maybe. I know Citrus Nightmare historically has really liked poke compositions. You know, I could see them taking us to something like a Circuit Royale, playing the double flex support. I think Neutral super confident on those like aim heavy flex supports. See if he can find some more impact and more kills on his own. But I wonder, you know, does Chronic, is he able to take the fight to Amadou? Because on the Sojourn, Amadou was kind of running that map over, right? Like that first map really should have gone away from Shikigami, but because Amadou just found these critical picks, the fight in the middle of the round, clutching when really they had a major ult disadvantage, and then killing Jacob at 96 beat, that basically ends the map right, or ends the round right there. Yeah. Honestly, taking us to a map like Circuit where it's so hit scan heavy, you've got to put some respect on Amadou after that first map and be maybe a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, we do have a sub here. It'll be Aspect coming in for solo. So we saw them do this the other day when we casted them, when they wanted to play some like Diva-based compositions. I believe Blizzard World was the map they decided to make this substitution for. So we'll see what map comes up next. You do have a sub here. So it'll be Zeb out and Strider in. So tanks being subbed out across the board kind of tells you we're in for a completely different play style, I'd imagine.
It's kind of interesting to see because Strider, for me, is like known really for his Wrecking Ball, and so there's like a suggestion, maybe what if we went to like a new Queen Street and play Wrecking Ball? I mean, for me, if you wanted to play it, I do think it is actually quite good on that map if you've got an expert. So there's an option. The Blizzard World is another okay ball map. I'm curious to see what Strider does end up playing here. I think that will really signal a lot for Citrus Nightmare, because normally I would think of this as like a Diva map, and maybe first point you play Sig, and so bringing in Strider, interesting choice. I think it does strike me as like a good, if you have some sort of weird pocket strat that you've come prepared that is sort of your team's special cookery, this is the time to bring it out. You lost map 1, you kind of hit back as hard as you can with a tech strat that maybe doesn't even show your full range as a team. Potentially well picked by Citrus Nightmare. We'll have to see if they can find the edge, because Shikigami looked great last time they played Blizzard World.
Well, I mean, it feels like an absolute like kind of like must-win map, right? You kind of have to win this map here if you're Citrus Nightmare, where maybe they watched Shikigami kind of play this yesterday, and they kind of have an idea of what they would like to do, you know, a little bit of a different type of strategy, because they did end up playing some Winston, I believe, as well, Shikigami, the other day on this map. So they played like Diva Winston. We saw some Widowmaker play as well from Shikigami, so maybe they kind of saw something in that gameplay the other day that they feel like they could take advantage of.
Yeah, Shikigami did play the Lucio Curie on this map, where I think the Ana Brig is a much better comp, essentially. I mean, not to put too fine of a point on it, but the Lucio Curie, they were able to find these moments where Vice had stepped out of position and they just got ran over. The Lucio Curie, Shikigami brought incredible pace and was very punishing, looked great on the map. However, I just think if a team plays really clean and doesn't give any openings, it's hard for Lucio Curie to find those fast connections. If you don't make any mistakes, this could be tough. So Citrus Nightmare, I think, really do have a good opportunity to equalize this series if they can execute well. But introduction of Strider into the roster, for me, does throw a wrench into the works. It suggests that maybe something different than I expect could come out here.
Yeah, it would be really interesting to see what they decide to kind of go with, right? I know, obviously, they kind of pick the map here. They make the substitution in terms of tank. They obviously have the knowledge of watching Shikigami and the substitutions they played yesterday. So maybe in the 24 hours or so, they kind of cooked up something that could potentially kind of swing this series to their advantage. Because I do feel like you fall down 2-0 here. You know what? You're looking at like push flashpoints. Maybe you go with an escort, right? Kind of take some of the better maps out of the pool right away, but. It feels like you're in a really rough spot, as it will be Citrus Nightmare on offense, potentially hovering over a little bit of a Maga comp. But Shikigami, this is what they ran the other day on defense.
The Maga would really surprise me. I'm confident that that's a troll.
Yeah,
but I
Maga
think
Reaper.
One thing I was just thinking about is that Ball is fantastic against Lucio Curie. I mean, you just don't really have damage or control for Ball with that comp, whereas, Ana, something like the Sleep Dart, you got to be worried about that as Ball. Brig is great at dealing with balls. trickery, denying his movement and blocking the slam with the shield, not to mention rally. So honestly, I think the ball maybe is a strat saying, hey, you guys are going to play Lucio Kiri, you're going to have to deal with Wrecking Ball, and that is going to be tough. I mean, you just don't have the most damage, so really, I think pressure on Strider, but he has the opportunity to deliver something great, and the Sombra as well. I actually love this pick. The dives could be explosive here, and it's all going to be on Noctis to boop Strider. You have to deny this Wrecking Ball from his rolls, but this is an expert ball player. He knows how to deal with it.
Yeah, as Strider gets right up there, takes the high ground, because it looks like Shikigami, they just want to like back up, maybe kind of play points here. Is that's kind of what they're deciding to do. Is that'll be a hack there onto Aspect. They'll have to kind of like back up, allow him to kind of get his abilities back in action. As that'll be Ryan taking out Tab. So you lose your Tracer. That's a large source of the damage here.
Yeah, losing some divers early, and the aggressive positioning from Shikigami ends up being enough. Chronic, I think, got caught out there, caught in a tough spot, and cleaned up by Ryan. So for me, that dive, it was a little amateurish from Citrus Nightmare. I mean, like forcing the dive from the low ground. I think they have the opportunity to put their Ana Brig on the high ground and, take a little bit more space. They are going to swap to the Lucio, maybe increasing the pace of these rotations, and the Kiri as well. Maybe wanted to match that speed, and now it's going to be Amadou who's got a lot of pressure on him, right? With how fast the game is going to be played.
Yeah.
Sojourn can't really make any mistakes with that slide, and sometimes Wrecking Ball kind of catches you out with the slide, boops you out of position, and you could be in a tough spot. As eyes on the Lucio, everyone playing the high ground. Shikigami so defensive, but once again, Strider caught off, but Tap trades it right back. I think this is actually a very winnable fight for Citrus Nightmare. Without the Kiriko, they're really going to be lacking healing. Noctis spotted by the Sombra. Chronic setting up for a hack. Would love to finish off this last healer, but everyone's staying together on Shikigami, proving to be difficult to catch.
Yeah, and they don't actually get the hack on Amadou there, and you do have a little bit of an advantage here in terms of ultimates for Shikigami, right? They don't have to try to change their support line right away, so you're going to have the Kitsune rush much earlier here. It'll be Graveyard who kind of lays it over the point.
Yeah, and Jacob was way too far up. The Kitsune rush came in, but he was right up next to it, had no chance to escape. You do cap a tick, but that's not what you wanted, right? You would have loved with the rest of the comp to just speed back and escape the Kitsune rush. So Lucio being that far forward, I think, is a big error in that spot. He gets caught off and punished, and he's so far from that sound barrier. You wonder if he's even going to get it this round. Strider, once again, caught alone, does escape. No, not quite. Gets caught off, and this looks so desperate for Citrus Nightmare. They just haven't really been able to bring this dive together with Sombra, Tracer, Ball. When you can connect with all three on the same target, it's incredible. It's explosive. It's so hard to deal with. But when you're getting pressured like this, Shikigami, especially I think Ryan and Aspect and the Tracer Diva just constantly in your face, Citrus Nightmare have not really been able to get where they want to be on this map. So far, this choke has been the death of them.
Yeah, and you see Noctis here hiding, gonna want to try and drop that sound barrier if an EMP comes on through.
Oh, what a kill.
Jacob may not get that sound. I mean, he's gonna probably get it, but it may not be one that you're gonna get extremely high value out of. You're kind of holding on to it here, potentially for this like final fight. But if Noctis is gonna have his sound barrier, Graveyard may end up kind of building up towards a Kitsune rush in here as well. Shikigami looking great here on defense. I do like this composition from Citrus Nightmare. I think it's just been the defense has been really good here for Shikigami.
Yeah, Shikigami just haven't left any holes, and Amadou is really making the most of that space. Does get slammed, does get forced to slide far away from his team. He is getting caught there, so finally the separation comes in, the minefield on the point, and Shikigami, having lost that first tick, they don't really have much time. Aspect gonna come touch the point, but he's gotta just stand in this Kitsune rush, gets hacked, pops the self-destruct, would love to survive. This is a critical moment for the Diva. Does she get back in the mech? Just barely, but the pulse bomb may be too much. Kitsune rush and beat though could be enough, keeping the Diva alive. Ryan, an ambitious pulse bomb, doesn't connect, but now the EMP comes down like a ton of bricks. Citrus Nightmare connecting onto everybody. No ability for Shikigami to fall back anymore, and it is going to be a first point capture for the Wrecking Ball team. It only cost them every single ult in the game, but they get it done.
Yeah, as that EMP Chronic kind of holds onto it for a very long time. Maybe a little bit worried, like, oh man, like when are they going to end up using this EMP? But when both support ultimates come out for Shikigami, that's when they decide to end up popping that EMP right after they wear off. And after that EMP lands, it is just all over. As it'll be Aspect now switching over to the Queen here to kind of counter the ball potentially.
Big slam, and the Queen is an odd choice here. A much slower hero than Diva, and gonna be a really hard game for Queen. I mean, I don't know who he's supposed to go on. Like, every single character has insane mobility. I feel like Queen is a terrible pick here. Like, you don't even have a single player you could catch. Ball doesn't even care so much about getting pulled with a knife. This is a very odd choice. We'll see if the Queen can find any kind of connections because, I mean, look at the mobility on Citrus Nightmare. There's not a single player who can't escape the Queen and kite away from her.
And there's no controlling the high ground with the Queen, right? Like, you have no vertical mobility, right? Where I know you're just asking Ryan
what a kill from Ryan.
That. I mean,
I guess you just keep doing that, Ryan. Keep up the good work, buddy.
That's a good strat. I like that one. Just hey, let's just have our Tracer go kill them all.
That trades it right back. Neutral TPs into a dangerous spot, though. Does get caught by the Queen after the TP. And Shikigami may have stabilized here. It's a back and forth fight. That pick from Ryan, though, ends up being so impactful. Bull comes into the Strider, but he's sort of happy to roll away. Tap, another kill. Onto Noctis this time. And yeah, the Queen struggling to find real purchase on the map. Cart still with a bit of push to go. And another kill. Strider, I mean, this is so massive finding these pickoffs. Time to turn to the Queen. Just kind of all alone on Cart. Annoying Strider, but not putting too much pressure. And Ryan, a massive pulse, goes for the 1v1 with the Tracer. He has to just do the most on Tracer to win these team fights, but he's still doing it, so it's fine. But I really think other heroes would support it better.
I kind of like the D.Va. Like they are kind of getting like hacks on some of the supports, and the defense matrix just neutralizes all the damage that would have like came on through. You have high ground control. I feel like the ball, Strider's been good on it, but it hasn't been, this crazy dominant thing that you need to kind of make wholesale changes to deal with. It'll be neutral. Using the Kitsune rush from the high ground. Nice job kind of kiting this here for Shikigami.
Yeah, and they don't have to pop anything, right? Staying alive, Noctis very close to that sound barrier, so is going to have the counter to the EMP aspect. Really would love to get this Queen ult online. Could be just what he needs to lifesteal, but they're forced to beat early. Chronic responds, huge EMP. Everyone's hacked the beat. Still has kept them just healthy enough. Aspect fighting for his life. A Queen ult could be everything here in the final moments. He does get it onto the Lucio, does get the cleanup kill, and now Amadou unchecked with this overclock. Just absolutely running rampant onto the high ground, chasing down. Whoa, drop into the minefield though, hold on. It's a little bit risky there, but he's just fine. And Strider gets shut down. And in the end, the Queen is enough. I do think it was a wild pick to go Queen. I think D.Va so good there, but well, they win. They hold the second point. It's good enough.
So here I think, like, tell me if this is going to be a problem. Like, I feel like the ball is probably best suited on offense, right? Like, what do you decide to play on defense here for Citrus Nightmare? Like, you can play the ball, but I feel like you're going to be taking like fights like near the choke or statue, and if you lose one, you're just going to give up the first checkpoint. You didn't really get, you didn't get the second one at all, right? You got close, but still, I feel like it puts you in a rough spot.
I mean, Ball is just a hero that doesn't offer much margin for mistakes. He doesn't really save his teammates if they get caught out. He doesn't really like clutch fights, but his dive is super explosive. And I think the power of defense is that it's going to be much more consistent. He doesn't have that setup phase where he has to kind of work his way into the position he wants to be and go for the dive. He can kind of set up where he likes and then come in with the dive. And in combination, I mean, this is what they wanted to play from the jump, right? With this on a brig. Now they can play with a more of a defensive mindset. I mean, think about what we saw from the last series, right? Rhino just being very defensive, booping these dives, kind of counter diving, and then occasionally finding the opportunities to get aggressive. That's the style where I think Ball is most effective, where you have these DPS and supports who have to be dealt with, Ana and Ash in this case. And then Ball is the one who gets ignored. You're like, well, we got to deal with these other guys. My D.Va's always looking at them, and Ball boops the dive around, and you end up caught in a really compromised situation. So we'll see if Jacob on this brig, I think he really has to play well, has to peel these dives off and buy time for Strider, Tap, and Chronic to work their magic and find kills in the fight, as Shikigami very quickly flipping the map all the way behind. And Citrus Nightmare gonna just give up the high ground without a contest. Very passive choice here, really giving the map over to Shikigami. And yeah, Strider's still booping them, but can't really do the most here.
No, it's a really good sightline to kind of give up the Amadou right away, right? Especially, Strider taking a ton of damage. For Citrus Nightmare, you're trying to get Chronic in a position there, by Snax Ramus, where you can kind of look over the point and make plays, but it'll be Aspect and Ryan here getting onto the point here. That'll be one checkpoint already here, one tick for Shikigami.
feels like the pressure, I mean, Shikigami don't even have to up the pace. They're just happy to let Amadou charge these rails and keep the fight going. Nice cleanse by Kraver, blocks the slam from connecting to his team. And while the ball is booping and getting annoying, being tricky, it's Jacob who's struggling to continue to contest this point. That pick from Chronic could be just what the doctor ordered, though. Citrus Nightmare trying to fight their way back into the round with Strider now back to high HP. Without the Sojourn, a lot of this slow and steady pressure is not coming in. Aspect with a big rockets to the backline, completely stuffed though by the nade, and now Jacob has the rally. This could be exactly what they need to fight into the Kitsune rush. D.Va desuited, cleaned up potentially by the Dynamite, and I think this fight is turning the way of Citrus Nightmare. It was very slow, very steady, but that one pick by Chronic I think may have just saved the defense and bought them a chance here to win the map on Blizzard World.
Yeah, I think that pick from Chronic was massive, right? Looking directly across the point. That's not good. You end up losing Strider here. Now you have everybody for Shikigami back at full strength. You're going to be able to make a play for the point.
That's a huge mistake. I mean, he's Ball, so he's going to get back fast, but you've already got 2 ticks down, and that means Ball's not going to have any position. Shikigami are wasting no time, going straight to the high ground. Tap doing his best to hold on, but it's Neutral who ends up overwhelmed. Pulse Bomb onto Chronic, trying to kill him through the Nano. Hold on, though. Nano, Minefield, both controlling the point. Bob does clean up D.Va after the self-destruct. And maybe, just maybe, that Nano onto Chronic was enough. Tap with a critical kill shuts down Amadou, who's been such a huge threat so far in this series. And Citrus Nightmare, it is anything but clean, but they are just holding on by the skin of their teeth here on first point. But now, no ultimates for Citrus Nightmare. Overclock on the cards for Amadou. He's done it before, but can he do it again?
Yeah, it feels like that Nano there onto Chronic, like, saved the day pretty much there for Citrus Nightmare. The Minefield was on the point, but there was like a whole side of the point that you could have kind of played from. But yeah, Amadou with this overclock has to go massive for Shikigami. They're back on the Queen here as well. They're trying to play a little bit more defensive here against this ball. Nice bio nade from Neutral comes on in. It'll be a shout and response here from Aspect, and Shikigami is now below a minute trying to work their way out to the point. Almost got 2 boops there from Strider, really close.
Now it's time for the overclock. Amadou rips it, looking for backline, looking for connection. Strider super low, pops the adaptive shield just enough to keep him alive, and Amadou gets pressured, forced back. Aspect, though, connects onto the backline, and finally the kill comes in. Just what they were waiting for. Strider, Tab, super low HP, doing their best to keep this in contest, and in the end, Shikigami will get the capture on first, but the clock ran so incredibly low. I think Citrus Nightmare looking pretty good here, looking like they have a decent shot. We'll see if Aspect can make this Queen work on offense. Now against the Ana Brig, maybe has a more obvious target that he can actually connect on top of and kill, but easier said than done at range.
To run down, right? Like, you know, if you can kind of like deal with the ball coming on in, right? You can like speed boost and, you know, move on in with the Kariko and make a play for that back line. Because it doesn't seem like Strider like really kind of wants to play a little bit more of like a defensive type of play style, right? Like how we kind of saw, I know, from Rhino and Busan. This will be a Minefield here that comes in. It kind of like separates a lot of the players on Shikigami, just trying to knock Aspect back on into it. But Aspect should end up living. This is going to give some very important ult charge over to Noctis as well, as we're getting closer to another sound barrier.
Yeah, Mines and Pulse Bomb used for essentially just a bit of clock time, but Strider wastes no time getting right back in, disrupting an Aspect. He's holding down the fort. No one is dying, but once we get into this open sight line, it's going to be open season for Chronic. He can really start to put the pain down on this Ashe without much of a threat to deal with him. Maybe Ryan or Noctis with Pulse Bomb and Sound Barrier could be what they need, but Citrus Nightmare have some good old massive pull though onto the Brig. Rally, she's trying to stay alive. The nade from Neutral, the Nano as well. This anti-heal is huge. Queen's life stealing massively off this, and what a pull onto the Tracer, forces the recall as well. Insane plays from Aspect on this Queen, making it work in a potentially pretty tough matchup, and another pull. Okay, not quite enough.
Yeah, the shield there from Jacob ends up saving him from going on a ride, but the first knife there onto the Brig, that may have been what is good enough to win Shikigami the map. It forces the rally, and then it's just a perfect lineup there to get the rampage off, and Aspect then is getting
big shots
all that healing.
The Widow could potentially do a lot here. No real threat for her, but it's on Chronic. He has to connect with shots here, as Ball and Tracer are more than happy to stall the cart for a long time. Shikigami trying to build towards the overclock. Strider mines outside the room, but oh, Tap! Huge follow-up without the Sojourn. That was your one offensive tool. Citrus Nightmare faced with a tough question here. Do you push into the room and take a 4v5? I mean, with Widow, Ball, it's not really the place you want to fight. But now, Amadou with the overclock. It's a very powerful ultimate, very threatening, but you've got to be worried about Chronic's Widow. He's going to be essentially uncontested, and if he can connect again on one of these squishies, pick off one player, I mean, Shikigami's comp really relies on being grouped up and fighting together. So one pick for Chronic would be disastrous. Amadou, in maybe one of the toughest overclocks that he's faced, he needs to somehow connect onto this Widow and shut her down. But I mean, Chronic, he can just be so comfortable in these setups. Look at him, he's waiting. He wants to kill a squishy. He doesn't want to expose his position.
Yeah, not gonna fire a shot there on the aspect, gonna give up his position. That'll be a
tap again.
Oh, and it's on to Amadou as well. So you're not gonna get a use of that overclock. That might be enough for Citrus Nightmare to hold on as Aspect will take purchase on the point. Graveyard farming up this Kitsune Rush. That could be a big difference maker.
You gotta kill the queen though. She's doing a good job kind of being tricky, holding the cart. Kitsune Rush as well. It's gonna be very scary to push into this queen, and now you've got to touch the point. Strider looking for a kill. Does get shut down. Amadou's back with the overclock in just the final moments. The Kitsune Rush, the overclock, and even a sound barrier they don't even need. And from the jaws of defeat, Shikigami snatched victory on Blizzard World. That was a hard-fought match. I mean, I think Citrus Nightmare really did pull out something that Shikigami wasn't expecting, but they managed to clutch out despite what looked like a really hard match.
That's a punch a hole through your monitor type of ending there. I mean, that is rough there for Citrus Nightmare. You kind of get what you wanted there. You get the pulse bomb there on Amadou. You don't have the overclock. That's kind of what they're playing for, but you're never able to deal with the queen on the cart, right? The queen just kind of like standing on the cart, just like holding purchase, and then I know Strider goes into the room, tries to make a play, gets hit with a knife, yoink back, and you end up losing the ball. Then Amadou off the spawn with the overclock, kind of on an off angle, and that is a tough one to lose there for Citrus Nightmare. It looked like they had a pretty good strategy there with that wrecking ball. Definitely kind of gave Shikigami some issues, but they're still able to come out on top.
Yeah, this is what we're expecting from the series, a clash of styles. So far, it's gone the way of Shikigami. But honestly, usually, like we've said, okay, if you lose map 2, it looks really bad that you pulled out your best strat and you lose. But since it's like this wrecking ball cheese on Blizzard World, it doesn't feel like the end of the world. It feels like you do still have more options for Citrus Nightmare. You have you could come back to a Circuit Royale and just play Sigma, maybe bring in bring Zeb back in, and you're not too worried about it. And so because you've got that depth in the strat book, I think this is sort of better than you would expect. As, ooh man, this dive was pretty rough for Chronic. Really didn't find any purchase at all on the Sombra. And I think Ryan was a huge part of this map being winnable for Shikigami. I mean, finding a lot of these kills in the fight. Both Tracers were going blow for blow. But Ryan, I think, arguably has a tougher spot there with his team not really able to extend very far into the map, being so scared of the wrecking ball. He has to kind of fight alone in many cases, and he came up pretty impressively for that situation.
What's your thoughts on specifically Shikigami? Like, they kind of want to continue to run this Sojourn, where we've seen a lot of teams going to move over towards the Ashe. What's your thought? I kind of like the Ashe, but Amadou makes that Sojourn work. It feels like has a little bit more escapability, I would say. Like if a dive is coming on in, a little bit better close range. But curious in your thoughts on that decision.
I do really like it against Wrecking Ball. I think the ability to instantly slide out of a slam. If you get slammed, you just press the slide and you're basically instantly breaking that CC. As well, Ball offers a pretty decent opportunity to farm up the rails, especially with the buff to Sojourn's rails. So I think in this matchup, I don't mind it at all. However, I do think there's going to be a few maps where if you can successfully slow the game down with an Ana Brig, I do think Sojourn won't look so effective. But for what Shikigami wants to play, they want to play Lucio Carry. They want to play high pace. I don't think there's any reason you have to play the Ashe. It's a hero that can keep up with the tempo, where an Ashe might be kind of an anchor slowing you down.
Yeah, I think Amadou and Co, they played really well around it, because whether you're playing the Widowmaker or the Ashe, there's just such a large range advantage, right? But they never really kind of felt like they were at a huge disadvantage in terms of kind of playing, whether it be really in this case the Sojourn into that Ashe on the other side. But take a look at some of the stats here. So look at this. I mean, Citrus Nightmare kind of ahead everywhere.
Yeah,
and
but it's about the objective. It's not about the stats sometimes, and that's the power of these comps where, yes, you're getting picked off. Yes, the fights are scrappy and difficult, but as long as you're holding the objective, and playing these little rooms on Queen, sometimes it doesn't feel good, but in the end, you have those final ults, right? You put the Kitsune Rush on the cart and you just cap the enemy's force to come contest you. I think this is a signal they're going to keep it rolling on the Wrecking Ball, by the way. I would be surprised. Maybe, actually, I could also see Zeb coming in, play a Sigma. This is a map where I have a harder time seeing the Sojourn work. I think this is definitely more of like a Widow Ash, long range, slow it down type of hit scan map at least. But Shikigami has so far been unwilling to slow it down for any reason. Blizzard World is also a map I would think conventionally you would want to slow down and play on a break. So I think well chosen by Citrus Nightmare, but will it be enough?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of forces them off of that Sojourn, potentially play like a Widowmaker or something along those lines. No subs in terms of the tank, so...
Yeah, so the ball again.
Yeah, you're going to see the ball. This is one where I actually think you can play Zen. I think you can play Zen here for Citrus Nightmare.
Agree. I think for me, this is actually the strongest version of the ball comp is with the Ana Zen, because I talked about that previously. Like, what you really want with Wrecking Ball is a bunch of heroes that just can win the game on their own. Like, the rest of your team can win the game on their own. And then a ball just booping and slamming and being annoying and rolling through you. And Strider's an expert at the hero, right? He knows how to be maximally effective and yet stay alive. It's just so many opportunities for Ana and Zen to find kills. However, that also makes you incredibly vulnerable to Ryan's Tracer, right? He's going to kind of have a field day with no brig on the map, no one to really keep him in check, other than maybe Tap, who to be fair, has been also fantastic in the series. Ooh, neutral, very risky peek here. Amadou does bring out the Widow, respecting the Junkertown map pick here.
Yeah, and it'll be Shiki. They'll run with the Kiriko Lucio backline yet again. So, see now. Well, look at this. This is going to be Tap in a really nice position here up on that high ground. Is going to put some damage down onto Aspect. I'm really curious in this Widowmaker battle, right? Because Chronic looked pretty good on the Widow coming out of spawn, the Ashe as well. Amadou's really just been playing that Sojourn, so to now kind of move to a little bit of a slower long-range hit scan. Interesting to see how he kind of fares.
Yeah, it'll be the opportunity for him to, I think, show his flexibility. Shikigami getting the card pushed essentially uncontested so far, but this is the moment, right? Coming into the Ana Zen sideline where Ball and Tracer are going to really start to hold that card, be a nuisance while the pressure comes in from these backliners and from no one more so than the Widow. Ooh, Slam comes in, no follow-up from the Widow as Amadou looks for the connection. Tap puts the pressure on, protected though by Ryan. But it's so difficult for this Kiri Lucio on Junkertown. I mean, it's such a long-range map. So far, Noctis has basically been on peel duty 24/7, and Strider is more than happy to take that aggression, go grab packs, and just reset over and over again. You've got to be so cautious. Aspect has to keep his head on a swivel with the threats coming from all directions.
Oh, this is huge, though. They get up to the high ground, right? Graveyard and Noctis make it there, and they take out both supports. So that's what Shikigami was trying to do there. Take out both supports in the Widowmaker, so they kind of take a little bit of a flank route there, go towards the high ground. And now they can start to move that card again. That's probably the toughest part there, is like getting that, high ground control and just dislodging the Zen and the Ana there from that position. But now it'll be Jacob and Neutral moving over to Lucio Kiriko as well. And Chronic gonna move away from Widow, so that's gonna allow Amadou to come in and play an Echo.
He does get hacked and punished though. The dive maybe too over aggressive. Sombra ready to shut it down. Strider follows up onto Graveyard, so won't be able to benefit from his own Kitsune Rush, but it's still here on the battlefield, still benefiting the teammates who are still alive. Jacob and Neutral struggling to stay alive. Aspect has self-destruct, doesn't mind dropping low as the bomb zoning the card away. Jacob all alone on Lucio, can't quite contest in time. And the flip, the cap does come in. Citrus Nightmare. I like the idea coming out on faster heroes. Try to make the recontest work. If you're gonna go for it, you've got to make those swaps. So trying to up the pace, but now this has allowed Amadou to go right back to the Sojourn. And after first point, to be honest, I don't think there's any issue with the Sojourn. I think first point is kind of dominated by Widow, but now the map has become just a lot more free for Sojourn to work her way around.
Is there anything that Citrus Nightmare could even go to? Like, what do you decide to go to? Like, if you're going to switch off of this, right? Like, it seems like, I know at least with the tank sub, they seem pretty committed to the ball at the moment. It feels like there's no plan B, so to speak. It feels like this is just kind of it.
Yeah, I think they've kind of got to stick with their guns here. It's up to the Ball and the Tracer to find these dives, but so far Aspect has proven that he's more than versatile enough to deal with the dives and at the same time find his own opportunities to get aggressive as the cart is just rolling forward. I mean, it's kind of the weakness of Ball. He can't really just take that one-to-one face trade against someone like a D.Va. And Amadou as well, just super aggressive, although maybe too much with Tap coming into assist. The kill does come in. Without the Sojourn, there's going to be an opportunity here for Strider to work his magic, maybe drop a minefield. Without Tap though, and Aspect demeched, there's a real vulnerability on Shikigami. They're falling back, trying to pistol spam to recharge the mech, but Oh wait, going on the Diva may be risky because she's gonna get a lot of mech charge off of it. Almost dies, but yeah.
You're gonna get
back in
mech
the
back. I also think for Shikigami, you end up getting double support ults out of this. I think, Noctis and Graveyard done a tremendous job keeping Amadou alive. I feel like every time we're on with Strider and he's trying to make a play for that backline is dealt with easily, as that's gonna be 2 kills going in favor of Shikigami. That is Neutral's Kitsune Rush there used as well as soon as 2 players drop. So don't know if you're going to get much value out of that. Noctis feels good to use the sound barrier, but it's going to be Citrus Nightmare using their sound barrier as well. And Jake, it only connects with Jacob and Tab. I think they were maybe trying to keep Strider alive, using that sound barrier, but doesn't connect as he's in by the Mega Health Pack. This is going to be second checkpoint.
Yeah, and as good as Strider has been on this Wrecking Ball, as annoying and tricky as he's been, when Aspect and the team can finally navigate through the map and connect to that backline, the dive from D.Va is so much more devastating. When, oh my goodness, Neutral just got absolutely popped. That is the opposite of a caster curse. Exactly what I was saying just happened. D.Va can kind of run rampant in these comps. If you don't need to save your team from Wrecking Ball, if you get the opportunity to just kind of push in with Abandon, D.Va's just a way more threatening hero in a one-on-one.
And the BAP feels like, the BAP switch is like directly correlated to like the D.Va's just in the back line, whether it be on the, the Ashe or the Kuriko, and just we have no way to stay alive. This is going to be an immortality field.
He's just getting rolled over. And you're kind of happy to trade backlines. You kind of feel, as Shikigami with this D.Va, you can scrap it out in the low numbers engagements. Yeah, you lose Amadou, but, he's back quick from spawn. Tap, though, killing Graveyard. Kitsune Rush ends. This is actually looking pretty decent for Citrus Nightmare. Maybe they'll be able to stabilize, but once again, Shikigami, even down players, they're still pushing card. The spawner's going to be back very, very soon, so it's not too much of a victory to write home about for Citrus Nightmare, as Amadou once again has overclock and no real answer on the field other than just trying to kill Amadou. Tap desperately chasing the Lucio, doing a fantastic job of it. Even has to fall with the pulse bomb, shuts down Ryan as well. Wow, massive fight out of Tap, doing it the most to keep this game alive.
And Amadou ends up using the overclock here, right? As Tap ends up taking out 2. I was going to say, even before that, right? Shikigami, you're not really worried, with Aspect and Ryan just kind of pushing on in together for that backline. You're not exactly worried because they're not really making you pay on the other side. Strider and Tap, Noctis and Graveyard doing such a great job keeping themselves and Amadou alive. Not really kind of even trading your supports in a lot of situations. Maybe you were getting the backline for Shikigami and then you were trading a 1 support. This is interesting though. They're actually going to switch over and now you're going to see Shikigami play Tracer Sombra. So this is directly, you're going to make plays here for, the Baptiste. Also the Sombra pretty good against the Wrecking Ball as well.
Yeah, it is good, although I'm a little worried now, Shikigami, they have to hit the backline dive, and this means that, maybe you're going to be a little bit, less answers for Strider on the Sombra, for Neutral on the BAP, the Ashe as well. Long fights, I think, are going to start to favor Citrus Nightmare now, so maybe pressure on Shikigami. They've gone for the full dive, but they have to connect it. I think long, scrappy fights are now going to get even better for Citrus Nightmare. Strider drops his mines, more of a zoning tool at this point. Look at him, he's kind of free. He's kind of looking for whatever opportunity he can get. Oh, the slowdown from the D.Va boop was just enough to deny the fireball, keep the point in contention. But Citrus Nightmare kind of happy, I think, to bunker out here, force the first ults to come out from Shikigami to open up the fight, as Strider can kind of hold the card here forever in the corner.
Yeah, they're actually going to just use the Kitsune Rush here into the back, right into the corner of the spawn. It's going to be sound barriers for both teams. It's going to be a Bob that comes out here for Chronic. As Chronic making a big difference. The Bob just putting down some big damage. Now with the dynamite from the back of the spawn. The payload still continuing to move, trying to get rid of that immortality field. Looked like maybe Aspect could have went for, I believe, a self-destruct there, but didn't actually get it off. So Aspect gonna try and get back in a mech. Not gonna happen. Yeah, doesn't actually get the self-destruct up in the spawn. So most likely this will be where Shikigami's push ends. It looks like Amadou potentially will be able to go get a touch here to kind of keep this one going.
Yeah, the stall is definitely going to come in here for Shikigami. I think they might have one more opportunity, but cannot afford to make any mistakes as they stall this objective out, keep the overtime rolling. D.Va does get back, so actually very real opportunity for a team fight. Aspect might drop low, but he's got that second life in the self-destruct, and Strider drops bomb high above the car. Very difficult to try to touch. Yeah, exactly. EMP immediately ripped. Does exactly what it needs to, connects onto 3, drone force cleaned up, and Shikigami, they get it done here in overtime from a very well-played stall from the Sombra and the Tracer, buying time for Aspect to get back into the engagement.
they just clutch up. I mean, that is, you know, just kind of brutal ways to kind of give up points and whatnot here for Citrus Nightmare. Very close series between the two. Man, that is tremendous, right? Amadou gets the point, gets a contest, then you have kind of like Ryan in the mix, and then Aspect comes around back in, and that kill on the Strider was massive, right? You're gonna get that ball out of the way. Then you're free to just use an EMP, kind of gets rid of everybody on the cart. And you're in a great spot there for Shikigami, so they actually complete the map. That is huge to kind of have in their back pocket.
Yeah, and on Junkertown, right? That's far from a foregone conclusion. I mean, many teams get held on first, second, halfway through third. I mean, all points are relatively defensible. And the ball on offense, I think, is maybe a little bit more difficult, right? You know, we talked about the difficulty and sometimes finding these setups. Shikigami gonna keep the pace super high on the defense, going with the Sombra Tracer style. I don't mind this at all. I mean, there's even an opportunity to go for a spawn hold here. Given what they're running, I'd like to see them hold the spawn and just deny Chronic any kind of space to work with. I mean, I feel like Tap on the Tracer has been, I mean, he's been doing dirty things on the Tracer. It's just not enough. Like, feels like if he doesn't find 2 to 3 kills in a fight, it's not going their way. It's just not the position you want to be in on a Tracer. That does not feel good.
Yeah, I mean, Tap's had a really good series. I think it's like been, you know, Shikigami's backline able to kind of keep this going with that Lucio and the Kiri you know, against the ball, just being able to keep themselves alive, keep Amadou alive, playing the Sojourn for a lot of the time. But yeah, I think you could have played really close here.
Yeah, with the bat break, maybe you don't want to force it too much, but now, yeah, Chronic, I think he sees the Sombra, he's like, yeah, get me off this Widow. I do not want to deal with that. Ash, a much more self-defensible choice, as he's, super aware of that Sombra, looking for the early spy checks. Sombra is decloaked, but now Citrus Nightmare in the spot where they have to kind of break things open. They've gone this bat break support comp, super defensible, super hard to kill, but how do you push in? Wait a minute, Ryan, oh, recalls in a dangerous spot. Oh, just barely gets out before the fireball from Strider would boop him into almost certain death here. And now Shikigami kind of need to get something rolling as far as a dive goes. I mean, Chronic's going to start working his way forward. Lucio booped in super deep. Cleanse is forced. Lucio barely escaping with his life, but Tap is on the case, and the cleanup comes through. Shikigami really never found their footing. Were pressured too hard by Tap and Strider. The flankers were on defense. They could never get in and connect to the backline, and now the Bat Brig really starting to run rampant. I mean, this is a support line that is just super specialized to deal with the Sombra Tracer. They're so defensive. The Brig can peel this D.Va every single day of the week. If you do hit a Pulse Bomb or an EMP, I mean, BAP can save people with drone and heal them up with that regenerative burst. So Aspect's gonna go over to the Sigma, say that, all right, we're gonna slow the game down too. We're gonna be happy to play a nice defensive style.
Yeah, it's very difficult to kind of deal with that, you know, BAP Brig backline, right? Even just like Brig in general, right? Then you kind of add the immortality field into the mix, you know, ticking damage with a dynamite as you kind of come on in. For Shikigami, will play way more defensive now, right? They'll be playing that Sigma that we've kind of talked about them playing throughout the series, and then they'll actually play Cassidy. So this is gonna try and make, you know, Strider's life, you know, hell as he kind of tries to approach that high ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. If Strider would go Sigma here, I think they'd be at a huge advantage in the team comp. But that's the downside of going with like a ball player, right? He gets controlled, stunned. Oh my goodness gracious. I think you need to accept on ball that you cannot do anything and you just need to push car. I think that's basically the only thing ball can contribute. But that could be enough. I mean, if ball just, you know, fights with Tracer on car, you know, B is tricky, that the Sigma could have a hard time on the high ground. But Shikigami want to clean up here. Sigma maybe accidentally slips off the high ground, gets pushed, and it's gonna fall back. But now Citrus Nightmare, I mean, how do you break this one open? Sigma and Cassidy holding so aggressive, ready to jump on your backline.
I agree with you though. Like, imagine if Citrus Nightmare, right, you had this kind of composition, but with Sigma, they're gonna have all 5 ultimates to use here. Aspect gets exploded there with a pulse bomb from Tap. That'll be a rally use here from Jacob as well. I feel like Citrus Nightmare, they need to get this payload moving here, coming up with a few kills. Should be able to do so. I believe, though, for Shikigami, you're going to get another fight out of this. That was a Kitsune Rush on the high ground there, used by Shikigami, so they do end up kind of investing that into it, but it'll be Graveyard playing the Baptiste now, so they're going to go with an immortality field of their own.
I hope we can get a replay of that. Jacob hit the sick Brig tech to bash jump onto the high ground, popped his rally, and then they were overwhelming the Sigma with a pulse bomb. I think he just did not see that one coming, and I don't blame him. That's a nice tech from Jacob on the brig here, making it winnable, as now Aspect forced to touch the car, but Citrus Nightmare are set up for the long fight. They're on this high ground. Sigma just bursted down, controlled. Would love to see the Bob come out, yeah, as before this Ash does drop, puts it into a spot where, yeah, it's gonna start pressuring Cart from the off angle. Dynamite comes in, and yeah, with the high ground under full control, Chronic should be an easy cleanup. And wow, masterfully played. Yeah, the recontest was just too difficult to hold on to the car. Once Aspect goes to the payload on Sigma, really gonna struggle. As here we can see this. Look at this. The brig bashes up to the high ground on the wall. Pops rally. You're like, Cassidy's still like, whoa, wait. There's a brig in me.
Hold up.
This is actually so huge because, you know, I think they thought, oh, we're going to sit on high ground and just be able to shoot down on you. And then the brig bashes up to you and rallies you and has brought the fight to you. So really, Jacob breaking expectations. Going to swap to the Kyrie and, whoa, hold on. Insta-kill onto Noctis. And on the Queen comp, without a Lucio, going to be hard to catch kills. Everyone looking healthy on Citrus Nightmare. And Strider is just eating them up, rolling through them. They do find a kill onto Chronic, which will be nice, right? Denying that Ash some of the forward setup for the next fight. But hold on, even Aspect might be in a bit of trouble as, okay, Lucio does respawn and get him out of there. But man, this swap to the Kiri BAP, once again, Shikigami in a spot where you've got to get aggressive, you've got to end the fight quickly. But Kiri and BAP can be really elusive on their own, right? Both with great movement skills, able to escape to the high ground. And Aspect, once again, I mean, I'm kind of suspicious of this Queen decision. It's like, could be a hard map to connect, but maybe from the high ground will be just enough.
It also kind of feels like, in a way, you're just kind of like conceding high ground control, right? I know the Queen has to kind of take this like long route up towards that high ground, and with the displacement, feels like the ball could kind of dislodge the Queen there for a second. As so we have another kill here for Chronic, takes out Noctis. So Chronic has really come alive here on
There's the
Ash.
boob.
Has great sight lines. There's the boot. Aspect will be knocked down to the low ground there. So that'll be a pulse bomb from Tap. Doesn't connect with anything.
Yeah, Shikigami gonna have to bunker it down in the corners here. I think there's a decent spot where they can hold without the poke, but that mines from Strider, cuts off the Queen, separates everyone. Jacob finds another kill onto the Lucio in this Valkyrie Ash, free firing from the high ground, mines on point. The Kitsune Rush means nothing. Everyone is dead, and Citrus Nightmare has finally found their footing, found their tempo from some creative swaps. I love the Valkyrie coming out here, especially in response to the Queen, right? You're like, we've got the Kyrie in case you do charge a Queen ult, but also we're just gonna kind of kite you down. And as a Queen, you don't want to be in that spot where you're forced to run through the long open sideline, right? We saw him get to that high ground and then just kind of stagnate. He's like, I can't really push away from this high ground, and yet I can't hold the point. And they're poking harder, and then eventually somebody just dies, right? It's just like inevitable with the amount of pressure Citrus Nightmare can bring out. So the swaps so far favored Citrus Nightmare that round, and Shikigami, although they capped full, it's a big time bank for Citrus Nightmare.
Yeah, absolutely. I think though, like, you can't. I mean, I feel like it's almost like a rule of like just first-person shooters in general. Like, if you have like high ground, you can't really just kind of like give it up for free. Like, essentially, like, Shikigami just basically invites Chronic, who's been playing great on the Ash, to then just sit above them and just fire down, right? You're not really going to win many positions in that case. So Shikigami now on offense here with the lesser time bank. They'll decide to go back to like a Sombra Tracer look. I believe Ryan maybe just takes a shot and then goes back to Tracer. You can't imagine they kind of.
Oh yeah. This is just give it one shot. Maybe scare the enemy Widow or kill her if she over peaks. But there's no way you're actually gonna play Widow into what Citrus Nightmare is playing.
No.
But to be honest, I think this Kiri BAP, like a little bit less threatening than Ana Zen in terms of like you're not gonna like insta kill people on these heroes. But at the same time, they still have to be dealt with. They're still gonna put out a lot of spam pressure. And yet they're going to be much more survivable from these dives. Amadou, though, gets caught from the spy check and instantly punished and killed. Too greedy, tried to solo kill Widow, but the saves were there from Citrus Nightmare. And now without Sombra, you wonder, can you even hold the space? Shikigami, Lucio slammed, Cleanse needs to come in. The save is there, going to keep them up, but that was a little bit scary for Shikigami, and we're basically into overtime already, man.
Yeah, the Immortality field came out really fast for neutral to be able to keep Chronic alive, and then Amadou not able to kind of use the Translocator, going to get out with his life as trying to put a lot of pressure on this Widow as looks like now you're going to start working through the choke here as Sombra gets really low again. That's going to be the Immortality field out as well, as looks like you have one player kind of contesting that cart is going to go right into OT. Looks like now you're going to have two players here get back towards that payload. You finally deal with the Widowmaker.
It's still in contest, but with both supports alive for Citrus Nightmare, if they can keep each other up, it's going to be so hard for Shikigami to find anything else in the round. And I think this is going to be all they're going to achieve on the push. Jacob has looked fantastic ever since he swapped to this Kiriko. I mean, I criticized some of his plays earlier in the series, but the flexibility, the Brig, the Kiri, they both looked wonderful and really have stabilized the series and put Citrus Nightmare in a position where I would be very surprised if they don't take Junkertown and force more maps here.
Yeah, and I think they're just kind of searching for answers here against this Wrecking Ball. I guess the positives, for Shikigami would be that if you lose this map, right, it's your picks the rest of the way, right? So you can kind of take maps that get this Wrecking Ball out of here, because I feel like that's been, the major issue here is just kind of dealing with the pressure that Strider is putting on.
Yeah, it is interesting because I kind of think on push, I think Ball is viable on like all 3 push maps in the pool. I think Ball can work. Maybe it's not the best pick, but if you're a team that's like Ball experts, I think you can definitely make it work on push. Flashpoint, maybe New Junk City, I have a hard time imagining them playing Wrecking Ball. And so maybe that forces Zeb off the bench, but it's still too early to talk about that just yet. I mean, Shikigami would love to just end the series here with a really impressive full hold, but I think there's just so much pressure on them. And, I don't love this choice to go to the Tracer Genji.
Yeah.
It puts you in a spot where you just have to play perfect. Like even if you win the dive, if you lose a player or 2 here and there, I mean, the attackers are just going to win off spawn advantage. And Genji is just a hero with very little margin for error. Not a good hero against Wrecking Ball either. Honestly, this is going to be a really tough hold for Shikigami. Ryan has to just be perfect, and we'll see what he can do on the Genji. I mean, so far he's been great on the Tracer. Maybe he can deliver.
Honestly, I would have liked to see Shikigami just play that Tracer Sombra close to the spawn door and then just get like a second fight, right? Just take that for as long as you can and then get another fight here, right? You dwindle maybe like a minute or so or clock. You win one more fight after that, you're in a spot where you can win it, right? Falling back here to this choke, you're pretty much putting yourself in like one fight territory.
Yeah, and Chronic is just kind of going to do whatever he wants here, holding the point. Ooh, almost gets the insta-burst onto the Tracer. Tab going to be taking his lucky stars there, just a tiny bit off from the triple shuriken hit. But Strider, look at him just harassing Genji. I mean, Genji just doesn't respond well to this type of a pressure from the off angle. D.Va's going to hold cart forever, but yeah, Brig and Bap are going to start to work their way forward, push the cart little by little, and even the supports getting in the mix. Strider going to boop you off payload, roll through everyone, and Shikigami, you're the one supposed to be diving, and you're caught in a tiny room. Like, you should have played Mei if you were going to do this. They do catch the Brig, super low, but the drone is just perfect from neutral. Not quite enough to save Jacob. He was just not quite quick enough. Graveyard does drop, didn't want to bring the Kitsune Rush, right? Trying to play for the long game, but that could be costly as the trades come in. Aspect is super low in that mech suit. Strider is back at full HP, and this could be a cleanup as good as the fight looked for Shikigami right at the start. I mean, the trades are coming in, and Citrus Nightmare, you got to remember, are spawning so close. And a C9, no! You were going to grab a pack. I think, to be fair, it was a really bad scenario with no supports alive, with your tank at 1 HP. It's like, I could sit on Car at 10 HP on D.Va, but that is also a losing play. I just have to hope maybe my Tracer can hold Car while I get a pack. I don't completely disagree with that decision. I think in the end, just the fact that Citrus were able to find trades, they kind of already won with how well their defense was played.
I think it was like highly unwinnable, unlikely to be won there for Shikigami, like even though they do get off of the cart there for a second. And they really had no option. I think like Amadou on the Tracer was like really weak, trying to play against the ball on one side, and then Aspect on the other side was just basically like, one shot on D.Va. So you have both those players play the card, they're both going to die. If one of them doesn't go get a health pack, the other one most likely going to die. You really don't have much of a situation there that you can kind of force in your favor. I'd fully expect the next map to be New Junk City. I'd be kind of surprised if they go to a push straight away. I think New Junk City, where they can just play like Ram, Maga, things like that, play a rush style, because this ball definitely started to heat up here on Junkertown.
Yeah, and I think as good as Strider's been on the ball, I think it was more that the rest of the team found the style that really puts ball in the driver's seat, where once Jacob, I think, got off the main supports and was able to, even on the Brig, able to do a little bit more aggressively than the Lucio, but the Kiri really put the pressure on Shikigami, feeling like we have to force some kind of dive. But I love that Bap Kiri style. It's not something we see too often, but the double saves, able to kind of, whoever gets targeted on support, the other one can save them. Both saves also work on yourself as a support. Here, this big rally bash to high ground into the dive onto the, I mean, the Sig comp is just not expecting to have any trouble in this fight. They're like, we have Rush, we're on Sig, we shouldn't be worried about this at all. And the rally bash to high ground just completely changes the game, completely changes the tempo.
Did you notice there as well? Amadou uses the mag grenade, fan the hammer, then like insta dead eyes to get a reload, and then just fans the hammer again. Just like, hey, there's a million targets in front of you. Just
It's a good play. You know, that's an old play back when Deadeye was like a terrible ult. You would just always use it to reload. That was like best case scenario. But yeah, that's you know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Take the insta reload and make a kill. It wasn't enough in that scenario with Briggs rally. That shield. You don't want to be in a position where you're trying to break Briggs' shield on the rally. That's not a great position to be.
This is the end here, so you do have what, Ryan is alive?
Yeah, and Tap's chasing aspect. He's like 1 HP, forces car. I guess Tracer goes to look for a kill.
Well, Tracer's pretty healthy, actually.
Yeah, I think probably the Tracer should have stayed car. Yeah, and let D.Va get the pack and then come back. But I still think your supports were maybe another 3-4 seconds from the fight, and have a hard time imagining you just standing on the cart and letting like Ash, Bap, Brig retake the high ground and shoot down on you. You know, that it's a losing position. Sometimes you got to take those gambles, right? Look for the blink in one clip and hope that that would clutch the fight.
Shikigami's had some ugly stat lines in the wins.
Yeah,
like but I mean, they are just, you know, winning the team fights when it matters. Here on Junkertown, as Citrus Nightmare, they take their first map of the set, trying to battle their way back into it. This will be a Shikigami map pick. We already have Hybrid, we already have Escort off of the table, so it'll be a push or a flashpoint. We'll figure out where they want to take the series right after this quick break. Shikigami here at match point against Citrus Nightmare, and Jake, they actually decide to go with Runasapi. We actually thought this would be like a New Junk City. Maybe they actually kind of want to like save that for the finals, map potentially, right? If they have to pick another one, right? Save that in their back pocket. But what do you think about Runasapi here?
I think it's an interesting choice. I mean, in theory, it doesn't really matter strategically, right? Like in the end, you're going to get both map picks.
Yes.
Whether the series goes to 5 or not. But I would agree with you. I would rather let's close it out here. Let's hit them as hard as we can. And don't, because if you play Runasapi, if you do lose a push to a Wrecking Ball, that's just a lot of momentum for Citrus Nightmare. Maybe the flashpoint comes down like a ton of bricks and you still win the series for Shikigami, where I think their Lucio Kiri is going to be most comfortable on flashpoint. I am surprised to see the push pick. You know, I think it's an unconventional choice. I wonder if they would ever bring out a Brig, because to be honest, I think a Brig would really provide you great utility dealing with ball. I think typically like on a Brig that's what makes the ball so difficult to play. The peel is so good from on a Brig, so hard for ball to actually get a connection into like a Winston mirror, let's say. But the confidence to pick Runasapi, feeling like they can win it right here. You know, I'm curious to see if Citrus Nightmare do play ball. I feel like with how the series has gone, I'd be surprised if they swap, but at the same time, you could bring out Zeb and throw a wrench back into the works.
I mean, no subs, then we're getting right into it. So
okay.
It seems like this is going to be another version with the Wrecking Ball in the mix. So it seems like Shikigami also just doesn't want to make any changes to that backline like you were talking about, right? Where you're now going to play the Brig on, you're going to continue to play the Kiri with the Lucio here. You can value those two heroes, seems like, to another level, but we've seen they've had trouble, you know, getting onto this Brig backline, especially with the Ashe there. So we'll see if they can finally crack this, as we'll have the Shikigami, they'll be coming out here with that D.Va setup.
Yeah, and I think Tap has really kind of come alive in the last couple maps in the series, putting on a masterclass performance on the Tracer. And this is a map with the Brig behind him, with Ball as well. I think there's a real opportunity to put the pressure on as Tap. You know, can Ryan stand up to that? Maybe they can bring the pace. Maybe this Lucio Carry can connect to the back line. But Neutral and Jacob have also looked very comfortable, and on bat Brig setup, it's going to be very hard to try and kill these supports. A lot of defensive utility from these picks.
And I wonder if they try and change up maybe how they're playing as Tap gets quite low there. Via Ryan, like, do you play this a little bit slower and maybe try and, if a Strider gets low, then you try and like push on in? But it would seem kind of counter to how their composition actually wants to work and operate.
Noctis. Perfect boot, but he gets back in the heals. I mean, there's so much
500 HP, it doesn't matter, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he almost died, but just instantly back to full. But Citrus Nightmare is still very much on the back foot, right? Not able to get aggressive at all. They're very scared of the potential threat that this D.Va poses. Strider goes in, forces the dive, and this could be an opportunity here for Citrus Nightmare to get aggressive. Everyone looked at Strider, but he stayed pretty healthy. Opportunity here for the supports of Citrus Nightmare to walk up and keep this engagement rolling, but now Sojourn back into the sightline, pushes supports off. Drone forced. It's scary, but Aspect drops out of the suit. Noctis dropped low, had to fall back. This baby D.Va is a real vulnerability for Citrus Nightmare. Kitsune Rush dropped into the window, but without the mech, they're still pushing in. Ryan still gets in there, finds the kills on the dive, and despite having a baby D.Va, the aggression still comes in, and Aspect, just barely dies before getting back into the suit. Still, Shikigami with supports alive are going to clean this one up and get the cart rolling, and honestly, losing this high ground, pretty tough for Citrus Nightmare.
Dropping the rush with a baby D.Va and going head first into the Amp Matrix, I mean, that is just insane behavior there from Shikigami, but it ends up working out for him as they'll have Aspect kind of coming back. Strider here will get onto the bot, gonna keep it contested as now it'll be moving back here towards that middle of the map.
Yeah, and this has been a difficult position for Strider to access. Just not something that's very comfortable for Ball. Overclock for Amadou, getting full kited. Strider gets aggressive and gets punished while his team was falling back from the overclock. He gets isolated. The separation difficult there. Now Shikigami gonna push forward though. This could be risky into a rally with Strider coming back fast. Could be a little bit too much here. Bob as well splits them apart, and Amadou caught alone. Jacob even held onto the rally, so it's just the Bob that stabilizes the position, turns it around, and now Noctis dies. So Shikigami overextending themselves there. I think overconfident just off the ball pick. You gotta respect this Batbrig backline. Even without a tank, they're not so easy to dive into and pressure. And Citrus Nightmare, I mean, they're making hay out of this. They're going to get the high ground control. They're going to reset the fight. And because Jacob was able to hold on to the rally, they have a decent answer to an aggressive beat here for Shikigami.
Yeah, and Tap actually kind of keeps the bot contested for like long enough so they don't actually get first checkpoint out of it, right? So he kind of pushes all the way on forward, like even past where the Bob was going to coming out, and keeps it contested. And now you actually find Noctis again. So that's going to be no sound barrier on the table here for Shikigami. So they got off to a pretty good start, but now Citrus Nightmare trying to find their stride.
Yeah, Shikigami just going to try to hold on to their lead here. I don't think they can do much more than that. Citrus Nightmare, they do have this minefield from Strider, right? That potentially separates out the backline, makes the contest difficult, and Kiriko does get the rush off, but drops. And now with the rally, it's hard to imagine this Brig getting run over. Shikigami only on one support. Pressure on Ryan right now. A pick would really be what his team needs, but the stun in the last second of the rally, he didn't see that one coming. And Citrus Nightmare has gotten the lead here. We were questioning the Runasapi pick, and now Citrus Nightmare feeling pretty good, feeling pretty confident. I think Tap gonna get even more progress here, and before I think they're gonna wisely just fall back. Whoa, very aggro window. Okay, maybe just gonna make a little bit of space.
I think
a little bit too much there, I
in,
think, from
yeah.
neutral. But it does get them a few more meters of cart push. Shikigami coming up into a big bank of ultimates. The Citrus Nightmare just won't let them regroup, won't let them reset it. I mean, okay, Strider is actually annoying them so much. They're trying to deal with him. They beat super early, but look at the kite. Oh, they do catch neutral. That's what they needed. And maybe this is going to be a cleanup here. Ash does fall off the map, and Aspect, huge cleanup from the D.Va. Cart rolled a little bit during that fight, and Tap does find one trade back. Shikigami won't be at full strength. The forward sponsor Citrus Nightmare, I think this fight actually went kind of decent for them. They're going to hit the forward wave spawn.
Yeah, I mean, not terrible for Citrus Nightmare. I think for Shikigami, like, you felt like, I mean, it was 2-3 fights in a row where you had that sound barrier and you just were holding on to it, like, for the best opportunity. They were like, hey, we have to go. We have to kind of take back some control of this map as Shikigami will back off here for just a second now, getting control of that bot. Not really much anything to work with is Strider. I mean, just such a nuisance. This will be Amadu's overclock here to kind of open things up, but not really finding much of anything, and then dies to
Finds a pulse bomb. That's not what you wanted to find, but it's a little present from me to you. Tracer gets that kill, and they're going to delay the Oh no, this is really bad. The card is running away from D.Va. He's trying to get it, but it's going to be a long time for D.Va to touch this card. He is going to get super, super delayed right here with the card rolling away from him. I mean, this is really bad. Like, he won't be in the fight. They're going to start making progress through, I think, the checkpoint easily before the D.Va's back to the fight. That is huge from Citrus Nightmare. Seeing that opportunity to pull the bot away from the tank, delay that baby D.Va for way longer than would have normally been possible. And now they can kind of get this nice defensive setup. Look how defensive neutral is. He's so ready to save from a potential pulse bomb that could come in.
Yeah, looks like they're trying to maybe get like a minefield around the corner here. As Strider trying to set that one up as a little bit of a Tracer duel here on the side for Citrus Nightmare. You do have this Bob available to use as well. They're going to get quite aggressive. They do find Chronic here, so finally getting into the backline pays off.
That's a big rail headshot from Amadou, exactly what he needed, but the bot is being pulled. Strider, I mean, this is so deadly, right? Like, you just won a fight and you lost progress on that. I mean, this is kind of that worst case scenario, and this is the challenge playing against ball on push. Just the way the objective works, it often splits away from where the team fight is. When the whole team falls back, Strider pulls bot. I mean, if anything, Citrus Nightmare are in a better position after losing that fight than they were before. I mean, that's not what you want for Shikigami. They've got to find another team fight win to get themselves back into this game. But Tap, he doesn't want to let that happen. He's always lurking here on the flanks. Ryan forced back, and Strider, he's such a nuisance. He's constantly annoying you on the flank. He's booping every kind of play you do. I mean, this is the value of a ball expert. Look at him, he's even waiting out the Lucio boop before he uses grapple. Now puts the minefield in the center of the team fight. Slaney, he's forcing so many skills on his own. Amadou is like, where's my supports? Like, dude, they're in Vietnam. Like, they're not coming to help you. Like, they're dealing with the wrecking ball.
And I mean, you just see, like, when he's in on the ball, sometimes he'll go in and slam, then use the adaptive shield. He hits like 1,000 HP. Like, what are you supposed to do against that? Especially if you're not going to play something like the break. Yeah. Well, imagine, like, having, like, a rally back there or something along those lines, like the stun, being able to kind of deal with that ball. If you're going to allow him to just kind of roll into the team, just as
look at him, he's such an expert on the ball. He's got these tricky little maneuvers, and every little one of those is going to be over. I mean, it's seconds off the clock, right? It does matter. Jacob on the flank manages to fall back enough from the pulse bomb, and once again, I mean, the card is pressured. Graveyard trying to get up desperately to this Kitsune rush. Matrix comes down and you're completely exposed. You have to beat that just to stay alive. Neutral though, droning himself, split from his other supports. It's not enough. They can't catch him. Oh, he's so low. Okay, Jacob can't quite save him with the rally. But everyone on Shikigami is so low.
Running away.
Exactly. I mean, you just cannot control this objective as Shikigami with this Lucio comp deathballing. I mean, Citrus Nightmare falls back with the backline, and then somebody comes to force the cart, just time and time again. And it's working so incredibly well. This time, though, Shikigami may have found purchase in the team fight, connecting onto Chronic, cleaning him up. D.Va wants more, wants a big fight. Citrus Nightmare kind of running low on ultimates, man, maybe overcommitting and not getting a good enough fight. So there is a window here for Citrus Nightmare, I think, to potentially lose further progress if Shikigami can keep it clean.
Yeah, I think we're going to a game 5. I mean, with the way that they have played with this wrecking ball, I mean, it would take a lot for Shikigami to come back and take the lead, right?
The vibes lead is all Citrus Nightmare right now. The ball is too tricky. Amadou overclock all alone. Whoa, what's going on? You're so far from the objective. trying to take a page out of Citrus Nightmare's book, but the Ball is perfectly happy to take these split fights, and they even deny the checkpoint. Beautiful team fight for Citrus Nightmare. Cost them nothing, and they shut down the overclock. And Amadou, who started off this series so incredibly strong on the Sojourn, has been real quiet the last few maps.
I think they tried to catch them off guard, pushing up a little bit, and then using the overclock, and maybe if you can get a pick or two, you're good, because you don't have checkpoint for Shikigami, right? So you would have like that stop at the checkpoint, and to take a fight there, I mean, it's brutal, right? Especially in this open space against the Ball. So figure maybe you can get like a support coming out of the spawn, you know, with an overclock, then run away, give yourself a little bit of advantage. You would have got checkpoint at that point, but it does not work out like that for Shikigami. Is Strider has been, you know, the player of the match thus far. As soon as he's come in, it's been a completely different game. Minefield here,
big mines
onto the card. This should be enough to seal the deal. The minefield plus the Bob.
Yeah, and this time Citrus Nightmare aren't even touching the card. They know they can just win this fight out dominantly. Shikigami, a Diva Bomb does kill Chronic, but that's the only purchase they find in the fight, and this is going to be a map win for Citrus Nightmare, leaving that bot in the minefield. And I mean, they just got dismantled. Like, the push difference wasn't that ridiculous. Like, it wasn't completely one-sided, but it just felt like strategically there was nothing Shikigami could do.
I mean, outside of like the first like 2 fights, right, that Shikigami wins, it's pretty much all Citrus Nightmare from there on out. Even in fights where Shikigami would like, you know, push all the way in, you know, get a few kills, take out players in the backline, they just continue to have just like one player move the bot forward. They just never got in a position to really make a difference. And then now we find ourselves quickly in a Game 5 scenario here with a spot and the main event on the line. Okay, so we talked about like New Jung City, right? I think you go there. I think Surabasi, you could actually probably play some ball. There's no way they try and run ball on New Jung City, right?
This is such an interesting question now, because I mean, like, strategically, you should never play ball on Flashpoint, I think. But the way the series has gone, it's like you felt like maybe you should have won Blizzard World. Like, it felt like maybe all 3 ball maps you should have won, and you won 2 out of 3. Maybe could have won 3 out of 3. So like maybe you're just like, you know, heck it, we ball. Like, as much as strategically, I don't believe in it. There's a vibe check of just heck it, we ball.
Well, if the answer on the other side is to just play Diva, Lucio, Kiri, like it feels like you've proven enough that you have like a decided like advantage in that matchup, right? I think that would be kind of the calculated. I think that would be like the calculated guess you're kind of assuming, right? Is that if you keep Strider in, they continue to kind of, you know, not play the brig back line, right? And, you know, still kind of play aggressive. And you've seen that for now 3 maps. You probably could have won Blizzard World. You won the other 2. That feels like a path. It's a very interesting decision, though, I would say.
I agree. I think they are caught between maybe a rock and a hard place, because, to be honest, I think Shikigami should just not lose confidence, and just like, it's the nature of the last 3 maps we've seen, Push, Escort, and Hybrid, that you can fight away from the objective, right? Like, you can split the objective away from the team fight, and you can, you know, the Ball is just exceptionally adept when he's splitting those engagements, and you know, the team fight is opening up. The Lucio Kiri has opened you up to some counter picks, but on Flashpoint, just sitting on the point with Lucio Kiri is really good. It's really, really good. It's like the best strategy on the map, and that is what Shikigami, they've waited the whole series. They've been trying to do that the whole series, and Flashpoint is the map where that is legitimately super good. I feel like Shikigami shouldn't lose confidence. I think they should just keep playing what they're doing, and it should work on Flashpoint. But that is a lot of shoulds for Strider's Wrecking Ball, who has just been doing different things here, and Tap has been coming alive. I mean, everyone on this squad from Citrus Nightmare has been kind of heating up as the series goes on. So for Shikigami, the vibes are against them, but strategically they're in a great spot.
Yeah, and I mean, Blizzard World was extremely close. You see the kind of the map scores down there at the bottom. It was just a really close series overall between these 2 teams. A lot of the momentum, I feel like, resides with Citrus Nightmare, but I feel like the momentum also resides in the Wrecking Ball style of play. Like, I think they've really kind of like nailed something here, which, you know, it obviously is Shikigami's map pick. You don't think they pick Saravasa, right? You assume it's New Jung City?
I mean, honestly, I don't think either. I just think the way the objective is kind of terrible for Ball, right? Like, Ball loves to do this in and out, constantly annoying you, constantly pressuring you, creating opportunities for his teammates. And yeah, it is going to be New Junk City. It's just with Flashpoint, it's like when you go in and then you go out, you're just going to get the point flipped and you're going to start falling behind on the map. And even if you're winning team fights, you need that point control, right? You need to keep the capture online. So I do think Citrus Nightmare, strategically, this should be really difficult. Like, I don't think Brig is that good on Flashpoint. I don't think Ball is that good.
Right, because you're not playing a Lucio. So we have the map selection. Now I'm curious if we have any subs, right? Because I think the subs would definitely kind of like, if there are any, tell us something here. Or at least gain a little bit of insight into kind of like what you're thinking going into this game 5. So we'll get some news, see if we do get some of the substitutions. I think if you see the subs in terms of the tanks, right, for both of these teams, you'll get an idea. I kind of want to see them just go in with the ball. I think it makes no sense. I think it makes no sense. Like, just ditching just playing like Wrecking Ball, Lucio, Baptiste. Wrecking Ball. No, you wouldn't. Would you play the Lucio?
I mean, maybe try to keep the break. I mean, honestly, it's uncharted territory. Like playing Wrecking Ball on New Junk City is a place few have dared to tread.
Would you do like a Tracer, Sombra, Ball, Bap, Brig? Like I have no clue.
Because even the Ashe, right? Even the Ashe, who's been a big part of the success in the double flex support styles. I don't think either of those is going to be very good on Flashpoint. Shikigami going to bring in, well, it's just Shikigami though. So bringing in Solo, it's like, okay, maybe they're going to stay away from the Diva. Maybe they go like for a Mauga. And now that I think about it, I think Mauga would be pretty devastating. I think Mauga kind of owns Wrecking Ball. Like getting caged, you do just die on Wrecking Ball.
In some easy ways to access the backline with a big stomp, right? A little bit more survivability there for the Mauga. So
strangely, I think we may end up in a Mauga mirror on this last map because I think Strider could also play the Mauga, and that could be another way to keep the hot players in, but then also bring a change up. Especially, to be fair, the midpoint of New Junk City. Okay, it is going to be Zeb coming in, so they have the same read. Zeb as well as Stone coming in. So maybe a new look player. Zeb hasn't played since map 1, and Stone hasn't played all series long. So this is going to be a tough test for these guys to come in. I mean, I actually agree with this. In the end, like, I wanted to see them play Wrecking Ball, but I was pretty sure they'd lose because it's just bad on this map. Like, it's just too hard. But then the question is now for these guys coming in, can you come in off the bench? Yes, Tap is hot. I think Jacob and Neutral have really found their footing. And can you work in well for Stone and Zeb, who have it's been a while since they played. Stone, we haven't seen at all. Like, can they bring the heat and into a series that has become very, very competitive? And for Shikigami, can they kind of keep calm? Because to be honest, you can kind of like think about how bad the stats were even on Blizzard World that they won.
Even brutal.
It's been like 3 maps that don't feel good, and you've lost the last 2. Yes, you won Blizzard World, but I don't think Blizzard World felt good. Blizzard World I could be certain it did not feel comfortable when they won Blizzard World. And then they lost the last 2, neither of which felt particularly good or close. It wasn't like Shikigami, just the nature of those fights was not feeling fun to play for them. So can they kind of restore their mental and keep their team coordination strong here on map 5?
Yeah, you see the Stockholm tickets on sale. Make sure you're gonna get those. That is quickly approaching. I think Reinforce owes us just a little bit of a tour, like maybe you get like a little bus tour going on where he just tells us.
We gotta get a tour from Johnny. I mean, if he's not taking us around Stockholm or taking us to his little mackerel fishing village,
he's a pretty bad friend, so he might not give us a tour, but. If I was Swedish, I would give you guys a tour if we were.
Thank you, Matt. I know you're not a bad friend like Johnny.
No, maybe I will anyway. Maybe I.
Yeah. What if you just have Matt get a tour, get like a book, and just take us around?
I know there's an ABBA museum in Stockholm. Maybe we hit that up.
Wait, that goes crazy. I'll go to the ABBA museum.
Yeah, that would kind of go hard. As all right, Citrus Nightmare. They'll come out with the Orisa and the Pharah here.
This is a crazy comp. I kind of like it though, right? With Amadou, how much he's played the Sojourn.
Yeah.
Even though Sojourn we call her a hit scan, she's not so good against Pharah. With the overclock, it's decent, but she's just not that good. And Zeb is an expert Orisa player. I mean, I think this is his best hero, the one that he's most comfortable on. And it's a style that I think is pretty decent for them. They see Tracer alone, Ryan getting pressured into a 1v1 away from his supports. Hopefully he can stay alive, keep this in contest. The point does finally open, and both teams posturing. Whoa, Pharah caught out alone, separated, split away. And now Citrus Nightmare down 1. Gonna be tough. Zeb looking for some chance to come back in. But yeah, there's players just gonna start dropping like flies, losing the far early. Really painful. Stone is gonna swap to the Venture, but it should just be an easy cleanup. And Amadou with a third. Any questions about his confidence coming into this final map, I think have been answered. He looks rock solid. 3 goes, whoa, oh, hold up.
Super javelin there that comes in from Zeb, just deletes Amadou. I also love this is classic Overwatch, right? Like, okay, everybody's sitting on the bench, just bring in everybody off the bench for the game 5 after not playing for an hour and a half as Stone and Coat, they get back here to the point rather quickly. There'll be the Tracers who get on to contest, but there'll still be Shikigami in control. You probably get Amadou back in the fight here now.
Yeah, you've got to get this Tracer off point. Both rushes come out, trading on top of each other. Looks like Shikigami's getting the best of the trade, but Citrus Nightmare cap the point, right back into the fight. Zeb super low, 1 HP, drops down again. He's so low, he's barely surviving. Not quite enough though, and Noctis has a sound barrier. Should he need it, Citrus Nightmare would love to find trades here, but Shikigami don't want to allow it, don't want to give any opportunity for Citrus to get right back in, and still it's a decent flip for Citrus Nightmare, right? That would have been potentially final fight if the flip doesn't come in. Shikigami, though, a lot of ults to work with.
It feels like the Ramatra, though, so difficult to deal with inside of the Kitsune rush, right? Like, I know Uri's obviously, pretty good getting a lot of the cooldowns faster and whatnot, but like, the Ramatra just, it's so difficult to take him out, especially if he wants to just kind of power block and whatnot. There's going to be sound barrier from Jacob. It's going to be a later one here for Noctis and Shikigami. Ryan with a pulse bomb doesn't connect with much of anything. It'll be Shikigami. They'll end up backing out here. It's going to force Citrus Nightmare to run, and they're going to have to go through this vortex. Do have the Annihilation potentially to use here for Solo as we head into OT.
Yeah, this 1v1 on point is so critical for the fight. No recall for Tap, but he wins it out on low HP. Clutch 1v1 kill. Stone does drop down, so it's an even fight. Amadou is low, but Citrus Nightmare forced to stay on the point. Another pulse bomb from Tap. He's doing the most. He's refusing to lose this series, Matt. He's clutching out time and time again, and New Junk City appears it is no different. This man is hot on the Tracer. I mean, Ryan had such a huge performance yesterday. We were talking about him, but now it is all Tap in this series. I mean, he is running rampant. Solo gonna go over to the Winston here. Okay, interesting swap. So maybe feeling like they want to catch out some of these flankers, but up to Citrus Nightmare supports. Can they dodge these Winston dives well enough? Stone gonna have a little bit more freedom now on the Venture to connect into that backline.
Yeah, maybe they feel like they can kind of like make a play for Jacob and neutral a little bit easier. This is going to be both Kitsune rushes laid down again here as the Venture could go crazy here.
Oh, the Kitsune Venture is a crazy combo. The fast-firing Venture, it like juggles you. I don't think it's even possible to dodge the second shot if you don't have movement skills. And Citrus Nightmare snatch a victory on point 1. Cruising towards a potential reverse sweep. It doesn't feel like a reverse sweep, Matt, because I feel like Citrus has been owning, even on Blizzard World, that they just somehow lost. Zeb gonna go over to the Queen, but Solo right back to the Ramatra. So, yeah, kind of a 50-50 matchup here.
Now we're gonna go back to the
Orisa. Okay, so just
musical chairs here.
I think it's smart, right? With 15 seconds with the Venture Tracer, you don't totally hate letting the opponent stand on point. Like, these are not heroes that struggle to get into the engagement. However, Citrus Nightmare, they are kind of taking their sweet time. They don't want to give the flip for free, right? I think it's really important that they take the engagement before the point is actually capped. But hold on, Stone on the flank, he's undetected. Oh, but first before he could get underground, that's crucial.
I was gonna say, Stone was set up in a really nice position there to potentially make a play, but taken out right before the Burrow comes on in. You're gonna get everybody else cleaned up after that as they do try and challenge, like you mentioned, before the point comes active. It will be Shikigami in control of the point yet again early on, so just like we had in our first point, but Citrus Nightmare was able to battle back into that one, so we'll see how they kind of go about this Orisa versus Ramatra yet again. It'll be sound barriers available for both sides. There'll be Amadou with that overclock. It's been so good and has the natural high ground here.
Yeah, and a lot of space to work with. Not very much cover on this point, so Amadou really has his work cut out for him. A lot of space to work with. Look, Ramatra super happy to just hold down this point forever. Tap trying to get in, trying to find purchase. He's shut down Amadou before, but this time it's so difficult. Cleanses force though. And now the beat comes in aggressively. Citrus Nightmare charging forward, trying to get a cleanup kill. And Graveyard dies before the beat can come out from Noctis. That's a huge mistake. Maybe they'll be able to clutch out the fight. Amadou, though, caught by Tap. And Citrus Nightmare, without their tank, still looking to clutch out this engagement. No recall. Pressure on point. Should be an easy fight here for Citrus Nightmare to find and restore, but 90%, maybe 95 even on the card. Shikigami, just one fight to put this back and win, but that's a painful one, right? The late beat from Noctis, not having Graveyard, I feel like that fight very easily could have gone their way with the Kiriko alive.
I was going to say, you keep Graveyard up. Obviously, you have the things that Kiriko provides, but also you have a Kitsune rush, right? You just drop that rush over the point. I mean, it would have been GG, especially with how good the Ramatra is with that ultimate in combination. Now you find yourself kind of just trying to battle back here, right? As the Citrus Nightmare, you're going to get up to 40-50% here before this next fight kicks off. You're going to have Kitsune rush for both sides, right? You can just kind of just layer those down on top of each other. Neutral actually holds his. Neutral actually doesn't use his at the moment.
He's so low. They're going to give the flip, but they full kite the Kitsune rush. As long as they get in for the touch, they're going to have a much better rush. Uncontested on the point. This is really well played by Citrus Nightmare. The patience with only 5% to give. They still allow the point to flip. Come right back in. Pulse into the back. Doesn't connect though, and Shikigami just trading it right back. Having this annihilation could help, but you are retaking into Stone, who does have this Venture ultimate, and pushing through the mid choke, too scary, I think, against this. It's going to be Solo all alone on point, but the annihilation keeping him healthy, keeping him strong. First pick comes in, but the beat tries to turn it. Citrus Nightmare, they're desperate. They need to clutch this out. They need to find a kill, but no one is bending on Shikigami. HP bars still very healthy, and it's Ryan looking for the cleanup onto Lucio. It's going to be Zeb, though, who falls first. Solo, too much staying power on the point. This Ramatra proving just too durable without Stone in the mix, and maybe some of those nerves for Stone, right? Coming in fresh on this map, such a difficult position to put a player in, and now Shikigami get their point, evening the score on our final map of the series.
Yeah, and they tried to end up using the Venture ultimate, but not able to make a huge dent into Solo, who's in the annihilation, using the power block there. So the Ramatra kind of pays off as, have you mentioned, you take a look at some of the health bars at the top of the screen. I mean, Shikigami was pretty healthy even halfway through the fight. I mean, a lot of healing coming down from both supports, but still, for Citrus Nightmare, especially playing Venture Tracer, you got to find faster kills than that. As actually Amadou slides back into a pole, gonna get gripped back in here by the Orisa. That's a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, critical error in a really important spot in the match. He's going to be kicking himself for that one, as the point's going to be capped essentially for free by Citrus Nightmare. They had to expend the Orisa spin, but I mean, getting a team fight win off of the Orisa Terra Surge, you're feeling pretty dang good about that one. And Citrus Nightmare, I mean, the comp they're running, this is a point with much less open space for Sojourn, right? Much more of these tight corridors, tricky little corners where Venture can kind of wait for you and push you out of position. Big ultimates for Shikigami. This is a fight that they should win based on the ultimates, but I feel there's an opportunity here for Citrus Nightmare to outplay, and Tap's pulse bombs have been just so solid so far in the series.
Yeah, it could be a big pulse bomb connection potentially. Also, potentially for Citrus Nightmare, right? You can kite some of these ultimates. Maybe you can kite this Kitsune rush. Not able to do so though. Ryan takes out Jacob. So now I think if you're Citrus Nightmare, just try and keep this contested for as long as possible. You have Tap here, just trying to make a play. They do. Hold on, Solo. You do have Zeb still alive. You have Neutral alive as well. They're gonna hold on, try and fight back in.
OC forced as well, but the flip comes in. Shikigami really happy to get that flip, but Citrus Nightmare happy to still be alive, with now the fight getting right back into contest. Tap recalls the point pressure, really dominant. Shikigami, they don't have a take. They are going to have to beat just to keep the engagement going. No easy response ultimate for Citrus Nightmare. Aim a little bit shaky from Ryan. He's desperate to get this Kiriko. He does finally find it, but the trades are coming in. Citrus Nightmare brawling it out. Tap wins the 1v1. No resources left to continue that engagement, and with point control, if Citrus Nightmare win this, they are going to be getting that second round. Now, Annihilation comes out. Shikigami, they know the stakes. They can't afford to lose this.
Yeah, Jacob's got beat. He drops the beat. It's just going to be him, Tap, and Zeb connected with his. Zeb's got that Orisa ultimate, making their way back onto the point. It's Tap here off to the side, just putting down some shots. Has to be the one to contest it. A few more players here for Shikigami, but Citrus Nightmare should be back at full strength. You have two big key ultimates to work with here. The Orisa ultimate and the Venture one. You can actually combo those. As Zeb goes in with a Sphere Spin, that's going to be the Orisa ultimate, and you actually just grab in Graveyard and you find one. That's going to be a second one here for Stone, as this should be the point to Citrus Nightmare.
Stone finding the clutch here in this engagement, and Citrus Nightmare did a fantastic job falling back on Zeb. I mean, time and time again, Zeb's Orisa, he gets down to like 1 HP, and I'm just convinced he can't survive, but somehow Neutral is keeping him up in these engagements, and then Tap and Stone are just striking back with the time created by that pressure under Orisa, and this Winston swap comes in. I mean, Shikigami trying to find like their footing, find an answer to this pressure coming out. Maybe the Winston really valuing the vertical mobility here on this 4th point. But for Citrus Nightmare, I feel there's a real opportunity to win the series here. The Winston, not an obvious counter to Orisa. It's going to leave Zeb, I think, a little bit more free to find picks. At the same time, Amadou has that open space. I mean, he used it incredibly well last time. And now getting burrowed on. Initiation comes in from Citrus Nightmare straight to the back line. But the rush to counter, and both teams rushing on point. Sort of an odd rush for Neutral, but could be enough. Such an awkward fight. No one can really find purchase. No one can really connect.
The rush for Citrus Nightmare looks like it actually kind of like lands on the bottom of the point. Like it kind of goes off the side, where it looks like for Shikigami's, it's just on that high ground there.
Yeah, and that helped on the point. They did get the flip. They lost Stone, but Jacob needs to stay alive, cannot quite manage it. Super close to that sound barrier, and Solo escapes with his life. So Shikigami able to stabilize here. Zeb though, so wait, hold on. Zeb gets a kill, Tap gets another. Surely not. Okay, yeah, Amadou feels the pressure and has to pop this OC. Really did not want to use that. But time and time again, it's Shikigami. I mean, they're winning some of these fights, but Citrus Nightmare is so threatening in the clutch scenario that you have to pop the overclock just to see through a fight that should have been yours easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you kind of come back here for Citrus Nightmare. You're going to be about like tie game. You're going to be probably a little bit down. You do have Jacob's sound barrier to potentially use here, though. Let's see how they try and... I think the biggest issue here will be like Amadou getting that natural high ground, right, to be able to use here on the Sojourn. You see just a railgun shot just kind of fly Seb's way. They're just backing up, just trying to give the Sojourn even more space. It'll be Stone who will get on, just get it contested, dodge the railgun shot, but it's like, how do you force these players down from this high ground?
I like the idea of just pressuring the point. I think it's going to be too difficult to get to this Sojourn. I think we need to see Citrus Nightmare force the point, you know, take the duel with Ryan, you know, split the team high-low. They're trying to boot down the Sojourn, but they're pressuring the point at the same time, nearly getting the flip. The cleanse is perfect by Neutral, keeps Stone alive. Primo comes in, Jacob's 1 HP, he's too scared to drop the beat, doesn't want to Ajax. Maybe the rush will be enough. Beat comes in, it just barely gets onto Neutral. I thought that for sure he wasn't going to get the beat, but it keeps him alive, and with the flip, okay, rush though. From Graveyard, that should be the final nail in the coffin. Surely Citrus Nightmare don't have the staying power. Stone burrows on point to hold though.
Yeah, Stone will contest here, and you're actually going to have the Venture Ultimate come out. You have a Terror Surge here as well, kind of thrown in.
Oh my goodness.
Off of this. That is such a nasty combo to use.
I mean, the durability on these heroes from Citrus Nightmare. The Tracer, the Venture, the Orisa. I mean, these are 3 of the hardest heroes to kill in the game. And Shikigami feeling the pressure on this last map, what could be the last fight in the series, and they have nothing to work with. The Desperation Doomfist, that is not the hero you want to be playing against Orisa. The lore counter to Doomfist, the defender of Nimbani versus Doomfist. Let's see if Solo can find something here, find some miracle kill. But it's Neutral onto Ryan, and no one's in touch. Oh my God, Citrus Nightmare win the series in a reverse sweep. Oh, it's unbelievable.
Oh, that is painful there.
Oh man.
For Shikigami, as Citrus Nightmare, they battle back 3 maps playing Wrecking Ball. There at the end, just like Orisa Venture. I mean, that is just... I mean, if I said they were like punching their monitors through the one map, I mean, they were going to throw them out the window after that one. I mean, that is a...
Yeah, my hair is in disarray.
Tough way to lose.
I mean, okay, here's the thing. Like, at the very beginning of the series, like, Citrus Nightmare, they came with a playbook, you know, they're throwing in that Junko Queen to throw off Shikigami. Like, it didn't result in even a round win.
They got owned on map 1, so you can
not even a map. Second map, you know, still like, oh, okay, they're throwing something at them, but you know, they're just pushing Shikigami to the limits, but not, you know, not quiet. not quite getting there. But then, map 3, lo and behold, suddenly that ball works wonders. It was actually a phenomenal game. I mean, not to take anything away from Shikigami's performance throughout this entire group stage. I think there was a lot of individuals which really stood out. Looking at Amadou's Sojourn, so oppressive, so freaking good. Aspect has shown us so many different looks. On that Jungle Queen even, which really was the reason why they couldn't win out Blizzard World despite the Strider ball strat, which kind of threw something at them. But here, I mean, there was nothing they could have done. Like Junkertown, that was all
The
Citrus
series feels
nightmare.
like two different series in one. It feels like there was
Nepal was two different teams, but that was not
different teams playing each map.
But it's because they finally fully committed to the ball. I think this is something you touched on, Jake, as well. Like they made some switches in the backline there. Jacob focusing on that break, and also, of course, busting and basically anything but the Lucio with that Kiriko and break. It was just such a better look to support Strider on that ball.
I mean, I feel like we got to talk about Tap this series. I think his Tracer was just monstrous in a comp where, playing Tracer with the ball is like you getting disruption, but there's no like Winston bubble to play in. There's no like Diva Matrix helping you in the dive. It's like you're kind of fending for yourself out there, and Tap is just making it work, winning these kills. So many, ridiculous pulse bomb connections throughout the series. So many pulse bomb kills from Tap, just time and time again. Got to give a little love to Stone and Zeb though, right? Stone coming off the bench completely cold, looking great on a strat that we've barely seen before. The Venture was just what the doctor ordered with this Orisa Tracer Venture style. I mean, I kind of like this. Like, this is not something I've seen before, but Shikigami constantly felt, we can kill this Orisa. She's 1 HP. I'll just keep chasing the Orisa. And then, meanwhile, Tracer and Venture are eating up your backline. Zeb survives on like 0.1 HP thanks to the performance of the supports. And then the team play is just immaculate from Citrus Nightmare.
Yeah, you turn the Venture's got 300 HP. Just a crazy scenario there. Is Tap player of the match, very well deserved. Tremendous on the Tracer. We talked a little bit about it in the pregame as well for Shikigami. Like, Ryan was incredible yesterday, and that was still a pretty close series that you kind of needed that performance again. I think Ryan played pretty good, but really difficult to kind of match Tap in a lot of situations as Tap was on another level.
Yeah, Tap brings that veterancy. He's been a player who's been around for a long time, no stranger to difficult matches and hard fights. And he was just so consistent throughout the series, looked even better when the pressure was on. And honestly, for Ryan, I think as a young player, it's just a really tough spot to be in, right? Facing down the reverse sweep, starting to feel like the maps are slipping away from you. It's really hard to deliver consistent, strong performances in that scenario. And ultimately, I think Shikigami were kind of punished by the Wrecking Ball, right? The fact that they're pretty much always forcing Lucio Kiri, to me, that's kind of their Achilles heel, and it gets heavily targeted and punished by Citrus Nightmare.
Look how close this group is.
Seriously.
We have a lot of 3 Overwatch in groups, but to see a group basically only have 1 3-0, but every team is winning maps and competitive back and forth. That's pretty awesome.
Also, this is a very different Citrus Nightmare than the one we saw in the opening stages of the group stage. So I feel like they've really evolved as the group stage went on. So I'm very interested to see what they can get done with this kind of focus and these kind of compositions in the main event. Because quite frankly, both of these teams really impressed me this series with the counter swapping, with the constant evolving. I think it went literally from fight to fight even. There was a lot of strategy going into this, and Citrus Nation, they didn't just brawl it out, they had a clear plan on where they want to take the series, and it resulted in the dub. Fantastic performance, Citrus Nation, moving on, so congratulations to the entire squad. And we're now almost done with our group stage. 1 more match to go. It's going to be Timers taking on Team Z, and all of that is going to go down after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
I'm fighting. Help me.
Break the bubble. Search.
Lewin.
Do one. Try one.
Trey, first here. Monkey.
Monkey.
Okay, you got third. What's it?
You can shoot. Wait,
Is this
a risk? If we mark through, no, we probably gotta play back.
They have Curiel, I think, right?
No, they're on doom now. They're on touch. I'm gonna hold her here.
This here, right? I'm trying to watch bottom
I'm watching right.
Lucio,
Hold in main. I think it's Tracer main.
Okay. Doom high. Yeah, not right.
Yeah.
True on dead.
Nice.
Nice. Nice. Let's go!
Nice.
Welcome back one more time, fellow Overwatch 2 enthusiasts. Zoe here, joined by Matt and Jake. And guys, we got one more match to go in the stage 3 groups. It's been quite explosive, even in the NA region. So it looks like EMEA are not the only ones who can have fun.
You're right there,
Let's
Jake.
take a look.
That was a barn burner. That was a barn burner. I was having a blast in that last series, honestly. That's like the dream Overwatch. We see crazy comps. Yeah. Tons of swaps coming in. That was such a fun match.
And you just had to gobble down some protein bars to.
I did. I gotta hit my macro goals, Zoe.
Yeah. Gotta get all those macros in, you know, to ride the bike. You keep going.
It's true. It's not just on the wall. Sometimes it's on the street too. The streets are real here in Overwatch as well. Group D bracket is what you're seeing right now. Nightmare already advancing with a smooth ride through the bracket. And now it's all on Timeless and Team Z to determine who is going to join them. So let's dig in. The Timeless roster is the first one we're going to discuss. Of course, it's the former Anomaly roster, which was recently acquired by the Timeless org, which honestly, they're all over the place. They also have like a bajillion teams, so I don't even know what they're doing anymore. But yeah, I mean, the players you should know. Contenders mainstay since at least 2021 across the board. Riker recently joined them as well as their tank sub. I don't know if we're going to see him at all today or if Kofa, the lovely fellow Australian for you, Matt, is going to hold it down.
Yep. Yeah, fellow Australian with me. Team Z, we saw them yesterday. You insinuated that Hanbei lied on their player sheet.
Yeah, no, I can.
We've
he
cleared,
did not lie. We cleared that up. Yeah, no, Hanbei is cleared. He did not lie. It was the Pro-Am tournament in 2023. It was the group stages. It was the first match. San Francisco Shock lost 2-1. I did my research. I went back to even watch the match. Hanbei did not lie. Did it matter? Because they didn't make it out of the groups anyway. That was with Trick Room.
No, it matters. It matters.
It mattered to him. That's why he put it in the sheet. So, Hanbei, you guys killed it out there. Loved that for Trick Room. And now you gotta make it into the main event so you can replace that achievement with
The
this.
fans do not believe, though. The fans are going heavy for Timeless.
I mean, that's understandable. There's a lot of name value on that team, but you know, bigger upsets have happened in Overwatch. Let's see if this is gonna be one of them. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for the fans, Jake, they probably figure like, hey, you know, if I just kind of throw some points on Timeless, you got a good chance. I mean, they got like 9 rosters. You figure one of them's gonna eventually kind of break on through, right? But this one, very talented. We know Squid and Kafa, Lucamino. We know a lot of these players. You know, Vision as well. You know, we've seen them kind of like whether it be contenders, subs in Overwatch League. You know, playing in the Overwatch League for a while in the past, and. For Team Z, I think this is a huge test. I thought Peace was really good yesterday when we watched them. We'll see how they play off today. A Reaper made Diva set up here coming out early.
Oh yeah, it's the Reaper. But Timeless,
what is going on with
they do have the Pharah, so Team Z is gonna have to get super aggressive to make this work. I mean, time is not your friend playing against Pharah BAP. I mean, the pressure is gonna be immense. Doom though takes a couple pokes here and finished off. So maybe Peace setting that one up with some icicles, finding a Lucio too, and hold on. The aggression.
Maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're just not educated enough.
I'm not ready for the Reaper. That's the thing. I'm small-minded. I don't see the true power of the Reaper guy. Yeah. I think that was kind of heavily on Peace though, finding huge connections with the icicles, right? Like they don't really have a hero who's going to shoot up at the Pharah, so having Mei just hit those connections. And the Doom comes out from Kafa. Interesting choice. Pretty good hero against Reaper.
And they'll ditch the BAP. They'll actually play with Squid here now on the Kariko. So a few changes overall, and that's going to be a Maywall. Kafa gets dealt with here as well. So Team Z getting off to a good start.
Yeah, and this comp is, I mean, super difficult to come touch the point when you're getting Maywalled off and Reaper and Diva surrounding you, hitting you from all sides. The Pharah, in theory, should get some decent spam pressure, but I mean, with how fast these fights been, he just doesn't have really any time to work with.
Yeah, they just don't really care for the Pharah necessarily. Like, Painkiller puts some pressure on.
Diva's trapped by the Maywall. Drop your Maywall.
Yeah, that's your own Maywall trying to kill. Oh, they end up getting DMA'd because of it. That's kind of brutal.
Now it's time for the Reaper to carry, but he uses Wraith form already now. It's kind of open season for Doom to get in there on the Pharah. Reaper gonna have to fall back here. Not too much you can do without the Wraith form. Lucamino, Squid cleaning up their support combo on the opposite side. Reaper just comes in for the last second touch, but Squid, no respect. He's totally unafraid. And one little mistake there, I mean, the Mei keeping the wall up a little bit too long, maybe a miscommunication, cost the mech her life. And I mean, if you lose Diva mech, you're going to be in big trouble. I mean, Diva really is your only defense against this Pharah, against this Cassidy. As Kafa is giving them absolutely no quarter on the Doomfist, forces the Cole very early, and I mean, they're just gone. They just slipped away.
Yeah,
Where'd they go?
I mean, they just absolutely just vanish.
That was Houdini. And it's just so annoying. You don't have anyone who can get up here. Beautiful barrage, forces a ton of skills, gets the Lucio, does die for his efforts, but I think you're going to be pretty all right with that as Timeless, as they now rush in as well. Layering on the ults, layering on the pressure. And then they do find the DMAC there, finding these last kills. Wait, hold on, he punched the Reaper in! Oh no!
Oh, wait, what? He gets punched, and I think the last thing they expected was that he was gonna pop the Death Blossom there. They deal with Kafa, and just like that, I mean, they flip the point back. They lose their Diva, and then they just decide, screw it. Like, they get punched on the end. They use the Death Blossom. And they end up taking it. And now Team Z, you have Blizzard here. You have your own beat. I mean, you're in a pretty decent spot to potentially steal this first round.
Yeah, and he's hiding with the Blizzard. Would love to get that in on the back line. No easy targets, though, for it. Then the High Noon as well from Vision. Maybe zoning, maybe touching point. Lucamino does drop, and Matrix probably going to suppress this High Noon. And the late beat from Team Z. They want to end this here and now, cleaning up Vision. Onto Squid as well, forced away, trying to kite back, but the cleanup is just too good. Team Z, the death ball, devastating, grouped up on this Lucio. Yes, the beat comes in from Lucamino, but it's got to turn into kills. Beat is already expiring. Wait, hold on. Doom found peace. Kuffa, though, dropping in the Coalescence. Should be too much. Moira on the case. Do not want to let this Pharah escape.
Just, yeah, you don't need hit scan. Just get Coalescence and just chase the Pharah around the map. That is a really interesting comp there for Team Z. Definitely gave some trouble over to Timeless. I also say it probably would have been cleaner for Team Z if they didn't, have that Mei wall that kind of took out Painkiller from the mech. So really interesting stuff early on, playing the Mei with the Reaper. I mean, we talked about how good and survivable like Venture Tracer is. I mean, Reaper's up to like what? He's like up to 300 HP now, right? With the lifesteal, and then also Mei. I mean, those are two heroes that are very difficult to deal with as well.
And now they're going to roll out with a Bastion comp. So Team Z came prepared with some wild and wacky cheeses. Timeless need to respond well, right? Like, in theory, I think this Bastion is flawed, but it's going to be on Squid needing to hit some big Bionades. Team Z really going to be pretty much defenseless against Bionades. And so if Squid could get a big connection onto especially this Bap and Lucio, yes, you've got Drone, but I think the dive would be probably overwhelming. So it's going to be on Dynamite and these nades to get the cleanup on the back line. And okay, Mei split, naded, forced to Ice Block to cleanse that off. Vision in this nice wide angle Bastion, struggling to find purchase, and Timeless are content to just pressure this point, slow the game down. Hey, you've got to push as Team Z. You've got to get out on the objective. Another nade comes in, forces the drone, but not an overcommitment. Wait, oh, and maybe it is an overcommitment. I think he just blinked into an icicle intended for somebody else, so Peace is going to feel good about that one.
They do get rid of Xcal though. They get rid of that Bastion, right? So that's like a large source of damage. Nice Mei wall here though from Peace is dropped down onto the point. That's going to get Kuffa extremely low. They finish off Kuffa. Just so much damage coming out here from Team Z, and that's going to be a fast flip.
Yeah, it's a great Ravenous Vortex by Painkiller, denies Kuffa's jump out. Hanbei is traded though, so hold on. Timeless could be stabilizing right now. Doomed with a second. Such an annoying player, so strong on the flank on this Tracer. I think one of the stronger Tracers outside of the very top teams in the region. And here's why. He's just eating. I mean, oh, look at that. That's nice tracking. Very, very clean. So Doom kind of keeps this one alive, and Painkiller just trying to stall as best he can, but very limited. And Squid has been doing exactly what I talked about. I mean, constantly pitching nades in onto backliners. Even if they don't always result in kills, they're forcing important skills. And maybe more importantly, they're denying Team Z any opportunity to progress the map. Full swap comes in, 4 heroes change for Team Z. It's a good comp, but I think the matchup's pretty even for both sides, and Timeless have a big bank of ultimates to work with.
Yeah, as Peace now goes over to the Echo. That's what we saw the other day. Some really nice play. It'll be a nano here onto Kuffa. It's going to just force Team Z back there. Just going to go back on out of here, right? Give up some of that space. And then they just deal with Kuffa. They just come right on in. Now they end up using the sound barrier. It's pretty good for Team Z, even though the Bob is used here.
Yeah, Kuffa not primaling there. Maybe a ping issue as he's gonna see if we can get back into the engagement. Beat from Lukmino has stabilized things as Team Z, all players extremely low, so the beat looks like it was enough to stabilize. Doom doesn't want to let anyone recover, is going to be able to stay alive, clutch up against Xcal, and a nice sleep, delayed kill onto Len. And I mean, that could have been a disastrous scenario, losing your Winston. But
I thought they were going to lose Painkiller.
The beat just stabilizes it all. And Team Z, I mean, that's the downside, right, of making this full comp swap. If they had like one more ultimate to layer in there, I think they very easily could have cleaned up, but just having nothing left, I mean, at least they're close to the rush. But now Kuffa does have the primal to work with, and it's going to be very hard to deal with this Winston. You don't have any easy way to peel him off, especially something like your Echo.
No, in the last fight, I think Team Z, they had a little bit of an advantage, but just pushed really deep into the spawn. A nice bio, that's going to get cleans on the Painkiller. It's going to be the Kitsune rush here over the point. Is going to be Team Z trying to take this one back, but nice shots there from Vision, who takes out Xcal. So deal with the Tracer. Vision will fall. Nice plays here, though, from Peace, picking up some kills on the Echo. This has been a bit of a scrap.
Yeah, Timeless still trying to fight this out here. Lukmino, that's all the heals down, so Timeless gonna have to work with the HP they've got. Team Z knows it. They're happy to back off and slow down the team fight. Peace is forced to copy just to stay alive, and I mean, that's gonna be the best use of the ultimate. I don't think he's gonna get much of anything in terms of kills with this one. Winston probably just gonna fall back. Oh, wait, jumps in. Very low opportunity to chase here. Kuffa strikes with the nano onto Peace. Yeah, no flight, no escape. Xcal trades it back onto Vision, so the fight still in contention for Team Z. Timeless electing just to force this point, bring the defenders to them. Great nade onto Tracer and D.Va. That's really going to turn the tempo around. Squid, massive nade so far. Cleanse as well comes out.
Doom with the pulse, does it connect? Yes, it does take the D.Va mech out, and Kuffa still alive, decently healthy. Wait, bursted down, hold on. The trades come in. Lukemino hacked, can't get his beat off. Squid's gonna die late. Surely not a clutch here. Wow.
And Team Z has control of the point throughout all of this, right? So Team Z still going to kind of build up percentage on the point piece on the Sombra coming back, making a few big plays with the hacks there. Is that now look at how this is turned, Jake. The bad thing is you don't have this mech for Pinko. Now you're going to get it back, but you're going to have double support ult here for Team Z. You're going to have another Kitsune rush. Hanbei build them rather quickly.
Yeah, Kuffa needs to find something 90 to this primal. I think that's going to be the critical factor here. Squid, he's positioned so safely, so hard to get to. Hack onto the D.Va, going to help that point pressure battle. Lucio playing very safe, gets a slightly better beat off, but still very much in contention as Kuffa juggling that Lucio back to his team. Lugumino, though, does go down first, gets hacked. Sombra tries to fall back, see if Squid can keep her alive. Maybe just barely, but it feels like Team Z has the edge in this fight. Xcow finds Doomed, and maybe that'll be enough. Squid desperately trying to get to that nano. Can't quite manage it yet. Pulse Bomb goes wide, but it's enough. Team Z winning the map with a fantastic comp swap and performance. I mean, this was seriously a wild and wacky comp set at Team Z, but they knew when to pull the ripcord and get out of the crazy comp and go back to something stable, and they also could execute it well.
Yeah, they knew what to go to as well. I think the Sombra from Peace definitely paid off towards the end. I have to take a look. I don't know if Lukemino actually, he had that sound barrier towards the end. Would love to see kind of like who that kind of all connected with. But really nice plays from the supports as well for Team Z. Just throwing way different looks here. At Timeless, right? Where Timeless, I mean, he kind of have an idea maybe what some other teams are going to do. I mean, Team Z with some interesting stuff. D.Va, Mei, Reaper to kick things off, right? Then moving over, playing whether it be Bastion, then it's Ashe, then it's Sombra. You're working the Tracer in. A lot of different looks there from Team Z.
Yeah, and they managed to win some of these really scrappy, clutch team fights where I would have thought coming into this, you think about like the name value of these players, I would have thought Timeless players would be really thriving in those 1v1s, thriving as individual fights. But honestly, the fight is very close, very competitive in 50-50. And a Team Z, I mean, that's the scariest type of team to play against, when a team that will throw crazy cheeses at you, but they have a much deeper strat book than that. Like they'll hit you with a crazy cheese to get an advantage, and then they'll swap it up and play standard and just snowball that advantage into a map win. That is really one of the most threatening things in Overwatch, when great teams are willing to play crazy styles. One of the hardest things to play against. So Timeless down 1-0 in the series. We'll see how they bounce back, how they adapt, maybe force a map that stabilizes things for them.
Yeah. Take a look at some of the highlights. I also like how Team Z, we see some teams where even if it's not really working, it's like, oh, well, we've kind of like practiced this, like, this is good or whatever. Like they just kind of like keep rolling with it. Like as soon as it feel like Timeless was able to get like a little bit of advantage, figure something out, they made a change. Like they didn't kind of sit on things for ages, right? I know as soon as they kind of felt like they were at potentially a disadvantage, didn't really matter. This is the punch into the the Mei wall there. So
that's actually, as Doomfist, you're watching that, you're like, whoops, who moved the Reaper? That's crazy. How do you get there?
Like who did that? There's some really nice bio grenades from Squid, like you mentioned. I think that was really evident here in this second checkpoint, especially forcing that drone out constantly from Hanbei pretty early.
Yeah, and then swapping over to the D.Va Echo. Peace looked great on the Echo yesterday. Kuffa dying with Primal here. That's a painful, painful death. I think that really made the fight, way closer than it should have been. Force a big ultimate commitment out of Timeless, and honestly maybe cost them the map here, because I think with the Primal coming off early there, maybe you would have beaten that as Len, but it wouldn't have felt very good beating a Primaling Winston, booping you around. Instead, they get purchase on the point and force everything else out of Timeless. And they're able to finish the map off with the Sombra swap as well against Lucio Ana, two heroes both very vulnerable to the Sombra, right? Conventionally, we might see a Brig, but the cheeses made Lukemino feel like maybe I need to play Lucio.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's a later beat there from Team Z just by a little bit, but also it's layering that beat with the Kitsune Rush. That is a big difference. Is see just like the healing output here, a little bit stronger from Team Z early on. Just a lot of damage there from Timeless. So that kind of tells you where that all extra healing came from. And Team Z, coming up with some interesting stuff. I think also this is like a scary team, because like if you're Timeless, like okay, like we're gonna pick a map, but you have an idea of what people want to play on certain maps, right? But you don't really know what to expect anymore, right? I mean, this team is kind of like throwing out some really interesting stuff. early on in the series. So I think it definitely kind of like leads you to be a little bit cautious of what comes next.
Yeah, they mixed it up, and you know that does kind of throw you off your footing. There is the opportunity to take us to certain maps where, I mean, on like, let's say Circuit Royale or Dorado, you don't have too much flexibility to get crazy. Like you just need certain heroes. And so I'd like to see Timeless take us to one of those maps that just stabilizes the game and say like, all right, let's just play a heads up mirror and see who's got it better. I think that's what Timeless wants. But for Team Z, I think if they can keep finding a wrench to throw into the works, it is going to be Dorado. Good choice, actually. I like this because I think Kuffa very confident on the Winston. I think the Ana Brig is a style that Timeless are going to be super comfortable on, and very confident on their individuals. The Vision on the hit scan and Doomed on the Tracer. I mean, this is just a full comfort zone pick.
Yeah, I think this is the one map that I think there's like not as many options as some of the others, right? It feels like you're kind of forced into one style of play. Potentially, you know, like Dive. I think you can play Diva, right? Like we see Diva Winston. I think you can play the Diva consistently here if you're Team Z. But I think this allows Kuffa to play that Winston a little bit more confidently, knowing that there's not going to be something ridiculous on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, most teams will just play the Ana Brig Winston here, which I think is good. I do love the Bap Brig Diva style. I just, on offense in particular, I love Bap's ability to get to the high ground and then run a comp with the Diva who can really utilize Bap's heals to, you know, make that forward position and keep moving the cart. But it is, both teams going Winston is like very normal, very expected here. And this is exactly what Timeless wanted, right? Like a situation where the comps are very normal and everyone is comfortable playing, you know, they've had experience in these matchups before. And so the question now is, Team Z, they've snowballed these advantages from cheesing into map wins, which is impressive, but can you generate that same kind of advantage in a very straightforward front to back mirror?
Yeah, I mean, so I think obviously it'll be Team Z on offense. We'll see what they decide to do here. Is Xcal hovering the Widow? Could be for, I mean, you can run Widow on this map. Could be in response. Could also be just to take a shot and then change as Peace will play the Tracer. I like how they're coming out. I mean, both teams, right? We saw like Alara the other day. We've seen Zen on this map. I like the decision to have that Brig on a backline for both sides. That's a nice shot there from Vision to open things up.
Yeah, Vision with a great jump shot punishes the spawn peak. Don't think Xcal ever saw that one coming. Basically, never expect that angle to be threatened by an enemy Widow. And once again, see if Vision can connect again, just going off timing here, but Xcal was patient, waited that one out. Team Z, though, you got to break this open. I mean, Kuffa and Doom, they're doing a great job just cycling their bodies onto the objective, not letting it roll, keeping pressure on the backline.
Yes, some shots here from Vision. They're just trying to like challenge this spot here. Ooh, nice body shot into Xcal there. There's Vision connecting with just about everything thus far. His cart still has not really made much of any progress. This is exactly what Timeless wanted, right? Put Kuffa in this position to kind of control this choke.
Oh, Lukemino naded. Little overextension there, trying to challenge the Winston. Gets punished, and now Timeless down one. Fighting back, though. A kill into the Widow is nice, but it might not be enough, right? With both supports still alive for Team Z. Squid's gonna have to be super careful. Oh, Vision with a troll. Oh my god. Okay, that's what they need. And another headshot onto the Winston. Forces him back. Okay, the Widow basically just solo held this one down after Lukemino got naded. Vision looking very scary on the Widow. You've got to be a little bit worried as Team Z. When a Widow starts popping off on Dorado, sometimes there's not so much you can do about that.
I mean, it allows your team to kind of like hold on to, you know, just getting those early pickoffs, right? It allows your team to hold on to so many ultimates. I mean, that's also, they end up using the nano there onto Painkiller while you're losing both supports instantly. I mean, that's quite brutal there for Team Z. Is still going to be in control. The show Painkiller actually goes with the Primal here, so he'll actually take out both supports. They deal with Squid, and now they get Lukemino here. I wonder, because of that close spawn, because of the offensive spawn, if you can like kind of make this into something.
Yeah, but I mean, Kuffa could always just return the favor and go with like a trade Primal of his own. Looks like he's gonna be forced to do that. And juggling the enemy Winston in. Oh no, Painkiller without the Primal has no option to escape. Kuffa, half HP naded, still wants to get in the mix, still catches those supports. Beautiful jump, big landing damage straight onto the back line, and that's going to be a massive cleanup. Team Z overextending themselves. Painkiller, his dive was good, but maybe should have recognized that the response was just way better from Timeless, as now Tracer going to be waiting it in the flank, set up in a position
Uh-oh, observers on high graphics. Vision is not.
Yeah, on his screen, that banner probably doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. I know for sure it doesn't exist. I've never seen that before. Oh my God. Man, Vision is just hot right now on the Widow. This is not what you want to see when the Widow just starts cracking heads. I mean, this is a map where the Widow has so much influence on the map. And Doom, another dive, assisted by Squid.
I mean, this is
this is a beatdown.
This is a slaughtering right now. As Kuffa has not had to leave this roof of the building here. Pretty much the entire game is now you're gonna just ditch the Widow completely. So just gonna give up on it here for Team Z. Is they are absolutely desperate to get the car moving.
Yeah, and you don't want to be in a desperate scenario like this with a rally available for the defense. Nade comes in on the painkiller, kind of forces him back off the angle. Kuffa does bubble, so maybe lacking maybe all the resources he would want, but oh, what a disgusting kill from Doom. Punishes Xcal, caught alone. And I mean, from bad to worse here on Dorado. Support's caught away from the dive. A pulse bomb goes a little wide here, ambitious maybe. And Peace does find Vision in the chaos. So without the Widow, Nano onto Painkiller, Primal as well, should be enough to start opening this up. Lucamino desperately with this rally, trying to keep Squid alive, and oh, perfect boop there.
Nano on the Kuffa as well.
Man, these supports are doing so well to stay alive. That Primal was completely shut down. Kuffa with his Primal trying to return the favor. And remember, Vision's back on the high ground right now, gonna be shooting down to the cart. Everyone's getting cleaved by Brig and Winston into the Widow sightline, into the Tracer, and that's not what you want to be doing against. It's a team wipe for Timeless, full holding, basically where you see the cart. And this was destruction. You rarely see a Dorado defense that clean.
That's not a lot of progress of the payload. This was a bit of a beatdown here in map number 2, which is a bit surprising, you know, with how map number 1 went. It was very back and forth, but Team Z made some really nice changes, got into things that ended up working out for them. This, I feel like, though, Vision just dominated. I mean, there was no answer for his Widowmaker, just like lights out. It felt like every time we were on board with Vision, connecting with at least 2 players, headshots constantly.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think back to map 1, there's some first round, honestly, as much as the Reaper Mei D.Va is with a Moira is a weird comp, to be fair, Cassidy, Pharah, Doomfist is a pretty garbage comp too, so I think Timeless kind of cheesed themselves on the first round. And then second round, maybe because of stuff like Bastion or the threat of potential cheeses, they played the Lucio in the dive instead of the Brig, which also I think put them on the back foot against the D.Va Echo and the super aggression that Team Z countered with. And so now with Lucamino on the Brig, Squid on the Ana in a very stable comp, they look super difficult to catch on the back line. I mean, Squid's aggressive nades have only increased in consistency. Painkiller goes to the D.Va, trying to find something here. But that, if anything, is going to mean that Squid and Lucamino are going to be even more free to walk up on the offense and an instant TP to the high ground. I love this move on Dorado. Mitigates some of the real difficulty in breaking out of your spawn.
And now Vision can go back to the Widowmaker here as soon as you get everybody here up onto the high ground. So I feel like you really need Xcal to start coming alive. Nice nade there on
and then
Peace and Painkiller. Yeah,
this map is done, man. This map is actually just done. It's just so. Oh my God!
Highly unlikely.
The comeback is so difficult because now Timeless, they're not even gonna kill the baby D.Va. They're gonna wait till they push the card to just about the end and then just pounce on this D.Va with the anti-nade from Squid. I mean, I can see the future. Man, I can see the future, and it's not pretty for Team Z on Dorado.
All right. Nah, Painkiller's on an epic flank here.
Painkiller's gonna come on the baby D.Va and mech drop the back. Okay, nade on both backliners. They're dead. They're gone. Vision's just SMG and cart. He doesn't need to do anything else. Happy to put the pressure on. Tracer behind. Can't get any purchase. And yeah, okay.
That was a map.
That was one of the quickest maps. I mean, aside from a 2-minute cap on push or something, that is about as quick as it gets.
That was one of the fastest games of Dorado that I can ever remember. We've had a few. I say that we did cast a team that went 0-40. I'm sure there's one in there that's probably faster. We casted some other teams that
when you're being compared to the season 1 Shanghai Dragons, it's not. You don't want to be too worried about the details. You're not feeling super good.
Yeah, it's not good. But Team Z, they do end up getting the first map, right? Now you have an opportunity here, Dorado. We thought that wouldn't really be awesome for them, right? That was fully expected, probably not.
It was not awesome for them, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, we thought it was not going to be great for them. It turned out not to be great for them. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. I don't know. I mean, is the highlight just the entire round? Like, what are we going to do here?
I mean, we could kind of fit the whole map into the highlight package. Maybe for the viewers' sake, we want. I mean, this was a huge kill, though, right? Like this tracer kill, so game saving actually to get
the
that.
upside though for Team Z is that like, hey, now you can pick a map and avoid a lot of these heroes, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that would be the upside.
They've shown that they can cook up crazy strats, and the power of the loser map pick in this format is really huge. If you have, I mean, you could have any map in the pool that you're ready for. By the way, what a beautiful jump by Kuffa. That land to catch the auto brig, bat them back in one more time, perfect jump pack landing on them. I mean, that just about as good as it gets when it comes to the Winston dive.
Yeah, I mean, Squid continues with the bio grenades throughout this as well, coming up with some huge connections. Take a look at some of the stats. I mean, that's a stat card right there.
That is not awesome, Matt. That is not awesome.
Yeah, no. A lot of people would say this is not good for Team Z right here. But you can't, like, I just think this is like a play style and like heroes that like they would not want it to play, but you're kind of forced to on Dorado. And I think, obviously you would like a better showing than what just happened, but feels like you can give a better showing here as we move on in the series, being able to kind of like go with some different looks.
Yeah, I'm super curious to see what Team Z is going to pick because, to be honest, I have like no prediction. I have like no idea. It's going to be King's Row, which also tells me nothing because I feel like you can kind of play anything on this map. You can kind of make dive, poke, rush. They all work. It's just up to your preference. So King's Row, huh?
Yeah.
I'm a little worried actually now that I think about this because low-key King's Row is kind of a Widow map, Matt. Kind of a Widow map. Like more than you would think it's a decent Widow map. And Vision was masterful on the Widow on Dorado. I feel like he's going to find a way to pick it again here at some point on King's Row.
I mean, I think it's good on first point, but I think if you can get to the streets, I don't think it's
Agree. Second, not so good. But if when you retake second point on defense and you come up to the high ground in third point, you can just see Cart basically from spawn on Widow. Kind of owns there. So yeah, maybe, of course, I would be shocked if Vision played it through second, but to me, it's a map where just the hard hit scan can really have a lot of impact. And
yeah, I mean, Ashe is like the safest of the picks, right?
Yeah. This is the most normal pick, I think.
This
for
is
defense
what I
start,
want to see, though.
You don't know what teams he's going to run out with. Are they going to play Sim Bastion? You have to kind of price that in.
Land on the Life Weaver.
Okay, I don't know what is being cooked. Surely not. This is like my average rank game. I'm like, oh, we have Lifeweaver, Reaper, and Reinhardt. Oh, this will be great. This is awesome for me.
This would be like if Reinforce was a coach, he'd just be like frantically shouting heroes before the doors are about to open, and they'd just be like shuffling through all of them. The only thing we're gonna get Hanzo here. A piece played a really good Echo the other day. I would, I'd like to see the Echo. Yeah,
it fits really well in this style. I will say, Luke Mino has the opportunity to really distinguish himself. Brig can really shut down D.Va in this comp with some well-placed boops. Painkiller taking the long angle, gonna sneak up, start touching this point, and now Timeless gotta respond to that. Kuffa really doesn't want to give up this off-angle flank, right? Like really wants to threaten the possibility of a backline dive, but is gonna fall back before he loses his armor.
Yeah, Bio Grenade on a Painkiller on the point, but there's going to be nothing to follow up on it. It looks like players from Timeless actually get like knocked down to the low ground here, or maybe they decide to jump. So you now have Squid, Lucamino, and Vision not controlling that high ground, but Doom finds a pick there, takes out Hanbei. That's a lot of the healing. Another Bio Grenade connects here from Squid. So that'll be a first fight that goes in Timeless's favor.
To be honest, Matt, I mean, D.Va was pretty strong last patch, right? It took a small nerf. But for teams at the top level, they started to feel that this Winston on a Brig actually does beat the D.Va comp. And now D.Va's even in a weaker state than before. So if Timeless can just execute well, I think this comp matchup is a bit favorable to them. However, we have seen teams, win it both ways. So I don't think this is unplayable, but I like what Timeless is playing. And I think that once again, they're just back in their comfort zone. Right now, Busan looks like an anomaly.
Yeah, I mean, we've been big fans of the Brig on a backline. This is going to be a Nano here on the Vision. I wonder if that was actually meant for Kuffa. They were kind of like both over in that doorway here. Is Piece going right above, extremely low. Looks like maybe just trying to bait out the Echo as Another fight goes in Timeless's favor. I just think it gives you so much flexibility, like the Brig with the Ana, and then kind of having the Winston in the mix. I think there's like some maps you definitely need the Lucio, right? But I think like in a map like this, or even, you know, Escort maps, right, on the defensive side of things, I think this comp's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it, and I think it also frees up Squid to get aggressive with his cooldowns, right? And he's been so solid with that, right? Connecting so many. Pulse Bomb on a Painkiller while he's flying, and the nade follow-up. There's no cleanse for this. Painkiller piece, both super low. Kuffa does go down in the Carnage, but Luke, you know, a beautiful block onto the Pulse Bomb. And that was really, that's one of your most potent tools for shutting down this Ana Brig, is a Pulse Bomb. And it doesn't connect.
Dominating.
Yeah, Squid
is on another level right now.
When you create space for this guy, as Timeless is clearly aware of and prioritizing, he is just delivering so many connections on the nade. Doomed is also in a theoretically a tough spot on Tracer. It's like hard to find the pulse bombs, but he's been doing it.
Oh, they're gonna fight in the rush up here. That's actually the bio grenade there. That
nice
comes on in from Peace. Peace actually connects to the bio grenade. He gets a copy onto the Ana. Connects to the bio grenade up on the high ground. Timeless definitely wasn't prepared for that.
Yeah, that's a great dive for the nade. I mean, you have no answer for that on Timeless. And so the copy just dominantly wins in the fight. Kuffa doesn't even want a Primal, right? I think this is a wise decision, though. You know, I don't think we would have been able to win this fight with Primal. Would have fed a ton of ult. So take the reset. You have back spawns, though. So Team Z going to get a lot of purchase here on second point. Squid, it's a little bit deep for going for that sleep. Okay, he does get saved by the team as they fall back to the spawners. And it is going to be a second point card push.
I do get why Timeless felt comfortable fighting in that Kitsune rush, right? They kind of have the benefits of the rally. It's a small area. You have the cleave from the Winston and the Brig. You probably have a bio grenade of your own. I just don't think they accounted for a duplicate with a bio grenade that comes in from Team Z, which it was really well played there from Peace.
Yeah, in the end, it's a huge ultimate commitment, and Timeless happy to slow the game down. Kuffa drops super low here. Doesn't want to Primal defensively, though. Really looking for the opportunity to get aggressive, and Kuffa finishes off what must have been a headshot by Vision to shut down Peace. Kiri forced out. D.Va really does not want to lose the mech. Oh, and she forces self-destruct. Yeah, I think he has to there. Would have been stalled out on the baby D.Va had he not. So you just got to keep the tempo rolling by popping the self-destruct. Timeless, though, with a big bank of ultimates, Team Z, they need to be able to win fights without both support ultimates and copy. I mean, if that's the only fight you win, it's just not good enough here on King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't have enough time to be a clock, right? To end up winning the game. I mean, that would not work out in your favor. I also think you're starting to see some of the strengths of the Winston instead of the D.Va, right? I think the D.Va good in the individual one-on-one duels, but once we get into these team fights, it's really all about the Winston. It'll be coupled with a Primal Rage. Knocking Hanbei off course, you're going to get another D-Mac here.
They're not even going to kill Baby D.Va. The most toxic play is do not even kill the Baby D.Va and let her go back to spawn.
Nade.
Yeah, but yeah, they just finish her off. And I mean, like, you have this Kitsune rush, but it just feels so threatening with Kuffa holding the forward choke. If you pop the rush on him, he's just going to jump back. The team's going to full kite you. I feel like that's a foregone conclusion. But how do you break this choke without popping a Kitsune rush, right? Like, this backline is so ready to fall back. You got to dislodge Kuffa somehow, but he just dies for his trouble.
You're going to lose Painkiller. I thought you were going to lose the mech yet again. I mean, you don't even have the time to get to the choke and actually set up the Kitsune rush. It seems like you're just going to be being bullied out of the choke. I also think that if they drop the rush, you're just going to see Vision just chuck the Bob on right through it, right? There's no, like, sleep or anything, right? You're going to have to, use the Matrix on that Bob? Then you're just going to get bio-grenaded from the opposite direction. So now they're going to go from the high ground directly here into the back line. This is going to be the Kitsune rush used. No Bob in response. They'll actually go with the rally.
Yeah, the rally is going to be great here to stabilize. That kill on a Doomed is super valuable, though, right? It means no one's there to stall the cart. And I think Timeless probably going to just slow play this, wait for their Tracer to get back into the engagement, hold the end of second point. So it's a great pick by Excal. Get the team, in the contention here on second. But this Nano could come into Kuffa, and he's pretty close to the Primal. That should be enough to make the connection. They go for the Winston copy this time, trying to somehow connect to the dive of the backline, but the Nano onto Brig, and I mean, this is a serious threat. Her burst is really incredible when she's got her Nano on. She immediately shuts down that Winston copy and now charges forward. They would love to get a cleanup here from Timeless. If you could shut down this Tracer, maybe. I don't know if he would get a touch.
High ground. Yeah,
if Exhale dies here, it's going to be game. He really has to win this 1v1. It's kind of for all the marbles. Slips away, but Luke Mino is waiting for him. Did get the overtime touch, but I mean, it's too little, too late here. No shot. You win the fight here. 6-man bomb? No.
Self-destruct? Yeah!
Oh, kills!
I feel like our two highlights of the day should just be Anihu's pulse bomb in an absolute drubbing of a loss, and then not self-destruct. Those are our highlights of the day.
And honestly, King's Row, I was hoping for some kind of wild and wacky cheese, because to be honest, I'm not a believer in this Lucio Curie into the Winston Brigana. Yeah. I think the Lucio Curie diva, even last patch, I think the Winston had the edge at the highest level. And this patch, it should just only be worse for Diva. Losing a little bit of that Matrix time only makes Squid's job easier finding those nades, right? A little bit less to work with for Painkiller.
Yeah, and like a lot of the Matrix just kind of like used to, get like near that high ground and whatnot. And then there's no Matrix left for those like bio grenades. Like in the past, right? Like Diva was an awesome counter to the Ana, because like the defense Matrix just kind of yoinked up all of the grenades that would come in from the Ana. Sorry here, you have nothing to apologize about. You've played phenomenally this far. Okay, take it back. Where to go?
We'll see if it's enough here for Team Z, if they can stabilize maybe on defense.
What Winston skin is that, Jake?
Wait, let me see. Let me take a look at this. Is this the BlizzCon one, or what is that?
Oh, that's not the BlizzCon one.
What is this thing? I need this. It's like some. It's like some. Oh, is it like Pacific or Atlantic or something like that?
It looks like some kind of like.
It kind of goes crazy. You know, Cuffa's got a good Winston skin.
Ocean Winston, yeah.
It's kind of a vibe. And they're going to go with the Echo on offense. So maybe not wanting to have that vulnerability of the hit scan, harder to get an angle on offense. I don't mind this. We'll see how Vision looks on the Tracer. An instant kill from Squid. No, it's Squid again. Always in the feed, always dropping nades.
I also think you feel pretty comfortable running the Echo because you have a good idea there's not going to be a hit scan on the other side, right?
Oh, and Doom with a full stick on a piece? How does he get that kill?
Through the window.
Oh, no. This one is looking really rough here for Team Z. They're getting rolled over. No hope of a retouch. And even these players forward, I wonder, can they sustain this position with Doom getting in and dropping consistent damage like this? Okay, maybe Vision overstepped his bounds. The punish comes through. Very aggressive from Team Z. As soon as they spot an opening, they are going to charge forward and get what should be a full easy team wipe here. Maybe Luke and Cuffa can escape. Luke taking the long road. That doesn't lead home, buddy. Only Cuffa lives. Maybe you can throw some sort of spawn camp here, but I don't think you really have the comp to win a spawn camp fight against Brig. And XCal trying to do too much. I understand it in the situation you're in, but it gets punished. And now Timeless should be able to roll the cart potentially through this choke that was so difficult for Team Z. Maybe it's just going to be uncontested for Timeless.
Yeah, and I think having the Echo in the mix puts even more pressure onto the Diva, right? You can't no Matrix for that focusing beam. You also then have the nades that have come through from Squid constantly. And I think where the payload is, Jake, I mean, for Timeless, you can just play around like one big kind of like, batch of ultimates. It'll be a Kitsune rush here for Hanbei. They just kind of walk back, and they're going to build up a Primal out of this. They're going to build up a Nano out of this, and then a Dupe. So they're in a fantastic spot now.
Yeah, and Vision going to strike from completely behind. Looks like he might be undetected here on the flank. Primal juggling to Lucio, but oh, whoa, Vision, hold on. Maybe Doom is the Tracer player of the team. We'll see if Doom can clutch it out. Even with the Nanos, not quite enough here. They do lose players, but the attacker spawn advantage should be enough to clean us out. Maybe Squid can snipe down that Lucio. Yeah, Len doing a great job with the wall ride to slip out there, though.
Yeah, Cuffa sent Len into orbit, and I think, Vision just looked up and just got annihilated by Hanbei.
Just got actually destroyed by Hanbei. A little bit of a misplay. But Doom has looked great on the Echo, and now with the rally, right? Fighting into the car against the rally is a really challenging proposition. Nade onto the Diva, already forces the cleanse out. Pulse easily blocked by the Break Shield. Not much hope there. Does eat the Pulse by Vision. Huge. Yeah, beat does help, but the copy Diva and the rally are gonna really be great for the sustained fight here. Beat needs to find more. Once again, I mean, it's just Squid. It feels like every single time that ability is off cooldown, he's dropping kills. Big bomb over the point from the copy. Slept Diva by Squid. Gets the follow-up onto the D-Mech. Cuffa is down, though, so maybe potentially could be hard to clean up. Len just over half and wins the duel against the Echo. But still, the kills are coming in. And, I mean, Squid is still alive. Like, the fight's over if Squid is still alive. And, I mean, okay. We're 2-1 in the series, and I'm just wondering what happened on map 1. Like, this is an extremely dominant last 2 maps.
Yeah, I know, no clue. I mean, the map number 1 seems like an anomaly at this point, right? Where Team Z, they come out, they run some interesting stuff, and they end up taking it. And these next 2 maps have just been speed runs here for Timeless.
maybe Timeless came in kind of like was overlooking Team Z in a way, and then kind of got woken up after that first map because they've been on fire ever since. As Squid has looked great on the Ana, just constantly landing those bio grenades. And Jake, I have to inform you, I've been told that I was actually correct. It is what did Winston skin did I say that was? I said it was like some ocean thing. Yeah,
It's actually
it is
called
Ocean King.
Ocean King. I mean, that's a vibe. That's a vibe. I mean,
it's pretty lit.
This nade from Peace with the copy was huge, but it just felt, I mean, Timeless on these last two maps, they've been just so stable. And it's like, how many nades has Squid had to use defensively? Like maybe 10% of them, 20% of them. Feels like almost every nade is going in and connecting on someone, aggressively creating an opening that leads to a victorious team fight. I mean, this Ana is just kind of running rampant. And I mean, this is, you got a Curie on the field, you got a D.Va on the field, you have like a lot of threats that you've got to respond to as an Ana. And yet he's still finding this, okay, Baz, disgusting sticky with a little right click to help out from Kuffa.
It feels like teams who don't want to play like this Winston Ana Brig setup are just like at pretty large disadvantage at times. Like trying to play like the Lucio, the Kiri, the D.Va into it, it seems so punishing. I know another great map there from Timeless, but it feels like you have to play that setup with the D.Va like so perfectly, where the Winston with the Brig and the Ana, there's so many win conditions, right? I know whether you play like Tracer Echo, you play a Tracer with an Ashe, right? Like there's so many different, whether it be nano targets, the rally's incredibly good, right? For close fights, and even as a defensive, if they kind of counter dive, it just feels like there's so many different options with that comp, where the D.Va composition, it feels like there's only like one way to kind of win, in a way.
Yeah, you're so reliant on staying grouped up that in a dive comp that naturally splits up, right? Naturally, they're gonna, leave their Winston and Tracer on one side. They're gonna be nading you from another. And if you don't have the ability to split up as easily, which, Brig is super adept at, continuing to give heals to those split players, it's gonna be hard. I think teams get baited because, to be honest, below the very top level, like let's say we take this main event level of like the top 8 teams that qualify. To be honest, like if you go far below that top 8 into like even the top 16 level, I think the D.Va Lucio Curie is probably better.
Whatever, yeah.
It's probably just better because just grouping up deathballing is so much easier to execute. But at the very, very elite level, I mean, I think Squid is really putting on a masterclass. And Luke, keeping him alive very well to do so. Like when you get to this elite level of like Winston on a Brig, they just do way too much on the server. Like the Curie is not enough. The D.Va against a really good player, like a really good Ana, is just going to be too aware of that D.Va matrix. And as soon as you drop it down, you have that moment of vulnerability for the nade to come in. And if you miss that window, okay, the Ana Brig's not so good. But these top tier Anas like Squid, I mean, they don't miss the window very often.
It feels like though that's been like Overwatch's history in that like when you could play Winston, like I remember like this is like way back, right? But like even like NA and EU, right? Like, Winston wouldn't be meta, and then you'd like watch like Korean Overwatch, or you'd watch like, I know, even like the high end of like Chinese Overwatch. And like they're all playing these Winston based compositions, and you're like, well, if you just execute the Winston better, like it's gonna just win out over just about everything. It feels like kind of that's where we're at with this, as it will be Suravasa the map pick here for Team Z. Potentially, maybe they need the Reaper back. Maybe that's what they've been.
Maybe the Reaper. That's the counter to the Winston. Although I do think this is a map type actually where the Ana Brig is not nearly as dominant. And even Timeless agrees. They're also going to match the Lucio Carry. I mean, having a high pace, high tempo, super valuable here. Sombra Tracer, definitely an odd choice for Vision, but maybe it could work out. I mean, I'm curious to see how this matchup plays out. I would think Team Z is going to be really durable against the Sombra Tracer dive. So I think Timeless maybe has had the wrong read here, but then again, if you just execute perfectly with Sombra Tracer, it's possible. I do think Reaper kind of is going to have a field day, not really much to deal with him.
Be wild if they took us to a game 5 off the back of 2 map wins off of the Reaper May.
That would, please, I don't want to have Reaper in my ranked games, Matt. Please.
Oh, look at the Reaper. He's controlling this area all by himself.
Oh, he had a Wraith already, though, and now it's going to be scary to walk in. He's going to do it anyway, though. I think this is what you got to do on Reaper. You got to stay aggressive. They turn on a Doom. There's not too much damage on the side of Timeless, but they do get the point flip. Team Z now trying to restore their cooldowns, trying to reset, but Kuffa
doesn't want to let them do that. He's playing on his armor so well on this Winston, you know, managing the HP bar with the great heals coming in from Timeless. And so far, Timeless, their high level of mobility, Reaper is just not finding purchase.
I mean, it's also kind of a little bit odd because, like, Team Z, if you looked at their health bars, they were never really, like, in a dangerous scenario during that. Like, they were pretty healthy the entire time. I mean, these characters that they're playing are so sturdy. It'll be xCal who gets a pick here early on. Hanbei does have the Coalescence. You're going to use that to try and keep Painkiller and Co alive, as it'll be Team Z who flips the point.
Yeah, and a small slip up from Doom to die, get caught out there, and without the Tracer pressuring your backline, you see how quickly things fall apart for the Timeless comp, right? You don't really have any frontline pressure to speak of. So when the Tracer distraction falls away, it's like, okay, full court press, everybody run onto the point, and Kuffa has no hope of taking that fight alone. This time it's Doom, or Vision rather, who gets shut down. I mean, these little picks, they do start to add up. You got to be careful now, Timeless. They don't want to turn this into a team wipe. They are going to just full commit with the beat, trying to take this fight. Very risky with only 4 players, but they do punish xCal. Catching Peace out alone, should be isolated. Pulse Bomb just a second early from Doom, so Peace is gonna live.
Oh, he gets out! They sound barrier to keep Peace alive.
D.Va just didn't quite get the beat, and then the EMP came in. So Timeless, looks like they are gonna clutch this one out, but I think it's more expensive than they would have wanted here, honestly. I mean,
yeah.
In a position where you just need a retake maybe once, you can probably close out this first point. 83 is a little scary, though. It's right on that edge.
Beat Primal EMP. I mean, that's a lot there to use as I take a look at replay here from Peace.
Oh, Majax.
Oh.
Love a little Majax. Oh, nothing quite hits the same as a real Ajax, but, you know, Majax kind of tied us over for the moment. We'll see Timeless, elusive, very hard to catch. Reaper goes up onto the high ground, gets great support, though, on the Winston, and now falling back. The pressure's being layered on. xCal caught without that Wraith form. An easy kill. Peace as well. It's going to be coming out of that Ice Spike. No more defensive utility. Gets isolated, finished off by the flankers as well as the Lucio. And Timeless working together masterfully here, really punishing the Reaper pick on this second round. I mean, xCal doesn't even have his first ultimate.
Yes, Reaper not really, he got like 1 kill, I think, early on, but not really able to kind of do much of anything there. Where I think you really need kind of like control of the point and just fighting around that like kind of central group to really make the Reaper worthwhile. We're on with xCal kind of like searching, you know, Doomed on the flank, you know, Vision as well, just kind of like searching for a target. It feels like Reaper's the best when you can just kind of use him as a battering ram, just kind of like speed boost on in with the Reaper, just get him in a target's face and make an impact as the point will open up here in a few seconds. You'll have Coalescence plus Death Blossom to potentially use here.
And Timeless are super happy to just poke from all angles. Coalescence puts a lot of pressure on, but Luke Mino's beat is going to stabilize everything for Timeless. Kuffa, very late primal, very low HP, but pushes it to the limit and survives. xCal gets bursted down. EMP, of course, denying him any of those escape skills. And although it's expensive in terms of ultimates for Timeless, I think they're very happy considering Team Z also committed heavily to this fight.
And I feel like, though, Timeless is totally fine taking fights where they're both with no ultimates available. So let's take a look at a replay here. This is actually, yeah, so it is the kill, the EMP here that comes
cancels
on down.
the Death Blossom.
The virus as well, yeah.
And you got to remember, Sombra got a pretty, I mean, she has a little bit less HP, a little bit easier to kill, but she does quite a bit more damage and has more mobility now in this patch. Squid's super low. Wow, I mean, look at that. That's like Balls of Steel to hold on to that self-cleanse. Now uses it, keeping himself up. The Blizzard did catch Lumino, and B comes in over the top. You'd think that'd be enough, but fighting on the rush, Squid somehow catches Hanbei out. That's a miracle kill in this spot. Still staying alive on this Kiriko, a masterclass by Squid. And the high mobility flankers from Timeless are trying to clutch this out. You would think this Reaper and May are surely gonna win the fight and cap on point. But Timeless keeping a bit of map control, keeping players alive. That's keeping Team Z very busy. If they don't find these cleanups, I think Timeless gonna be able to get a very quick reset and a re-engage into nothing. I mean, Team Z has no ultimates to work with.
Well, when you watch Team Z, like, it just looks so frenetic. Like, they're searching for players everywhere. The dives from Timeless really giving them some trouble, as looks like it was gonna be xCal just teleporting up to the high ground. That's gonna be the TV and the Wraith form down right away. He's gonna get some help here from Len and Hanbei. A lot of support coming in. Try and keep the Reaper alive, as this will be Coalescence available. Maybe you kind of go with the Coalescence charge on in. Lucamino, though, does have the sound barrier potentially in response. Holding on to it, though. Doesn't feel the pressure to use it just yet.
Yeah, the patience is huge here. Now the barrier comes in as Coalescence ends. No resources for Team Z. Players dropping low, but Lucamino does get bursted through by the Reaper. Timeless, though, going to continue to pour on the pressure. Primal comes out from Kuffa, going to protect him from any kind of damage threat that Reaper was bringing to bear. Xcal going to be a late death for him as Timeless flip the point, and they're still sitting on the EMP. Team Z forced to retake into one of the most devastating ultimates in all of Overwatch. They've been so good at this bend but not break playstyle, relying on mobility, having different flankers come in to contest the objective when one is forced to retreat. And I think this is going to be no different. I mean, I think they can touch, but you got to do more than touch, right? You got to find a way to actually win the engagement. Squid could pop the Kitsune Rush, and I mean, Vision's so ready. One overextension, it's going to be an easy EMP. Rush comes out, and with D.Va Mech, I wonder, maybe he doesn't even need the EMP.
I don't think you use it.
Yeah, you don't need it. This is just a beatdown of it. It's not even a close team fight. Running into the Rush is almost as bad as running into the EMP. And so Timeless are really wise to hold on to the second tool and have a great way to get themselves an advantage on what could be the very final point of this series.
You're running into the Rush with basically no D.Va, right? The D.Va was like hacked really early on in that, so yeah, you have no way to kind of counter anything that's coming at you. So you're in a really terrible spot there. For Team Z is, you know, their lives are on the line here. They were great in map number 1, but it's been all Timeless ever since then. It's going to be an EMP to kick things off.
Lucio, no beat to come in here, and it's, I mean, that's just a destructive team wipe from Timeless. The only silver lining for Team Z is that they don't commit anything to that fight, and I mean, the point isn't even quite open yet. So it's like not the end of the world for Team Z. They have a chance to come back here, but I mean, Timeless have been so good. They're not really relying on any ultimates. Wait, Kuffa, missed jump, gets caught out, punished potentially, but no, he's got the Primal to turn, barely charges in time. Great care from the supports, gets him there. Team Z popping ults off the point. The pull's perfectly timed as the beat is expiring. That's a masterful timing from Doom, just what they needed. Lucamino trying to finish up charging that beat, but with no Winston, they are gonna have to give the flip over. And Team Z, in the end, get control with a decent bank of ultimates, feeling okay to maybe bring this point back.
They should end up taking the lead, right, before this next fight kind of kicks off.
Doom spawn camping.
And Peace in a really difficult spot here.
And yeah, he's gonna be dead.
That's gonna help as
well.
Wait,
the wall is perfect, but okay, yeah. I mean, the mobility from Timeless, like their whole team can show up to that fight. They do end up leaving Vision on an island. He gets caught and punished, but Reaper, no Wraith form, has to use Death Blossom and Colosseo. Oh, D.Va moves off the map. Okay, that was a wild boop. You would think that would be enough for Timeless to back out and take the reset. Lucamino trying to stay alive. Maybe just gonna hop off the map. Yeah, takes that fast reset. Okay, that boop, that was a little bit lucky. You take those. You take those.
Hey, that was sick. There from Painkiller just knocks Kuffa off base when they kind of go up into the sky. And you know, Kuffa had released benefits of the sound barrier there as well, so you definitely could have kept that one going.
Yeah.
This one feels like you're gonna get a fight here from Timeless, but feels like it's gonna go to Team Z.
Maybe. I mean, Vision's close to that EMP. It's a super aggressive move from Team Z, and another boop off the map. No, Kuffa, you were the chosen one. The flip comes in. Rush as well. Timeless down a Winston. They're gonna try to clutch still. Lend finds another kill onto Doom this time, and that you would think that would be the end of the round. Timeless gonna fall back and use the rush through good money after bad on that point. And so now Team Z have bought themselves a chance here on Flashpoint, but it's only a sliver of a hope here. I mean, you have no ultimates to work with on this first team fight. You are up against the EMP, which, I mean, so far has been devastating. There's the possibility to make some big play on May, but it doesn't come in. No. EMP connects to 5. It's the dream scenario. Dive is an absolute cleanup. The only positive is that the point's not open yet. That's good. Painkiller gonna be able to make it to point, but they can even stall him until the point opens. That's what they should do.
Like, you know, that individual hack maybe not as strong as it was, like, you know, Overwatch 1, early Overwatch 2, right? Like ages ago. But EMP is still just, it is brutal to get hit by that. It feels like you just have no opportunity of counterplay. It feels like that you just kind of get EMP'd, your run is over. As Team Z now will answer back with a Sombra of their own. So only difference is between these tanks, right? You have that Winston in play here still for Timeless as you lose your Tracer. This is quite brutal. It's going to allow Timeless to get an even bigger lead on this point.
The Tracer from Doom has been so good this year. He's fighting so many of these opening kills, winning out flank fights, fighting spawn camps. I mean, that's exactly what you're hoping for out of your Tracer. So hard to deliver that consistently at this level, but Doom is really acquitting himself well in this series. I mean, look at Kava, he's cleaving them up, forcing so many skills. Now his Primal does come out, maybe a little bit early. The beat tries to come in, and it's so defensive, so passive from Team Z. If Kava can just escape with his life, a better beat from Lucamino, drastically better. But Timeless are fighting in the attacker spawn, essentially. I mean, this is a little bit too much for me, but Doom, once again, in the chaos, finds XCal not getting the resources he needs to sustain. Diva Bomb comes in, would love to get back into the rim. Whoa, Squid a little too greedy. Tries to peek for the kill and gets punished, but no players left alive. Seems like Timeless have done enough here. The Lucio on point, gonna get swarmed, surrounded, harassed down. And I mean, Timeless, after a little hiccup, we can say, on map 1, or on the, wait, as I say they're cleaning up, hold on, the fight's actually not going against them. Len is juking and driving around, surviving incredibly well. Painkiller back on the Doomfist. That is a miracle clutch. I mean, Len's wall riding was just, how did he live? Like,
yeah, Len kind of cooked. Has to back up though. I mean, cannot afford to die. You have Painkiller back on the Doom here. The bad part here for Team Z is there's going to be an EMP on the other side of things. Peace might be able to build towards an EMP, but with
we
how
need to see an EMP cancel from Peace, but it's too early, it's too quick, the tempo too fast from Timeless. That's been the story all map long as they just run over the opposition. 3 kills, and XCal, the last alive, ticks down to the virus. And there it goes, Timeless. What felt like a 3-0. Map 1 an anomaly for sure at this point.
Yeah, and I like the decision there from Vision. Use the EMP a little bit early on. Don't get super greedy going for a massive one, right? Use the EMP, connect with 2-3 players, take them out. You know at that point you're going to have a massive advantage. EMP desperation comes in for Peace here towards the end. It'll be XCal, gets a touch, trying to dance around here, but after map 1, it is all Timeless, and they'll take the series 3-1 here against Team Z.
And that Sombra felt strong, felt good.
Really
I mean, I'm honestly curious to see more teams try the Sombra after what we just saw from Timeless, because that mobility, it feels like Sombra was really always ready to drop the EMP. I mean, so early. The tempo was even faster than I was expecting as a spectator. And so from the other team's perspective, I mean, that's incredibly oppressive to play against when you're getting overwhelmed by that level of tempo. Impressive job from Vision.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see teams do that next weekend, play some of that Sombra. That looked really powerful.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams these past 2 weeks have shown a few pages in their books, which some might be out there to copy. Reaper May, probably not one of them, but I still command the entertainment it brought. Team Z, I mean, they took map 1 on the base of that, played some wonky stuff, but they were also able to, you know, switch it back to more standardized stuff, so they fought well. And quite frankly, yesterday they popped off as well on their Echo. We didn't get to see Peace on that Echo very much today. Not really much room for that. Overall, though, they certainly, at least at the very beginning of the match, made them work for it. I thought it was a very, very entertaining series. I did like to just see the full display of why D.Va might not be the greatest of all time anymore. So that was nice.
Yeah, but Vision's Widow was crazy. Like
it was cracked. Like that was just. I mean, on Dorado, that was just. Was this the quickest Dorado we've ever seen?
It's gotta be. It's about as fast as you could get it done, with especially how one side of the offense was. I want to talk about Squid though. I mean, for me, Squid. I hope he gets POTM in this series, because I felt like his nades were like the reason. If you're not playing Ana and you're not nading like this guy, it's like, how can you win? I mean, he was tearing them up on the Ana.
Yeah.
And he did that even though there should be a lot of pressure on him. If
I mean,
you
this is like
what the opposition is running.
Lucio, Kiri, D.Va are like very scary heroes to try to nade, right? They're heroes that put a lot of pressure on you. I mean, oh my God, look at this from Squid.
So he's like, they should be putting a lot of pressure on as we go to a highlight where he's standing still in a window, just killing people.
He went completely uncontested, which honestly,
there's nobody within 100 yards.
I mean, I think they were trying, right? They were trying to stop him. He was just too good at finding those little windows. It's so hard at this level of play. Like, although a lot of people would think, oh, you're D.Va, you know, you can just eat those, those cooldowns coming in. But at the top level of play, I think Ana starts to swing the matchup back in her favor, because every time D.Va matrixes, when she drops the matrix, there's that half-second window where you can't put it up again. And that's enough for these Anas at this level to find the perfect nade. They're always ready. And man, the tempo from Sombra, you gotta think, new Sombra getting a movement speed buff in stealth, is actually pretty huge for this level of tempo play, because I mean, you are back to these fights so insanely quickly. It is going to be Vision who gets the player of the match. I mean, in fairness, he went next level on Dorado, and he brought the heat on Sombra on that Flashpoint map.
Yeah, I mean, Vision was phenomenal, right? On the hit scan, you know, especially here on Dorado. With the Widowmaker, I mean, this is like Team Z had momentum, and then Vision just like shut the door completely. Like as soon as we started Dorado, it was like, yeah, no, this is going to be a different series of what we saw. Like that's not going to continue what we saw in map number 1. And then playing some of the Tracer looked great as well, taking that matchup against Xscal.
Yeah, getting the cleanups here. And I mean, this is what you need, right? From the modern hit scan players, they need to have the Sombras, the Tracers, the flexibility in their back pocket to keep up with this rapidly evolving meta, especially against teams like Team Z. They're going to kind of throw everything in the kitchen sink at you, you know, try to mess you up, try to hit you with something that you weren't ready to face. And I mean, Vision responded admirably. Great swaps throughout the series. And yeah, map 1 feels like a lifetime ago.
It really does. We actually have an interview ready now as well, so let's bring Kaffa in for a quick chat about the series and about the experience here generally in the OWCS. Kaffa, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on the dub. You made it look easy today. What was your prep looking like going up against this team?
I mean, we've been working pretty hard lately, last few weeks. I think we're pretty confident. This wasn't really a team we were scared of in any regard. I think map 1 was just me playing quite poorly and a few comp decisions that ran in the wrong direction. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta ask. I mean, the Sombra, obviously, we have like a new, you know, patch and whatnot. You guys had found great success on that. Is that a hero you think kind of we'll see, you know, even more as we progress to the main event?
I don't want to be talking too much about anything, but maybe
all right.
We'll see.
Okay, and you know, I'm just curious, outside of the Winston, where do you see, you know, I know that's a hero that we know you're comfortable on, we know you're confident on, but where do you see the meta going with, I think D.Va, it's fair to say, being the hero of the patch, last patch. Is this time for Winston to be, you know, that hero that kind of leads the meta and other heroes are kind of following along behind?
Yeah, I think the Winston comps are really strong right now. I mean, you just saw in the match, like, even that D.Va comp, like, you can just dismantle it really easily with that Anabri comp. It's pretty easy to just punish their mistakes and constantly counter dive.
Well, as I said, you made it look easy for sure. Now, looking ahead to the main event, we now officially know which teams qualified. Is there a particular team you're most excited to play, or one team that you would rather avoid, perhaps?
I think everyone wants to avoid Toronto. That's like a given. But I'm keen to versus NRG Shark. I think that'll be a good match. I think we will verse them, maybe later in the bracket. That's who I want to beat.
Right on. Well, it's a double elimination bracket, so we hope to see a lot of action there. Kaffa, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much once again for all the action you displayed on the server. It's been so much fun to watch you guys go at it. And yeah, we can't wait to see you in the main event.
Thank you very much. See ya.
That was Kaffa, our, what is it? Favorite
my head
Australian, second favorite. Your head is back. Was your head gone?
It was
what happened?
the production had just.
I like
it do be like that.
Production where Matt's face is just blocked by the middle. Like we should just keep it like that.
It happens sometimes. Well, that's all I have.
Oh,
there we go, Matt. You'll get over it. You get through it. Let's take a look at bracket. That's usually helping me through tough times. There's our Group D bracket. Nightmare advancing alongside Timeless, who just took down Team Z in a very convincing fashion. Showing us some interesting looks there with the Sombra. A good question there, of course. Will we see more of that? Kaffa did not want to answer.
The answer basically says yes.
I was thinking that's a yes type of an answer. The vibes were good.
Vibes were yes, yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, you don't answer that question like that, and it's not a yes. But hey, we have our 8. Should be pretty awesome main event.
This is a stacked main event.
Surprise. Do you feel like any of them is a surprise?
Toronto versus TSM.
That's a tough one. Hey, but it's a double elim. So you know what? A lot of teams are gonna have to face Toronto at some point.
TSM's got to start getting these face people on payroll. I mean, that's a tough one in the first round.
I'm excited for a lot of these teams, though, just based on what we've seen from them in the groups, and also, you know, some teams making history here. Timeless Ethereal. This is the first time in Tier 1 Overwatch we get to see a complete female and non-binary team in, like, the top 8. Like, that's incredible.
They've been grinding too. Like, this is a team that's been together for years, that has been, at least on my radar, for a couple years in terms of like, wow, okay, they're putting it together. They're not an easy team to beat. And individually looking really strong, putting that hard work in to be at this level. I mean, this is a huge appearance for them. And I think they want to make a statement here in this top 8. It would be awesome to see if they could go far and maybe challenge some of our top teams in North America.
I mean, regardless, lots of support out there for them, obviously.
Oh, absolutely. I also think this Timeless team we just casted, I think they have a bracket that would be conducive to them to run towards the potential final. I mean, you would play that winner of the Timeless Ethereal versus Energy Shock game. You play Fluffy Dreamland first round.
It's doable.
Like,
feels very doable.
You feel like this is very doable from what we just saw. I mean, they dropped map number 1, but it felt like they kind of maybe took it a little bit more serious after that.
Yeah, luckily, of course, also it is a double elimination bracket. So even if some teams may or may not have gotten a little unlucky with the draw there on their first match, they can still run it through a salty lower bracket run, which we always love to see. So I am very, very excited. But with that, I'm pretty sure we're all done. No more graphics, no more anything. This is
we need to look at my favorite place of the day.
Plays. We want to see plays. There we go.
We want to see highlights.
Show me Overwatch.
You know what? We have plenty of highlights, and that was certainly one of them.
This was
just best of all time. I don't know how even.
I like the Genji's POV. He like looks up. He's like, oh crap, it's coming.
We should just play that every day.
This is so crazy, actually. I mean, this is true. Like, I don't know how many times I've seen this long range of a pulse bomb. I mean, that was crazy.
The DPI to throw it that high.
I like that we're like already in the slow-mo of them losing before the clip ends, but it's just such a good clip.
It's okay. It's okay.
One Tap. Tap was really standing out today. Tap had a fantastic performance.
And in the clutch too, right? With the back against the wall, he just delivered for 3 straight maps where it was always series point and Tap was just hitting time and time again. As good as Ryan has looked in this group stage, was an impressive player that I'm still gonna have my eye on for the future. Couldn't get past Tap today, who it's fair to say is just has that veteran presence, has that experience on this squad. And I mean, even Stone coming in completely cold off the bench, Zeb coming in. This was such an impressive comeback from Citrus Nightmare.
And Squid, I mean, honestly, Squid, my personal MVP, actual robbed of player of the match or game or day.
Agree.
Squid was lights out.
This was a master. I mean, it was the Ana, just so it felt like every fight I'm calling, nade on 2, nade on 1, and that just swings the tempo against this Lucio carry squad. They can't afford to slow down and try and wait out the bio nade.
Yeah, I mean, always managed to put them in an advantageous position. Like, there was nothing to be done.
Yeah, he gets 2 kills and then just bios 2 other players there. I mean, that's just crazy stuff from Squid.
It was indeed. And we hope to see much more of that in the main event. NH Stage 3 will continue at the main event, which happens actually next Thursday. So that's very, very soon as the teams are gearing up and getting ready for
that.
It's
only 4 days away.
As well. That's true. Matt, we did it on broadcast live. Thank you so much, Matt. That's why we pay you the big bucks.
Anytime. I looked at my calendar and I was like, that's very soon. I looked at today's date. I looked at that date. I did a little bit of my special move is subtraction. So I did some subtraction there and I was like, you know what?
That is another thing Matt is known for. That's
only
correct.
A few days away.
Okay, other than the numbers, Matt, what's your biggest takeaway from the last 2 weeks?
So I think Brig and Ana is incredibly good as a backline. I think Winston is way stronger than D.Va. And I think probably going into this next 4 days, I think a lot of teams are going to be taking a look at Sombra and what's going on there. Because that looked like a pace of play that is extremely fast and frenetic that could definitely throw some teams off. And it also looked like it was extremely effective. So I think
feel
teams
like-
will start looking at that.
I feel like Matt covered everything, so without copying his homework, Jake, anything to add?
Yeah, what you guys say?
I mean, I would just focus on some of these teams. You know, I think for Timeless Ethereal to make, you know, I think maybe their highest appearance yet, at least in terms of professional play, huge for that roster. And I think they would love to make a deep run. Citrus Nightmare, you know, making it work with the Wrecking Ball, one of the few teams who has really brought it to this level, running very unconventional styles. Excited to see how some of the top teams fare against them. This Timeless squad we just watched, I agree with you, Matt. I think this is a serious threat of a team. They may have tossed a map today on the map 1, but I mean, the next 3 were like, that was high level Overwatch. That was very clean gameplay. I would be excited to see them face off against NRG, Nightmare, even Toronto Defiant. You know, I think would have to put a little bit of respect on those players.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, just even kind of remembering back at the bracket, it's like TSM, Nightmare, and Toronto are all the upper half, right? So that lower half of the bracket, I mean, I feel like it's pretty open.
Indeed. With obviously the luck of the draw with those group stages, some teams might not have even had to show us everything they got. So I'm sure they have a lot of more in store for us just next week in the main event. But for now, 2 weeks of group stage action are coming to an end. Gentlemen, thank you both so much for guiding us through the action today as well as yesterday. And thank you all for watching at home and supporting your favorites through the grueling Swiss stage and, of course, through this very hotly contested GSL-style group. 8 teams from each region have done it, and they will be going at it again at the main event in just 4 days. Thanks again, Matt. From now, that's it from us here today. Thanks for watching. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Cheers.
The Sigma. They are still running the May here, so the big idea would be just isolating. Oh my! What was that nade from KDM? Okay. Duplicate available. Johan's got Nano. Tread gets nanoed. Half HP though, because he was already pretty low, and they're going to be able to focus this one out. Overtime's in session. That golden line is like 1 meter away. One-man army have still got this duplicate in action too. Arvo cannot die here, and there it is. One-man army come back. 103 meter deficit.
Already teleporting up to the high ground too and splitting up Tori.
What a shatter. Can they get someone off? Yo, see you later. Is that a double kill? Oh, Cloud gets 2.
This tussle on high ground though.
He's been headshot too. Fi's so low, he can't get caught out. Fi was alone on the sidelines, on those mini stairs. And Zoro might have just won it for them too. Nice little bob on the lamp, is just gonna stay stationary, just gunning everybody down. And Zoro might have done it. Fi with a ridiculous flank there.
Searching for kills. Chopper finds the connection 1. Now the Tracer in his sight. Can't quite clean her up as she's blinking around, but the kills are coming in elsewhere. Everyone contributed. Oh, what a Kobe! Holy crap! Out of Anu, that was a monster. Yeah. Find some miracle kill, but it's neutral onto Ryan, and no one's in touch! Oh my god, Citrus Nightmare win the series! Let's go! Nice. Gets punished, and now Timeless down 1. Fighting back though, a kill into the Widow's nice, but it might not be enough, right? With both supports still alive for Team Z. Squid's gonna have to be super careful. Vision with the troll. Oh my god, okay, that's what they need. And another headshot onto the Winston.